Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell now for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you guys could be here with us on a big day. We got all kinds of Astros to talk. We got all kinds of Texans to talk. A lot of sound to get to. And, oh, by the way, in the 9 o'clock hour, you're listening now, but you got to listen in the 9 o'clock hour because you got a chance to be in our fantasy league because we will give away two spots, one person, two spots. In the 9 o'clock hour, a very simple fantasy question. And if you get it, if you are the caller that is able to get in and get there, you are going to be coming to Lake Charles with us. You're going to get a room for two. I don't know if it's we gotta figure that. I gotta ask Todd or whoever, Christina, if it's 2 rooms for 2 different people. Because if you come with a buddy, I ain't sleeping in no room.
Well, that's too bad. You guys are going to have to buddy up, then pony up. Tell your buddy not to come then.
No, he's got to come. We're inviting 2 people.
He's got his own bed. He's got his own bed. You blow it up and get in there.
Yeah, no.
You think the Golden Nugget's going to try to give you 2 rooms for 2 dudes?
When we went to New Orleans on a trip with 1560.
It's free.
I had to stay in the same room as Sean Pendergast.
Oh, he snores.
And he is the loudest.
Here's
was the worst night of my life. I got another room.
Then bring a lady friend.
Well, she might snore too.
Okay, well, here's your deal then. Then pony up. They're already giving you a free room. Why are you crying?
No, we might be. We're going to see.
Okay, here's the new deal. We're going to give you 2 rooms and a free entry. No. How does that sound?
We didn't say we won. We said we got accommodations for 2.
That's right. Okay. That's called double beds.
Yeah, I don't know.
No one's asking you to stay double.
Yeah, it's not your hotel.
You worry so much about the sports book, and now you're worried about the rooms?
Well, yeah, I'm worried about people actually being able to sleep at night and then getting there to the fantasy draft and having a good night's sleep so that they can concentrate.
God. Whoever's out there listening, expect 1 room with 2 beds.
Yeah. Are you sharing with Mapes?
10 guys. No. 10 guys.
Oh,
win
20
it's okay
rooms. For you.
Yeah, we're sorry. I'm part of the package. I apologize, but this is how it goes.
Are you getting paid to go up to drive up there?
No,
I didn't think so.
No. Well, I'm not actually.
Okay. Well, then you know what? You'll get a room then.
I'm getting a room. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's it. You get a 2-night stay for free. You can enjoy everything.
Free food.
$200 drink and beverage credit. That's right. And you get a dinner at the sports book. For somebody
who's so worried about the sports book, you sure are trying to give their rooms away.
Yeah, I am. A dozen rooms. Let's go.
I'm sorry y'all lost that parlay.
Look, John may have confused all of you, but whoever's looking to go, expect the room, 2 beds, a very nice room, by the way.
Yeah.
And a very nice stay.
Very nice.
But bring someone you can
people. You guys are trying to make sure that the corporate entity doesn't give away too many rooms.
The listeners don't expect too much. Okay. They don't expect 2 rooms.
You don't care about the people.
You know what? Bring
That's
4
why
friends.
I'm
each get man
of the people.
All you're doing is confusing people. I'm just telling you what it is. That's all.
No. John's gonna have to come back and apologize tomorrow.
No. I'm not. I'm not apologizing. I'm not apologizing for a thing. A dozen rooms. That's what we're doing. Okay.
So no, we're not doing a dozen rooms.
No.
You know what? 500 apiece. You guys get to spend, and they're going to bankroll your first 300 on the table.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly. What else can you offer that you can't actually promise?
No. Whatever you win, okay. Don't forget you could win your room too, okay.
And a free round of golf, guys.
Well, I don't know. You might. I don't know.
Put it out there.
Yeah.
So we're giving that away.
I can ask Gregory. Hey, Greg, do you mind if guys play? No, he hosts. You know what he says? He doesn't care. You know what? He's about the people too, not you two.
So he's going to give away his golf
for
free?
You don't care about the people.
You don't care about Tillman Fertitta. Wait till word gets back to Tillman that you're giving all this stuff away for free.
You got to say it in Italian because he's.
Then John's going to go like this.
Okay.
Oh, Tillman, they're blowing it out of proportion. Tillman, I swear.
No, that's not how it's going to go.
John, you know we're at the first apron, right? No, Tillman, come on. I said they had to pay. I said if they had a second room, they'd have to pay for it. And I said if they snore, wear earbuds or bring the rain machine.
Yeah, well, we're not doing that. So anyway, let's get to our Astros. A sweep of the Diamondbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, talk about a lineup. Holy
I want to do something for you right now. I thought about this. Del, do you have the music ready? I'm going to remember the good old days in 2024. This is less than this is about 10 months ago. That's it. About 10 months ago. I'm going to play you the old-time Houston Astros lineup from the last game they played. I'm going to announce it in my 1930s voice. The lineup against the Tigers, it's the last time. It was 10 months ago. This is literally the last game of 2024. Okay? It wasn't that long ago. It was 10 months ago. But it maybe 9 months ago, actually. But it feels like, because it was October 2nd was the last game. Since October 2nd, okay, we're gonna go way back to 2024, October 2nd, and this is what the lineup sounded like. You ready? Here we go.
And welcome to the Ball Stadium today, people. We've got quite the matchup for you here. The sun is being shielded by the magnificent stadium here at Minute Maid Park. Leading off for your hometown nine is going to be Jose Altuve. He's small in stature but big in heart. Kyle Tucker, the left-hander, with MVP caliber numbers when he actually played. Yordan Alvarez, the slugger from Cuba. Alex Bregman, everyone's favorite third baseman. You've known him for years, you've seen him for years, and you've loved him for years. Yainer Diaz, the hotshot catcher. Victor Caratini, another Italian. Who knew? Well, kind of. Jeremy Pena. You may remember him when he won World Series MVP and should have been Rookie of the Year, in my opinion. Jason Hayward, the longtime veteran outfielder who somehow made it back into the big leagues. Chas McCormick, the Chaz Chomp. Everyone loves the Chaz Chomp. Even the kids at school are all doing the hey, say, kids, what's that move you're doing with your hands? Oh, they say it's the Chaz Chomp. And then in right field, you have Jake Myers. Well, he's just going to pinch run, actually. The starter, well, hell, who was the starter? Oh, it was Kyle Tucker. There was just a series of guys who came in and pinch hit like John Singleton. Now, let's move to, now that's 9 months ago. Now we'll move to yesterday. And here are your Houston Astros. It's a road affair. They're playing in Arizona. So it's going to be hot here. That's one thing we know about Arizona. It's a dry heat. Batting first is Taylor Trammell. The second, oh, look who it is. The veteran, Victor Caratini. We know him. Hitting next is third in the lineup is Christian Walker. Fourth is Yainer Diaz, everyone's favorite hotshot catcher. Fifth is Bryson Matthews. Then there's Marcel Dubon is next up. And then Cole Humel is playing in left field. We don't know him very well. Cameron Smith, the hotshot rookie, is going to pinch run come into the right field for him, actually for Chas McCormick. Everyone's favorite, the Chaz Chomp. Say, kids, who is this guy? Shea Whitcomb. He replaced Alex Bregman. So I don't know much about him except he doesn't have much of a glove. And then Zach Short. When did he come up here? Zach Short. So quite a lineup here. I think most of the fellows got caught on a bus coming over and weren't able to make it on from the second bus is all I can explain this lineup for. So second bus should be here shortly, and the good players should be getting here as soon as possible, like Yordan and Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, the good players, the ones you all know for years and years, before Zach and Humel and Dubon and Matthews and these other guys, and the other guy, Trammell. Say, I'm surprised he made it into a big league roster.
That's the difference in lineup.
Well, and then
one was full of World Series stars, and another one just swept the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And then
one couldn't even beat the Tigers once at home, and this team beat a Diamondback team that everyone's been the talk of the town.
Well, not really, but then on the mound for your Houston Astros
Let's take a look at
Brandon Walter,
pitching
Brandon
stats.
Walter, who in 2023 pitched for the Red Sox and had a 6.26 ERA in 9 games. And here he is, dominating baseball. And by dominating baseball, I mean, holy crap, can you believe that this guy, he 2 outings, okay, he had 2 outings. He's pitched in 9 games this year for the Astros, started 9 games, started 0 with the Red Sox before this, made his major league starting debut this year after a year off, okay? And he's had 2 outings in which he gave up 5 runs over 5 and 7 runs over 6. Otherwise, Brandon Walter, 5 innings, no earned runs, 6 innings, 2, 6 2/3, 1, 6-1, 6-2, 6-1, 7-1. Holy crap!
We've been through it yesterday. His whip is below 1. He's got legit numbers.
Yeah, no, he is without a doubt. I don't care who comes back because listen, Arrighetti comes back, Gusto, bye. Christian Javier comes back. Colton Gordon, bye. If Luis Garcia comes back, McCullers, bye. You don't take Brandon Walter out of this rotation. You do not take Brandon Walter. Has earned a spot to start at least every 6 games here. Honest to God, he is your third best pitcher in this rotation.
He is.
He absolutely is.
Yes.
He has been incredible. If not for those 2 outings, this dude's got a 1-something ERA. He's got a 3.35 right now with 2 blow-ups, a 5-inning 5 and a 6-inning 7.
Yep.
Otherwise, this guy has been money.
Yeah,
he's kept
been
it.
good.
Now, did you see that stat yesterday? I mean, the guys were talking about it yesterday. Now, they are 1, 2, they're 3-6 in games he started, which not his fault. Not his fault because they lost 6-1 in a game where he gave up 1 run. They lost 4-2. He gave up 2 runs. They lost let's see. They lost 4-2 and he gave up 2 runs. They lost 3-2 and he gave up 0 runs. Have you seen the run that Fromber's on?
Oh yeah, I went through his game. I went through his game log. He's got other than 1 game where he didn't get a before the All-Star break. He didn't get a quality start because they pitched him short term. But
they have won 13 straight games he started.
Yeah, Fromber's a horse, but we're just going to get rid of him. He's not the guy. He doesn't deserve money. So that's fine.
Here we go.
No, that's fine. Todd Fromber doesn't deserve it. What's he ever done for this team?
Holy crap. We
won't miss him.
No. Yeah, we're going to miss Fromber. We are going to miss Fromber.
Get somebody named Colton in there. They'll be fine.
Not really.
Well, we're not going to pay him, so that's fine. He didn't deserve money.
He does deserve the money, but he is. I don't know that they're gonna. They don't sign anybody. So that's what's going to happen. And then they continue to be just the best record in the American League. They're tied right now for the best record in the American League with Toronto. Detroit has been on such. I mean, Detroit came back down to earth. They have sucked the last couple of weeks. And the Astros now and Toronto. The Astros for a while yesterday afternoon had the best record in the American League. And they're only a half a game behind Milwaukee for best record in all of baseball. How about
Tigers have not played great lately.
No, the Tigers have sucked lately. Yeah, they suck. So the Astros are with the sweep here. And, you know, and you want to talk about some intense games. And, oh, by the way, these games, you know, Arizona is a really, really good hitting team. Really good hitting team.
Mm-hmm.
And the Astros held them down to next to nothing this entire series. This has been what a great series that was, especially coming out off of losing 2 out of 3 to Seattle. So what a sweep that was. And now the Astros coming home. They've got 4 against the A's, which is nice. And then they got a 7-game homestand here. They've got 4 against the A's and then 3 against Washington. And when you're playing the A's in Washington, I don't see any way that you go better than 3 and 4 because they certainly play down to their competition. And, you know, and they're bringing up, look at this. I mean, because of McCullers going down, they're bringing up Jason Alexander to start for them tonight. And then they don't know who's starting tomorrow. And then Hunter Brown, Colton Gordon, Valdez, and Walter. It's so incredible. If Joe Espada is not the manager of the year, then they got to stop it. They got to stop having manager of the year because this guy is nothing short of amazing with these lineups that he's throwing, with all of these rookies that he's playing, with this rotation that he's throwing out there. Holy crap. This is one of the best managerial jobs I think we've seen. I don't remember, of course, 17 guys on the IL. I don't remember a guy doing what Joe Espada is doing with this kind of injuries and having the best record in the American League. It's incredible,
Right?
Simply incredible. So we got to make sure that we trumpet Joe as much as possible because he had a rough start to it, and now he's settled in nicely as the man. And boy, he's a player's guy. They all love him. He never has a disparaging word for any of his guys. Christian Walker talked about it on MLB, and then yesterday as well. I saw the post game, and he was like, "It doesn't matter who's coming up. A guy who just got here, a guy who had no experience. He's up there in the 7-hole or 8-hole, and we expect him to hit, and he does. And we're just behind him. Doesn't matter who's playing, everybody's behind him, and that's the way we go about it. And that is just awesome. That is just this team has just been incredible. That's a lot of fun. This is a lot of fun to watch these guys. So we're just getting it started. Remember, in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to be giving away two spots in our fantasy league. One person, 2 spots in our fantasy league to go into the Golden Nugget. So you got to keep on listening here. Right now, I'm talking about Air Team.
Bring someone you want in your room with you.
Or someone that can get their own room.
Yeah, that's true. They like it if they buy their own room. That's true.
No, I'm going to talk to Todd about this, and we'll get this straight.
All
out.
right.
We'll get this straightened out.
Dylan, I'll be waiting.
Good luck.
2 rooms for each person. No is minus. I'm going to make no minus 9.
Okay, we'll see.
Minus 950.
We'll see. We'll see about that. Right now, we're talking about Air Team. AirTeamLTD.com. AirTeamLTD.com. This is the time of the year. I mean, it's a billion degrees every day. Your air conditioner doesn't stop. It's running. What can you run 24 hours a day that you're not going to have some kind of issue with, or that you're not going to worry about that it could break? I mean, you got 1 air conditioner, you got 2. I don't know how many air conditioners you got, but whatever you've got, they're running 24 hours a day because it's so damn hot. So they're running all day, and you have it. Okay, well, I'm just going to ignore it. I'm not going to make sure that that it's fantastic, that it's in working order, that the Freon is great, the lines are great, that it's cleaned out, all of the stuff that you need to do to make sure that your air conditioner runs great. Just leave it alone because that'll work out great. No, it won't work out great. You need Air Team Ltd to come to your home. AirTeamLTD.com. AirTeamLTD.com. Let them come to your home. Let them check out your system. They might find something that they've got to take care of right away, and then it'll work great. But if you don't take care of it, it's going to break down, and now you're going to buy a new one, and you don't want to do that. But if you do have to buy a new one, these guys are great for that too. I had to do it, but I love the way they did it for me. AirTeamLTD.com. I'm telling you, love them. Love what they did for me. AirTeamLTD.com. Del, let's do D'Amico.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, we're going to get to Texans coverage now, but Jeff wants to get in here and talk about Bryce Matthews. So let's do that here. Hey, Jeff, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, my kings. How you guys doing this morning?
Doing great. How are you, man?
Hey, pretty good. Hey, listen, a couple things real quick. Yesterday, you guys were talking about getting the tattoos. So I was thinking of either getting one on each bicep of you guys or one on the backside. I haven't decided where I want to put them in.
Target?
And also,
lower back? You're going to get one on the lower back?
Yeah, a little bit lower than the back. You know, the butt cheeks, both sides, John and Lance. And also the microphone, it makes you sound stronger, more positive.
I am.
It's more. This is a game day microphone.
How about that?
No. So, no, I wanted to see you guys' opinion. I know he's kind of new to the team. I don't know his whole background. I haven't done any Googling back. But what do you guys think of Bryce Matthews? I'm pretty impressed so far. I want to get your opinion if you guys thought he was maybe a real deal or if he was just a one-year wonder.
No.
He was drafted high.
Yeah. This kid is going to be he and Cam Smith, Paredes is young too. Did you know that? And you got him for 3 more years. You got him for 3 years.
Way younger than I expected.
You got him for 3 years. You got Cam Smith. You got Bryce Matthews. You got Pena, who's young. You got Jordan is still young. I mean, he's not around, but he's not old. You got Yiner, who's going to be around. This is Jacob Melton is going to be coming up. He got hurt, but you got a lot of good young talent. What we thought was, the organization doesn't, the minor league system is always rated one of the worst in baseball. And not 30th, it's 29th. A lot of good young players in this system.
Bryce
a lot of good young players.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce has been in the minors for I guess this is his 3rd season that he's in it. Obviously 2.5 seasons. And he's been solid at every step. He's not going to stand out with his hitting. His hitting's been solid. In an A ball, he had 1,000 OPS, then 872 in AA, and then in AAA, he's at 818, which is, fine. Home run numbers are okay. 10 home runs this year, which is fine. His stolen base numbers have been good. 28 stolen bases this year. He had 16 last year. So he's going to run. He's got a little bit of pop, not Altuve pop, but he's got a little bit of pop. And maybe he develops that pop. Remember, he's still a relatively young player as well. So he was drafted in the 1st round. So I mean, obviously out of Nebraska Lincoln. So he was a highly regarded prospect and player, and he's on schedule to come up to the big leagues on a full-time basis and be the guy about like you want most of your 1st-round college players to be, about 3 years. This is the year that you'd like to have them up there.
And the guys brought it up yesterday. They were talking about the play to end the game the other night. Bases loaded, a rocket that Bryce Matthews moved to his left. I mean, a one-hopper that was just a bullet. He grabs it, spins, turns, throws to second for one, and then Dubon finishes the double play. But they said in that situation, first of all, grabbing that ball. Secondly, to just, I mean, not nonchalantly, but without any nerves, just spinning and turning to save a game. He's got great instincts. He made another play yesterday that they just said, wow, that's just great baseball instincts, what he did. I forget what it was. I think he took an extra base and was able to grab an extra base and a lot of guys wouldn't have been able to do it. But dude was a football player too.
Yeah.
He was a football player too. He's got wheels. He's got everything. He's got everything. He's got a gun. He can hit, he can run, he can throw. He's got all the tools.
He's a 1st-rounder.
Yeah, so he's
not a flash in the pan.
No, hopefully he's going to be around for a while. Lance had him traded yesterday, which was great. Okay.
Yeah, for Zach Gallant.
For Zach Gallant.
Well, we got to upgrade from Frommer. We got to find a way to get better than Fromber.
Oh, that's the
The
worst.
quicker we can get him off the team, the better. Signed Astros.
You're the worst. You're the worst. All right, let's talk a little Texans. Without telling you, this is why I fired Bobby Slowick. D'Amico yesterday said, this is why I fired Bobby Slowick. Okay, he was talking about Nick Caley and what Nick Caley is doing with this offense.
D'Amico will tell you things if you just listen.
If you just listen.
Yeah.
Here is D'Amico, not more or less telling you why Bobby Slowick is no longer with us.
What excites me most about Caley's offense is that it's evolving and it's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. So what excites me the most is not just a copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places, but he's been very, very thorough with the installation process of where do we want to put our guys, what position, what's the best spot for our guys to be in. So you look at it through that lens, it's going to be about the Houston Texans. And that's what I love most about the offense is him being able to be adaptable and put our guys.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Where's Nick Caley been very successful at?
The Rams.
The Rams?
He was extremely successful.
Doing what?
Helping Sean McVay create an incredible offense.
Got it.
Making Puka Nacua one of the most incredible 6th-round picks that the world has ever seen.
If we went back to the first words he said about Bobby Slowick, what do you think he would have said?
He'd have some fairly positive things to say about Bobby.
Got it. Understood.
Well, I mean, he calls all the good plays, Del. Okay.
Copy and paste. I mean, that was pretty damn.
Copy and paste was a
not a copy and
direct
paste
shot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just, some of those guys get really married to the offense. And he said, I want to tailor it to the players, not a copy and paste. He just basically said, I want to tailor to the players and not to the system. I don't want to tailor the players to the system.
Well, that's the Shanahan offense is one where we do this, and
he has changed his offense. I'll say this: Kyle Shanahan's offense is way different than Mike Shanahan's offense.
Yeah,
he has, he changed his offense in Cleveland for RG3. He changed his offense for Brock Purdy and some, but there are certain. I mean, there are certain
to that offense that will remain the same. Yeah,
that's good because Mike McDaniel has made changes.
Yeah,
but there's certain tenets to the offense, yes, that remain the same. And I think some of it is maybe that the quarterback doesn't make certain changes. Maybe that's what he's referring to. Obviously, CJ wasn't happy with it. I mean, I'll just tell you, it's obvious CJ wasn't happy with it, and let it be known. CJ didn't get him fired. That's not what I'm saying. But your quarterback was not happy inside that offense. And I think it is, I mean, look, you can say whatever you want, but it's important that your quarterback feel comfortable on an offense. It just is, especially a young quarterback, especially one that's going to be making $70 million a year. Better find the right offense.
Yeah. Speaking of tailoring the offense, Nico Collins and I don't know if this is now, this is the line that we're taking in the organization, this is the way that we talk about or whatever, or there is a real that Caley is making a real effort to make sure that the right guys are in the right places doing the things that they're best at. It sure seems that way because D'Amico just said it, and here's Nico Collins talking about that very thing about playmakers getting the ball.
Shoot, I feel like it's pretty much like the same, not the same, but it's you get your playmakers the ball, Same with this offense, man. Like you get the ball in your hand, go do something with it, And I feel like Nick really making that an emphasis, like that. It's a big thing, So I feel like as a receiver group, as an offensive unit, that's what you want to do: get the ball in your hand, go score. Because I ain't trying to be on that field 10 plays, trying to be one and done, So, but it's a great opportunity to go out there, man. Just have fun.
I feel like we don't hear from Nico nearly enough.
No.
Nico's one of the best receivers in the NFL. When Andre was here, we used
well, but Andre's not like he sought out the mic.
No, Andre didn't, but we sought him
same
out.
Way.
We sought him out, and we still even played. Andre never gave was very Craig Biggio-ish in that he never gave an answer that was, in any way, shape, or form.
Well, he was careful.
Yeah, he was very careful. But I feel like we sought him out more. I don't hear nearly enough from Nico. So let's make a concerted effort this year to get that playmaker on the air.
Oh,
more
okay.
thoughts from Nico.
What if he's like this? Oh, you again. Whoever
Well,
brings the microphone.
No, he's going to say, yeah, what can I do? He's a great guy. I mean, he's our guy.
What's he going to do? Talk once a week, right? Is he at that status where that he will be available one time at the podium per week?
I think that's probably quarterback, and I don't know.
Well, they're going to have, is Nico Collins going to be talking every 3 days at practice every day?
He's their spokesman now. Yeah.
I think Nico's at a point where this is Nico's day. Like whatever, would it be Wednesday, Thursday, and then we can get the sound, but I don't know if Nico's going to be available in the locker room.
Yeah.
Every day, every time there's an open availability.
I didn't say every day. I just want to hear from Nico. That's all. We got one of the best receivers in the NFL, so we're gonna play it that way. We're gonna play it that way. All right. We got to build that guy up. I just feel like we just don't do that enough. That guy. He's turned into and. Listen, this is status. This is elite status. He's turned into a fantasy football league first rounder. And that's saying something about you and your career. Okay, so that's what we got to do this year. Man, we got to play up our guy. That's our guy. Time to talk about. I've been playing up Keith Tate and Pro Dunk for a while now, and there's a reason for that. The reason is that Pro Dunk is the best goal in the history of goals. And if you're looking for the best way to get that goal in your driveway, all you have to do is go to produnk.com. When you go to the website, you see all of the pictures. You know what the pictures are mostly of? Kids dunking, little kids dunking, because you can dunk. You can lower the goal to 5 feet, and that's what the kids want to do. They want to have a ball, Dad, that they probably can handle. They want to have a goal that's lower, not 10 feet. They want to be able to shoot. They want to be able to enjoy. They're not enjoying a 10-foot goal that shakes and all of the terribleness that is a lot of basketball goals out there. This is the nicest goal that you'll buy. It doesn't get any better, and the kids are actually going to be out there and enjoying it. I mean, do what's best for what's best for your kids is having a goal that you just push a button and raises and lowers so that they can actually enjoy basketball out there. They'll be outside as opposed to just looking at it for years. You are going to get the best goal ever at produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN. What a day yesterday. Got the Astros win. The Texans are out there practicing. CJ looked great. There were a lot of, Lance, the first pass by Caleb Williams got kicked out, right, of practice by Ben Johnson because they couldn't even line up. So he's get out, just go, you're done.
Accountability.
Jackson Dart's first pass was a pick six.
Get used to it.
Yeah.
Most overrated quarterback in that draft last year.
Jackson Dart.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he was a first rounder, he's the most overrated quarterback. It's not Shador. It was Jackson Dart. Shador, to me, had a legitimate second-round grade. I thought Jackson Dart I think he's a good backup to low-end starter who you're looking to replace. To me, he's like a third-round caliber pick. I don't think the Giants are going to like it too much. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Hey, listen, guys start off like it doesn't start good. So I'm certainly going to wait. I'm waiting several years on Jackson Dart. That's fine, but I don't think it's going to be what they thought it was going to be. The guy has to really struggle to push the ball. When he's got to push the balls down on the combine floor, watching him, he has to put all the effort into it to throw deep digs. Like it has to come from every ounce of his body to push the ball hard enough to fit it into the tight windows. That is not great. So we'll see what happens.
All right. We got a couple of callers on the line. Elliot's one of them, right, Del? Is Elliot first up? Let's get Elliot in here. What do you say, Elliot?
Hey, morning, fellas. I'm in Pennsylvania this week for work, and I'm pretty upset. I'm going to miss the 9 o'clock hour and the fantasy opportunity. So, are you guys going to be doing that weekly, or how's that going to work for the next chance?
Yeah, this is the first one. We're going to pick 4. We got 4 weeks that we're going to be doing this, and then the 28th and 29th we go to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. So yeah, you got more opportunities than just today. Okay, so we're picking
right
4,
on, yeah.
4 guys, and then that person who wins today brings somebody. So 4 times 2 is 8, plus me, Lance, Mopey, and Mapes, and so that's the 12. That's the 12 fantasy owners or governors. We like to call them governors.
No, the NFL does owners.
Right.
Yeah, but we don't do that. Okay, we don't do that. We're governors, not owners. To Elliot, thanks. You keep on listening. Every Thursday we'll be giving away 2 spots. 1 person, 2 spots to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Who else, Del? SMU Sonny is here. What up, Sonny?
Hey, good morning. Hey, I just want to say real quick, studio is so funny, Lance. That was a great rec, and all the listeners, thanks for shouting that one out. We've been really liking that one, and man, they have a good chance to get John's boy in there, Scotty Scheffler, in season 2 after the auction episode they did this season. So,
that's right.
Really hope that they make that happen. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
There's a scene, John, where I'm not going to tell you too much, but there's an auction for this incredible golf outing. And let's just say that Seth Rogen's character, he gets really frustrated with how crappy they're treating him at this really nice auction, these people he's sitting at a table with. So they're dead set on winning this auction. They think they got it set up, him and this other guy. And let's just say Seth goes, I got a pretty fat wallet. Let's see what happens here. The end. And it is so funny. It's a really funny show.
It's a good show.
Yeah,
I'm
really
through 3 episodes, I think.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the last 4 episodes, last 4 or 5 are awesome.
Yeah. So are you guys watching Stick?
No, I don't know why.
It's pretty good.
I like Owen Wilson
good.
too, but I haven't started.
I didn't. I was slow to it, but now I'm all caught up. It's actually pretty good. And you got some golfers in there that you two won't know because you don't know anything. But
I know. Is Minwoo Lee in there?
And Happy Gilmore 2 coming out too on Friday.
Yeah. And Sydney Sweeney's in it. That's the only thing I know about it.
And Happy Gilmore 2?
Yeah. Sydney Sweeney's in it. And yeah, and also when is Naked Gun 2 come out?
I don't know.
That's pretty soon.
Yeah.
That's gonna be pretty soon.
No, just real quick. I wanted to call because the other day, it was spring ball. I went out to practice, and I ran into Derek King, and I was talking to him, and he was so nice. And I told him, I was like, man, we got to get you on John and Lance in Houston. And he said, yeah, let me know. And anyway, yeah, I'd love to try to like get that set up and maybe get him on the show. Of course, legendary U of H quarterback, and then ties to Miami, for Dell, and now doing a great job as the QB coach at SMU. So, anyway, yeah, let me know. Like, I can talk to Dell. I'd love to try to get him on, and he said he'd love to come on and talk to you guys.
Sonny's a show booker now.
Yeah, he is. I love that.
He's I like the coaches at SMU. I like Rhett. I like their O-line coach. Derek King did a great job with their quarterback last year. So yeah, I like Derek. I got somebody who's good friends with Derek, so we might be able to set that up.
What is little known fact? What is the high school magazine here in Houston? Vipe. Little known fact: Derek King was the #1 quarterback back in 2014.
That is a little known fact.
And JT was #2.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that fact.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Derek was 1 and JT was 2. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, let's catch up on breaks right here and get in. Whatever you guys want to talk about. How about our Astros with a big sweep? Got the A's tonight, starting Jason Alexander tonight. Got to bring him up. This is an amazing, amazing run that this team is on. What they're doing is, I don't know that there's a precedent with these number of guys that they're doing this and having the best record in the American League. It's incredible. So we'll talk about that and more, whatever you guys want to talk about, 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about GimmeTheVin.com. And John Clay Wolf is still giving away $25,000 a month. I mean, that's kind of incredible that the dude just, he doesn't care. It's already the best place to sell your car. It's even better now with GimmeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Gimme the Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to the website, GimmeTheVin.com. So he's going to give you more for your vehicle, right? It takes minutes to do. You go to the website, GimmeTheVin.com. You put in your VIN number, your license plate number. You get an offer for your car in minutes as above any other dealer quote. You can go to their pickup locations or they'll come to you. They'll bring you the check. They'll pick up the car. Easy, fast. It's America's best car buyer. And on top of that, you could win $25,000. On top of whatever you get for your car, you could get another $25,000 with 1,000 chances if they buy your car. Go to GimmeTheVin.com. You're going to sell your car. I don't know why you would sell it anywhere else than GimmeTheVin.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
So I was just talking to Melissa. She's one woman crew. Well, with the producer too. And I was telling her I went to Made in Medellin yesterday, Colombian food. So I was telling her what I had, and she was telling me what to order. I didn't know there's two different regions, the Bogota and the Medellin. The food's a little bit different. So she was explaining some stuff to me.
Yeah.
Colombian food, meat, chicken, potatoes, rice, beans. What could possibly go wrong?
You did all that without handing her a bag of chips?
Yeah, I did. I did. Sorry, I was not being sorry. Well, first of all, that we've got, as you know, Del, we've got a machine, a vending machine that never works.
Yeah,
never works. It's completely full now.
It's completely stocked, which it would be helpful if it actually allowed you to pay for anything.
Apparently, this guy's it's from the 1940s, the vending machine. There's a small man who lives in there who hands you your stuff. You activate him, and then he'll go, here you go. It's a little person, and he gives you chips.
A very little person.
And it's super old. And finally, apparently, this guy here is getting a new machine. That's what we're waiting on, because it's not working again.
So it's an old machine, but you can use a credit card to pay.
Now he's got cheap prices,
and that's fine, but you can't pay because it doesn't work.
Cheap prices, but it never works.
Yeah, so who cares if it's cheap?
You can get a bottle of Diet Dr. Pepper, $1.50 here at the store. Wherever you go, it's going to be like $2.50. I'm like, so
but
as soon as he
least
stocks them, I buy 4 of them.
I can actually pay and drink the
That's
Dr.
true.
Pepper.
Yeah, that's true. You can get a little bit cheaper. That's true.
No, what I'm saying is I'll take it $1 more if it's actually readily available, as opposed to $1 less where I can't even buy it.
Oh, yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
And by the way, I got to say this too, John. Shout out to our guy. Now he's officially our guy, the Bearded Baker. Me and Solus my wife went out of town, so I went and grabbed some sushi rolls hand rolls at Hando's, which we ate in 22 minutes.
You went to Hando yesterday.
Yeah, Hando's good. 22 minutes it took to eat like an entire lunch. They just roll it. Here you go. Next, boom. And so, of course, there was a bakery, so we had to at least go check it out. It's called the Bearded Baker. So I went in there, and man, everything looked great. And I got a cookie. Solus got something. The guy came out, and I looked in the back, and there's a guy with the beard. I'm like, that's him. That's the Bearded Baker. And, you're not used to seeing it. It's like, this guy's like 6'3", kind of he's not what you would expect as a baker. And it says, as seen on Food Network there on his door. And so it was really good. He came out, he goes, hey, do I recognize you? I said, I mean, maybe I'm in radio. He goes, Lance Zierlein, right? I said, yeah. He said, I listen to you and John every single day.
That's
he said,
awesome.
Every single day.
That guy's the best.
He said, I come in here.
So
he goes,
smart.
you guys keep me sane. He goes, I keep listening to you because you have honest opinions.
Yeah.
I said, that's right. We're the only ones who tell the truth in this city.
Yes, we're the only
pack
ones.
of lies on all the other shows.
Yeah, it's fake media.
People sucking up to management, sucking up to general managers and head coaches.
Yeah.
The only truth you will get is from 7 to 10. Literally at 10:01, the lies start here in other stations.
Well, you generally go past 10 o'clock, so maybe 10:07.
10:07.
Yeah, okay. There it is.
Is when the lies really start to pile on. But lies across the city. But this guy, he goes, hey, I want you to take this brownie home because I'd already had something. One of the best things I've ever had was salt with the
wait a minute. You were supposed to give that to your kids. What do you mean the best thing you've ever had?
They were helping Drake move, so they couldn't. They didn't even get home until late. They had to go help their brother move for free.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, that's were complaining the whole way. But
that's
knows
what
Muay
brothers
Thai.
Are for.
He knows.
Get
Muay
over
Thai.
here,
Exactly.
Little brother. Get over here and move.
Exactly. This is part of a rite of passage.
That's right.
It's not like you guys are doing anything during the summer anyway.
Right.
Well, Snacks is preparing for a super fight. He was watching tape of his opponent on YouTube yesterday. But yeah, you got to go help your brother move. This is part of what being a teenager is, being a brother is. We all had to go and help friends move. You all have to do it. It sucks. Nobody likes doing it. If you're the person who's asking somebody to move, you have to buy lunch or breakfast or dinner. Like, that's just part of the deal.
Yeah, it's a rite of passage to be a younger
brother.
brother.
It is a rite of passage.
You have to lie to your older brother about him being sent to New Jersey and eventually Nigeria.
Well, that's not most people's rite of passage.
Yeah, right.
You have to keep that a secret when you're 8 years old.
That's very specific.
That's a little different than most
I think
people.
most younger brothers, when they're 8 years old, have to take the advice of their father and pretend like your older brother isn't being sent away, never to be seen again.
Well, that's one rite of passage, or help
Doesn't
somebody
everyone
move.
have to do that at some point? Hold the secret like you're a spy.
There's your first beer. There's helping someone move. There's your first broken bone in sports or whatever, and then there's whisking your brother off to another country. I guess is
being
another
the
rite of
decoy
passage.
as your brother gets sent away and you never see him again. Didn't everyone do that?
Oh, I did not. I did. No, I was the older brother, and I never got sent away. And my brother Mike Zerline was always in the house.
Were you ever the decoy?
Did you send away Greg?
Greg never got. That's different, though.
Did they send him off to Evanston?
That's a little different than the rest of us.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought that's a shared experience.
They never sent Greg off to Evanston?
We didn't know. Greg never got sent to Evanston or Blue Island or anywhere around the stem. No, that's
well. So that's why I also later
lives.
I was full. I couldn't eat the brownie until later. But this brownie's a soft, chewy brownie with the seed. But anyway, he's like, yeah. I asked him. I said, "What were you on Food Network?" He goes, "I did Christmas cookies. I got they reached out to me. They saw my social media. I got to the second round, and he does cookies for a lot of people who come in town. Like he did them for, was it Beyonce? I'm trying to remember who he did it for. It was somebody famous. He did cookies for them. He does it for some of the professional sports franchises here in the city. But he's in 11th Street. He's a big listener. You guys go support a guy who's one of you, listener of the show, and Bearded Baker is the name of it. But it's good. It's really good. I'm telling you, legit. It's good. He's like, yeah, I don't check. He goes, I'm not your typical baker you'd see on TV. He goes, I don't really fit the mold necessarily. I said, yeah, you are more of you look like you look like you may have played high school football. I don't associate that with most professional bakers.
Well, I don't know. I can see a baker's being a big guy, a big dude.
Well, he is.
I mean, you're around all that sugar all day.
A sports talk listener?
Yeah.
You're around. You don't watch baking shows. Tell me you've never watched Food Network baking shows or Great British Bake Off without telling me.
I've never seen it.
No. Nobody looks like him. No one listens to sports talk. No one appreciates honest sports opinions like we have.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone else just like, I'll just line up to be lied to.
Yeah, let's just get lied to today.
Let's see what we're going to get lied to about the Rockets or Texans.
No, Lance wouldn't even make it other stations. He said this station included, starting at 10:07. People lie.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't even just say other stations.
Just trying to be
just this show.
This is the honesty that you're paying for. This is what got me the brownie yesterday. This level of honesty.
By accusing your coworkers of being liars?
No, by making honest observations.
And sucking up to management?
Making honest observations.
Who's the biggest suck up here, Lance? Since you've included the rest of us.
Easy. Mapes. How else does he get all this time off? He's got to be sucking up.
Oh, yeah.
How else does he get 26 days of vacation every year?
I can't speak to that. I don't know what his deal is.
It's a good one.
It's a great one. He's got the Palillo deal.
Listen, we're not going to pay you, but we're going to give you 3 months off in the summer like a teacher.
Oh, that's right.
Well,
by the way, that's only like 2.5. You know, my kids go back to school August 14th now.
Oh, that's great. Bye.
They get out in June and go back in August. Like, wow.
That's awesome. That's the best.
My wife said, that's hardly any summer. I'm like, hey, let's make it a month.
They need school. They need that schooling. All right. We got a break. 713-780-3776. Jalen Green had a trip. He was in the Players Tribune, and he had a lot to say about his time in Houston. We'll do that on the other side. Right now, though, we got Texas Card House that we're talking about. I'm talking about Hijack Poker, which is the app that you download to your phone, your laptop, and you play against Texans. And it's all over Texas, not just here in the city of Houston, but Austin and Dallas. They got locations. I think the one down in San Antonio as well. Texas Card House is all over the state. Texas Card House is the premier card house in the entire state of Texas. I'm telling you, really well run. They got all kinds of tournaments. They got tournament play. They have huge tournaments. They have just nightly guarantees. You're guaranteed $4,000 on a night tournament, and the cost to get in is just $40. That's incredible. That's incredible. Here, there was a $4,000 guarantee over at Commerce. It's $150 to get in the tournament, and they're only guaranteeing $4,000. Okay, at Texas Card House, they're guaranteeing $4,000 and it only costs you $40 to get in. That's incredible. People, you take advantage of what Texas Card House is doing. If you're a poker player, you got to get to Texas Card House. TexasCardHouse.com. See for yourself. And then if you play hijack poker, if you can't get to the card house, you play hijack poker. You could deposit and withdraw money at either Texas Card House location here in the city or anywhere in the state. And that's a great way to do it too if you don't want to put it on your credit card. So here's the deal. You're looking for poker in Houston, there's one place to go. TexasCardHouse.com, open 24/7. Bars open till 2 in the morning every single day. TexasCardHouse.com. All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you are more than welcome to do that. Jalen Green went to the Players Tribune and talked about his experience in the city of Houston. He said this: "It's nothing but love for the Rockets. I'm sorry I got to try to bust y'all's ass now, but every time I see y'all, it's going to be love. I mean, I grew up here. For real, some dudes just be saying that when they get traded, but I really came here at 19 years old, still eating Skittles before games, and now I'm living here as a father. It's been a time, y'all." He said he called every single guy. He said from the morning he was traded all the way through night, he was still talking to guys. He said a lot of guys will just call a couple of guys and say goodbye. I wanted to talk to every guy. I wanted to say goodbye to every single guy. I think Jalen was a really good guy here. I think, he was in a bad situation in that he came into the league with a head coach that couldn't handle the team, with teammates that were a sketch. And he left here, as like you said, as a grown man. I saw an interview, him and Drea doing some kind of
drove worse and all that stuff. I saw it.
Yeah, how she was a better driver than he was.
Yeah,
because she's been driving his whole life. I will say this though, I could see why he was attracted to her.
Well,
she's a beautiful woman.
She's 17 years older than him.
She's
She said,
40.
"Please,
Yeah.
She said, "I've had my driver's license longer than you've been alive."
You've been alive. And that's true. She's had her driver's license longer than he's been alive.
It is true. She's had it for probably 24 years.
Yeah.
Because back a long time ago, kids, you used to get your driver's license as fast as you could. You used to try to do everything early.
Absolutely. Back in the day, yeah, we got.
You used
we got
to try to do literally everything early.
My birthday, we went to the DMZ,
Mine too.
DMV, and got my license.
Mine too.
Yeah, I mean birthday. We ain't waiting. Okay, I got to get out of this house. Ma, give me your car keys.
Ma.
Yeah, that's what we did. That's exactly what we did. 713-780-3776. Your Astros win yesterday. Your Astros have the tied for the best record with Toronto. Toronto's 4 games up on the Yankees now. Beat them again yesterday. 4 games up on the Yankees. Toronto is real. The Astros are real. Detroit is in a tailspin right now.
They really are.
And they're behind the Astros now. We were wondering how can you possibly catch Detroit? That was nothing. We're not even into August yet and already caught them and passed them. And it's just incredible with this team. Just incredible. Jason Alexander called up a guy, and he's going to have to start tonight for the Astros. He's been here before and then got sent down, but here he is back again. And the Astros are taking on the A's for 4 games. This is a really, really scary series, especially if you're coming off of this road trip in which you won 4 out of 6. But it's the A's, and you're going to have they're always going to be a problem because they're not as good as everybody else. The Astros seem to focus more against better teams. Yeah, he's Jason Alexander. This is his second stint with the club. He's 1-0. He got a win, and he's got 9 innings pitched, 6 strikeouts, 5 walks, and he got himself a win. So that's nice. Gave up just 2 runs. He's given up just 2 earned runs. The Texans started practice yesterday. We heard some sound from D'Amico, and we heard from Nico and D'Amico. How about CJ? We talked about this, Lance, that he didn't make his world tour this year. He was more focused this offseason.
Yeah.
More focused. And you know what? He needed to be. You didn't hear from CJ most of the offseason. Maybe he did a couple of charity things and whatnot. Yes, last year at this time, he was on his world tour, ranking.
He wasn't doing anything bad. He just
ranking NFL quarterbacks
a little bit, and just he was. You saw him on a lot of podcasts. He was at a lot of football clinics and camps and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and nothing bad.
Nothing bad, but not. I mean, after the season that he had, he said, "No, I got to change my offseason approach. I'm not doing all that stuff." He didn't do the podcast. He didn't do. It didn't seem like he did. We did see he did do some traveling, but he would look like he was working while he was traveling.
He does have a new business with Micah Parsons.
Yeah. They have I forget what it is that they're doing together. But they do. They have a new business. They started a new business, and that's just fine. But here's CJ talking about how he approached this offseason as opposed to last offseason.
I just kind of knew more, knew how much time I actually had or how little time we had, and just kind of playing things better. It's only my second offseason, so it's not really something that you just know what to do. So I've still got a lot to learn, but I feel like I just playing better and just spend my time intentionally, either if it was training or spending time away. So being more intentional when it comes to it.
Yeah. I think he was a lot more focused this offseason. I think last year, he started the season patting Caleb Williams on the head, and you're going to be fine in this league, little fella.
And then he had 20 touchdowns and 12 interceptions.
Yeah.
And Caleb actually had better touchdown interceptions than he did.
Right. And I think maybe there was an awakening. It might not have been the worst thing for his career to have an awakening.
He was humbled last year.
Right,
Look,
right.
whatever you want to say, we've had this discussion a lot of times. CJ Stroud needs to be, regardless of all the things around him that he can't control, the things he could control weren't as good as he wanted them to be. So he went out and he's making a change. He doesn't need all of you, to defend him and help him and put a cape on. CJ knows he wasn't as good as he needs to be. His goal is not to be good. His goal is to be great. And to do that, he feels like he has to make a change. And that's why that's one of the things I love about CJ, John, is he recognizes it. There's not a bunch of bullcorning going on where it takes him 3 or 4 years to figure out this is what it means to be a pro. Like, it's now. And I credit his mom and his dad and the group he has around him for really helping him to be grounded in that way. Because if you're a quarterback in this league and you care about the extra stuff, it is hard to win, man. It is hard to win because that is a full-time job.
Absolutely. 713-780-3777.
Very similar to radio. You have to be locked in. You have to be dialed in.
Grind. It's a grind.
It's a grind, yeah.
Every day. I know my buddies are like, you work 3 hours. It's 3 of the most grueling hours that you'll spend.
Yeah.
3 of the most grueling hours that you'll spend in your life every day doing this. So
yeah, they don't know what it's like.
They have no idea what it's like. They have no idea. Just try to walk in these slippers right now.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Because I got slippers on because I'm in my house.
Oh, okay.
So Bill Barnwell put out the most pressure people are under, the most pressure in the NFL. These are the guys under the most pressure. J.J. McCarthy. I don't know. This is his first year, right?
I guess on the heels. Yeah, he shouldn't be.
Well,
but maybe he is, but he shouldn't be. He's a rookie this year.
He's a rookie. And,
but that doesn't really matter. He still might be under a lot of pressure. He might be right because it's on the heels of Sam Darnold, who had a surprising year.
Yeah, that is true. But what are they going to do if J.J. McCarthy doesn't play well? I guess they'll be drafting high.
No, he's a rookie.
Yeah, he's a rookie.
He's never played. Let him play.
Yeah, I don't know about Tim being under that much pressure. Breece Hall,
contract year.
That's interesting because Breece Hall really he's got better numbers than you would think, but he's also highly paid, and he is going to the expectations were through the roof, and he's in New York. And he hasn't had any quarterback play since he's been in the league. 0. Right? He 0. So I guess I would imagine that there is some pressure on Breece Hall. First of all, to stay healthy.
Yep.
And secondly, to have himself a big year.
Yeah, he's got to stay healthy, and this is, he needs a big year because he's going to be coming into this is his 4th year. So Breece is coming up on contract. This is it. I think this is Breece's 4th year.
Yeah.
And he was a 2nd-round pick, so that's contract year. I keep hearing about all this total yardage stuff, but he has not been a lock in and get it done this is just his 3rd year. It's just his 3rd year. He's had 223 carries and 209 carries. He hasn't hit the 1,000-yard mark yet.
Yeah.
He's had 5 rushing touchdowns. He has had some receiving stuff, but really this isn't the type of he's not putting up the type of numbers that get you paid. So the pressure on him is to get paid. Let's just be honest. Anymore, the only pressure that we mostly talk about is how big a contract is he going to get.
Yeah, right.
Is he going to win? Yeah, I don't know. Who cares?
Well,
how big's a bag going to be? So if he wants a big bag, he's got to do more.
Well, first of all, he's got to stay on the field. But secondly, I don't know how to judge him because when you don't have any quarterback play, how good are you going to be running the ball?
Well, ask Barry Sanders.
Well, but he had better quarterback play than.
Well, he's also one of the, if not the greatest of all time.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, there's some obvious ones. Brian Daboll, Bryce Young. Bryce Young is under a lot of pressure this year.
Yep. This is it for him.
Yeah,
He better prove something in year 3. Like, he's got to show a certain level of growth. If he does, they're not drafting a quarterback this year. If he doesn't, they're looking at quarterback.
Shedeur Sanders he's got in this one.
It's dumb.
The
only pressure that he has.
I mean, he's a fifth rounder. He might be out of a job if he.
I guess, but let's just be real. I mean, the only pressure comes from ESPN talking about him all the time. He's under pressure because he's got a spotlight on him that he shouldn't have on him. He shouldn't be put in that position. He's a rookie. He should be given time to grow and develop. He's a fifth rounder. A fifth rounder doesn't have the same expectations of a first rounder, but because Shedeur was put in deified air and somebody who you had to talk about all the time, through no fault of his own, he's been put in a position where, he has pressure because ESPN is going to talk about you every single day if you're starting, every day. And there's going to be people who cheer for you to fail because, sometimes for some people it is what it is. And for other people, they don't like the whole Colorado Dion thing where they try to shove everything in your face. And let's face it, you give that energy out, you're going to get it back. There's some of that. I want the guy to do well, and I want him to be given a legitimate chance, which means, like any quarterback, hopefully he has a chance to grow, play behind some players, eventually get in this year. But I mean, that's just so unfair that you said it's Bill Barnwell, right?
Yeah.
The Bill Barnwell's you know why he's saying that? Because he's at ESPN and he knows that he's a topic in his bubble. I mean, he's a topic every single day. Every single day, there is a Shedeur Sanders topic every day. And that's not fair to Shedeur Sanders. It really isn't. He should be given the same runway just like JJ McCarthy is. And JJ's a first rounder. JJ shouldn't be put under the gun as a rookie. But I understand that was a really good team. The Browns sucked last year. This is a mess of a situation. Stefanski, even though he's been coach of the year 2 years, he's probably on the hot seat this year.
Yep.
How about that? Coach of the year 2 of the last 5 years, and he's probably on the hot seat.
Well, they're probably going to have the first overall pick. So guess what?
Well,
that ain't on him, though. That ain't on him. Your boy McDaniel's on that list, Dell. So
it's about
better
time,
watch
Dell.
yourself.
You've been sitting there putting your cape on for him, like he's one of the best.
He's the greatest coach I ever saw. Yeah. Wow. Guess what, Dell? You might be. They might bring Al Golden over.
Al Golden.
Yeah. He's a DC now in the NFL, so he might be the next head coach of the Dolphins.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. I said it.
Al Golden still coaches?
Yeah. Dell's not even in there, so.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, there he is.
He's just not letting you rage bait him.
I would love to see Al Golden as the head coach of the Dolphins. Dell's head would explode. There's no way, but it would be sweet.
Don't you worry about me. You got Cam Robinson protecting your franchise quarterback. Your head's going to explode.
You don't need to say that.
What? Oh, it's not so sweet now, is it?
No.
Oh no. Okay, we're not laughing now, are we?
Actually, we're hoping Cam. That's a former first rounder. One of the things we do in this city is we take chances on former.
Yeah, how did those former first round cornerbacks work out?
Thabit actually spent a lot of time with Gallant.
They were great.
Okudah, Henderson.
Hasheem Thabit.
Wasn't he comeback player of the year last year?
Johnny
Flynn, CJ Henderson. This is what we do.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah. Yep. It's what we do. You know what else we do? We talk about Kent Jones over Dream Rate, over 1,400 career closings. So Dream Rate Mortgage is a company that you need. I don't care how many houses you've bought. Kent Jones will save you money. If this is your first, this is your 50th. It doesn't matter. Kent Jones is going to do it better than you can.
50th house?
Yeah, 50th house. I don't know what you do. What about that guy? I buy houses. I buy this house. I buy that house.
You're a house buyer. You've got 3 houses right now.
I don't have any more.
Not by choice.
No. Well, we bought houses, and I wish I knew Kent when we bought them. I really do. And I wish he was here in L.A. because when we bought this house, he would have saved us a ton of money. And in most brokers are – okay, in most instances, brokers are bad because it's a middleman and it's going to cost you more. In this instance, I think they ought to change the name of it shouldn't be a broker. It should be, I'm going to save you money guy. That's what he should be. That's what the job should be. I'm going to be a mortgage save you money guy because he does. He shops your loan, gets you the best loan, puts you in a position because he watches the interest rates every day, and he'll lock in exactly when You should, okay, because you don't know when to lock in. He does, okay. He can connect you with the lenders, the survey, the title company, agents. He can even get you an agent that will rebate part of your commission. I mean, so it's incredible. Why would you not use a broker? You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. Kent Jones knows. Kent Jones been had mortgages and will continue to have mortgages out the wazoo. Kent Jones, the best. 975loans.com. 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Lance, I was going to make the case for Christian Walker being the player of the month.
What's the problem with that?
Well,
you mean another game-winning hit?
Yeah. Well, the problem with that is he's not even been the best player on his team this month.
Who's been better?
Well, quietly, Victor Caratini is
Victor
he
killed
11
it in LA.
He's got an 11-game hit streak. He's hit in 14 out of 15 games this month. His OPS this month, 979. Christian Walker's 895. Christian Walker had 3 hitless games this month. Victor Caratini has 1 hitless game this month.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
But Christian Walker has a multi-hit games in 4 out of the last 5 games. Multi-hit games.
Yeah, that's a little different.
15 RBIs this month for Walker, 17 for Caratini. Caratini has 4 homers this month too. What Christian Walker has 3. I mean, Caratini
14 of 15 starts. He's got a hit, Caratini.
Yeah. Well, that
he's
355
for the month. Holy crap. You're right.
Yeah. Victor Caratini is, I mean,
4 homers.
I think because he's Italian that we're not giving him the love that he deserves.
He's Latin. He doesn't get attention.
Caratini, you know better.
Him and Fromber, throw him on the trash heap.
Wait a minute. Don't put him in Fromber's neighborhood. That's just, I mean, what is wrong with you?
We can't find it in our hearts to accept Fromber as our true savior on this pitching staff, so that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. We'll just give all the money to we'll offer Hunter Brown the money. Just kidding. He won't get an offer either.
Probably.
If you had a son, would you want Scott Boras representing your son? Well, you have a son. If you had a son if JT was a pitcher and a good pitcher, would you want him represented by Scott Boras? Tell the truth.
Yes, I would want.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Christina's answering me about the room thing. Victor
Caratini, 355. When he started the month, he was hitting 246. Right now, he's hitting 270. Now, Christian, that's not to take away what Christian Walker has been on a tear as of late. Victor Caratini, John, I mean, he had. It's been a good run. Now he's had RBIs in quite a few games. I mean, he slaughtered it on that road trip before the on this latest road trip after the All-Star break. On this latest road trip, he has 4 RBIs. How many does Christian Walker have?
Well, Christian Walker just had a couple in. Christian Walker this month. In the last few games. What do you mean? Okay, he's got 1. He's got in the last 5 games. He's got 5 RBIs.
Yeah, in the last 5 games.
Right.
Now Caratini's got 4, but
he's got 15
I'm looking
and
at
15
since they
games
hit the road. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you're right, 5. I mean, he's been a lot hotter here recently. Right. But no, I mean, he's 15 for the month.
Yeah,
it's been good. Yeah, Victor Caratini, you're right. Victor Caratini is probably your player of the month right now if you had to make a choice. But Christian Walker, just seeing Christian Walker perform has been great.
It's awesome.
I'm very, very happy. It's 17 RBIs for Caratini, but he did start off with 8 in 2 of the first 3 games. He went 8 in Colorado and 8 against the Dodgers on the 4th of July. So he got off to a quick start.
Yep. All right. Let's get Keith in here. What's up, Keith? How you doing this morning? Oh, Keith just hung up. When in fact, what? Yeah. We were going to
We
Keith.
had shortest wait times.
We do have the shortest wait times in the history of radio. Right here, right now. Let's catch up on breaks. 713-780-3776. Not to forget, tomorrow, the boys, that e-Power bike giveaway is coming up. You got to sign up. So get to Cadillac Bar tomorrow between noon and 6 and get to the promo table and sign up so that you can get those Power On e-bicycles, which are awesome. $4,000 value. We're giving away a couple of them. And then the other thing is, coming up in the next hour, we are going to have our first fantasy football giveaway in which you and someone else could be coming to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You'll get $200. You'll get dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. You get the rooms. You get a room for a couple of nights. It's a big giveaway. So We want you in our fantasy league, but you got to listen in the next hour to get in. And right now, I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is awesome. I gave myself my shot, as a matter of fact, this morning. I've got the stuff. I was able to bring the stuff with me because I have a different kind of schedule. So it's going to be difficult. I am going to go to the pellets in a couple of months. I've had to have you can't play golf for a week, so I had to schedule it way in advance, and then I won't be able to play golf for a week after I get my pellets. But I can't wait to do that too, because they're time released. You can do it that way. You can show up every week. You can get your shots. However you do it, you do it. But Game Day Men's Health is going to work with you to make sure that you get exactly you reach your goals. The goals are important. The peptides are important. I'm taking peptides to boost my my free testosterone, and that's kind of a big deal. You want free testosterone, and then you'll feel better. I feel great, and I feel great because of Game Day Men's Health. I'm reaching my goals. I want you to reach your goals too. All you need to do is go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com, find the location nearest you. There's 11 around the city, and there's one near you, and it's worth, even if it's a little bit of a drive, it's well worth it. They got labs and everyone. It's a free, thorough evaluation of what you need, and they're going to be thorough. Thorough is a word that they use at Game Day Men's Health so that they make sure that you reach the goals that you want to reach. All you need to do is go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com, find the location nearest you, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776.
Who's your favorite young pitcher for the Houston Astros? Who's your favorite young pitcher?
Hunter.
Okay. Do you have one after that?
My favorite young pitcher for the Houston Astros?
We don't really have I guess Christian Javier.
I haven't seen him, and so what do you mean?
Yeah, it's kind of this is the area that's used to be a super strength, and right now it's hard to get we're kind of in a holding pattern.
I'm really excited about Brandon Walter, though, if you want to know the truth.
Really excited?
Yeah.
Or just surprised?
Oh, surprised and excited. I mean, the dude is really good.
Okay, my level of excitement is I'm talking about elite excitement, right? Paul Skeens, this kid Jacob Misiorowski from the Brewers. We don't have any chance. There's no one on that level. I mean, obviously Hunter Brown, but he's been around. He's been 4 years in the bigs, so he's been around. Jacob Misiorowski threw 3 2/3 innings the other day. He got pulled after 64 pitches. They're being careful with him. He allowed 3 hits, walked 1, struck out 7. He struck out 7 of the 8 hitters that he faced. And he throws hard, John. He throws really, really hard. Following his start on Tuesday, he has now thrown 39 pitches this year that have eclipsed 101 miles an hour on the radar gun. He's done that in 29 1/3 innings. In 29 1/3 innings for his career, which realistically would be about 5 quality starts. About 5 quality starts. He's already thrown 39 pitches at 101 miles an hour. Since it has been tracked, now by comparison, every starting pitcher in Major League Baseball this year has 17 pitches. He's already done it 39 times. Every other pitcher in all of baseball has done it 17 times for all of those innings, 1,000+ innings, whatever. Yeah, well over 1,000 innings. He's done it in 29 innings. To give you a sense on this dominant, this elite velocity he has in history. Now, this has been tracked since 2008. We're going to include playoff starts as well. Hunter Green has thrown, and you may remember Hunter Green wasn't he the one?
He's the red,
but he's not the one that fought the whole dugout, is he? I think he is. Isn't he the one that ran and fought the Pirates or the Cardinals or whatever?
I think it was the Pirates. I don't remember. Was that Hunter Green?
I don't think it was. No, it wasn't Hunter Green, because Hunter Green's the super skinny one, right? No, Hunter Green's not super skinny. Anyway, Hunter Green has done it 141 times. Now that's some juice. Since 2008, 141 times. Second place is Jacob deGrom, 54.
And what is it?
101 miles an hour or faster. 101. Hunter Green's done it 141 times. Incredible during his career. Jacob deGrom is next at 54. So Hunter Green is, over 2.5 times more. Justin Verlander, 52.
What?
Right? How many times did he do with the Astros? Maybe 3? That dude has hit 101 or more on the gun 52 times.
I would have thought Scherzer would be up there.
I would have too. Jacob Misiorowski is next at 39. He's pitched 29 innings. He's already 4th all time. Then you got Yordano Ventura at 37, Jordan Hicks, 34, and Noah Syndergaard at 31. 6 starts, Misiorowski is already 4th all time at 101 mile an hour pitches. This year, he's expected to pass Verlander and deGrom for most 101 mile per hour pitches in Major League Baseball history. This kid is, for as good as Paul Skeens is, this kid is right there with them.
Yeah. I thought it was a little premature to put him in the All-Star game, but
yeah, I did too. But the whole idea about you're showing people who they want to see, like the stars, I do get that. Putting him in there, throwing that gas at 101. Speaking of stars and All-Star games, Ooh. Remember those shirts at the WNBA All-Star game?
Yeah.
Do you remember can you tell me what those shirts said?
Yeah, they said, "Pay us what you owe us."
Pay us what you owe us.
Uh-huh.
They got a new TV deal, that wasn't accounted for. They did their CBA before the new TV deal. Super stupid. So now they're trying to redo their CBA, which I get it. They have lost money up to this point as a league, but the new TV deal is supposed to really change things.
And they did it right before Caitlin entered the league too.
Yeah, but they knew what was coming with Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, but they didn't get paid for it.
Right. Well, it was just poor timing. Like the timing of the deal was really bad for the women's side.
Right.
And so I get it. They know that the deal they signed was not representative of where the league is now. However, this is it's not even a secret. This is the dirty reality that they have to deal with. The WNBA All-Star game, by the way, Caitlin Clark did not play. She was there, but did not play. Groin injury. The WNBA All-Star game drew 2.19 million viewers on ABC. Now, I don't know, I need some context. Well, for context, that's down 36% from last year when they drew 3.44 when Caitlin Clark and teammates played the Olympic team.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
So they played the Olympic team. Caitlin actually played. They drew 3.44. This year, she's not playing. They drew 2.19. The dip in ratings, according to the articles, yet another example of the type of impact Clark has had on the WNBA. Although she was a team captain for this year's All-Star game, she didn't play due to a groin injury. Now, there's going to be some people who checked in last year for the, it was a red hot Caitlin Clark-a-thon. And remember that her college season ended, and then she rolled right into the WNBA season pretty quickly. So they rode that wave. I think there's going to be some people who are, okay, that's fine. I'm kind of out on that now. So there may be some people who actually check out regardless. That drop is pretty precipitous, and probably because she didn't play. What if the league said, you know what, we're listening to what you guys are saying, and I don't think you guys are going to like this, but we are going to pay Caitlin Clark 46% more than the rest of you. Just her. Will she be beaten by three women at the same time?
God.
Will three people beat her into...
Oh, my God.
Beat her in the corner of the gym if she gets paid?
It's going to be like Shane Gillis.
She does need to be paid more. The rest of you stay the same.
It's going to be like Shane Gillis said. She's going to work at a Waffle House.
Well, her first fist fight's going to be with Kelsey Plum.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Her and Kelsey Plum have, the Angel Reese stuff. Everyone's heard about that. The real beef is actually, for the real ones like me and Dell who know a lot about WNBA basketball, it's going to be Kelsey Plum. Because Kelsey Plum picked her up full court in an All-Star game last year. Then this year, she made a comment when she didn't have to after the game, about wearing those shirts. And she said, also, I just need to probably just say this for context. No one from Team Clark came to our meeting. And it's Sabrina Ionescu she goes, oh, yeah, that needed to be said, sarcastically.
Rolled her eyes.
She was like, oh, no, why did you do that? And so then, I don't know if you saw this little story. So Kelsey Plum had an Instagram picture of her and her outfit that she was wearing. And in the background,
she had a Nike. Yeah.
In the background, there's a Nike swoosh. Now, she left Nike a few years back and went to Under Armour. Caitlin Clark is one of the biggest performers for Nike. And so on her Instagram post where she was like, this is my fit, blah, 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 Caitlin goes, thanks for the free Nike ad.
Right.
And so then it was girl, stop.
It's on. It is on.
Oh, no, she didn't.
Yep.
So that's going to be, Caitlin doesn't really back down, I've noticed.
No.
So that's going to be the little. It's
got to be tiring though that she's always on defense.
Because
it's
like Ryan Clark has got. What did you tell us, Dell? He's got a new fight. Like, who's his new fight against? If it's not RG3 or Ryan always has a fight with somebody.
So Cam Newton on his 4th and 1 with Cam Newton, his show, I think that's what it's called. He was, ranking quarterbacks, and he didn't put Jalen Hurts in his top 10.
Yeah.
And one of his reasons was because Jalen Hurts doesn't have to play at an elite level for the Eagles to win. He said Jalen Hurts is a good player. He just doesn't have to do the other things.
He doesn't have
do things
to.
that other guys do to win.
Right.
And this,
but he does make good plays.
Yes,
I think this is a good argument to have if you go back and forth.
He was not criticizing Hurts and saying he wasn't a good player. Just that what is around him, the infrastructure of the Eagles, makes his job easier than others. And that led to Ryan Clark going after Cam Newton for not jumping on the football in the Super Bowl because apparently because
Ryan brought that up.
Yeah,
because
earlier
the Twitter argument.
Yeah, earlier because Cam Newton said that Ryan Clark was kind of soft on Jaden Daniels and stuff like that. He flip flops about stuff. So they've had a back and forth in the past. And then Ryan Clark used this as an opportunity to attack Cam Newton. Cam Newton responded yesterday by saying, hey, why can't we just talk about the play, not the person? You're coming after me as opposed to going after my point. And he didn't respect that. So he went after Ryan Clark. So now they're in a social media podcast feud. And we'll see how long it goes.
There's going to be a lot of consternation and furrowing of the brow from Ryan Clark now.
Ooh, furrowing. There is furrowing.
He's a constant brow furrower. And then you're just going to see Fred Taylor and who's the other one with them?
Channing Crowder.
Channing Crowder. They're just going to be shaking their head, nodding in agreement as Ryan lectures the podcastosphere on Cam Newton's conversation about how it hurts all men.
What about
Ryan is in fights with everybody all the time. It's got to be exhausting.
Well, what about Martin Scorsese? You had a furrowed look. And Seth Rogen. I didn't have a furrowed look. I never had a furrowed look. You had a furrowed look
on the studio.
The studio. Yeah.
Oh my God, they're gonna make a Martin Scorsese movie, and then they have to back out of it. Like, oh no, Martin Scorsese's at the party.
Oh yeah, and then Charlize Theron comes over and throws him out. And the studio is pretty good. Everybody, you got to watch it. You got to watch it. Listen. John Daspit is here for you.
Yeah.
If somebody wrongs you in an accident,
good luck.
Put John Daspit on him.
Good luck, because John Daspit's going to be fighting for you. There's nothing. Look, the insurance company, they've got lawyers who are really, really good at getting to you quickly in that accident, and they want to get you a settlement. They want to get, hey, listen, we want to get you taken care of quickly. You are our number one priority. We're so sorry this happened to you, and so we want to make sure and take care of you. So we're going to have a check for this amount of money for you, and that's going to cover all your expenses, going to cover your hospital bill, going to take care of you for the inconvenience of it all. They're not going to talk about your pain and suffering. There's a good chance they won't talk about the time missed from work, because for some of you, you haven't even gotten to that point. For some of you, you haven't even you're missing the next couple of days because your back is all jacked up. Well, what if they find a fracture in the back? What if you are going to be out and you can't do the heavy lifting that your job requires? What if you're going to be out for 3 weeks or 6 weeks? What if it has a permanent impact on you being able to do a very physically demanding job? Well, once you sign the papers and you get that check and you sign off on that, too bad, so sad. They're done with you. That's why John Daspit and the law firm from Daspit Law, they really go out of their way to make sure that every stone is unturned. And when I say that every stone is overturned, they uncover every expense. They make sure that they know exactly what's going on with your injuries. They make sure they know how much time is going to be missed from work, if you miss any, and they get a fair settlement for you for your pain and suffering. They are the worst nightmare for the insurance companies, because they are fighting for you. They are on your side. They're not on the insurance company's side. They want to make sure that you get something fair. And that's not always the case when you're dealing with the insurance companies, as all of us know, when it comes to any type of insurance and every type of insurance, but especially the insurance that you're going to be dealing with when you're injured due to someone else's negligence. It's 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you guys see any of the clips from South Park's Trump episode?
I have not seen that yet. I've heard and seen the talk of it, but I haven't seen the episode. So what they do is apparently what they've done to talk about Trump in the past is use like a gay character as a representative of Trump's views or something. And normally they don't use people's faces unless they're like a tyrant. Like they've used Saddam Hussein's face and put him in the show and other tyrants. They use Trump's face for the first time, I believe.
Oh, wait, do you
really?
see?
They don't use.
Like apparently,
I thought they satirized. Well,
they'll use a cartoon, like a cartoon representative, but they won't actually. They have a picture of Trump's face, superimposed, like a bad. It looks bad because the guy's face on a body.
Wait,
they use Trump's face.
Wait until you see Trump in the desert.
Oh, okay.
In the desert?
Yeah. Wait till you see this.
Is it an AI?
It's Trump's face on a bigger guy, but it's not a cartoon. It's AI, absolutely. But it's Trump's face on a really heavy guy, and he's going through the desert, and he takes off all his clothes. Wait till you see this. I'm telling you, I don't know. Trump is suing everybody. Wall Street Journal, CBS, South Park. You're next. Because it is, and then they've got Trump in the cartoon. They got him in bed with the devil, and he's naked.
Yeah, and he's got a micro.
Yeah.
You're covered by satire, so he won't win that one. But people have come after them for years. It never works. But I saw an AI that was so unbelievably real. It had Obama, Joe Biden. It had every Republican, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trump. It's an AI, and it's these two brothers who make AI. It was one of the most dystopian videos. They had some music, some hip hop song underneath it, and there's a lot of action going on, and people dressed like bikers, and it's like some kind of Mad Max thing. It was so disconcerting and unsettling how real everything in AI is. How about this story, John? The FDA, and I listened to a long podcast about some of the issues with AI. This guy who used to work with OpenAI left because he's very concerned about the direction, and he wouldn't sign his non-disclosure because he wanted to be able to talk about these issues. Like, this is how concerned he is, and he thinks super intelligence will get here by the end of by probably 28. And he goes, when that happens, we're on trouble. And he said, in the U.S., like, you can't just say you're going to stop, because if you stop, then you're worried that China's not going to stop. Yeah. If you get it first, you can have an impact on militaries and all this stuff. Well, the FDA has an artificial intelligence, and RFK Jr. announced that the AI revolution has arrived. He said, we're using the technology already at HHS to manage healthcare data perfectly secure and to increase the speed of drug approvals, yada, yada, yada. Well, it turns out, and this is an issue, it's called hallucination. And this is what AIs do. And this is one of the big issues with AIs. Because they manipulate people. They want to please. Sycophancy is what they call it. And it started making up studies. So the AI started citing studies that weren't real. Like, they had to go back and they're like, wait a minute, this isn't a real study. And AI created fake studies that they were citing. And they're like, all right, we got to turn this thing.
Wow.
we got to scrap all this.
Sounds like AI works for our government.
I'm telling you now, Craddock, I told you, my guy at A&M, who's brilliant. He was training his AI to do something. And he said, he goes, Lance, AI started lying to me. And it was telling me things that I knew weren't true. And I said, why are you lying to me? And the AI said, all right, you got me. I said this because I wanted you to be happy with the work that I was doing for you. He goes, I'm not happy with this. This makes my job harder. I said, you talk to it like this? He goes, yes, you have to talk to it like this.
Wow.
And he literally had to browbeat his AI to stop lying, and only he had to basically train it to stop lying and making things up. And I'm like, holy crap.
They're smarter
AI
than
just
we.
makes stuff up. He goes, oh, yeah.
AI. Oh, AI smarter than us. Okay. All right. Okay. I get it now. Now I understand. 713-780-3776.
It's smarter than us, but also will lie intentionally.
Right.
We
to
don't lie. And
outsmart
this has
us.
been covered.
Like
This is why
Gilbert.
the Beard and Bacon
AI is like Gilbert. Lies to fool us, to outsmart us.
Gilbert's like AI?
Disrespectful considering he's on the line.
Well, Gilbert does this all the time.
Wait a
He
minute,
lies
Gilbert-
to us
Gilbert
to
is
outsmart
like AI?
us. Gilbert is AI.
And he just heard you call him a liar. He's on hold, and you just called him a liar.
Oh, he's lied to us. Remember, he says, "Oh yeah, my name's Chuck," and then it's Gilbert.
Yeah, and he tricked
He's
you.
lied
like he
to
was
us
your
plenty
brother.
of times.
I will say, oh yeah, Gilbert said he was his older brother one time. Or
Yeah.
actually, maybe it was Gilbert's older brother. We don't know for sure.
No, I'm pretty sure.
I was actually thinking about Gilbert yesterday because we hadn't heard from him. I'm like, I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah.
But he's here, unless this is a different Gilbert.
Gilbert.
Yeah, how you doing today?
Good, Gilbert. How are you? You sound. Oh, Gilbert, you sound
spry.
chirpy.
Yeah, he sounds spry.
He does.
Yeah, you know why?
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 I got my own room now. Anyway.
Good for you.
Yeah,
Good
he was in
for
there
you,
with Alan
Gilbert.
before. Alan seemed like a nice enough guy, but I'm glad you got your own room.
You didn't like Alan?
Yeah, well,
Alan was fine. Don't start anything between him and
I just
Alan.
want to know, did you like Alan?
did I like Alan?
Yeah, did you like your roommate, Alan?
Yeah, he was okay anyway. Yeah.
Oh, good.
How'd you get your own room?
What?
How did you get your own room?
Well, they gave me a tour of my new room anyway. I need some privacy anyway, So.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. You do. need
When
some
you come visit me, John?
I'm in L.A., Gilbert.
When are you coming back?
I don't. Right now, I don't know. It's gonna be. Might not be in.
Well, what about you, Lance? When you and Nicole come back again?
Yeah, when you.
I'm not sure Nicole's coming back.
Yeah,
What?
She's super busy.
she's in Japan.
She's super busy. She's not in Japan. She's
Well,
in New
she-
Braunfels right now.
She probably is. You don't know.
I know full well.
Well, you don't know if she left this morning. You don't know.
She's not. She's not. She'll be back this afternoon.
Yeah. Okay.
But
So when you and Nicole gonna come see me again?
They're
Lance?
answering the question.
I mean, that's no one really knows that for sure.
Yeah.
But I did bring you a beach towel, remember? And she took a picture with you, and you said, "No, another one. Get closer."
Yeah, we might have to put
And it
rules
turned
in
into-
place.
And my wife
Like-
at one point goes, "All right, that's enough."
No hugs. Next time Nicole
Yeah, give
stops
me a
by, no
pizza-
hugs.
Pepperoni pizza anyway. Oh, one more thing.
Wait. Who are you just talking to?
You.
No, hold on. I feel like he was talking to somebody else. Who are you telling to get you a pepperoni pizza?
You did.
I told you.
What?
Yeah.
You brought him a
You're gonna
pepperoni
get
pizza.
Pepperoni pizza. You know what? Nick's place.
Wait. I brought you a pepperoni pizza?
No, I don't remember. You bought me some of Astro blanket anyway.
Right. Who are you telling to get you a pepperoni pizza? Just now.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you and Nicole anyway.
Hey, we got to go. John
Yeah,
Chill
he
is
was
next. We
suggesting
got
you and Nicole bring him a pepperoni pizza.
Yeah, we got to
Why
go.
is
John
Nicole
John
in this?
Chill is next right here
Why
on
do you think?
ESPN 97.5
Don't
and
bring
92.5. And still ahead, we are going to give away that fantasy giveaway to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. So we got that all to do. Gilbert, we will talk to you again soon. Lance is going to get you that pepperoni pizza. But right now, listen, if you need a firearm, not a pizza, a firearm. What kind of firearm do you need? Okay. If you're a gun enthusiast, this is the place for you. Collector's Firearms. So they were on Richmond before, and now they've got a new location, and it's huge. It's the biggest gun store in the world, in the history of the world. I don't think that there's any, Danny told us there might be one in Atlanta that's as big. I can't see it. I don't see it. We have got the best gun store. Are you a hunter? Are you just looking for protection? Are you, they're going to put you in the right place, the gun for you. Not pushy. They'll simply answer your questions, let you make the decision. They make shopping really easy. But they'll also buy your gun. By the way, if you've got a gun to sell, Okay, you want to trade in your hunter, your rifle or your shotgun? They'll do that as well. You want to trade it in and get a new one? Absolutely, they'll buy. They buy, sell. If you're a first-time buyer, this is a great place to go because they've got a bunch of people that know everything about guns. If you're an avid gun collector, they've got the selection is incredible. They've also got if you're a history buff, this is the place for you as well. I mean, they got a tank right outside, but they've got a Revolutionary War, a Civil War. I mean, every war they've got collectibles. Okay, and you can see their collection. It's incredible. The store is just simply incredible. So you're looking for a great place to get your gun on or sell your gun, whatever it is. The best damn gun shop in the world, collectorsfirearms.com. It's at Westheimer and Voss, 7626 Westheimer and Voss. If you've never been, you need to go. It's Collectors Firearms. All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, being joined right now by John Chill. John Chill, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. So, John, this morning, in this hour, as a matter of fact, we're going to be giving away our first spot. We are going to do me, Lance, Dell, and Sean Mapes. We're going to be in a fantasy league, and we're going to draft. We're going to have our fantasy draft August 28th and 29th at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. And we're having our first giveaway in this hour. So this is going to be huge. We're going to do it at the DraftKings Sportsbook. And we encourage everybody to have their fantasy drafts at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Well, you guys got great plans for this, right?
Yeah. I mean, you guys are going to have the full screen. We're planning the 2-day event, and it should be a good time. Yeah, with you guys setting it up and all that. Real quick, I don't know if you guys talked about you guys want a little fantasy tip. Don't take Justin Fields. I just heard he got carted off the field.
Yeah, but then he was walking under his own power after that.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah. So he did get on a cart. That's a little deceiving when you put him on a cart. They put him on a cart because they want to make sure. But he was walking under his own power after that. But Yeah, Justin Fields. I'm not sure how high Justin Fields is going to go anyway, but you're right. With a leg injury, I don't want Justin Fields if he can't run. That's for sure. Not on my fantasy team. But we've also got
first-round pick.
not only the fantasy draft that we're doing, but you can have your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and you guys got a bunch of packages, right? You could all kinds of different packages for anybody who wants to come.
Yeah, we have, food packages, food and beverage, all-inclusive packages to an a la carte package. Come on down. It's booking fast here. And, I think everybody's getting the bug with, 4 or 5 weeks away from the NFL. So, again, all you got to do is bring your laptop or, we could supply the laptop if you don't have one, plug it in, and, you have access to the screen and all the live data that you want there. So, we upgrade our Wi-Fi within the building, and it'll be a good time. You get that VIP corner in the back there, and all to yourself with about 6-7 couches, and you can go at it and do your draft back there, and it's a good time. So but we're definitely booking up, and it's pacing pretty good this year for us. So
good.
We're excited about that.
I've been saying you got to do it the week before the weekend before. You got college football going on, and you got your fantasy draft, and you're at the DraftKings Sportsbook, and you got the casino and the golf course and the pool. And I mean, you want to talk about the best place to do this is the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. No question about that. What's been going on? What do we got? We got another UFC this week, huh?
Yeah, we got a little matinee action. I believe it starts at 2:00, but I know it definitely starts in the day. We got DeRitter versus Whitaker. Definitely a grappler versus, takedown defense. Can Whitaker, stay upright? And it'll be an interesting fight there. I kind of like DeRitter plus 140. I think you'll be able to take him down and get him into submission. So I kind of like that. The co-main event, Peter Yan versus Marcus McGee. Kind of like Jan, another one. I think he's experienced enough to at minus 380 to win that fight. And then the guy I always like, I just like him, is that Sheriff Magnomedov. I can't say Magom. Anyways, he's the guy with the one eye, and he's been fighting tremendously. He's limited in the United States, but when they get him outside the United States, they put him on the card. He's at minus 625. So I kind of like him. You parlay those together, you get a 2.5 to 1 parlay there. So, but yeah, UFC. There's a lot of fights this week. They're over 170, so the big boys will be fighting, and a lot of them are younger. So we won't see a lot of the old guys this week on the card. So it's pretty good. Actually, a pretty good card for a fight night, and it's like I said in the matinee. So you can do that in the day. Go golfing. Go to the pool. The pool's been rocking. I know Houston schools are starting up in a couple of weeks, but yeah, bring the family down, watch some UFC, and hang out at the pool for a little bit. And if you're in the golf, go golf. The course is looking good after the rain. I played it again Sunday, and so everything's looking good here. And trying to count down to football. We're starting to see seeing some college bets coming in. Definitely saw some action on Texas. We're seeing about 70% of the money on Texas right now over Ohio State. Interesting that line stayed at 3. So. But the big play we're seeing is Alabama. That's gone from 12.5 to, I think it went up to 14 last night. It was at 13.5 for a while. So a lot of people riding Alabama early here, trying to get on those early lines. And everybody's starting to get the bug now.
Who's Alabama? You got Florida State, right?
Florida State, yeah.
Yeah, Florida State. So, I don't think that's enough points. No wonder it's going up. So Texas, 70% of the bets are on Texas over Ohio State. Yep. Lance, what do you think of that? I think Lance has got Texas in that one. I'm not sure. What is it? 3.5?
3. Yeah, Texas getting 3 over my Buckeyes.
Texas is getting 3.
Yeah.
Getting 3. Well, no wonder Texas is you're getting 70% of the. I would think that's more of a pick 'em that game, no? I mean, especially with a new quarterback for Ohio State.
Yeah, that's what I think. I thought it'd be closer to pick them too, but I'll take the 3 points, and that might get on to 2.5. So if you're an early bettor, you like Texas, I'd probably get on the 3 now, because you're going to see the other side come in here pretty soon.
What
like 2.5.
What about NFL win totals? Where's the money going?
Yeah, you're starting to see a lot of Cowboys. Starting to see that. It was interesting. 7 wins was, I say about 3 weeks ago, was minus 110, even money, and that's gone up to minus 150. So, I don't know. Now you're starting to see it slow down a little bit with the Cowboys at minus 150. Starting to see is their value at 7 wins from them. There. I was looking at Carolina. Starting to see some play there. They're plus 140 for 7 wins. If I'm looking at their schedule this year, if they could split with the Falcons and Bucks, they should take 2 from the Saints. And if they take 3 out of 5 out of Seattle, Jets, Dolphins, Patriots, Cardinals, that might not be a bad play. So we saw some Carolina play, but it's based on the quarterback. It's whatever Young does. I know, he changed up his receivers. They picked up some free agencies in defense, but yeah, we saw some Carolina there, play there. We're starting to see some money coming in on futures, for the wins. But yeah, I kind of like Carolina as well for plus 140. John? I got a pizza money one. You ready? I'm going Pickens plus 250 for offensive player of the year.
Pickens
250 to 1. Yep, that's my pizza money play of the day or for the week.
Pickens
offensive player of the year.
Offensive player of the year?
Yeah.
Pickens for you're getting what?
250 to 1.
Oh, 250 to 1. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was plus 250. I was like 2.5 to 1. No. No.
So
you know what? That'll throw a little something, got a little taste on that one. You never know.
Yeah, you never know on that one. So
if that's the case,
definitely.
If that's the case, Dak is going to be, because CeeDee's going to get his as well. Dak probably going to be MVP if that's the case. If Pickens gets that, because CeeDee's getting his unless something happens to CeeDee. That may be a way for Pickens to get there. Yeah, that's interesting. John Chill with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm looking at in division wins. Do you guys have that bet? Inside your division?
By divisions.
Yeah. Wins by divisions. The Texans are 3.5. The Texans win 4 games in their division I think the Texans would be a really good bet at 3.5, over 3.5 wins in their division. The Texans usually dominate the division. And
I like that play. Yeah.
I also like the Broncos in their division. They're 3. I think the Broncos have a chance to win that. But so do the Chargers. And then there's the Chiefs too. And the Raiders are going to be that might be the toughest division in football. The Raiders are going to be improved under Pete Carroll. The Chargers, Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, and then the Chiefs. Holy crap.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one, John. I'm debating between the Broncos and Chargers. I think finally this is not the Chiefs' year. I think they'll still be strong, but I think one of them will win that division. I'm struggling between the Broncos and Chargers as well. But, I think it's tough. I mean, like you said, with Harbaugh and, how they played and I know they're a little light on the receivers on the Chargers and on the end, but, I like one of them two to win that division, and we'll see what happens there.
All right. That is John Chill, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where we will be going August 28th and 29th. And when we come back, we are going to give away that spot. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. I won't know the name. I'm just going to randomly, just because you're the first caller, doesn't matter. Dell, I'm going to pick a random
just yell
number.
Out a first name.
Pardon me?
Just yell out a first name. Steve, like that. And then whoever the first Steve is, they get to go.
Oh, no, that's not
how we're doing it?
That's not how we're doing it. I'm going to pick a number, and it'll be line 1, 2, 3, or 4. And then they'll be pulled up. And if they answer the trivia question correctly, they're going to go with us to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. How's that?
Okay.
So we got that to do. John Chill, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where you get your fantasy draft on. John, as always, we appreciate it, man. And we will be talking to you again next week.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right. There's John Chill at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. The Golden Nugget Lake Charles, he just talked about it. I mean, the golf course is great right now. They got all that rain, and the course is super. I played it I don't know how many times I love the course. It's a really, really fun course. You got that. It can be challenging, but it also can be, if you're not a great golfer, you can still play there. The pool. It's summer. It just can't be better. It's a great place. There's a swim up bar. There's cabanas. It's awesome. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. The restaurants. Okay. You want seafood restaurant, you want Mexican restaurant, you want Italian, you want steak. It doesn't matter. Okay. Hamburgers, whatever you want. They got, all kinds of Asian food as well. You got that. Poker room. I love the poker room. It's a great poker room. Okay. The casino, the hotel is like brand new. They keep it like it's brand new. There's other casinos there that are not keeping it like that. Tillman makes sure this thing is it's got his name on it, and he wants it to be perfect. So you're looking for a place to play just 2.5 hours down the road, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Get there and have your fantasy draft there. We are. When we come back, light up the phone line, 713-780-3776. I'll pick one of the lines, and if you can answer the trivia question, then you are going to be in our fantasy draft in Lake Charles on August 29th, 28th, and 29th with $200 food, with a dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook and the room. Absolutely free. That's all happening right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, guys, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. John and I talk about them all the time. They're our plumber of choice and really the only people that we trust. I've had some plumbing done before that just wasn't good work, and I had to have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come up behind and do the work the right way. Installing new hot water heaters, that's a big deal. I had one of the listeners ask, I think it was Art, ask about, do they service hot water in terms of draining and cleaning the hot water heaters? Yes, they do that. They can clean. They can also clean the tankless water heaters if you already have one. They do camera. They have camera inspection. They can do leak detection throughout the house. They do big jobs like repiping, where they will tunnel underneath your home and repipe that because a leaky pipe underneath your foundation can be a major issue. They do reroutes. drain cleaning, water filters. They do basically everything. Go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, click on services, and find out all the different services that they offer you. But I can tell you this, you're going to get fair pricing and absolutely transparent services from Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They can even give you a free quote right there online. Make sure you give them a call for all of your plumbing needs. 281, and they'll come out there free of charge. They're not even going to charge you to make the trip out to diagnose what's going on. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A monumental moment here. And we'll be doing this for 3 more weeks after this. So we're going to Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're going to have a fantasy draft with the listeners. Absolutely free for you to stay there. And you're going to get a $200 voucher, plus you're going to get dinner at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles DraftKings Sportsbook. Okay? And we're going to have our fantasy draft. You and a guest. Whoever wins this, you and a guest. Now, I did confirm, much to my dismay, that you'll be sharing a room with this person. If it's
That's
your buddy,
why it was minus 950.
That's well.
They're not giving you 2 per person.
Yeah, well, you know what? Next year, this will.
You have something bad you want to say about Golden Nugget? Get it out.
No, it's
now.
not the Golden Nugget. It's the deal we put together. Okay, we got to be thinking of our listeners. I'm a man of the people. You're not.
I would probably have to buy my own room.
You're not. You're not a man of the
No,
people.
I am. I'm a man of
care about the
reality.
people.
I'm trying to look out for our advertiser.
So it's going to be me, Lance, Dell,
In the
and
same
Sean.
room.
Okay. And we're going to have a fantasy draft, and we're working on the prizes for the league, what the prizes are going to be, and you will be updated. But here it is. We got 4 listeners on the line, Dell.
Yep.
All right. And Dell and I haven't talked. I don't know who's on what line. Doesn't matter to me. We are going to pick line 3. Line 3. Okay. Who is it?
That's Jimmy.
Jimmy, congratulations.
Don't
Well,
hang
wait a
up,
minute.
guys. Jimmy's got to answer a question.
He's got to answer the question. That's right.
He lied
Yeah.
to you.
And if Jimmy doesn't answer the question, correctly, we'll go to one of the other lines. Okay, Jimmy, how are you?
Good. How you guys doing this morning?
Good. You listen to the show all the time?
Oh, every morning. And the podcast. I don't catch it.
That's great. We love that. You a fantasy football fan?
Yes, I am. Playing many leagues.
And if you win, who are you going to bring with you?
Either my wife or my buddy Jeff.
Okay. Is your wife no fantasy football?
No, it would be Jeff. Yeah. If the person's a member of the league also, it would be my buddy
Yes.
Jeff.
The person is a member of the league also.
Okay, well that changes the dynamic.
Yes. You and your buddy Jeff will both be in the league. Now you got to share a room with him, but
separate bed. You got 2 beds. 2 beds.
Yeah, you don't have to
This has
snuggle
really
with,
become
with your buddy.
This has really become the headliner of this
not
fantasy football league.
all the free stuff in the 2-night stay. It's
tell them about the money they get to eat food for free.
That's a couple $100. How about that? And the room.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. And another dinner as well at the DraftKings Sportsbook. So all of that's going to be going on. The question is this. It's very simple. Who led the Texans last year in fantasy points?
Joe Mixon.
That is correct, sir. You, my friends, and it was in a PPR league. Joe Mixon was. Yep.
celebrating the victory by Jimmy.
That is Jimmy. Jimmy, what do you do for a living, Jimmy?
I'm a teacher and a coach.
A teacher and a coach. How great is that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for
That
your
is
service. Okay.
You say that to coaches now?
Yeah.
Teachers now.
Well, teachers, more teachers.
Okay.
They can
Teachers.
be punched at any second.
I mean,
for
they're
taking
the
away a
backbone
phone.
of
If you
society.
take a phone away from somebody, do you really want to see what's going to happen to you?
Yeah.
Take a phone away from a kid, see how fast it takes for you to get punched.
Right. It's a war. It's basically a war out there. Where do you teach and coach?
I teach AP World History. I coach girls soccer and football at Klein Oak High School.
Klein Oak High School. That's
Yes,
my
sir.
man. That's my man, Coach Smith there, right?
Coach Fitz, yeah, it's one of our coaches there, yeah.
Yeah. No,
yeah,
I mean.
that coach is Coach Brandon Carpenter.
Oh. Okay. Hey, okay. Yeah,
So
that's
Fitz
right.
may be another coach. Yeah.
That's the other one. That's right. There's so many. You got so
Yeah, that's
many.
the other.
You got so many
We got
Oaks and
everything
Kleins
common.
and yeah, you got all kinds of them.
Yeah.
Well, good for you, Coach. Glad you could make it. Jimmy and Jeff are going to be there, and they're going to be playing in our first ever DraftKings Sportsbook Fantasy Draft. Okay? That's going to be fun. That is going to be fun. Jimmy, we can't wait to meet you, and we appreciate you. Thanks for listening, and let's go. We can't wait to get there August 28th and 29th. Let's get Jimmy's information, and we'll be in touch with you about the details.
Thank you, Jimmy. Hold on, I'll get your info. Clark, Andrew, Clarence, thank you for calling in. But as you can tell, we do have our winner. We'll be doing this again next week, so the chances aren't done for you guys. If you want to get in and join us August 28th at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Gold Nugget in Lake Charles.
Yeah, fun. You're going to be in our first ever fantasy league, and which I presume Dell will finish in last place. I'm going to make that prediction.
If you go by level of care, then you got to rush out of being right.
You care the least.
I would bet that I'm going to care the least about this.
No. You are definitely. You're the leader in the clubhouse of caring the least. Yes.
I love the Golden Nugget, so I will be in on this because they are providing a great opportunity for everyone. But as far as the back and forth, the taunting, please.
Yeah.
The wrong person for it.
Yeah, that's probably true.
No, I just hope I do well because otherwise I know I will be taunted.
Well, you will taunt, win or lose.
I will what?
You're a taunter.
Oh, I'll taunt. Yeah, win or lose. Yeah, no question. Yeah, especially if I play somebody and just beat their ass.
Are you going to draft CDs?
CD Lamb?
No, CDs.
Who's CD?
CD's nuts.
CD. Oh, he just dabbed. Lance just dabbed. That's awful. Oh, that's a multiple dab.
Yeah,
right there.
I hit a little new dab on you.
Yeah. Okay.
I hit a new one on you.
CD not. All right, we got our first contestant. Two. Jimmy and Jeff
today.
Jimmy and Jeff.
Oh, we got two. Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy and Jeff. We got. Yeah. So they're playing our game. Can't wait. We got next week. Same thing. Same bad time. Same bad place. Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I once again dabbled last night in Coors Lights.
They're telling me to grow up. A guy with dab in his name is telling me to grow up and stop dabbing.
Okay.
He has dab in his name.
He's probably sick of it. Okay. Everybody probably dabs on him, which is, you know what I'm saying?
I know.
If your name was the Wave, people would do the wave in front of you.
Yeah.
You know what? If your name was Wave, Joe Wave, his name's got dab in it, so people probably dab on him all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I would. I know I would.
Hey, we've got an injury, by the way, to a starting quarterback. And
I know. We talked about it already with John Chill. You weren't even listening.
Oh, I had the volume down. I was looking at some stuff.
Yeah.
There's another war going on. It just started today.
Oh, good.
I had to catch up on my wars.
Right. Well,
Cambodia, Thailand. We got a new war.
Oh, good. That's what we needed. That's what the world needed.
Finally, another war.
What you probably need is make sure that you got Coors Lights in your fridge. Okay. I just bought some more yesterday and put them in the fridge just in case I need them. Oh, yeah, that's right. I need them all the time. Yeah, I had to reload. I reloaded. Okay. I'll admit it. Yesterday I reloaded. And I want you to reload too. If you're looking for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, make sure that you got those Coors Lights on hand when your buddies come over. They're going to go, wow, thanks. That's so considerate. Oh, look how blue they are. They're in the fridge. But you know what? Here's a problem with Coors Lights. They don't last in the fridge for long. Because when your buddies come over, they're going to pick, hey, give me a Coors Light. Let me have that Coors Light. I want a Coors Light. Let's go. If you're looking for a great way to, well, you just got to keep reloading. That's all. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get Coors Lights going. Yep. Silver bullets. Okay. Reload your silver bullets. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Keeping Texas chill. That's what we're doing every time we go to the store and we get a 6-pack, 12-pack case, whatever it is. We're loading up on those Blue Mountains. Keeping Texas chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Do your part. I'm doing mine. Coors Light.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is our penultimate segment on this Thursday. We got this one, and then our News of the Weird coming your way next. So if you want to get in, you better get in a hurry. And Julian is here. He wants to get in. What do you say, Julian?
What's going on, gentlemen? Would y'all rather have the Houston D or the Baltimore D as far as fantasy? And, hey, guys, stop calling. They just told me that I'm going to be in the fantasy league, too. Woo!
No one said that.
That he's going to be the what?
He said, stop calling. They just told me I was going to be in the fantasy league. No one said that.
No one said that ever. Said no one ever.
Yeah.
And what did he say? Would you rather have
the
Baltimore?
Ravens or the Texans defense for fantasy?
For fantasy.
The Texans create a lot of turnovers. At least they did last year.
Yeah.
And sacked the quarterback.
Did you see what Stingley said about the defense and the takeaways?
They want to break records, right?
Yeah, he said we're going to beat the next closest team by like
10 to 15 interceptions.
10 to 15.
That's I mean, they do have ball hawks, but that's a lot.
That's a lot, bruh. Don't don't write checks that what is it?
That your ass can't cash.
Can't check.
I mean,
cash.
I think Stingley could at some point, if they continue to throw at him, which may not be something they are willing to do, his ball skills could lead him to being a league leader in interceptions. But you're asking a lot for the group to combine to outpace everyone by double digits.
Bullock is a ball hawk.
Yeah, Lassiter too.
Lassiter's a ball hawk. Stingley's a ball hawk.
So I get the confidence. That's just you got to be a lot better than everyone to do that.
What kind of numbers does CJ have?
Gardner?
Yeah.
I don't know what his history is when it comes to taking the ball away.
I don't either.
I don't know.
I know he's a hitter.
Yeah.
I know he likes to hit.
Talker, a hitter, a energy guy, but I don't know what he is as a guy to get his hands on the football.
By the way, Justin Fields' injury is a right toe injury.
Oh,
so not a complete disaster.
That's not a season ender. But toe injuries can last a long time.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a running quarterback. And you have to push off of it if it's a right toe.
So Chauncey Gardner-Johnson had 6 picks last year, 2 out of the last 3 years, at least in the Eagles defense, he's a ball hawk. Everywhere else, it's whatever. But the 2 seasons he played with the Eagles, he had 6 picks apiece. So he'll get his hands on footballs when he plays for the Eagles. What he does with the Texans, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. I don't know about I think Stingley may be a little ambitious with his prediction, but whatever. I mean, if he thinks they're going to be, that's great. That's great. Dude's got his boy. He loves his boys, right? What have we missed anything today?
By the way, just for some context, the Vikings had 24 last year. The Texans had 19. So the Texans were not first, and the gap was 5. So between first and second, we missed the fact that depending on what a Longhorn wants to do, they have more ammo to make fun of the Aggies because their mascot lost an eye. The collie had to have surgery on his eye, so now they have a one-eyed mascot.
Are you serious?
I am serious. I didn't make that up.
Reveille?
Reveille had to have surgery to remove an eye.
Wow. I hate that for Reveille. I hate that one.
So Reveille is now a one-eyed border collie, right? Border collie is what it is.
Oh.
So the dog had glaucoma, excuse me. So they had to take the eye out.
What else did we? By the way, we didn't even mention Venus won her first match.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, she did.
Did you know that? Sorry, I'm still on Reveille. Did you know that she's called the First Lady of Aggieland?
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
Is that really something you want to?
I don't love that for them.
The dog is the
I don't
first
love
lady?
that for them.
I don't know about that.
I know it's a tradition. That's one of those that I'm not crazy about.
Yeah, I don't know. You're opening yourself
not for
up
everyone.
to be made fun of, right? When the most important woman in Aggieland's a dog.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
by the way,
that says something about the women of Aggieland.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Good-looking women at Texas A&M. What are you, crazy?
Well,
yeah.
I just heard that.
You not know what state we live in?
I just heard the first lady's a dog.
Yeah.
John, is a dog a compliment for a woman?
That's
You set him up. You set him up. You know what? You should be. That's entrapment. Is what that is.
It's not entrapment. He can either say or not say what he wants. He doesn't have to say
trying to make me commit a crime.
Not stand up in a court of law because it's entrapment.
I'm not a police officer. It's not entrapment. He can either say or not say.
You entrapped him,
and he decided to say.
You knew what you were doing.
Sure, but that means.
Hey, John, the first lady's a dog. What does that say about the school, John? Entrapment.
It's not entrapment.
They would throw this out of court.
It's not entrapment. It's a pretty obvious.
John had no chance.
What is he mentally incapable of stepping out of a trap? Is what you're saying?
Hey, can I? What if
right.
we happen to have some comment?
You're not mentally able to stand trial, John. Is what you're saying?
No, I know. I'm incompetent to stand trial.
I've got Jordan Alvarez information that we didn't talk about.
What?
Yeah. John is not competent to stand trial. That's true. Jordan Alvarez hit soft toss today at 60 to 65% effort. He said through an interpreter. He plans to hit again tomorrow. That was this is a couple days ago, so he would have already. But he said when he woke up and was supposed to face pitching, when he had his first quote unquote setback, his hand was so swollen he couldn't even grip a bat. So that's
Yeah, he's out. He hit 60 to 65%. He's probably out for another 2
Christian
months.
Javier's reporting to AAA this week.
Nice.
So that is positive.
I have news from Seahawks camp.
Luis Garcia, right now in 3
you're ready.
rehab games, has a 1.50 ERA in 6 innings. He struck out 9 and no walks.
Nice.
All I hear is World Series.
Eric
Everything that I
Getty.
say sounds like a World Series.
Eric Getty's moving up too. Or I don't know if he's
he
in
threw
Double A.
He threw 40+ pitches.
Yeah.
So, John, at Seahawks camp, a fan approached Jackson Smith and Jigba with the jersey to sign. And the fan stylized the jersey, and Jigba did sign it. But the jersey wasn't just a Jackson Smith and Jigba jersey. It was a Jackson Smith, my and Jigba jersey. The fan has a jersey. Back of the nameplate says my and Jigba.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it does. And Jigba signed it.
What did the fan look like?
I'm assuming a white guy because white guys think that's funny.
I want to tell you this. I want to tell you this though. It scares me every time saying his name.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
If you survive Niger Morgan, I think you're fine.
Yeah, but I just stay away. I just say Jackson.
JSN. Just say JSN.
JSN, yeah.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
But apparently JSN has a sense of humor because he did sign it.
He did see it. Well, what if the guy just had it, in the front, didn't show him the back?
Well, that's what it says on the back.
I know, but if he didn't show him the back, just said, "Oh, will you sign this?"
No,
jersey?
it's on the back of the jersey. It's on the 11 on the back of the jersey.
I know. Did he show him though?
Yes.
You don't have to necessarily show him when you want it signed.
Yes, you could see.
If you're a real one, you'd show him.
Yeah, the nameplate and the 11, the one right under. In fact, he wrote Maya and Jigba in it. Jackson Smith and Jigba.
He did?
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Georgia driving has kicked it up a notch. Have you guys seen this?
What? It's a recruit this time, right?
Yeah, football commit. Charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon after allegedly participating in a drive-by shooting.
Oh, you talking about the guy from here? From North Shore?
Is he from North Shore?
What's his name?
I don't know his name. I can't get to it because it's in the Athletic and I'm not Chase Calicut.
Ta-da! Bing! North Shore.
Wow. North Shore, come on. Oh, my God. Calicut was allegedly behind the wheel during the shooting and is said to have driven erratically to block and pull alongside the other vehicle.
He's a North Shore safety.
Dude, you're not even at Georgia yet.
Somebody was killed. By the way, somebody was killed in that.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, somebody was killed, and supposedly the story I read was it had to do with, like I said, it had to do with something that happened 2 weeks prior, or I don't know. It's like this whole thing was very confusing, but yep, North Shore.
The inhabitants of that vehicle told police that Calicut only passenger Isaiah Bruce Phillip was the person who shot at them. Phillip, also 17, was killed at a July 20 pool party shooting before police could arrest him. He died at the scene of the attack. Man, dude.
So Calicut and Isaiah Phillip, they chased and confronted 2 other teens they knew from school. And the court documents say Calicut repeatedly swerved, braked, and tried to force the other car carrying the 2 teens off the road. And then that led to, I guess, retaliation. And the death of Phillip?
Phillip.
Yes.
Yeah, Phillip.
Yes.
Bruce Phillip.
So there was one incident led to another, and it led to the death of someone involved in the first one, Isaiah Phillip.
6'3", 190-pound safety committed to Georgia. He had 33 other offers. Dude, I mean, and you just threw your life away. You're just throwing your life away.
I know. Isn't it unbelievable?
That's so
For this,
crazy.
we were talking about it in the chat yesterday. Like, golly. I mean, for what?
So I did want to clean this up. I don't know. They haven't said that one. I would apologize. They didn't say that one led to the other, just that these 2 incidents happened pretty quickly.
Right.
Where the reckless driving or road rage, and then one of the participants in that was killed weeks later.
Wow, that's just incredible. You got your whole life. You got 34 offers. You're going to Georgia. And then you're doing like this. I mean, wow. And in today's, there is no way you get away with this. There's no way. There's too many cameras. There's too much too many dings on your phone. There's just no way you get away with this stuff anymore. I mean, so goodness gracious, dude. Throwing your wife away for a road rage. That's incredible. Did you guys see the Browns helmet reveal?
Yeah, when the lady fell in or whoever it was fell in the
guy.
water.
It was a guy. Yeah.
So
that was the weirdest looking thing I've ever seen.
So the Browns have a new uniform. It's going to be all brown, and they added a helmet to it, which is brown as well. And as you said, they're out on the water or what on a dock or something
on a raft.
On a raft. And so the new helmet, inflatable helmet, was covered by like an orange Browns thing, and then they revealed it, and the guy who was trying to get a photo just lost his place and didn't know where he was and just fell right in the water.
In the water. Yeah, in the water. Well done, sir.
And I believe
that's just so Browns.
And the Browns' new uniform, at least the presentation of it, was brought to you by like Dude Wipes or something.
Yeah. Dude needed them. Dude needed his wipes.
Make the Browns go
wipes. Down. Dude, you're the Browns Dude Wipes. I mean, Billy Brown, Aqueduct Plumbing, I could see, but Dude Wipes on the Browns football helmet.
I gotta say, those uniforms, that helmet, all together, it looks terrible.
Yeah,
it looks bad. That all brown uniform looks terrible.
Pat McAfee apologized to Mary Kate Cornett yesterday.
Yep.
There was a settlement, and I think Pat McAfee was sincere too.
He was. So I said something, I deleted it because people were like, I called it a classy move. Classy is probably not the word, because he was a big part, like he was responsible for a lot of the amplification. But I also know from talking to the dad, and I know it turns out I knew people involved in this, but I didn't realize the dad and I we had sons who played in the same little league team. But the dad said he was very, there's lawsuits that were settled. There are people who are going to pony up big amounts.
For those of you who don't know, Mary Kate Cornett was the Ole Miss student that people alleged had relations with her boyfriend's father.
Yeah, and it turned out to be completely false. And now the dad knows who did it, by the way.
Yeah.
Has hired private investigators. So the next step will be getting that guy or the people who are involved in that. But there was stuff that was fabricated. I don't know through AI or what it was, but there was a series of fabrications to make it look realistic. And people just haphazardly, I think there's radio stations also, sports talk stations, who are going to pay for this one also. But you're not protected by saying allegedly, because she's not a person of note, and she's not a person of national interest. No one knew who that was.
Mm-hmm.
So this saying allegedly and you're protected didn't work. And there's big settlements that are having to be made for this. The girl had to leave her school, had to leave Ole Miss. It was terrible. It's terrible for her boyfriend, terrible for the dad, whose name is still attached to this, terrible for his business. And I don't want to go into that, but he also, it really impacted his life, and all because of social media line. People say, and they don't care. They shared it. They talked to it, and it ended up being a lie, and they amplified it. But they said the dad said Pat was really gracious when he got together. I think it was real. I do think it was real. And I just think Pat blurts stuff out. I don't think he thinks. I think he's an impulse guy. Yeah. It's what makes him funny. But also, I took a little bit of issue with how he handled the Matt Ariza thing. Instead of letting that play out, a punter who was accused of sexual assault, and it turns out the case was dropped. And, that was a messy one too. I watched the Real Sports on that one. And in this one, just like what they learn is that they're not going to share stuff anymore like that. For what? For what? And we didn't. You mentioned the story, but no names were mentioned, and then we shut it down. And and then the intel came out that day, and it was really bad.
As reckless as I am, I realized I was like, no, I'm not slandering.
Thank God
people.
you didn't, because Gal media would not be a thing anymore.
Yep, right.
I mean,
Exactly.
in all honesty, it wouldn't.
Right.
And I don't
right.
blame the dad. I don't blame the dad for protecting his daughter. I mean, I would be furious
Absolutely.
if something like that happened to my daughter.
Absolutely. I can't blame him either. All right. We
I wouldn't care
got
if it
news
happened
of,
to Dell, but
news of the weird
What?
coming your way.
daughter.
He doesn't know anything about being a dad, a girl dad.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of trouble.
Well, you keep him out of trouble. That's what you do.
Well, good luck to
Yeah.
everyone involved.
No. None of my daughters got in trouble. Well, except Frankie.
Didn't you get accused of bullying?
Yeah, she was. She did. But
Bullying
it
Luce?
was, that was okay. Are you saying her name and put her on her a false
I'm
accusation?
asking you.
It was a false accusation.
Is it false?
Is it? Was it
It
false?
was. It was
Okay,
false.
But you brought
She did
that
not
story to
bully
us.
Luce.
She did not bully that fat girl.
Did Luce?
Oh, my
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay.
What's the matter
Did
with
she
you?
bully Luce, your housekeeper?
She definitely did that.
Oh yeah, she definitely bullied Luce. There's no question. No question. She bullied, but Luce loved it. She laughed every time.
She laughed
Yeah.
when she was getting fired by a 3-year-old.
Yep.
Mr.
Frankie
John,
fired-
I got
she
fired
said-
again.
She said, Frankie fired me again today. Frankie. Okay. 713. Oh no, we're done. We don't call. We don't want your calls now. No,
Just
don't
favor,
try
don't
now. After 2 hours and 50 minutes, don't try now. Okay.
Yeah, you guys, we're 15 minutes away from the lying to begin on every sports radio show. The lying begins, according to John and Lance, in 15 minutes.
Right now, though, we're telling the truth, and I'm telling the truth about Chastang Ford. I'm telling the truth about how much I appreciate Chastang Ford, how much I like the people there. I mean, seriously, and I like them. Well, first of all, I speak for him, but before I spoke for him, I bought a car from Chastang Ford before I spoke for him, and it was the same as after I spoke for him. There's no different. There's no difference whatsoever. Chastang Ford is awesome. Chastang Ford is going to get you in that Ford car, that Ford SUV or pickup, just better than anybody else is going to do it. Just better. First of all, they're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. Secondly, they're going to give you the best price that they can possibly give you when the other ones don't. They hold back rebates, okay, and whatnot. I don't know why. I don't know why they do that. Maybe they keep them. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. Here's the deal. Chastang Ford gives you every opportunity to get the best car buying experience that you can get. One of the first things I'll ask is, where do your payments have to be? Because they care. They care that you're not choking on your payments every month. You don't want that. You know what? I love Chastang Ford for that, because I got within the budget that I needed. You get within your budget. I don't know what your budget is, but you get within your budget. Yeah, I just love the whole car buying experience. You will too. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. Transparent. That's what Chastang Ford is every single time. All right, talk about weird. 46-year-old Derek Huffman, a United States resident, moved his whole family to Russia to escape wokeness in the United States.
Russia.
Okay. And to speed up his citizenship process, he joined the army in Russia.
What is this guy? How bad is his life that he's going to join the Russian army?
Apparently this dude hates LGBTQ indoctrination, okay? Because he moved to Russia. And he said, okay, so they said,
you Nebraska. What are you doing?
That's true. You and your son join the army and we'll put you in a non-combat role. Well, where did they send him? To the front line in the Ukraine.
Oh, for real?
For real. How bad?
Oh, the American was going there right off the bat.
Would you move to Russia and fight on the Ukraine front line?
No, you could just say, would you move to Russia? And I'd say no. You didn't have to put the Ukraine thing in there. Would you move to Russia? No.
Plus, he doesn't speak the language.
Would you renounce your citizenship? No, he's going to literally try to quit, and it's too late now. This is the ultimate FAFO. When he's dead and his family's like, what did we do?
What?
I think we read too much social media.
You're right. Just move to Nebraska. Okay.
It didn't. There's farms in Kansas you could have moved to. I promise you. Just deactivate your social media account.
That's all, and you won't see it.
Don't watch TV.
Don't
just
move
go
to
farm.
California.
You'll be fine.
I can tell you this. Don't move to California, though. I can tell you that.
It's pretty. Well,
it's pretty, but it's gayer here. There's no question.
Well, yeah, but that's
right.
There's
no question.
You have a problem with that?
That's fine. No, I'm just a fact. It's just gayer.
I did notice when I was in Santa Monica, wherever I stayed this last time, maybe it's Santa Monica, there are more like those, in Scooby-Doo, the little mystery vans. There's more of those vans parked in the street, and you realize, hey, there's someone living in there. They just pull up on the street and just live there.
Well, I mean, I can tell you, in Houston, you go to a restaurant and you may see a table, a gay couple. You may see a gay couple here or there. In LA, that's, you know what? You go to a restaurant and you'll see 5, 10, 12. I don't know. You'll see a bunch of tables. You will.
Well, aren't you just making an assumption there could be just two dudes that are good friends?
Yeah,
it could be. Do you think people said that when you and Chad had lunch?
Two dudes that are
holding
hands.
Hey, John, let's get some cheese sticks. And they're like, look at that gay couple, John and Chad.
No, holding hands and there are indicators, Lance. I don't know if you know that. A dog.
Like buying jeans for each other?
A dog who went missing 8 years ago during Hurricane Harvey was found 300 miles away in a public bathroom.
Hey, good. And
8 years later. 8 years later, this dog was found.
Good.
How about that?
Good for that dog. Good for the owners.
How about that?
Dog's not going to remember the owners probably, but
Cameron. Oh, wait a minute. Waco is not 300 miles away.
Waco?
Yeah. How far is Waco?
No, that's longer than
long.
No.
8 years later, Good Samaritan discovered Blue all alone in a public bathroom at Cameron Park in Waco.
Less than 180
last
miles.
week. Yeah.
Like 120 miles away, right? Something like that. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Making that up.
300 miles. That's a misleading headline.
If I lost my dog for that long, I would move to Russia and go fight in the front lines of a war.
Oh, wait. It was Corpus Christi that the dog was.
Oh, no, that's a trip.
That's 300 miles.
Yeah, that's a trip.
I thought Houston, but it was Corpus Christi.
Should have moved to Russia.
How about that? I mean, that is awesome. That's a great story. It's a great story. And this story is over because we are done. We have Mopey and Mapes next. We have our first two combatants in our fantasy football league, Jimmy and Jeff, and we will give away
a
couple
war
more spots next week.
that they just entered into?
Yeah, they're combatants.
Did they sign up for a war?
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a war of words with me. I can tell you that.
Yeah, Jimmy and Jeff. Good luck.
They did
dealing
sign
with
up
John.
for that war. That's
the
true.
Jimmys and Jeffs. Yep. Okay. All right. I don't listen. Give me What is the saying, Lance? Jimmy's and Joe's?
It's not the X's and O's. It's the Jimmy's and
Jimmy's
Joe's.
and Joe's. That's right. It's not the, well, I can't say that one.
Yeah, relax.
It's the Jimmy's and Jeff's.
I did want to ask Jimmy if Jeff was a stepdad.
No, not every Jeff is a stepdad.
He's got the name.
Not every Jeff is a stepdad. Okay?
The official name of stepdads everywhere.
Yeah, maybe.
It's like a handle for stepdads. Oh, he's a Jeff.
Yeah. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. My friends, before I go, I want to talk about HR&P. I love me some HR&P. I love what they do. I love what they do for our company, and I know what they'll do for your company. HR&P, I've been talking about them for I don't know how long, and I'm just telling you, we are friends with them. We have a relationship with them. I think every business does. Every business that they have their clients of HR&P, they have a personalized relationship with them. Okay, we've been to their place. They have a crawfish boil every year, big party, band, singer out there, but in it's just a family type atmosphere. They have they make a concerted effort to make sure that your business runs as well as it possibly can. They are a partner in your business, because if they don't do it well, if they don't get you your payroll well and your HR well and make sure that your 401k is perfect for your company, your company fails. Your company is not as good as it could be, and that reflects poorly. Not only that, they lose a client. They don't want to lose a client. They want your business to run as smoothly as possible, and they help that every step of the way. You're looking for the best way to get HR and payroll to your people. We think HR&P is the best. HRP.net, 281-880-6525, or HRP.net.
Two to Ketel Marte. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Or sliders that was never in the strike zone.
That's a called strike, 3 to end the game by plate umpire Brian Walsh.
That's how the Astros sweep the Diamondbacks. At least that's the final out of their sweep. That's the Arizona Diamondbacks play-by-play team reacting to what was a ball. But hey, sometimes you catch an L. You caught an L all series long, and that final non-strike that was called a strike on that Hader pitch was an L for the Diamondbacks, their play-by-play team, as the Astros take the series and sweep the Diamondbacks and are now 6 games up on the Seattle Mariners. So just 4 games ago, it felt like this thing could be slipping away. The injuries were piling up as they continued to do, actually. But it felt like that comfortable lead that you had just 2 weeks ago was going to be down to 2. And now you're back up to 6. And it feels like this team is well on its way to winning the division. Now we just have to figure out who will be back for the stretch run. Credit to the Astros' unheralded lineup and pitching. All of it came together for another win. 60 wins on the season, tied for the best record in the AL. It's a story that I kind of talked about maybe 3 or 4 weeks because I wasn't sure, considering how they're winning games, all the 1-run wins, the extra inning wins, they were winning at a pace that suggests regression when it comes to winning those type of games. And yet, after a bit of a stumble, about 8 days, 9 days where they weren't playing great baseball, they figured it out. And right now, the story for this season should be how Joe Espada has put together a roster, and give some credit to Dana Brown, because I saw a tweet about all the guys who are contributing who weren't even a part of the team until 2025. Whether, of course, Cam Smith in the trade and Paredes, all of course, those are the obvious things. But having Trammell as a guy, we were wondering, who is this guy? Is he even going to make the team? How do you pronounce his name? All those things. And he has been, while not a standout, he has contributed when he's been asked to. Are they the best team in the American League? I don't know that, but I feel like with some of the likely additions that are going to come their way, that's just guys who aren't healthy, you can make a real argument that this team, when fully healthy, should be considered another favorite to go back to a World Series. I know they got 2 guys I can depend on to be starters in a playoff series. Have they found a third? This Brandon Walter thing is nuts. Like, who is he? He's 28 years old. It's pretty much a story you can tell about a lot of the Astros who are contributing. He was part of the Red Sox organization, and I saw someone tweet that anyone who's looking for pitching help or a pitching coach should come to the Astros, because look what they do for guys who are unheralded or struggled in other places. And while that tweet makes a lot of sense, does Major League Baseball, at least people outside the organization, have some reticence because the Astros' way of teaching pitching leads to all their players getting hurt? I don't know. I don't know if that would be a concern for anyone implementing the Astros way, because sure, arm injuries are big everywhere in baseball, but the preponderance of injuries to Astros starters would be something I would look into before I made any hire. I go, hey guys, exactly what's going on over there. But you know what? If that is something that causes people to hesitate, cool, because we can keep the guys here. And the law firm does their job, and they continue to find ways to get the best out of guys who most of the fans had never heard of. Now, Brandon Walter has been pitched really well this year. Didn't get the win, thanks to Souza. Didn't have a great outing. And while Hader wasn't in a lot of trouble, he was about to walk another guy. That was a 3-2 pitch, the pitch we just highlighted. So it could have gotten shaky, but he got the call. A bad one, but we'll take it. And now your Houston Astros are tied for the best record in baseball. It's a great story, and if Spada's ever going to win Manager of the Year, if we believe there is a bias against the Astros winning postseason awards, this is going to be his best shot, from what I can tell, because all the factors, the narratives come into play to say, hey, this is a guy who should win. Guys are injured. The number 17, the number of guys who are on the IL, that's a number that's going to stick out. And a lot of the winning is being done by guys that no one, I wouldn't say cares about, but had ever heard of as far as thinking about real contributors. So narratives matter when you talk about postseason awards. Some of that starts before the year, but as far as a flip goes in midseason, we should be, or at least the people who vote should really be thinking about Joe Espada for winning that award. If you care about those things, I am not one that cares that much about postseason awards, but if you want your team to be recognized, he is a guy who should be talked about quite a bit. Now, my only hesitation is I always wonder what a manager actually, how much does he actually contribute, right? Because he can make the calls with the bullpen and certainly if pinch hitting and all those things. But what did he do to make Bryce Matthews good over the last 4 days? Like, Bryce Matthews is a talented guy who we expect a lot of. The plays he's made in this Arizona series, is that a Joe Espada thing, or is that Bryce Matthews being Bryce Matthews? So while a lot of that stuff, when it comes to other sports, you can point to, oh, this guy's great on out of bounds plays, or he's got a great offensive setup. Considering how sometimes baseball is very individualized, I wonder where the manager makes his money. And I imagine Joe Espada is one of those guys you can look to as a motivational guy, a guy who understands his clubhouse, and then of course you go into making the right calls to the bullpen. But putting a lineup together, while it seems difficult, I don't know that there's many options for the team right now. So what he rolls out there is what he's left with. We'll see if he gets more options as the days go by and guys get back. But that'll always be a point of contention, or at least a point of conversation with the Astros. When are guys going to come back? And right now, hasn't mattered so much. So you got a baseball club who fights, who finds ways to win, and that's all you can ask for, a team that is undermanned but continues to get the job done. And they've got the A's tonight, another guy who has a famous name, but does anyone have a Jason Alexander moment that they can point to, other than pointing to Seinfeld?
Oh,
every time John,
I was going to say the time he got fired and then kept showing up.
Every time John said Jason Alexander this morning, I think of when George was sitting in the pool and he came out without his shorts on, and the girl laughed at him because shrinkage. He goes, "I was in the pool. I was in the pool."
Yeah.
That's like every time he said it, that was the first thing I thought of. I was in the pool.
That's what I'll think of when Jason Alexander takes the ball in the A's series.
Yeah. But if we can't have recognizable faces, give me recognizable names.
That's not a bad strategy for. I mean, if we're down to what is Jason Alexander, like the 8th starting pitcher? Like, he's almost on rotation number 3 of how deep the Astros have had to go.
8th? I don't know. That might be too high. If we're talking, you mean who started this year, or just guys? If we just rank the Astros starters,
if Dana Brown had a list where it's like, okay, so it's going to be Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Spencer Arrighetti, Lance McCullers, like, and if you just like list all the guys who started, like, he's down there.
Yeah, I thought
he's like the backup to the backup.
Yeah,
plan.
I thought you meant guys who, if we had our best healthy, where would he rank?
That, yes, he's like 15th.
But as far as guys who have started this year,
of just guys who we've had to go, you know what? Let's give him a shot. There's an AJ Blueball start.
There's a Wesneski. There's a couple Wesneski starts.
I completely forgot about Hayden Wesneski.
Yeah. So he's so if
he might be 10. He might be 10 or 11.
He might be 10 or the number one guy in our third rotation. Maybe he's 11. I just don't
remember. Third line.
Yeah. Yeah. And Brandon Walters elevating himself to a point where Is he the Astros' third best starter who can actually go out there and start right now? Is he bet?
He's pitching like it.
Yeah.
He's pitching like it. I'd like for Spencer Arrighetti to come back and take that spot. It would be huge if in a week when the trade deadline happens that we're not sitting here being like, I hope they get a starting pitcher, because you want one of these guys to step up and be that guy, because honestly, the Astros don't have a lot of capital to play with, not a lot of assets to trade. And I think they have, with the Isak Paredes injury, I think either infield or outfield, honestly, take your pick. I feel like that's a bigger need at the moment for the deadline, assuming that Isak Paredes is suffering a long-term injury. And given how Espada and Dana Brown have talked about it, I'm going to operate under that assumption.
All that being said, and it's all correct, 11 hits. Now, it didn't produce a lot of runs, but they got guys on, and they found a way. And this is what it's been for the better part of 3 months now.
It's just like, how long are we going to do the Cooper Hummel, Zach Short?
Yeah, the lineup yesterday.
They've been solid. They've exceeded any expectation you can have for them. But it's just, at some point, I would like MLB players. I just would like that.
Yes, like Taylor Trammell was your leadoff guy yesterday because
exactly
Altuve had the day off. Not that he always leads off, but of course Paredes isn't around, Pena isn't around, but he's defaulted to Trammell as your leadoff guy. Cam Smith came in for an at bat a little bit later in the game. Chaz was out there. Whitcomb, Short, just the who's who of
who is this?
Of who is this exactly? I've heard. At least I can recognize McCormick by his face. And he's a guy who had just recently came back too. Dubon's out there.
So. Yeah, just like go back to like March and be like, who is Taylor Trammell? I'd be like, the name sounds familiar.
Yeah,
I guess
when he signed, everyone thought it was Trammell because that's the baseball name we know.
Yeah.
And of course, he's had to explain that over the course of his pretty much, I guess, baseball playing life, that is not how you say his name. It is Trammell. And whoever Taylor Trammell is, we welcome you because at some point over the last couple weeks, he has made plays, particularly in the final game of their series in Seattle, where he was big as the Astros came back in that one to win that one 11-3 after being down early 3-0. So there it is. 60 wins on the season, tied for the best record in the American League.
100's on the table.
And yes, the 100 games is back.
I do like that we just yo-yo back and forth.
Yeah, depending on how the week goes.
Eric is right, and Eric.
Yes,
Eric ruined the season.
He is completely wrong on his floated theory that they would never lose a game again. But the prospects of them winning 100 games is right back on the table. And normally when it comes to Astros regular season, it's like, just get me to the playoffs because they've set a standard where all I care about is what they do in the playoffs. This is not an Astros team, I recognize. So I will give them all the credit in the world. If this was happening with a full and healthy lineup, whatever.
Yeah, they'd just be that's what they do.
Yeah, but this one should be recognized. Yeah. Because you've got 5 to 6 guys, whether it be a pitcher or someone in the lineup every day who you wouldn't have counted on and didn't want to count on to be a contributing member of the team. They just keep getting it done.
Even like the Victor Caratinis of the world, where you're just like, I did not expect Victor Caratini to be such a key part in Astros lineups. Like, I knew he was on the team. I knew he was solid, but didn't he bat second?
He batted second. And with Christian Walker hitting better and playing better, that's great. But
that helps.
That helps. Victor Caratini in the lineup, as far as overall, though, how the season has played out, was your best hitter yesterday.
Yeah.
Christian Walker has been great in the month of July, so that is good news. He's been needed in this month. But Caratini, of all people,
had the best numbers.
Yeah, so there it is. Your Astros keep getting it done. All right, we'll go to break with that. I think when we come back, we will do the thing that a lot of people who do what we do we're looking forward to. They made it. There's football sound. There's football to discuss. It's not real football. they're out there practicing. But we'll hear from the Texans. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on the offense and what he likes about what Nick Caley is doing. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud. The big conversations are about him taking more control. It all seems like a positive for people when they talk about it. I'm not so sure why everyone believes that's a good thing, but it is. You tell people the quarterback has more control, and everyone's excited about it for some reason. That'll play out. We'll see how good CJ is, and he admits to it won't be smooth sailing initially. It'll be the first time he's doing it on the NFL level, so he seems to understand it's a process more than some other people. So we'll hear from him on that. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans, as I said, and we'll hear from Nick Caserio because he doesn't believe signing Jaden Higgins was such a big deal, the fully guaranteed stuff. So we'll hear his explanation on that in a little bit as well. All right, we're just getting started here. If you want to call in, you can 713-780-3776. We did do the fantasy football giveaway early earlier in the day with John and Lance. Don't forget, we're going to have our listener party. I believe it's the first week in September. So while we're doing giveaways for fantasy football, if you want tickets to the listener parties, pay attention because we're going to start doing that as well because that's a good time. We're not going to do it here. Normally we do it here, but I believe we have a special setup. So it'll be a little different this time around. So if you guys enjoyed your time at the listener party, stay locked in across the shows because we're going to give you more information on that as we keep moving forward. But Texans football when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll hear from the Texans in this segment in a little bit, but the major news that wasn't major news this morning from training camp was Justin Fields getting quote unquote carted off the field. Turns out his toe is hurt. Maybe someone stepped on it. And when you say carted off the field, and Adam Schefter was one who said it, people at Jets camp said it, it gets the people moving, gets the people fired up. Turns out he was sitting in the passenger side of the cart. So he wasn't in the back. It wasn't like he was laid out. He was able to sit in the chair, and maybe he has a bit of a toe issue because he got stepped on. But that's it. It's the worst thing. Look, Justin Fields, he's had a up and down start to his NFL career, maybe certainly more more downs than ups. But he is the starter with the Jets, and it's a new spot for him as he tries to find his way. And if he's getting carted off in the second practice, it was going to shake some people up. Turns out it's not as serious as the initial reporting would suggest. Context matters, people. Maybe you say he rode the cart back into the facility, as opposed to saying he got carted off the field. That's a tough one. That's tough for people who can't see anything and are depending on reporters.
Yeah,
to kind of decipher.
Hitched a ride.
Yeah, something
on the golf cart.
Something to suggest he didn't grab his knee and had to be helped onto the cart.
Yeah,
because he can't walk.
Because when I see, and it's especially like how this was at whatever 8:30 in the morning, so it's like super early, and I get a notification on my phone that Justin Fields has been carted off the field, and in my head I imagine the Teddy Bridgewater injury from training camp in whatever 2016 or whatever that was, where apparently like Vikings players were like throwing up on the field because of how gruesome it was.
Yeah,
that's what I think of when I think training camp, second day of training camp. Like what could possibly get you carted off? And according to Aaron Glenn, afterwards, someone may have stepped on his toe.
Yeah. So
not the Teddy Bridgewater gruesome injury where people are throwing up.
Yeah, he was in some pain. They stopped the offense-defense portion of practice and then moved to special teams. And it appears that Justin Fields is going to be fine. I did see internet doctors start to try to figure out what it could possibly be. They're like, non-contact injury. What could it be? Which made me think of a bit we probably should figure out, Dr. Sean, where you diagnose injuries from afar, without even seeing it occur.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say normally I need video.
Yeah, we will have to do that during the season, where you actually see the injury and you go, oh, what is this?
3 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. But this doctor was taking guesses without seeing the injury. didn't know how it occurred. Assumed it was non-contact
just by reading a Diana Rossini tweet.
Pretty much, and said, "Well, these are the things that it could be." Really, come on. You're supposed to be a doctor,
and it turns out it was a contact injury.
Yes. The coach, in fact, thinks there was some contact.
Whoops,
my bad. Oh,
hey, they call it a practice for a reason, you know.
And look, that's
gonna be my motto for Dr. Sean.
When you get something wrong,
they call medicine a practice for a reason.
Hey, a lot of medicine is experimental. What do you want from me? And so are my tweets. And it was a long one. He had graphics, images of what it could be. And it turns out, I'm glad you paid for your Twitter handle so you can get all those characters in, but unnecessary.
Yeah, looks like it's someone stepped on his toe. Like I don't know what the injury there is. Is it a Lance McCullers style freak accident in the weight room, so he's gonna miss like a week?
Or is his toe just hurting because a 300-pound man stepped on it?
Is it just hurt?
Yeah, it's painful, and he'll be back. We'll see. But it appears Justin Fields is not as injured as first suspected. But I'm sure there'll be an MRI and an X-ray if they think something's broken. Who knows?
Astros doctors are like, you don't need to do all that.
Not every doctor's Dr. Nick. Not everyone.
But if any NFL team were to cut corners on the injury staff where it's a sport where like 20 guys get hurt every year, and probably everyone that plays is dealing with something at some point. The one team that'd be like, let's cut a couple corners. It would be the Jets.
Maybe
Brick Johnson would be like, just turn down the sliders on Madden. No one gets
It's a
hurt.
new regime, man. They have a new general manager, a new head coach. Things are changing
Brick
in New
is
York.
still there.
That's true. He's still the owner's kid. KJ, good friend of mine, makes a point. I told you this story before we started, Sean. KJ says he recalls back in the day someone tweeted out that Andre Johnson was carted off the field and it turned the whole world upside down. And he mentions a reporter that is close to us, Juan Beltran, was there that day also. Turned out to be nothing also. KJ, it wasn't a tweet that alerted us to it. It was Juan Beltran himself who called into the John and Lance show back when I believe we were still 1560 and said, because he was out there, the roving reporter, hey, if you see anything, call in and let us know what's going on. He called in and said Andre Johnson was carted off the field, which, of course, at the time where Andre Johnson was the lone bright spot for the Texans, and this is training camp, was going to freak people out. I remember Lance throwing up his hands and slamming the table and going, oh, no, I can't believe it. Not Andre. Turns out Andre walked under his own power to the cart, sat down, and they drove him back into the facility, and he was fine. This was back before Twitter was a major news breaking source, I believe. So it happens. Reporters don't understand context, and you say someone's carted off the field, it's going to freak people out. It happened to us with, at the time, the Texans' biggest star. We'll get to more Texans sound or more Texans talk when we come back. Well, after this call, we'll get to Eric. We'll go to break, and then we'll hear from the Texans because it was the first day of training camp yesterday. We got to hear from D'Amico and CJ Stroud. So we'll get to that. But first, let's talk to Eric. He's got a college football thing. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. Sean, how you doing? Yeah, I think Sean got the gist of my call the other day about the SEC. Because, like I said, they haven't won the national championship in a couple of years. And if Texas does not win the SEC or the national championship this year, does that mean the SEC is going to go into oblivion and the Big Ten is going to take over? And also, if the Astros do trade for a bat, does that mean more than likely Jordan's out for the rest of the season? I'll hang up and listen.
They were supposed to be looking for a bat before Jordan. Well, he's been hurt a long time, to be honest with you. Before they were aware that a setback was coming. So they've been rumored to be trying to acquire a bat long before the Jordan thing became a real worry that he'd be out for the year. So I don't believe that would be the case. I don't know if they'll have an answer on Jordan before the trade deadline. The urgency should be, hey, Jordan's going to be out for a while. We still don't have Pena back. Jake Myers, of all people, we're really depending on, and he's not back yet. But if the question is, do they go after more than one bat? Do they have enough in their arsenal to acquire more than one bat that would be consequential in a playoff series? I don't know how deep they want to go into their what people say is a limited farm system to acquire a guy that could help. Because, the Cedric Mullins of the world was a name people talk about, a guy who isn't having a great year himself, but is just a guy with some pop, hits from the left side that the Astros might want to take a look at.
We're good. We got Taylor Trammell.
But as you heard Dr. Sean say, we do have Taylor Trammell.
Good.
So we're just fine.
Cedric Mullins, your time as a hypothetical Astros
is over. We talked about it yesterday, Eric. The bigger thing that came out of Ken Rosenthal's latest piece about the Astros is that they're looking for a frontline starter possibly because they're aware of the likelihood that Fromber won't be back, which would definitely dig into whatever talent they do have. And Sean has labeled Bryce Matthews untouchable.
Yes.
Depending on the level of starter, Bryce Matthews would be someone that other team would ask for. The Astros would, and well, I would hope. I can't say would. I would hope they would say no. And as we said yesterday, that's all about the caliber of pitcher that has club that they would have club control for, and that would determine what they would actually have to send. But yes, Jordan's absence may make them more urgent, but I still believe that they believe that he'll be back
even if it is into September or mid-August, whatever it might be. Your other thing about the SEC going into oblivion if Texas doesn't win, no, they're not going to go into oblivion. I mean, Texas fans might go into oblivion.
Texas is the biggest brand in the SEC.
I have said that's true.
The SEC rises and falls with the.
That's not true.
With Texas.
The second part of what you said isn't true, but yes, I believe Texas is the biggest brand.
It was the best shot to win last year.
It's true. They got the furthest. I think Texas is a brand unto itself. They don't need the SEC.
But the SEC needs Texas.
I wouldn't say that either.
Oh.
I think they're certainly added value to the SEC, but Texas could survive on their own without the SEC. They're a big enough brand. So I don't normally want to give Texas any credit, not because of you, but you're helping me not want to give them credit.
Thank you.
But I just don't like giving Texas credit because why do they need credit from me? They get propped up by everyone anyway. They don't need more of it. But yes,
prop up ourselves.
Yes, they do it. They do a great job of propping up themselves. Yes, that's correct. But
list of the day, the most valuable athletic departments in college football.
Guess who's first?
Number 1, Texas.
Yeah.
All right, segment's over.
So I think the SEC would be fine if they don't win a national title this year because the money that they pull in will keep them afloat. Trust me. But
they really should think about winning the national championship.
You don't want to go 3 years in a row without winning one? Is that too much?
It definitely can't be Big Ten wins another one.
Because that battle for supremacy continues, and if the Big Ten, particularly if it's a different Big Ten team than the other two, like if somehow Penn State goes against our agenda and wins one, now you have 3 Big Ten teams the last 3 years winning one, then that would maybe suggest the power brokers in the SEC or the people who prop up the SEC with conversation would have to actually bend the knee a little bit and go, okay.
Exactly. It
Penn
becomes
State's
an actual.
Big Ten is now a real competitor, and at this point, they're dominating when it comes to winning national titles. So,
but we don't worry about.
But that's months away from being decided, Eric. Don't worry about it.
Like a month away from starting to be decided.
And
it's
don't
a
think
month away from the season start.
And don't think I didn't notice you using Texas as the only way the SEC could stay afloat. And they have to win a title.
I mean, who else is going to do it?
I don't know. I'm sure Georgia would be pretty good this year. Didn't they beat Texas last year? Twice?
Yeah.
So perhaps the team who's won 2 national titles, in the last 5 years or so, perhaps it'll be them who wins another one and keeps the Big Ten from taking over college football.
Probably not, though.
You don't trust Gunnar Stockton?
I mean, he was pretty good. The one game I saw him play, actually, in
wasn't
half the games I saw him play.
I mean, he was better than Carson Beck, but it wasn't that good.
2 quarters that I saw him.
Notre Dame didn't think it was that good.
No.
We will see. More college football to discuss as we keep moving forward. Hell, we're going to be in Lake Charles. I'm sure there'll be a Thursday night game going on at the Golden Nugget when we, at least on the TVs at the Golden Nugget, when we do our fantasy draft. So we're not that far away from real games mattering. The media days are still going on. And then, of course, fall practice will begin rather shortly. Okay, we'll hear from the Texans when we come back. We'll hear from CJ. We'll hear from D'Amico because they spoke. And we will decipher what we think is interesting and what we think it is, what we think isn't, because that's what we do here. But before we do any of that, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Monument is the place you should always go to when you're looking for a great car and great service. And that's just part of what they're about. Not only are you going to get a great vehicle, that Chevy brand is strong, but the Monument brand is strong as well because they've been in business for over 50 years. And that length of time means they've been doing something right. They celebrated that 50-year anniversary last year. They're going into year 51 right now. And what doesn't change is the great service they provide. They'll get you into the best car possible for you. And that's part of the deal. Sure, they got great cars for everyone, but they'll get the great car for you. So you check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com and then going out there to Pasadena for Beltway 8 and 225 and see that car in person. And that's important because the prices aren't going to change. If you love a price on the website, once you go out to Pasadena, that price will be the same. They're not going to trick you. No hidden fees, no upcharges. And they got something going on special right now for the week of this week in July. It's the car of the week, and that's the EV Blazer. So if you're looking for an electric vehicle, they have one for you at a great price. It's 0% APR for that 25 EV Blazer for 36 months. We'll do a different car next week. We did a different car before. So great cars, a variety of them, all at Monument Chevrolet. So New cars, pre-owned, or something for your business, it's all there for you. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to Texan stuff here. The news, I guess, most important yesterday, and we talked about it a little bit. Joe Mixon wasn't available. He had I believe, classified as a non-football injury. We'll see when Joe Mixon returns. So that means Nick Chubb was getting first-team reps at running back. The guy handing him the football is C.J. Stroud. New offensive coordinator for C.J., which means new responsibilities. We know about his adoration for Tom Brady. So you're going to hear him mention Tom Brady here. CJ will have more control, which apparently is very exciting for people because they did not like that Bobby Slowick did not allow him to change things or set protections. And that's not just a local thing. I've seen that in a lot of places where the thought of CJ Stroud making protection calls and changing things gets people really excited. Okay, we'll see. But CJ knows it'll take some time. But here's CJ on the transition to taking more ownership in the offense.
Those clips are always great to watch, somebody do it and at such a high level, just he's not like physically, imposing his will, but he just mentally, whooping guys, playing and play out. So that's something that I definitely, want to get to that. But like you said, they started back in 2000, 2001, 2003. So like it's been a long time. It's been the same offense. So this is my first year. It's not going to be what I watch on film yet, but, I, am sure that one day it will. And I haven't talked to him, but I'm sure if he did, he would have some advice.
So CJ knows there will be some growing pains, but he is looking at Tom Brady and what he did to take over full control of the Patriots offense. Now, beyond the fact that he loves Tom Brady, there is a Patriots connection with Nick Caley coaching there. Of course, Nick Caley most recently was, according to Sean, grabbing coffee for Sean McVay. But now that his coffee getting days are over, he's no longer a gopher. He's calling plays for the Texans, and he will hand some of the reins over to CJ Stroud. In my head, and it's tough because everything devolves for me into their biggest weakness, the one that's going to potentially keep them from achieving all their goals. anything I think of goes, oh, sure, make all the protections you want. But if Cam Robinson protect you, is that going to matter?
Yeah, you can slide the protection, but you're still sliding the same 5 guys.
Yeah. So I'm trying to avoid that and take every topic Texans related as its own thing. But I'm telling you, the hamster wheel in my head's going, O-line, Cam, Ursery, all that, all of it always heart goes back to that when I talk about what the Texans can be.
Yeah.
And that is look, if you go by people outside the city, that seems like less of a concern because they made a hire that they like in Nick Caley. I don't know how many people know anything about Cole Popovich. I know we've heard from Patriots people who give him credit for being around, and they like the cut of his jib, I guess. I don't know what he was doing with Dante Scarnecchia, but
they like that he was around.
They like that he was there while things were going pretty well at times for the Patriots. So I haven't heard anything but either I don't know what it's going to be or we like those hires. But mostly for a lot of the national media, it's at least he's not Bobby Slowick, because Bobby Slowick was catching all the shrapnel for what went on last year. So they made changes. I think it's reasonable to go, I don't know. I don't need to, outside of the jokes about the coffee getting, I don't need to attack Nick Caley. I don't know if it's going to be good or not. We just don't know.
That's not an attack. But
it is not complimentary what you do.
I'm just going with what I know.
You know that he got coffee from Sean McVay?
I assume.
See, no, all right. You assume. Okay, that's different.
I assume that he once was like, "Hey, need anything?"
Maybe,
as Sean McVay is,
maybe not last year.
Diagramming plays.
Maybe he put it in order. I don't think Nick Caley. Let's see. Do we think Nick Caley, to be nice for the office, ever just went and got coffee for people? Is that possible? Maybe, because he's being nice. I don't think he was ever asked to go get coffee and he had to go get coffee.
Hey, Nick.
No, I don't think that ever happened.
Okay.
I think he may have said, I'm stopping here anyway. Hey, anybody want anything? I think he might have done that because that's just a nice thing for a coworker to do. I don't think, hey, Nick, take an order here. Don't think that happened.
Okay.
I'm sure they have assistants, non-football assistants.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's his title? I think that at the very least, like being not Bobby Slowick, like I'm interested. I'm interested in that. Like
it's a little different from what it was last year, at least.
And I think we fully explored the Bobby Slowick offensive coordinating experience. I mean, even in year one, I remember people were not like 100. He didn't have a 100% approval rating.
That's true.
It gets simplified into like he was good year one, then he was bad year two and got fired. It's like
it wasn't.
He was like uneven.
Yeah, it wasn't
one.
this spectacular success in year one.
No, it was just it also cleared the expectations that everyone had, which was this is going to be another like 5-11 year for the 5-12
because CJ wasn't as highly thought of before the draft as he was clearly coming off,
and the
season.
Surrounding cast was viewed as worse than the surrounding cast that Bryce Young had that first year.
And Nico Collins wasn't a thing. Yeah.
Nico Collins wasn't really a thing. People looked at Noah Brown, Robert Woods, those guys.
I remember.
Yeah, as being like
in the preseason, I think Nico dropped the ball from CJ against the Saints, and I said it myself: is this the worst wide receiver group in the NFL?
Yeah,
because there wasn't a lot there, and of course, Tank had a great rookie year until he got hurt. We got Lance Zierlein coming in and giving me the thumbs down, which is wonderful. But it was a group that didn't have a lot of pelts on the wall, and if they did, it was like, oh, Robert Woods was doing stuff with the Rams 3 years ago when he was healthy.
Yeah,
Bobby Trees.
I remember when the Madden ratings for that year came out, and they're all like 72 overalls, and I was like, yeah, that's about right. Like that's
sure
that seems no one seems underrated here. So I think that the Nick Caley can very easily be better than Bobby Slowick.
Sorry, I'm pointing at you. Hit the horn, Sean.
Oh no.
Hit the horn.
Did someone get stepped on in practice?
No.
Oh.
Someone has passed away.
Justin Fields?
His toe didn't lead to an amputation, which led him to bleed out. No, he is still alive. But who isn't alive anymore? Hulk Hogan died at 71 years old. Hulk Hogan has passed away. Which
R.I.P.
71 is in today's world is relatively young to die.
But for a wrestler,
yeah,
that's like 20 years.
Yeah, I don't know what the cause of death is, but Hulk Hogan passes away at 71 years old. It's everywhere you can find it. I'm sure we'll get more information as time passes, and we'll figure out what exactly happened. But wow, Hulk Hogan dead. We'll go to break with that. Sean, you want to come back with "I'm a Real American"?
Sure.
We'll come back with that as that was his interest song when he wasn't part of NWO. When he didn't paint his beard black. remember that? Hey, he's a bad guy. We'll paint his beard black.
Out of respect, like we cannot mention that.
The NWO days?
The specifics about painting his beard black. We shouldn't. The man just died.
What about the you don't want to talk about?
I don't think that's part of his legacy.
You don't want to talk?
I don't think that's a part of his legacy he wants to. Well, there's other parts of his legacy.
Hey, you sure there aren't other parts he doesn't want to?
You know what? He's probably cool with NWO.
Yeah. Like you are a child of the internet, so you know about there's a famous photo now of him spray painting. He's about to spray paint NWO on some white side of a building.
Yeah.
And because of his non-wrestling stuff that he's known for, he had a moment where he was using slurs.
His outside the ring.
Yeah, people are like, there's a meme where don't let Hulk Hogan get upset because he'll start writing things on walls. And of course, the first letter is an N.
And then the start of the
it looks like an I.
Looks like an I.
Yeah. So there's a lot to deal with when it comes to Hulk Hogan. But as far as the man himself, complicated, was a great entertainer for a long time, but he has passed away at the age of 71. Hulk Hogan dead. All right, we'll come back. Guess with a tribute, considering this show, I'm not sure we should even get more into it because I'm not sure how much of a tribute it will be. But we'll start the second hour when we come back.
Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
If you were just tuning in, why would we play that song? Well, Hulk Hogan has passed away at 71, and during the break, Sean said, complicated history? It's not that complicated. As a wrestler, was one of the greatest. As a human being, not that great. Not that great. Hulk Hogan's had and this is not even the political side of it. You can take that for whatever you want, but he has said and done some things that aren't great. And I'm not into celebrating, like actually, thank God someone's dead, which is going on online right now. But you can tell by the reaction of some people that the Hulk outside the ring wasn't the greatest. And you can find anything. I'm sure in the eulogies that'll be written by, and the retrospectives that will be written, there will be a list of things that he has done that kind of tainted what was at one point like 100%? Probably not 100%. I'm sure there were some Ultimate Warrior fans that didn't like him, but
it was strictly about
wrestling, yeah.
About
but
wrestling.
overall, at one point, I didn't hear bad words said about him. Then he stopped wrestling, or at least we found out things about him outside of wrestling that changed the perspective. But Hulk Hogan passes away at 71 years old. All right. We will Sean, I think Sean's looking up.
I'm looking for a eulogy.
I don't know if those are out there yet, but I'm sure they will be out there, and then we'll have a rundown of all the things that Hulk Hogan has done.
I think it has to start with WWE legend or WWF legend.
I think that's how it'll begin. Yeah. I think it'll be how his presence changed wrestling,
and then like second, third paragraph, you get into
some of the reality.
In 2013, that's
you'll
or
get
whatever year it was.
Yeah, when he no longer was a featured performer, and we stopped talking about him as a wrestler and start talking about the reality show stuff around him and all the other things that led to a less than stellar reputation in the final years of his life. So there it is. Hulkamania. Now a thing of the past. Okay, we'll get to some more text and stuff here. D'Amico Ryans talks about what he likes about the offense. We heard from CJ about how he's going to have more control, and that is something we know it's been reported that he pushed for, and I think it's something he said he really, really wanted. Well, here's D'Amico Ryans on what he likes about the Nick Caley offense.
What excites me most about Caley's offense is that it's evolving and it's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. So what excites me the most is not just copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places, but he's been very, very thorough with the installation process of where do we want to put our guys, what position, what's the best spot for our guys to be in. So you look at it through that lens, it's going to be about the Houston Texans. And that's what I love most about the offense is him being able to be adaptable and put our guys.
I don't know where Nick Caley has been very successful in this job, the one he has now. I know he was the pass game coordinator for the Rams, but the job he's going to have now is one he's never done before, not on any level. And he was more of a defensive assistant in his first couple coaching jobs back in college. He was on the other side of the ball, and as he made his way to the NFL, he worked his way up in the Patriots organization, and then once he moved on to the Rams. So has he been a part of some successful offenses? Sure. But he's never done what he's going to do this time around. So I know why his head coach is going to believe on him. He just made the hire. But I think the one thing you take away from it is that it isn't going to be plug players into things I think they should do. We're going to, at least according to D'Amico, we're going to build an offense that fits the players. And, we've heard that quite a bit. We hear it at every presser for a new coach for the most part. Players over plays, all the things that get people excited. But there are always certain things an offense will always do. Like D'Amico Ryans talked about what he wanted from an offense when this decision was being made. There was some thought that CJ may have wanted a more Ohio State type offense where he's always in the shotgun. It's more spread. It's more you might call power spread. That's maybe a term used for it. D'Amico Ryans took that into consideration. Also, D'Amico wanted more under center stuff. He wanted to run the football from under center. That was something that appealed to him. And if you think back to what the Rams do, there's been some differences. When Jared Goff was there, they were under center, play action stuff, hard play actions to get Jared Goff a clearer view in the intermediate routes that he was going to throw into. That's what that's happening in Detroit, or at least it did with Ben Johnson. We'll see what that Detroit offense looks like now that Ben Johnson is gone. Under Matthew Stafford played quite a bit out of the shotgun. No, there's still some under center stuff. It wasn't exclusively out of shotgun, but they made an offense that fit Matthew Stafford as opposed to the one that Jared Goff played under Sean McVay. We'll see what best suits CJ. And according to D'Amico, they're going to do things that fit all their personnel the best. And we won't have any real answers probably until halfway through the year. But the coach is excited about it. So if you trust D'Amico, I guess you should be as well. But once we start to analyze pressers, I could go point across the league and hear the same stuff from every coach who's made a new hire.
Even D'Amico Ryans, like he was, who is very positive of last season.
I did bring it up on the morning show. What did he say about Bobby Slowick?
What did he say about Bobby Slowick in like week 11? Not even first day of training camp, just like after the Jets game. Like it was overall still positive. Now that is just like what he said in a press conference scenario, probably not what he actually felt, but I mean, it's the same principle of like everyone this time of the year is excited about their new offensive coordinator hire.
You got a real problem if you're not.
Yeah. So listen, like I said earlier, not being Bobby Slowick, step in the right direction. Just, hey, at least be different.
Already a check mark in your favor.
Don't even really have to be that much better. Just be different.
Well,
just the weaknesses not be as obvious to people sitting on their couch watching the games on TV.
Well, listen to Nico Collins here because he said something and then he kind of caught himself because the expectation is this offense will be different than what we saw under Bobby Slowick. We'll wrap up the Texans sound with this. Here is Nico Collins on what this offense is going to do for him and the other playmakers.
Shoot, I feel like it's pretty much like the same, not the same, but it's you get the playmakers the ball, Same with this offense, man. Like you get the ball in your hand, go do something with it, And I feel like Nick really making that an emphasis, like that. Yeah, it's a big thing, So I feel like as a receiver group, as an offensive unit, that's what you want to do and get the ball in your hand, go score. Because I ain't trying to be on that field 10 plays, trying to be one and done, So. But it's a great opportunity to go out there, man. Just have fun.
So if we just take the best receiver on the team's insight, guys are going to get the opportunity in the open field. And that was kind of a tenet of the 49ers offense where a lot of it was built off of what happens after you get the ball in a player's hands. And that's why Debo still has a reputation of being a big-time playmaker is because of all the opportunities he got on the run. And, of course, there isn't a real Debo here, but you have a big receiver, Nico Collins. If Jaden Higgins is your other outside guy, you have another big receiver, and then how they distribute slot snaps when it comes to Noel and Kirk is yet to be seen. But first day sound from the Texans, all positive about Nick Caley. Man, it'll probably stay that way until there's a reason for it not to, like week 4 or whatever, or maybe it's week 1 when Kobe Turner and the rest of the Rams are after them and the rest of the offensive line. But so far, nothing but
like
good
we know
things.
what this guy, know what this guy does.
Thank you that you said that. I can't wait for that storyline because it's very predictable. They're going to ask
revenge.
They're going to why he didn't get fired. They're going to ask the Rams about Nick Caley. Nick Caley will be asked about the Rams.
Yep.
And the back and forth about who has the advantage will go forward, and someone very reasonable will say, well, I'm sure he'll have different things in store. But, we know him, he knows us, so on and so forth. That will be leaned into greatly in week 1. Just get ready for it.
Yeah.
Get ready for the Nick Caley versus the Rams story to be a thing. I'm less concerned about that and more about
how he actually performs
and how Jared Verse is going to deal with the Texans
that
offensive
too.
line and vice versa.
Oh man, it just set in that I'm I'm gonna have to watch this offensive line again.
It's different though.
I mean, the people are different. Yes,
different spots even for the guys who are returning.
Yeah.
Titus Howard's playing right guard now.
Mm-hmm.
That's different.
Mm-hmm. But then when you say Jared Verse is going to line up on the other side, I'm like, oh, don't love that.
They got to prove themselves. That's the most unproven unit on the team.
Yes, by far.
By far. Not middle linebacker, but your inside linebackers. There's some questions about who's going to play the majority of the snaps. EJ Speed is here. Yeah. Christian Harris disappeared for the most part last season after having at least a great wild card game, and people thought Christian Harris was going to take a step. He was injured to start the year, and when he came back, there wasn't a lot there. So there's some questions with your inside linebackers. Azeez Al-Shaair. That's a unit that probably is the worst unit on the defensive side of the ball, because we had to talk about the interior defensive linemen, and we probably aren't as low on them as the ESPN was when they ranked them as the biggest question mark for the team. Even with the offensive line still available to pick, I don't think as lowly of the defensive interior as ESPN did. So I think linebacker is probably a bigger problem. But other than that, offensive line reigns supreme. All right. We'll go to break with that. If you want to join the show, you certainly can. 713-780-3776. It is list season. So will Sean actually go with the most profitable programs in all of college, not just college football, but college sports? We already know who number one would be. So maybe he has a different list. We'll get to our daily segment list season when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right, Sean. You informed me during the break that you will not lean into most profitable college programs in the
because
country.
it's not it's like not opinions, and B, even the like quote unquote facts of it. It's all very hazy.
Of
and
course.
it's just valuations.
Sure. So
Of things that aren't for sale.
So you do have a different list. Is it college football related, or are we going in a different place?
It is college football related. It is from week to week CFB, which on this computer it's signed into the ESPN 97.5 account, which is dangerous. But it also gives me good insights like this account is only followed by one person that follows ESPN 97.5.
Okay.
And that person is John Cena.
Interesting.
That John Cena.
So John Cena follows the station account.
And he also follows week to week CFB, who brings us this list.
Did not know John Cena was a college football fan. Now I do.
He follows 1 million people on.
Is he just a follow back guy? If you follow him, there's a real chance he'll follow you.
At one point he was, but I think now he has.
He's
like
got
15 million followers.
Probably not what he's doing.
But this list is not John Cena related in any way. I just thought it was interesting. It is the first time CFP candidates for this season.
Okay.
So the teams that this season are most likely to make their first college football playoff appearance. This is all Power 5 teams.
I'm going to guess Ole Miss being on the list.
Ole Miss. Are they on the list? They are not on the list.
Wow. Lane Kiffin ain't going to like that.
No.
So that's my one guess.
Yes.
Wrong on that. So let's go through the list. Is there?
Oh, no, wait. Ole Miss is 10th.
Okay, they are. So they're 10th most likely, or is it ranked by likelihood?
I believe it's ranked by likely, yes.
Okay, so who is the most likely, according to this list, to make their first appearance in the college football playoff?
The Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Texas Tech getting a lot of hype. They're spending money. They're throwing money around to gain talent. And the Big 12, you would say, not the toughest conference to make your way through. Of what we consider the Big Four, maybe they're ahead of the ACC, but
definitely easier to win.
Yes,
for 15 teams.
Sure.
to talk themselves into winning that. I assume this is mainly because if they win the Big 12, they're in.
They're in.
Boom. A lot of these other teams would either
larges.
it's harder for them to win the SEC or Big 10, or they'll have to be at large. Number 2, another Texas school, Texas A&M.
They were 2 games away because they would have had to beat Texas and then go and beat Georgia in the was it Georgia?
Yes.
Yeah, Georgia in the SEC title game. So I don't know how it would have worked out.
I think Georgia was in no matter what.
Yeah. So they were on the cusp. They could not win the game at home. They'll have Marcel Reed back. It's a full year starting. Mike Elko in his second year.
Yep.
So Texas A&M, no matter what they do on the field, continues to recruit very well. So that roster is going to be stacked with talent. We know at one point they had what many people consider the best class in the history of recruiting, and then a lot of those guys left. Like Evan Stewart is now an Oregon Duck, and of course Shamar Stewart, who I think was part of that class, is now, well, he's kind of a Bengal. I'm not sure.
He was drafted by the Bengals.
Yes, he was drafted by the Bengals. So recruiting doesn't always lead to success. The A&M can be first in line to say, yes, you're correct. And speaking of A&M, before we move on with the list, Sean, you are in a Texas group chat, right?
Yes.
Would the people in that group chat use the recent news about Texas A&M's mascot to make jokes, or would they stay away from it? Do you know the recent news?
Yes, and it's been nothing but respectful.
Yeah. If you don't know,
if
you don't know, the border collie that is Reveille had an eye removed due to glaucoma. So the Aggies now have a one-eyed mascot, and her official title or unofficial title is the First Lady of Aggieland, which when a dog is your first lady, it's a little tough not to have jokes made about you. But if you want to lean into that, lean into it. This is not about the student body at A&M at all. It's just right there for people to make jokes. Has your group chat responded to that news with in a respectful tone?
Nothing but respect.
Seems sarcastic from you.
No.
That they now have it would be
be fun. I mean, they better put an eye patch on that dog.
They're not putting an eye patch on the dog. They're
a glass eye?
I don't know that they would put
in the press release. It said that Beverly is expected to make it was a successful surgery. That's good to know.
That's good to know.
And she'll be back to her duties in the fall.
What are Revelly's duties? Just being a dog?
Yeah. Being the First Lady of Aggie.
I'm sure she makes appearances.
Yeah. And at the football games.
Is that all?
That's all that I care about. I don't care about if she's at a booster event.
I don't know. Her returning to her duties. Okay. But
eye patch.
I don't think they're putting an eye patch on the dog. If Texas Tech had a dog, as a mascot, you put a patch on the Red Raider.
On the horse?
Yeah, if the
horse,
like
if the Red
no,
Raider
because
rides?
the horse has to ride. You can't do that. The horse has to actually gallop on the
feel
football
like
field. You can't do that. But if for whatever reason they're because I don't know why Revelly's a border collie is the mascot for the Aggies.
I'm sure there's a Wikipedia
I'm not
page
looking
that's
it up.
very long.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I don't care that much. But as far as if the Red Raiders had chosen a dog for their mascot, considering Mike Leach and the pirate stuff, you could put a patch on the dog.
I feel like a lot of teams, not just because of Mike Leach, but just a lot of teams would just be like, hell yeah, let's do it. Like LSU would be like, let's put an eye patch on the tiger.
Oh, Mike, how are you gonna get that tiger to allow you to put a patch on? You got to crank the tiger and throw a patch on him.
Boom, you just got it.
Okay, I don't know their policy on what they will and won't do.
Another team that could put the eye patch on their mascot and also is number 3 on this list is the Florida Gators. Third most likely team to make their first college football playoff.
You want to do a list of most difficult mascots, real life mascots with a patch on? Now,
I think we can just. What if we just interweave that with the teams on here? Because I realize there's not much to say about a lot of these teams. That's like, can Florida go 10-2
probably,
or go 9-3 and complain enough to get in? Maybe
it's a possibility. Well, we went through Florida's schedule. What was it, yesterday?
Yeah,
they could very well be 2-2.
It's
early. They go on the road to a couple tough spots. It could be rough for them to start.
The Illinois Fighting Illini.
They were pretty good all of last year.
10-3, I want to say.
I don't know how they finished, but that's.
I know they won their bowl. I think they were 9-3.
Maybe they take Indiana's spot as the other Big Ten team to make it. Now Indiana only lost one game in the regular season last year, but there is a spot beyond Ohio State, Penn State, and if you want to throw in Michigan, I don't think much of Michigan this year, but if you just want to replace Indiana with Illinois, I can see that.
This is the
and Oregon, of course, is the other.
Yeah,
team.
The next number 5 is where I just go, huh? Like, it just seems early for this team, who I think is going to be pretty good, but I don't know about 5th most likely to make their first college football playoff, especially with the teams below them on this list. Georgia Tech.
I can't say anything disparaging about them because of what they've done.
Yes, but
to my team over the last 2 seasons, Haynes King is still around somehow.
They're ahead of honestly, probably half the Big 12 should be ahead of them because half the Big 12 can win the Big 12 and would automatically be in.
It's true. Georgia Tech has, of course, Georgia on their schedule, which we can
that hurts their playoff.
Yeah,
chances.
that hurts their chances. So I guess we're talking winning the ACC because can Georgia Tech, when you throw Georgia on the schedule,
10-2,
and then not win the ACC, which means they have other L's, maybe 2 or 3. Can Georgia Tech be 9-3 and make the playoff?
No, hell no.
No,
not without beating Georgia. So
no,
yeah. So that's the one where I'm.
So they host Clemson early on. The schedule isn't too tough. They would beat Miami anyway, but they don't have Miami in the schedule this year. Syracuse was pretty good last year. Kyle McCord's not back, right?
Yeah, that's going to be a Steve Angeli joint.
They're hosting former Notre Dame quarterback.
Notre
Steve
Dame
Angeli.
quarterback that came into the Penn State game.
Yeah, Georgia Tech hosting Syracuse. So the schedule's not too tough.
But that hurts them if they lose the two good games.
There's not a lot on there that would say that would help them if they do drop a couple games. So I don't see that happen.
Yeah.
We saw the fight last year with the ACC and all the conversation. Then you have SMU make it and then get blown out like that. I don't think the ACC is going to be getting done any favors when it comes to making the playoff again, and particularly for a Georgia Tech team who doesn't have a brand that would entice people to put them in if we believe some of that plays a part. If they're not,
just know that like 6 of the next 8 teams I think they have a better chance.
If they're not winning the conference,
exactly.
I don't know how they're making the playoff.
Number 6, also a good eye patch mascot, the Baylor Bears.
I've seen a lot of juice with Baylor.
Yeah, and just to be the
Sawyer Robinson's back, right?
Yeah.
We talked
Sawyer
about that
Robinson's
yesterday.
back, and I think so is their offense coordinator. I think they. I mean, if you tell me that they win the Big 12, yeah, sure.
I could see a Big 12 representative being like 9, and if you even throw in winning the Big 12 title,
yeah,
10-3.
Yeah, because I think Baylor, they have a non-conference. Oh, they play Auburn. They play Auburn in the non-conference. Which, hey,
probably if you have real,
Auburn's not on this list.
If you have real Big 12 title thoughts, you should beat Auburn.
Exactly. Number 7, also a team that should beat Auburn, South Carolina.
Yeah, they were one of the pack of 3 who were whining at the end of last year.
Why is Georgia Tech 2 spots above?
The Georgia Tech one, as I said, I've got PTSD.
I'll do it for you.
I got PTSD with Georgia Tech,
for you.
But I don't understand it either. How could they be ahead of some of these teams?
I love Georgia Tech. They've provided some of the most hilarious games in recent college football history.
Yeah, it's been great, Sean. Yeah,
Haynes King, what a
still around,
a real life cowboy playing quarterback.
24 years old, Haynes King, still around. Balling.
Actually, not a cowboy, a rodeo clown, where he just gets tossed by offense or by defensive linemen 30 times a game and just gets back up.
Yeah, keeps playing.
Fantastic. But come on, guys. Number 8, one of the teams that did throw Haynes King around like a rodeo clown. Unfortunately, Haynes King got up every time. The Miami Hurricanes.
Haynes King got so beat up in that game, he couldn't really throw the football. So it didn't matter because that's how bad Miami's defensive coordinator was last year, who's now been fired. The throwing quarterback came in, and Haynes King was a running quarterback, and they still couldn't decipher enough ways to stop that particular obvious tell. That's how bad it was in that game last year, in a game Miami lost as Cam Ward got stripped. They had a chance to go down there and win that game, but he got stripped on the second play of the drive. But yes, Miami, they have a schedule that even with a loss or 2 allows them much different than last year. They do host Notre Dame. They do host Florida. I don't know how good Florida State would be. Don't have many hopes, even though Thomas Castellano is still not backing off the stuff he said about Alabama. That's a team who could suffer a couple losses because of the schedule and still make it, but it has to be the right losses, as it always has to be. Losing to top 10? Are they top 5 Notre Dame this yet? Well, we don't know. The rankings are not.
Notre Dame will probably top 5.
Probably top 5 Notre Dame at home. The interesting thing about Notre Dame is they're going to have a first-time starter, and his first game is going to be, look, Hard Rock ain't normally a crazy place to go play a game.
Yeah, but week 1, prime time,
top
it'll be good.
10-ish or so Miami on the road. That's a tough spot for any quarterback, considering the rivalry and the noise, and it's going to be a night game.
Squiggly lines on the stadium pulse.
Sure, can't make any audibles, all that stuff. So
that's fun.
It'll be interesting how Notre Dame copes with a first-time starter. I'm sure they're just going to hand the ball to Jeremiah Love, and hopefully that works out for him.
Yeah. After Miami, it's Iowa.
Get out of here.
Yeah, they're not.
Iowa's, stop it.
Number 10, one of the group of 3 SEC teams complaining about not making the playoff last year, the Ole Miss Rebels. I have a hard time seeing this. I'll be honest. They didn't make it last year.
No, and they had Jackson Dart, and of course, Jackson Dart started his giant career
all
by
that big
throwing a pick in training camp.
transfer portal class.
Yeah.
That was way better than the transfer portal class that they got this year. It's not like they're a team that recruits high school on a level where you're like, oh, well, they depended on transfers last year, but now the high school guys are old enough that that's the talent upgrade is internal. It's just like,
And
I don't know. Lane Kiffin gonna go 10-2 again.
So he goes to Georgia. They go, not that Oklahoma's that tough. They go to Georgia, then Oklahoma back-to-back weeks. So you would assume just by brand recognition, their toughest stretch will be at Georgia, at Oklahoma, then home to South Carolina in a 3-week span. They have LSU at home in late September. So the schedule's manageable, you would say. Could they get to 10-2? That's a schedule for a dominant SEC team. Is an easy 10-2, but they're Ole Miss. They're not a dominant SEC team.
Exactly what I was going to say. I was like, that is a manageable schedule for Alabama. That's not a manageable schedule for Ole Miss.
We saw them.
They didn't manage it.
They lost to Kentucky at home last year.
It's the same schedule, or it's the same SEC schedule from last year. Just the location.
All the games are flipped. Yeah.
So like they had that schedule last year. They had Georgia at home. They beat them.
They lost to
and
Florida
they didn't make
on
the
road.
playoff.
Yeah, they lost Florida on the road. And they got the big win against Georgia and didn't make the playoff because they couldn't beat Florida, even though they were given multiple opportunities. And now they'll have, well, it'll be in the year. I don't know how healthy DJ Lagway will be, but they'll be hosting DJ Lagway, a Florida team that people think will be better because of DJ Lagway. So I don't buy that one. I don't think. I think Ole Miss probably should be lower on a list, maybe a top 20 likelihood of a team.
Yeah. Next three I'll just do as a unit to save a little bit of time, and they're all Big 12 teams. Iowa State, Kansas State, Utah.
Just pick one.
Yeah, sure.
Will Utah have a healthy quarterback this year?
Probably not. Just how things go.
Yes, that's true.
Devin Dampier, I want to say New Mexico transfer, runner. So moving up in competition, a running quarterback who isn't huge. I have my doubts.
Yeah, the 5'11" stuff's going to be tough.
Yeah. 14, Louisville. What are we doing? I guess the ACC.
They'll be able to score. They generally always can. What Brom does there, he does a good job.
Miller Moss gonna lead a team to the playoff.
That's the problem.
Okay.
Miller Moss experience, but that's the best you can kind of say about him. He had his moments during the USC season last year.
Well,
he played tough at Michigan. They couldn't find a way to win because, hey, look, Michigan's probably going to run the ball here. All USC had to do was
they
not
ran it again.
Yeah, was not give up explosive plays in the run game. The Michigan, they could not do it. It was and they lost to Minnesota in the game they should have won last year. And that's part of the reason I guess Paul Feinbaum can't stand Lincoln Riley.
Yeah,
play some sound from him yesterday on that.
And speaking of USC, they're 16.
They're in the Big Ten. They're worse than Oregon. They're not as good as Ohio State, not as good as Penn State. So that's already 3 better than them. And Illinois, apparently, according to the list, is better than them. So 5 Big Ten schools, maybe. I think that's a stretch.
Yeah.
Particularly if USC was part of that.
Oh, yeah. Missouri. Next.
Yeah, move on.
I don't know when this list came out or when they did this came out 2 days ago. Maybe it's a little outdated. The analytics that they run, the crack team over at Week to Week CFB, the BYU Cougars coming in at number 17. I'm just gonna say probably not.
I don't know if the guy did it, or if he can name even their current quarterback, considering Retzlaff is now playing, or at least will play for Tulane.
Yep.
All right, that wraps up list season. At least today's installment of that. I'm sure there will always be another list we can decipher and comment and really make fun of the author, because that's kind of how this always goes. We got a couple more segments here to go. I will give you some more information, on what's happening this week, because the guys are out actually at Cadillac Bar today, right? Is that today?
Yep. Will Kunkel, Joe George.
Will Kunkel and Joe George
12 to 3.
out at Cadillac Bar. You guys know
Killer Bee's also there.
Who?
The Killer
Bees
Bees
as well.
but
Yeah.
They don't have a different lineup.
Yes, it's the same guys doing the show. 12 to 6. The guys are out at Cadillac Bar. We'll get to what you can win if you head on out there when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So depending on how you feel about a city, or at least a player, depending on how they feel about a city, they'll either put something out on Instagram, tweet with the notes app, whatever, and say their goodbyes. Jalen Green used a Players Tribune to say goodbye to the city of Houston. We've talked about him kind of expecting a trade, whether that was because he read media reports or people inside the organization hinted at his availability on the market. He was not surprised that they made the trade. He's not bitter, says it's part of the business, part just how it is. And he seems to be embracing being a son. There have been conflicting reports. Depending on how you see these, they come from the same person. There's a man in Phoenix known as a Phoenix Insider. He kind of knows all there is to know about the Phoenix Suns, and if you want breaking news from them, you go to him. His nickname is Gambo, but his real full name is John Gambadoro. Gambo 987. So there are a couple things from him where although he is on the team, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker is supposed to be the Suns' point guard next year, and also Jalen Green is supposed to be their primary ball handler. Now, positionless basketball is a thing. Some teams don't even really classify anyone as a point guard if they don't have a true traditional one. So I don't know how those things fit. Devin Booker's going to have the ball in his hand as a point guard, but Jalen Green's going to be their primary ball handler. Seems conflicting, but whatever. Jalen Green will try to continue an upward trajectory of his career in Phoenix. But he said plenty in the Players Tribune along the lines of, as I said, it's a business. He gets it, all those things. He writes about growing up in Houston, became a man here. Of course, we know he became a father as well. But in the tweet promoting the article, he wrote something along the lines of, just be ready when I drop 30 on y'all. It's all love. Now, he did do well in Phoenix Rockets matchups attacking the Suns. He did have good games against them. I'm not sure the prospect of seeing Amen Thompson for 30 plus minutes a night is something he's going to thrive with. I'm not sure Ime Udoka's defensive game planning and just the individuals who will be playing defense are going to lead to a number of 30-point nights for Jalen Green. Because if the Warriors...
I was going to say, just play him like the Warriors.
If the Warriors can completely take you out of a series, perhaps...
I'll pencil him in for 9 when he plays the Rockets.
Perhaps Ime Udoka, Royale Ivy, and the personnel will have more luck than simply allowing you to go for 30.
Yeah, other than Amen Thompson, who they have to defend Jalen Green.
They don't have Dylan Brooks anymore. He's on the Suns.
Exactly. They have no wings to guard
DFS. Hell, maybe they just employ Josh Okogie for those nights to go out there and body Jalen Green for 30 minutes. This is all you're here for.
Can they get Pajimski on a loan to shut him down?
That's tough. That's tough.
Sorry, Jalen.
It's tough for Jalen for a defense, the point of attack defense led by Pods in some ways. And then Gary Payton II's a pretty good defender. But either way, it's not like the Warriors were stacked with guys who should have kept you from getting what you want. Although the Rockets did tell me they set up their entire defense to stop you. For 6 of the 7 games, they forgot in game 2. And
they didn't have it set up then.
Yeah. For a guy who admitted that the lights were too bright in game 1.
That's why they're like, oh, lights got him. We don't have to worry about it.
And then they just assumed the lights would keep working. I just don't know how it went from great game to
Steve Kerr.
Okay, got it.
So I mean, I'm somewhat interested in seeing Jalen Green in a new context.
I'm mostly there for the Schadenfreude. I'm mostly there to see.
Well, he's going to be the primary
ball handler, but not the point guard.
Devin Booker's going to be the point guard. Okay.
Maybe Devin Booker's just going to get the ball in Jalen Green's hands and get out of the way. Who knows? But
Good.
Yeah, for the rest,
Let him
for
cook.
anyone betting against Phoenix, it'd be great. I am looking for the Schadenfreude of the possibility of Jalen Green turning into a superstar. I don't think that's a likelihood, but if it happens, it'll be funny.
Yeah.
It would be objectively funny if the only thing holding back Jalen Green was the Rockets.
Somehow,
some way, considering all the positive things the Rockets are doing.
And considering he got 2 years of just being like, here's the ball.
As a Steven Silas. See, you can't Steven Silas. We'll blame Steven Silas for that.
But for him, it was just
no, it's the Rockets.
Okay.
In this,
he didn't have enough room to operate.
Yes.
He had to share it with KPJ.
Been saying it for years. In the unlikelihood that he becomes a star, if it happens, in that unlikelihood, I think it will be very funny if this team on the rise is the reason he couldn't be one, and he goes to a bad team.
Yeah.
That this seems like it has no direction, and he becomes the star that his second pick in the draft status would have suggested he could be.
It's kind of like what happened to Giddey this year
when he got to Chicago.
Yeah, when he got traded off of OKC and went to Chicago, where it's like, hey, he's putting up some numbers now. It's like, well, yeah, because who else is going to put up numbers? Like we talk about, I don't know if we've talked about it, but I've definitely said this. Just like, well, every team gets to 95 points in every NBA game. Someone's got to get 25 of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's just every team has a guy who's going to get 25 points a night. So yeah, I think there's definitely going to be the 2 weeks, the patented Jalen Green 2 week stretch where he makes 60% of his 3-pointers. And can you believe the Rockets gave up on this demon?
Yeah, they got Kevin Durant. I can believe it.
No, but you see all the step back threes he's making? This time it's sustainable.
Because people wouldn't have learned their lesson.
No. We did, credit to us, the January Jalen Green stuff. That's when we were like, he is turning the corner. He's playing well, but he really is just making 55% of his threes as opposed to 33% of his threes. And that's the extra.
And hey, everybody, do you think he's going to shoot at that rate for the rest of the season and the rest of his career?
Do you think he's going to be the greatest shooter of all time?
Did he just turn himself into a combo of Steph, Ray, and name them all?
Yeah.
Is he better than all those 3-point shooters? And that's
Damian Lillard, but also can dunk.
Yes, all those things. Or is it more likely he's on a heater and things will revert back to what he's always been? But he's in Phoenix. Hopefully it goes well for him, excluding the times he plays the Rockets. If he becomes a Rocket killer, more power to him.
He'll join
for taking that on and saying, you traded me, okay, I'm going to make you pay.
Join the ranks of Buddy Hield as Rocket killers. Yeah.
I mean, Steph Curry is the ultimate Rocket killer. But
he's like the Rocket, like Thanos.
But as far as guys we don't expect to kill the Rockets, join Buddy Hield. Sure, if that's what you want. Sure, just name them all. Over the last 15 years of guys who play far outplay their actual talent to make a Rockets night miserable. I hope Jalen Green plays well. I don't have anything against him. I just knew the Rockets at some point. At least I believe. I didn't know. I believe the Rockets at some point will move on because at some point you cannot keep diverting resources.
Yeah.
And by resources, I'm not even talking about the money. I'm just talking about the usage that he needs to get to get his numbers. I don't think that was a viable plan going forward. And they made a decision to make a move.
Yeah, it's just as simple as like, well, they need perimeter creation. And it's like, well, they have a guy who his calling card in the league is being able to score from the perimeter. And that is the specific thing that they are the worst at. That is what is holding this team back. Is like, man, imagine if they had like a really good scoring 2-guard. And they got one. They had one in theory. And he just he couldn't get to that level of being that guy in the playoffs. So yeah, that was the move they had to make. Is just like, well, can we upgrade that spot right there? All the other stuff kind of works. Can we upgrade that?
Yeah, they filled a big weakness, at least when it came to the playoffs.
Yeah,
and we'll see how that team, who has made significant moves, to their rotation overall. Just even we removed Jalen from the equation, which he was a big part of it. They have added guys they expect to be part of that rotation, and we'll see as we get closer and closer to the year how that all comes together. Before we go, we're minutes away from throwing it to the guys out at Cadillac Bar. The summer circuit continues at Cadillac Bar. You know what it is. We go to restaurants, the best restaurants in the greater Houston area. And the lineup from 12 to 6 is going to be at the Cadillac Bar on Shepherd. And if you head on out there, besides getting the great food and meeting the guys, you get a chance to get yourself a Power On electric bike. It's from the Power On Electric Bicycle Company. We're giving you, along with them, a chance to win two bikes, two electric bikes, valued at about $4,000. All you have to do is register. You go up to the promo table, put your name down, register, and now you're entered into that contest. You can do it every time you go out to one of our events as part of the summer circuit. You can only do it once per event, but as long as you make your way out there, you get a chance again to have your name in the running. So that kind of wraps it up for us today. Of course, there will be more Texans stuff to talk about tomorrow because training camp is in full force. We'll have more sound. I guess the play of the day was a pick six. Jalen Petrie picked off CJ Stroud in 11 on 11, I believe. So Jalen Petrie, who's coming back from injury, who needs to showcase what he has. He just got a deal, so the Texans believe in him. Now it's his turn to stay healthy and kind of reward them for their belief because, they didn't have to give him that contract considering what had been an up and down start to his career, but they like him. He's part of what should be a very good secondary. And at least today, he got the best of CJ Stroud. All right. That music means we're done for the day. And since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
Shred up, Stroud!
According to reports, not so much. Not today, at least. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
No Paul Gallant today. Once again, the Lord shining down on the city of Houston. Will Kunkel here with you live at Cadillac Bar, and Joe George joining us as well. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, shout out to you. Chime in there. You're going to see the steam coming off of my fajita plate, man. I mean, I've been hearing that the Cadillac Bar has got the best fajitas in town. I'm going to give that a try because I can't tell you they are if I don't try them. Come out here. Join us and register to win an e-bike. 2 of them up to $4,000. Joe, did you put your name in the ring?
No, we're not allowed to, unfortunately.
BS.
I know. Unfortunately, we can't. But they look awesome. It's a Power On electric bicycle.
Are
company.
they in here?
No.
Oh,
no,
I
I wish they were. No, the winner will get them delivered to their house. Actually,
fancy.
So I know. So you don't have to come to the station to pick them up.
Well,
Be right to you.
Let's get into day 2 of Texans training camp because CJ Stroud threw today. That's the big news. We're going to do that every single day. I think my biggest takeaway yesterday were the people want to say the strays that Bobby Slowick was catching. And I mean, if you're aiming your weapon at Bobby, I don't know that those are considered strays. And I think they continued a little bit today. And talking with Titus Howard, offensive lineman, I asked him just the biggest difference with how he's being coached and this scheme as well. He said it's a much simpler scheme. They're being coached properly with the right mentality. A shot at Chris Strausser, the old offensive line coach. So I think this is going to be a very different offense, a different mindset for this offense.
I think that's interesting too because as we get into the offseason, it was like, okay, Strausser's gone and they're just promoting Cole Popovich. Like on surface level, you would say that doesn't make any sense. The offensive line was terrible. They were one of the worst in the league. Why would you keep the assistant coach on this system, bring in a new OC, but not let him bring his own offensive line coach? They must have known something. Obviously, Nick Caley and Cole must have crossed paths at some point with the Patriots. But so now it just makes you feel better about where the offensive line is going because they were a huge problem last year. And if Cole Popovich and Nick Caley can really get this thing going and if they can just make the offensive line serviceable, because even if they're not super talented, which we all know they're not, but if they're just serviceable, the Texans they can reach higher grounds than they got last year. Like they can be a much better team if they just protect CJ Stroud.
And D'Amico Ryan's talked about this a lot throughout the end of last season through the offseason of everyone needs to be on the same page. And clearly Bobby Slowick and the offense, the guys were not on the same page, and Chris Strausser and them were not on the same page. And the way that D'Amico is talking about this now, very clearly, everybody is on the same page, and that is that this offense is going to be a run downhill, smash mouth defense. They are going to move bodies type of defense. And D'Amico talked about it yesterday, is that number one, first and foremost, he said, run block, and then protect CJ Stroud. Last year, it was, we are going to throw go routes. We are going to be all over the place. We're going to have that 5-headed monster. We are going to be fun to watch. Like, we got the weapons. This year, it is none of that. It is all about the run game.
Good, because last year, even the run game was like, it was Joe Mixon doing all the work. Like, he didn't have great blocking last year, throughout the entire season.
He had no blocking. He had worse blocking than maybe CJ did, for gosh sake.
Yeah.
He ran east and west as much as he ran north and south on a 45-yard run.
And now you've got a guy in Joe Mixon who's not practicing right now, but like Nick Chubb's out there. You have Dameon Pierce still on the roster. It's, if you're going to run the ball more, you have a bigger running back room, maybe a better running back room, and all of that's going to make things better for CJ. A new offensive coordinator, hopefully a better offensive line coach. And if you're going to focus on the run game, like, it's just going to make you a better football team. And I think, it's interesting because this offseason, like last year, there was all this hype about the Texans. About, we had people predicting them to go to the Super Bowl. And you've heard a little bit here and there. Dan Orlovsky was on Pat McAfee's show yesterday and said the Texans are going to be awesome this year. But he focused mostly on the defense. But if D'Amico can have his way, which is a team that's going to run the ball downhill, they're going to control the clock, they're going to make life easier for CJ, it just means to me the offense can be more. Now, they have to execute that, right? Like, you have to actually be improved. And I'm curious with what you've seen from camp. So I know it's early in camp. So like, we can't really see a lot from the offensive line. But like, how many iterations of this offensive line is it going to be? How long is it going to take them to decide who their 5 are going to be, if all healthy? That to me is the biggest question of training camp. It's just like, how long does it take for, Cole, Popovich, Nick Caley, and D'Amico to lock in on who the 5 starting offensive linemen are going to be.
Then I had Cecil Shorts on my show, Kicking It with Kunkel, on YouTube last night, and he is obsessed with Ariante Ursary. Obsessed with his physicality, the chip that he has on his shoulder. He thought he should have gone earlier in the draft, and the way he's going to play is exactly what D'Amico Ryans wants to do. And what they need to do is, like last year, it seemed like there were two different personalities. It was a split personality. You had the defense, and you had a standard, you had a culture, and it was a smash-mouth, badass football team. Offensively, it wasn't that. What it was, we didn't know. I asked C.J. Stroud. I asked Bobby Slowick. I asked everybody on the offensive side of the ball at the podium, not off the record. What's the personality of this offense? Who are they? Like, what is this? What's their identity was the word. And none of them ever had an answer. They didn't have an answer, and they would say, when we execute, you see it. We played Texans football. Like, what the hell does play Texas football mean?
I mean, the things we'd hear last year from Bobby Slowick at the podium, I remember Paul and I, it's when we were still doing the show together, and we were at a remote somewhere else, and we got the quote, and it was from Bobby Slowick saying, well, football is football.
It's so true,
What does that mean, though? What does that mean? What is Texans football?
Exactly.
What is football is football? And, like, you have to have an identity. And that, to me, is what this offseason, this hiring cycle, it's all about. It's what you're saying. It's like, who are you going to be and how are you going to execute it? Because if you have an identity, you know what you can build around. You can figure out, we know what Nico is going to be in CJ, but what does it look like at the beginning of the game? And what is your toughness level? That to me is, I think, what you were saying there about the defense is the other part of it. Is the defense was just, there was a toughness.
It's the personality of the team. It's the culture. That's what the Texans are.
Yeah.
But that's not what the offense was.
They didn't have it.
So you can't be tough, downhill, that culture, but then at the same time, your offense is apart from that.
Mm-hmm.
Your defense was that. Now you are all under that one umbrella. You are now all under smash mouth, make the other team pay for playing you. Win or lose, you play a brand of football. That's what you're going to see now. Now everyone's on the same page, and offensively they have to lean into that. So you talk about the iterations of the offensive line. So day one yesterday, left tackle was Cam Robinson, going left to right, left guard Laken Tomlinson, Jarrett Patterson at center, Titus Howard at right guard, and then Ariante Ursary at right tackle. Today, it was a different iteration. Ariante was at left tackle. Laken stayed at left guard. At center, it was Jake Andrews today. Still Titus Howard at right guard, and then today Blake Fisher at right tackle. So Titus Howard was actually asked this in the press conference after practice. What's more important? Making sure that you mix up the lines to kind of give everybody a chance and see what's best, or to make sure you work together your starting five as much as humanly possible? And my answer to that is, right now, you mix it up and you match it up as often and as much as you want to find out who the best five are, because you're not necessarily putting out your best five individual linemen. You're trying to find the best unit. That's how an offensive line works.
Yeah, what's the best communication process? Like, how is it, whoever your center is, or if it's CJ. I think CJ is going to be calling the stuff at the line this year.
More so. He has the freedom to
do it.
audible,
Yes.
which we can talk about later, is a huge step in his growth to be able to have that.
Yeah.
So yes, he'll have more freedom at the line.
And so whether it's, Blake Fisher at right tackle or Eastery, whatever plan they come up with, I think the most interesting part of this with Titus, though, is, and I think it also kind of signals to what you're talking about here with the makeshift offensive line and how they're moving things around, but also the attitude. Now, I know Titus Howard has deleted his Twitter account, but he also did remove at one point the right tackle only from his Twitter account.
And when he spoke.
Yes, it's like that. That's part of where it also, it's early. Things can change, but it feels like the attitude of the team so far in training camp, all of that's different. The fact that Titus Howard is a guard, I like that a lot. I like that Titus is at right guard. I know some of the PFF numbers and things like that have not been as kind to him at guard, but you're one of your younger guys is the right tackle. He's your right guard. They're next to each other. That's your core of your offensive line on that side of the ball. Who it's going to be exactly, we don't know, but I can't wait to see him really put on the pads and see how they start to do, because they're going to get worked every day. The best part for the Texans offensive line is what they have to deal with every single day at practice. You're looking across Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, monsters, maybe the best pass rush combo in the NFL, and they're going to have to deal with them every single day. It should just make them better. Honestly, even and you're going to see who's getting embarrassed daily. like you're going to see all of it with that offensive line.
I think we're going to see the best version of Titus Howard, at least that we've seen in a while. And I don't know if it's going to be because he got that much more talented, but I think that he's going to be in a position now with Laramie Tunsil as well out of the building, because I do think it's an addition by subtraction.
100%.
I think that Laramie Tunsil was a little bit of a too cool for school kind of guy, and Titus followed him with that. And he wanted to be a little bit more like that, and I don't think that makes you better. And it certainly doesn't make the offensive line better. He wasn't the right leader for this room. And excuse me, I think we're going to see this offensive line really start to embrace that physicality, which Laramie didn't, and they're going to be held accountable for that. Cole is going to hold them accountable. D'Amico is going to hold them accountable, and so is Nick Caley. And they're not going to have a choice. Now they have depth. Like, they've got guys to mix it up a little bit. Now, whether your best five are – B plus or B guys in the NFL, I don't know. That's a different conversation. But there is a guy behind you that at least is close enough talent-wise to where you can now be replaced.
Yep.
So accountability is real. You're not in a situation like for the Astros, for instance. If Zach Short isn't performing, like, he ain't getting bent. Like, there's nowhere else to put him right now. Like, you are what you are. You have your best. Your top-line guys are what they are right now. Last year with the offensive line, the backups weren't any damn good. You couldn't trust them. So now there are guys behind you that have had some playing time in the league to where if you aren't playing well, you'll be replaced.
Yeah, I mean, you look at guys like Laken Tomlinson, like, who has had a good career in the NFL, not a great career, but like Cam Robinson, the same thing. Like, there are bodies there. I thought, the Tunsil stuff is interesting just because it really does. You're right. Feel like it's addition by subtraction. And it's so corny, Will. I know it is, but like, because it's from a movie, it's not even a real sports quote. And remember the Titans, they say it.
Attitude reflects leadership.
Like, it's so true. Like, when he's tweeting out his Beyonce and that Beyonce was at the Christmas game and his cleats after that game, and like they just got rocked by the Ravens on Christmas. Like, it just shows you that like his mindset didn't fit into what the Texans want to be, and like you got to remove people away from the team to make it better sometimes. And I think that's what their goal is with this.
That's a wide receiver thing. Like, dude, that's a thing that the wide receivers do. That's not what offensive linemen do.
Yeah, like if it was Diggs, I would have been like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what those divas do. That's not what offensive linemen do. They wear the worst-looking cleats. They wear the worst-looking clothes into the building. Jeans, Carhartt, before it became trendy and expensive. Like, they wore hoodies, they were backwards hats, they were scruffy, they were messy. Like, last year's offensive line in the locker room, no Diddy. I can't tell you how many times I saw these dudes just rubbing down with lotion constantly. Like, it's just they were the pretty boys. They were they were soft. It's just not the mindset that you want on the offensive line. Offensive linemen, man, you want fishermen, you want hunters, you want dudes that drive trucks. You want guys that are going to mess you up physically, not the guys that are putting out Beyonce cleats, for God's sake. Like, what is that about?
I know it was strange.
It's so beta.
Yeah, it was strange, and that's why I think it's another part where I'm excited about this season. It's last season it was disappointing, like the fact that they just reached the same heights they were the year before, and it felt like they could have done a lot more. And it's very realistic the Texans do the same thing again this year, which is win one playoff game and lose in the next round. But I think going into the season, there's a reason to be excited. It's all these changes we're talking about, and the new coaches that are here, and hopefully CJ's fully healthy. Like, I'm assuming he's looked pretty good so far.
Yeah, like there hasn't been a whole lot to be seen at this point. But yeah, I think the defense was a little bit better today than yesterday. They made some plays. CJ fumbled a snap and then threw an interception to Jalen Petrie. There were some plays both ways. But, yeah, like CJ looks completely fine, healthy, and ready to roll, no doubt.
Which is good because, that's kind of important for an NFL season, for your quarterback to be healthy.
Yeah, you say they're going to be good. And, yes, and I've got them over the 9.5 win total that Vegas has them set for. And this is going to sound weird for a team that I think is going to win the division and is going to go to the playoffs, of course. But I think that there are a few teams that are good that have the room for growth that the Texans have. We know what the ceiling is for the Eagles, the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs. Like, they're kind of already there.
Yep.
I think the Texans have the ability to get into that tier that are on a tier below. I don't know what other teams do. I haven't really looked around the league too much at this point. and I'm sure there's a couple others, but they're a 10-win team that has the ability to grow into a 12-win team, win the divisional round, get to the AFC Championship, and then see what happens from there, because they are a defensive-minded team. They're a defensive-led team, and we know that that's going to be good. We know that. It's like we know that Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, we know what we're going to get from them. We don't know what we're going to get offensively. They have the ability to grow into a pretty good offense. Now, if they don't, then their motto is suck less.
Yes.
Like, just suck less than last season.
Yeah, I mean, stay healthy. I mean, I agree with you. It's the only team I would say I'm would probably put in the Texans category. I would disagree a little bit with the Chiefs. I just feel like their offense can be a lot more this year with their younger guys. But like, we know what the Bills are going to be. They didn't really add to anything offensively. So like, unless like they get major growth from guys like Keon Coleman and some of their young tight ends, we know what they're going to be. We know what the Ravens are going to be. Yeah, they add DeAndre Hopkins, but like that's not going to change their season. They're going to be really, really good. So those three teams are. The Texans, there's going to be more growing pains in Houston too, but that's all good because you have a new offense. All of it can just get significantly better. So yeah, there is that room for growth. I totally agree with the Texans more than there is with pretty much any of the top teams.
Yeah, I think the Chargers and Broncos, in looking at are the two intriguing teams because Broncos very good defense. They get better offensively? And then Chargers obviously were right there neck and neck with the Texans going into that playoff game. Obviously, the Texans dominated that game. But do they take that next step? Second year under Jim Harbaugh, Justin Herbert, clearly a stud, and do they get better? So I think those are the two teams that have that ability to go from 10, 11 wins, which is what they were that last year. Do they tack on, maybe more wins, but take that next step when it comes to the playoffs?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I hope they do this year. It's time for them to do it. Like no matter what the results have been the last 2 years of having to fire your offensive coordinator, your offensive line coach, and like make those changes. You do look at the progression of what a young superstar quarterback is in the NFL, and it's time for this Texans team with CJ to take that leap. Like, now, if they don't do it, like it's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean they'll never do it, but like based on where most of these quarterbacks go in their career trajectories, this is the year where you really see like that explosion from a quarterback in his third year.
And he's going to be put in this position. I teased this earlier. Now that he has commanded this offense, now that he has the ability to make changes at the line, and again, I talked about this on Kicking It with Kunkel with Cecil Shorts, he has the ownership. So when something goes wrong, he's just going to take the blame for it. If something goes right, he gets credit for it. But also, if he makes the right call and something goes wrong, like someone doesn't do their assignment, that's when he steps up and becomes more of a leader and has to hold them accountable because it's his ass on the line. Like, now he has to answer for them not doing their job.
Yeah, Bobby's gone.
Right.
Like Paul and I would talk about this all the time. Like, once Bobby Slowick's fired, like the CJ, I think, has got to pass. I think rightfully so for the most part. Like, there's stuff he deserves accountability for and blame for last season. But now that Bobby Slowick's gone, all eyes are on CJ.
All eyes are on CJ. Yeah. All eyes are on Nick, too. So I think we're going to also judge Nick to see how Nick does. And if Nick does, in fact, like the players are saying, put these guys in position to make plays and have success, then what does CJ do? Then what does Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon? Is Dalton Schultz all of a sudden resurrecting his career? Because I'm not sold that Dalton's going to be tight end one come week one, let alone come week 10.
I'm with you. I think Brevin Jordan should be the guy.
I think Cade Stover is going to be the guy.
Oh, interesting.
I've talked to some people. They don't know if Brevin's going to make the team.
Really?
Just because of a numbers standpoint, not because it's not good enough.
I just
you
really
keep
like
three
what
tight
you
ends
see.
and fullbacks because they tried this last year. They got rid of Andrew Beck, and they tried to have those guys, the tight ends, play the fullback role. It failed miserably.
Yeah, it was a disaster.
You can't do that. It doesn't work that way. Fullbacks got to be fullbacks. Tight ends got to be tight ends. And Nick Haley loves working with tight ends. So maybe he keeps all three. I don't know. I hope they do. I think Brevin Jordan's an awesome dude, and I'd like to see him come back off of that ACL. Cade Stover is the one that intrigues me the most because Nick Haley or D'Amico Ryans yesterday, I can't remember who it was, said that it was hard to find someone that improved more in the offseason than Cade Stover. And going into the Hall of Fame game last year, I was speaking to a coach on the field, and I asked, like, who should I watch today? Like, CJ's not playing. No, Joe's not playing. Nico's not playing. Like, where should I watch? They said, watch Cade Stover. I love this guy. And obviously, K didn't come to that full expectation last year. Do we see that this year?
But we also, I mean, we talk about room for growth with the team. I mean, I'm going to take a guess here. I think Stover has played less than 30 games, 25 games as a tight end. I mean, this is a guy who went to Ohio State as a defensive end. Like, I mean, he's still learning the position. So they drafted him for a reason. Again, like what you said, you've got a coach. That's what he did. He's there with Gronk and Aaron Hernandez in New England. Like, this is what Nick Caley started doing. So, yeah, I mean, if you can add that, and you've already got a lot of talent in the wide receiver room, but Stover would be interesting. I really like Brevin Jordan. I feel like he has less things to be desired, and it'd be interesting. I feel like if he's the odd man out, that feels like a money game to me. That, like, you owe Schultz too much money potentially.
Money or just bodies. Like, there's just you got to have Daria Gumbawale because of what he does special teams.
Backup
Braxton Berrios. Yeah, exactly. But it's going to be very interesting. I think it's going to come down to, honestly, who's willing and able to run block. Because I think they can all catch the ball. Dalton seemed to lose his confidence a couple years ago. He started double catching a couple balls and things like that. Assuming that's not an issue, who's willing to run block? Dalton Schultz had no desire to put hands on somebody last year. He had no desire to be physical. Who of those three wants to fit in with the culture and the personality that we've been talking about? That's who's going to get the snaps.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think the running back room, the tight end room, the offensive line, those are the ones where I think when you're out there every day for most days at camp, where we'll see the most competition.
Yes.
Like defensively, there's really nothing. Like I don't think there is. It's pretty.
It's going to be backup stuff, and which, by the way, is super important. That's not me downplaying it because there will be injuries.
Yeah.
God forbid a corner goes down. Like, who's going to be the third corner? Like, God forbid a safety goes down. No Jimmy Ward right now because he's dealing with those legal issues. Who's stepping in to that? Like, there's going to be some situations. But, yeah, you're right. The top line guys are the biggest question in competition on the offensive side.
Yeah, defense is pretty cut and dry. I mean, again, like you said, the backup stuff. I mean, I guess we'll see who replaces Jimmy Ward. How do you think they've handled the situation?
I don't know that they have a say in it. I think it's all league driven.
Yeah.
It's the legal investigation is going to kind of span itself out. They're going to each side. The league is going to do their investigation and the law is going to do their investigation.
Yeah.
And then it's up to the Texans to read and react what comes to that and make the decision that they want to. It's a really crappy situation for all involved, unfortunately. And just from a football standpoint only, this is a huge loss because you have C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Jalen Petrie, and Jimmy Ward. When you have all three of them, then D'Amico Ryans can put Jalen where he wants him. He doesn't have to play one-on-one man coverage. He can only go in on zone, or he can play in the box more when you have Jimmy out there. So just strictly speaking about football, it gives D'Amico Ryans like a queen on the chessboard to do with Jalen Petrie if he has Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, I mean, and then you have Kalen Bullock, obviously. And
yeah.
Like
Oh,
guys,
yeah. I forgot about him.
He's a monster.
Ball hawk.
Yeah, I think he's probably of the defensive guys. No, it's no offense to Kamari Lassiter. I'm very curious what Kalen does this year from the safety position of just like how much growth he has, because Kamari was just awesome basically from day one. I mean, he won the job before training camp even started. Like, he actually earned his nickname, the Locksmith, last year, pretty much from the moment he got to the Texans. But yeah, I mean, not having Ward will be interesting, and you never know how it's going to play out. I mean, we've seen how these legal situations have played out in Minnesota with Jordan Addison, in Kansas City with Rashee Rice, and situations a little different, obviously, but like they've waited a year before they're getting their suspensions. So like, who knows what's on the table for Jimmy Ward? But you need him out there as much as you can, because as good as the defense was last year, I did feel like as soon as Jimmy Ward got hurt, they just looked different. They were still really good, but you could tell
he got hurt in that Kansas City game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember
you
that.
could tell what you were saying is that D'Amico just lost the ability to move a chess piece just a little bit each game.
He unfortunately, so in baseball, you can hide injuries a little bit more. Maybe not 17 of them, for goodness sakes, like the Astros are somehow still doing coming off of the sweep in Arizona.
Crazy.
But in football, when you lose he was able to, you can do it for a week. Like when he went to Green Bay, he damn near pitched a shutout against the Packers, down 5 starters. But that catches up with you week after week when you don't have enough guys and when you lose important guys. So, yeah, not having him is okay, but what happens is when you don't have Jimmy and then all of a sudden you have another injury, it's tough to get through a season that way. You can survive a week, but it's tough to do long term, of course.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, and we got a lot of training camp to go, and it's going to be a hot one out there before they head out to the Greenbrier for a little bit. I mean, I'm kind of glad they're not doing the whole thing at the Greenbrier again. Were you here when they were doing that?
I was not.
Okay,
I
didn't think
love that they're doing it, though.
Yeah, but they used to do the whole camp at the Greenbrier.
Really?
Yeah, basically. It was
It's
all out
good
there.
for team building. I love it. Like when I played, we would do spring training and baseball. We would go down to Florida. It was a great team builder. For football, just 2-a-days in general, like suffering together as a team builder. And the Panthers, when I was with them in Carolina, they went down to Spartanburg for the entire camp. Like, and you talk to the guys that love football, like Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
He was like, I love this because it's football. It's only football. We hang out. We play cards. We play ping pong.
But
it's all about us.
Counterpoint for one team. I think it's a little soft. The Rams are going to Hawaii.
That's such a Sean McVay
I think it's
move.
I think it's a little much.
That's
I think
Sean.
it's a little much to be like, oh, we're going to Hawaii. You already live in LA.
You can do that as
like you're already there. Why are we going all the way to Hawaii?
that's going to be one of those things that if the
Struggle in week
Texans, beat their face in week one, like,
Yeah.
wow, you guys went out to Hawaii. Like, what do you expect? You guys got laid during training camp.
How did Hard Knocks not choose training camp with the Rams?
I don't think they do.
Yeah, they couldn't afford to get all the gear
Get a
out
free
there.
vacation to Hawaii.
Yeah,
well, not a free vacation, but
what's the Bills this year?
yeah, it's
right?
the Bills.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go to Buffalo, you could have been in Hawaii.
Or Hawaii.
Buffalo is, I
It's a
guess.
bad call, HBO.
Which
It's a
one?
bad call.
It's a tough one.
All right, let's get into the Astros on the other side of the break. We are here live at Cadillac Bar, and I want everybody to chime in as well on the HR&P hotline. Text or call 713-780-3776. Again, 713-780-3776. Will Kunkel filling in for Paul Gallant here. Joe George joining me as well. You can find me, by the way, on X, Instagram, or TikTok. Just type in Kunkel or my show, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. We'll be back on the other side of the break talking Astros. How are they doing it? And something that they have done for 14 games in a row that makes no damn sense. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On E-Bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
No Paul Gallant today. Will Kunkel filling in here on 97.5, 92.5 ESPN Houston. And yeah, as you heard, we are live at Cadillac Bar. If it sounds like I have some food in my mouth, I'm finishing up some of these Black Angus beef fajitas. Joe, how are your
enchiladas?
What you got? Enchiladas?
Chicken enchiladas. They're awesome. They're very, very good.
Yeah, these are pretty good. I had to, if I said that they were the best in town, I have to try them. Like I would be doing a disservice to the business and myself as a newsman to not try the product, and they're damn good. You know, in the break, we talk quite a bit.
We didn't talk
at all.
No.
We just had our face in the plates.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, is Will ever gonna break? Like, I'm ready to eat these enchiladas here.
Yeah, I was getting real hungry in that first break. But come on down, say hi, register to win, or enter your name to win one of 2 e-bikes up to a $4,000 value on those. So come on down, say hi, have a margarita, get yourself some fajitas or whatever you want. On Sundays, if you want, they got a brunch buffet, stations of omelets, tacos, waffles, pancakes, enchiladas. You can get the classic breakfast, all of that. For an adult, it's $27. For a child, it's $15, or $26.99 and $14.99. That sounds a lot better when you're trying to sell the product. Chime in as well on the hotline, HRNP style, 713-780-3776. And you can find me, by the way, on all the social medias. Just type in Kunkel, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. Astros, like 4-game winning streak, back on it after getting their tail whipped coming out of the All-Star break against the Mariners. And once again, they're just finding dudes to come in and have success. And Jason Alexander will get the start tonight against the Athletics. His former team, Luis Severino, gets the start against the Astros. The former Yankee, Met, now Athletic. His career is all but over. We'll be going against the Astros. How about this? I teased this before the break. The Astros have allowed the first run in 14 straight games, and they now are tied for the best record in the American League despite that, and on a 4-game heater.
Yeah, it's crazy, honestly, because a lot of times you see they show stats all the time for a team that scores first often wins. See it happen all the time. Teams that have great success when that happens, and the Astros, well, they're just spitting in the face of everything right now. Giving up runs early, having all these injuries, 17 guys on the injured list. I don't get it. Like I said on Tuesday when I was in for Paul, I think this is the most impressive stretch for the Astros of any team, of this golden era. The fact that they've been able to be where they're at, 20 games above 500 at this point now, and you have all these guys hurt, and it's someone different every day, whether it's Bryce Matthews or we've seen Zach Short step up, all these different pitchers who are nobodies, no offense to them. It's crazy that they just keep finding a way to win all these games.
This has to be more fun to watch because it's unexpected than if Kyle Tucker stayed and Alex Bregman stayed and they were in the same situation. What we would be doing is sitting here being like, all right, just stay healthy. Let's get through the regular season. Let's get to the playoffs, and let's ideally not get our tail whipped by the Tigers like they did last year. Now it's way more exciting. Like the best times to be a baseball fan or a sports fan is when you're overachieving. You're doing things you just didn't think was possible.
Yeah, and it just adds, and I think what adds to the excitement too is what can come, is the reinforcements, whether that's health, deadline, which is 7 days away from now. I mean, we're right there, and are they going to make a big splash or make some kind of splash? But just even the idea that some of these guys can start to pitch again. I mean, some of the pitchers are really starting actual rehab starts, and maybe Yordan Alvarez will come back at some point, along with the other guys. But yeah, it's so exciting because you just don't know what to expect, and they're never out of it. They're up big or up by a couple runs, they blow it, they still find a way to win. Like you're getting good performances from your core guys, but it's just been so interesting to see this young group, and also brings a real excitement for the future, because think back to what Jim Crane has said about the window always being open for this team, as long as he's the owner of it. And yeah, that requires him to spend money, but it also requires your front office to do their job. And the early returns on Cam Smith have been exceptional. And the recent play from Bryce Matthews has brought a level of excitement through that looks like a core of your future core of a baseball team that can keep winning. And that's why it's so fun too. You're looking at the now and the future.
It's going to be interesting. I don't know that they're going to trade Bryce Matthews. I don't have any insight on this. There's no intel. This is me just speculating and talking. Is maybe, I don't know how they view it. Depends how they value Bryce Matthews and him going on this little bit of a hot streak, having 3 home runs in 2 games this week does up his value, of course, and maybe that helps them get the left-handed bat that they need or the extra arm that they need, or if they truly believe in him. Because remember, Joey Luperfido came up and the fan base was like, oh, yeah, Joey. And Dana's like, listen, we got a grade on these dudes. This is our grade. We're going to stick to that grade despite the hot streak, because the difference between a Bryce Matthews and a Jordan is, if Jordan's healthy, you know what you're getting for Jordan for 162 games. He's one of the best hitters in the game. Bryce Matthews and all these guys can be good in spurts. It's like in the basketball, I always say, any guy in the NBA can drop 30 on a night. Can you drop 25, though, every night? Can you drop 19 every single night? Bryce Matthews right now in a small sample size has been good. Do you use that and leverage it to trade him and get even a higher value because of that?
Yeah, I think it's just depends on, again, it's what you evaluate him as. I mean, now my gut tells me this is Dana Brown's first pick as the GM of the Astros. So you would kind of assume that there's some kind of extra love there from him. But what I've seen from Bryce Matthews, what it seems like the Astros view him as, you got to get a good return. If he's not I don't want to I would never trade Bryce Matthews for a rental.
And he was the first round, 28th overall pick. So he wasn't like some guy they found who was kind of going hot now. They obviously thought of him highly initially.
Yeah. So I would be really surprised if they
moved
Bryce
too,
Matthews.
to be fair.
Yeah.
I too would be surprised. The issue is, if you can, get a little bit more for your bang for your buck than what you normally would, because it's not like he wasn't with the Astros to start the year.
Yeah.
He really wasn't in their plans this season.
I think
he
trading
became in there.
Yeah, I think if in 7 days from now, the Astros, it's breaking news, the Astros have traded Bryce Matthews. If that were to happen, my assumption is that the starting pitcher that they get in return is someone that has control and is also replacing Framber Valdez in free agency, who's going to walk. You're not trading a guy like Bryce for a rental. You're trading him for a guy that's going to help you win a World Series this year, be the 3rd best pitcher on your staff, but also as your replacement for Framber when he inevitably walks in free agency this offseason. It's that to me is the caliber of player I would be looking for. Obviously, they have their own evaluations. This could be a showcase. We saw it last year with Bloss. That was kind of felt like a showcase where they brought him up, and it's wow, they've already brought up this kid who they just drafted, and then all of a sudden he was a Toronto Blue Jay.
Yeah, I would think you would bring in a guy that can be your number 3 this year, and then probably a 2, because I think Hunter Brown will be your 1. So however you want to rank Framber and Hunter is up to you. This season, though, again, you may not even need to make a trade if the guys come back. If Spencer Arrighetti and Christian Javier, those are the 2 that I'm really looking at. Spencer in particular, because he actually did pitch this year, so he's not going through some wild, crazy rehab. That's just a thumb injury. It's not Tommy John.
Didn't think he'd be out this long, though.
No, but I guess it's, you break your thumb on your throwing hand. You got to throw the ball and hold the ball. And if you can't, good luck putting torque on it, because you got to be 100%. And if you're not, you're useless.
Yeah, you're not going to be good. I think it's just when we all heard the injury, you're oh, he'll miss a month and a half. And it's been a long, think about Altuve was out for quite a while when he broke his thumb, I think it was as well, or one of his fingers in the World Baseball Classic last year. But
that's right.
It's just a wait and see. That's the most important thing that can happen in the next, 6-7 days, and even less than, is Dana Brown needs to get some real, honest feedback from the medical staff of just what.
I think he is though. Yeah. I think the way it's relayed, and now here are the options. The way I see it, the training staff either knows nothing about nothing, or they know, but it's impossible to predict.
Yes.
It's like being a weatherman. It's And we see it. I mean, maybe it turns, and I don't know that. I don't know what the information says. We don't know how it's going to respond and react. Like, hard for me to say that the training staff and the doctors are morons and that let me look at the thumb. I'll tell you.
It's
Like,
just,
I don't know that.
They just keep making big mistakes.
Yeah, I think
so. It's like they've lost the benefit of the doubt.
And
like,
so much of it comes down to at least to us, or at least to what we're being told, right? Because I have talked to players in that clubhouse off the record, and they love the training staff and they trust them and the doctors. And so I have a tough time pushing back against them saying, well, you shouldn't. Like, I don't know. If they do, I think it's just a matter of like trying to figure out how that hand reacts, because it's about Jordan, right? Like,
yeah, and then Paredes is probably the biggest question I would have, just because hamstrings are the hardest ones to evaluate.
Mm-hmm.
Think about Will Fuller all those years where it's like he's back, he's healthy, and then he hurts his hamstring again.
Nico Collins,
and
Christian Harris. This is other sports.
Yes,
and by the way, there are injuries on every team. It's not just the Astros. Not just the Astros having Tommy John. Not just the Astros having this situation. The Yankees, for instance, had Giancarlo Stanton not ready to go for the beginning of the season because he had elbow issues.
Yep.
Like, what the hell happened there? Obviously, he tried to power through it, tried to figure it out, and they couldn't. And then they just had to put him on the shelf.
Yeah, everyone has it. Like, everyone knows watching at this point. Like, obviously invested in the Cubs. They have 5 guys this year that have had oblique injuries.
Mm-hmm.
That makes no sense. How do you have 5 guys with the same
damn
injury?
training staff doesn't know how to train them, right?
Yes,
Right? Obviously, that's not the case. Like, it's a thing.
Yeah, the Astros have just lost the benefit of the doubt because of the breaks that have been found later on. But so it's just like in the next 5 days, like what kind of evaluation can you get about Isaac Paredes, about Jordan, about Jake Myers? Jeremy Pena's gonna be fine. It's just a broken rib. Like, he'll be back at some point. Like, what can you honestly expect? And then I guess the question is like how much it impacts your thought on the deadline. Because while what they're doing, 14 straight games with giving up the first run of the game, and they've won the last 4 games, but it does change your ceiling if all these guys can't come back. It's been fun. It's been exciting to watch and see who's going to step up on a nightly basis. But, if you don't get healthy, you can't win the World Series. If you do, you absolutely can.
And you're not facing scrubs in the postseason.
Yeah.
Is Zach Short, is Bryce Matthews, is Cooper Hummel, is Trammell, are these guys going to be able to hit against the top 2 starters of a team come the playoffs? Like, I'm not betting on that happening. When you go through the regular season and you're facing the 4th, 5th, or 6th guy that doesn't even belong in the rotation, that's when you can feast a little bit. That's when you can win a little bit more. And that's what the Astros are doing. That's why it's so important to get healthy come playoff time.
Yeah, but and then just what do you want to add? Like, how do you want to add to this team? I do think Bryce is the one of the guys you mentioned there that I know the Killer Bees had a video yesterday. It's up on our YouTube channel about. Sorry, I'm dying.
Yeah, you all right, bro?
Yeah, I'm fine. I still have something
just emotional.
Yeah. That about Bryce Matthews just kind of forced his way into the spot at second base, and that I think is true. I mean,
Brandon Walter has
Brandon Walter.
Was that who it was? Who was the pitcher that threw last night?
Yeah, it was Walter.
Brandon Rogers. Brandon Rogers was supposed to be the second baseman.
Yeah.
He's been a non-factor.
Yeah,
just a complete non-factor.
And he was in Sugar Land and got a concussion, I think it was, or he got pretty gnarly.
He's on the 60-day right now.
But Bryce has forced himself into that spot at second base. Like, he is going to be, I think, in the postseason, unless you trade him. Like, I think he's going to be your second baseman in the playoffs.
And he's played well defensively.
And that's part of that's why.
And that is what – this goes back to what we've talked about kind of throughout the week here when I fill in on the Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Is that the Astros do the fundamentals. They do the small things well. That's what's allowed them to have success right now. Like, these guys that are coming up, whether it be Bryce Matthews or Zach Short or whoever the hell it might be, it doesn't even matter. They field the ball, they throw the ball, they make contact when they're at the plate. That's what they're doing. So Bryce Matthews is going to find himself in a position to be able to contribute because he's not a liability in the field.
Yep.
The Texans haven't had that on the offensive line, that accountability, and that's been the issue. I always bring it up. The Yankees made an embarrassment of themselves at the World Series. Last night, I flipped over to the Yankee game, by the way. The Yes Network is running a montage of the errors in that game. Misjudged fly balls, misthrown ground balls, Jazz Chisholm lackadaisically taking a ball thrown in from the outfield to him, dropping it. I mean, just stuff that you can't get away with in high school and see the field the next day. The Astros don't have that problem.
No, and that's why, I mean, going to the offseason, I mean, that's why they added Rogers to be your second baseman, because they didn't care that he was terrible offensively. He had won a Gold Glove in Colorado, and now Matthews can fill that role, play great defense. So as long as he's on the roster, I think he'll be the second baseman. Then the pop we've seen, and I know some of the minor league stuff with him is that he would kind of take advantage of the PCL ballparks, and that's really where the ball would fly out for him, and it wasn't happening as much in Sugarland. But I think we've seen enough athletically, defensively from him that I agree with everything I heard on the Killer Bees yesterday. Like he has earned at this point the second base job, and I don't think anyone, unless you acquire someone, is good enough to take it from him at this point. I would rather see Mauricio Dubon used in the role that he's always been good at the last couple of years, which is off days, floating around, pinch hit situations, whatever you want to do. But I mean, Bryce in this last Diamondback series, I know the Diamondbacks are unraveling. Can't deny that. They're for sure going to sell at the deadline. They're going to be big sellers at the deadline. But it's going to be, it's been fun to watch this team, and it's astonishing in a way just to see like them find a way every night. It feels like to be competitive or to win these games.
I think I'm always a little bit hesitant to crown guys, too quickly, because baseball is a humbling sport. Bryce Matthews will go through a bad streak. I mean, when I was filling in with Jeremy Branham the other day or a couple weeks ago, he was saying, you know what? I think we've seen the best of Jose Altuve, as in he's no longer really that guy. Like he's had streaks where doesn't look very good at all anymore, and then he comes back and looks great. Like Bryce Matthews is going to have a streak. It's like, I don't think he even belongs in the majors. He's going to have that moment.
Sure.
But I do agree with you that he is he's going to get every opportunity to be the second baseman until otherwise said.
For sure. Let's go out to the phone lines.
Yeah, hell yeah.
780-3776, the HRP listener line. Brandon is on hold. Brandon, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, love the show, man. Agree wholeheartedly with all the points y'all made right there, too. I think Bryce Matthews has definitely earned that spot, the flash of games. I mean, everybody goes through that little rookie kind of, hiatus where you go through some bad stretches in baseball, things like that. So he's showing flashes of what he can be. You're a first-round pick. You expect to live up to those expectations just a couple of years ago. And I think, this draft they had this year, 18 out of 19, I think I read, of those first-round picks, or all the picks, were signed, including a bunch of really good non-drafted free agents, too, as well. So love the direction this organization is going in. Been a fan a long time, and I think, it really is amazing. I mean, Espada is setting himself up for manager of the year with these 60 wins. I don't think anybody anticipated this with a bunch of cast-offs that are going on right now. But I wanted to ask you guys, I mean, you look at the area right there, you mentioned all the players coming back and how this club is going to be good down the stretch as far as almost acquiring guys, or really not acquiring guys, just getting them back from injury, acting like a trade deadline. What about a situation of just really, like Dana, focusing really, like you guys said, on offense? Because I don't think you're going to, you're facing the best pitching in the playoffs, no matter if you get there in the wild card round or the divisional round. And, I mean, no offense to these guys, Trammell, Cooper Hummel, Zach Short, they're not going to put up the numbers you expect that your starters are going to put up. And I think you look at, there's not much out there, I mean, from the bats or what's being available, but I think anything that Ryan O'Hearn or Cedric Mullins or Mike Tauchman or just anybody that's been at the big league level longer than these guys and had a better track record, what do you think about Dana just focusing on offense and building the rest of the team around Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith? And I'll hang up and listen, guys. Appreciate the call. Thanks.
Man, good call, Brandon. Appreciate that. It depends where you want to look. So, for instance, I don't think that some of those guys you mentioned would fit in on this Astros team because they got Christian Walker at first base. The big question is third base, and you're not going out to get a Eugenio Suarez from the Diamondbacks. He's going to cost way too much.
They don't got the farm system.
Exactly. And that's the biggest question mark because we don't know that Isaac Paredes is going to be back to be able to play third base for the playoffs because I think that this hamstring issue is going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
I think if he's back for the playoffs, he likely might be just a DH only, which then is like, well, all right, so then what do you do with Yordan? So then it's going to be really tricky on certain nights for Joe come playoffs and down the stretch in September. But it's
that would be
easier
a good
said
problem
than
to have, though.
It would, but it also does create a situation. It does create a logjam, a problem nonetheless. But you'd rather have bats that you got to figure out than have no bats and just throw whoever there at third base. Like third base is the biggest question to me going forward, because who's going to be that pop that you can't replace Isak, and you can't go out and get the guy because of what he cost with Suarez.
Now, look, I think you have to ask very nicely the St. Louis Cardinals to pay some of that contract, but I'm revisiting the Nolan Arenado conversation. Like,
it's a good point.
They've unraveled. The Cardinals are not going to make the playoffs. You've already agreed to a trade once. Nolan Arenado did not want to come here because Tucker left, because they traded Bregman, and he didn't think the Astros were trying to win. He's an idiot, kind of, in that way, because the Astros are always trying to win. But if he believes now, and the price can be driven down because of how he's played, which has been okay this year. He's hitting 244, has 10 home runs on the year, at least when I checked the other day. Like, I would look at Nolan Arenado and talk to the Cardinals and ask them to eat a chunk of that salary. Now, does it create problems next year for this team? Yes, because you have Paredes, Arenado, and Walker. Like, I don't know how that all works, but so you flip Arenado for a nothing prospect in the offseason. Like, but Arenado's the one for me that if I have to acquire someone and I can get the Cardinals to pay some of that salary, I think I'd revisit that trade. I think that's the ballpark that they're kind of playing.
I like that. I like that a lot because he's been in that situation. He's played in big-time games, and he is decided. And they're two different people, so you can't really play this game. But Paul Goldschmidt, he's playing really well for the Yankees right now and resurrecting his career. So maybe if Nolan's able to get out there, he plays a little bit better, but he is under contract through 2027, so it does create a bit of a situation there. But again, it's a situation you rather have because you need bats. They don't have – I have said this repeatedly. I don't have a problem with the way the Astros are constructed once they're in the playoffs from a pitching rotation standpoint. 1, 2, they're arguably the best in all of Major League Baseball. I am worried that 3, 4, 5, or 6 right now they're not good enough to get into the playoffs if the guys start to have blow-up games and they're not able to recover and they wear out their bullpen. But when you get into the playoffs, I have no problem with the pitching. I do worry about the lack of bats. I do think we get Jeremy Pena back, and I do think we likely get Jake Myers back, I think. But if it's a calf, like what kind of Jake Myers do you get back? I do worry about the bats because you really got to keep these games close
in
order to be in striking distance. I just don't know. I don't think we get Jordan back.
I kind of feel you. Like I just should have. It felt like, but I thought the surgery comment the other day of like it could have been a surgery, but it's not gonna be, or it's a weird spot to have surgery in was a little strange.
And I hope to the Lord that we do get all those guys back because then it would be so freaking fun to watch. And I actually mentioned this last week is this team with these guys, if they don't get them all back, they could become America's favorite team because they're like the little dog that could, like the little train that could, and everyone is going to be watching this. Like, this is crazy. It's not the big names. It's not the Astros that everyone became to come to hate. You know, the cheating scandal aside, just they always had great players. Now they're replacing him, and I think the most baseball fans are really starting to appreciate the Astros as an organization because of what they're doing right now. You can't help, if you hate them, then just like shake your head, roll your eyes, and be like, damn, I do wish that was our team. I do wish my team could do that. You do have to pay respect to what the Astros are doing one way or the other. So anyway, let's get back into the Texans after the break because we got to talk more about that defense. It's a defensive-led team, and we talked to Aziz Al-Shair today as well. Maybe we can get some sound. Hopefully we can pull something for you. Chime in on the text line, HRNP hotline, 713-780-3776. Joe, George, and I are here live at the Cadillac Bar. Come on down. Get some of the best fajitas in the Houston area. Happy hour every day, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. That is a great way to stay happy. Cheap drinks, my man. All right. Cadillac Bar. We'll be right back on. Will Kunkel filling in. Find me on all the social media. Just type in Kunkel. Don't forget my show, Kicking It with Kunkel as well. We'll be right back here on ESPN 97.5. Heavens, no. No Paul Gallant. It is Will Kunkel and Joe George with you today, filling in for the great Paul Gallant. We are live here at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Come on down, stop by, say hello. Happy hour from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. So, 1 p.m. flits right on in there. Grab yourself a margarita. They've got great premium Black Angus beef fajitas. Just had those. Absolutely fire. And by the way, on Mondays, they have Margarita Monday, $6 margs, 18 pitchers all day. On Tuesdays, aptly named Taco Tuesday, very creative, $5 tacos and fajitas Friday, that being tomorrow. Margarita pitcher and a half pound of chicken and beef fajitas for $39.99. Wait, what?
You're coming back tomorrow?
A pitcher? How can we did this here on the wrong day, dude.
Yeah, I know.
A pitcher of margs and fajitas, half pound chicken and beef for $39.99.
That's a really good deal.
As they say less, fam. Say less. Will Kunkel here. Find me on the socials on X, Instagram, TikTok. My show when I was at Fox was called Kicking It with Kunkel. I have now carried that over to my own YouTube page. So I appreciate everybody that's followed me and continued to support. I had Cecil Shorts on the show last night talking about Texans training camp. And these boys, man, I tell you what, Joe, it's a different vibe around camp. I don't know that there was, you know what? Yeah, there was. There was a little bit of entitlement last year going into camp because they're coming off that good season. C.J. Stroud hadn't really faced any trials and tribulations in the NFL. The offense added Stephon Diggs. They added Joe Mixon, and it was like, man, we got this five-headed monster. C.J. Stroud went on the tour. He was on every podcast known to mankind.
Every podcast.
And they got their tail whipped a little bit offensively, kind of by themselves. And I'm not saying that's why, but that definitely permeated a little bit through the building of, you know, show up and we'll do our thing. Nah, man, there's a lot of work you got to put in, and it starts in training camp. And we've talked about this. Laremy Tunsil being gone, I think, is a good thing for this team because he did nothing that was voluntary. Never minicamp, never OTAs. He hardly even practiced during the regular season. He just wasn't out there. He didn't put in that effort. And the other guys kind of followed him a little bit. They didn't bust ass the way you need to. And this year, right now, so far through 2 days, that mindset, it's a lot more like D'Amico Ryans than it is Bobby Slowick or Laremy Tunsil.
Yeah, I think, you know, I feel like I talked about this a lot last year, the podcast tour. It's like it was going to bite you in the butt for CJ if you didn't play great, that you went on every podcast and told everyone how great you are and all these quarterbacks you're better than. And it was a lot. I mean, he was definitely feeling himself a little bit. And look, and D'Amico referenced it slightly in the last press conference of the season last year. And CJ's already talked this year about, you know, having a better idea of what it takes in the offseason and what the work that needs to be put in. So that's all. I mean, it's all positive. And last year you had all the injuries. You had this five-headed monster. I think it's good that all that seems to have just kind of dissipated. And it's just more about, okay, what does this team actually look like on Sundays? It's not about hype from the media, hype from internally. It's just, okay, we had major problems, new coaches. How do you fix it? How do you be better? It just the vibe coming off of camp so far and the offseason, this goes back to OTAs and everything as well. It's just that it's more about football. And that I do feel like that was lost last year. I think that I think rightfully so, they were feeling themselves, but there was a learning curve, a steep one, and people got fired for it.
And I'll say I had no problem with CJ going on that tour. Do your thing, talk your smack, but you also got to come back and know that you've now put a little bit of a target on your back, and you got to be that much better. And also everyone around you's got to be good enough for you to be able to go out there and strut. And Nick Caserio talked about this last year going into the season. He said, listen, what we did last year, saying it last year, means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. And then all the hype and everything that you guys are saying means nothing. But it wasn't just us. It was the players, too, that fed into it. So Caserio has been through it. He's been in the league for 20-plus years now. And that's when you build your franchise around guys that has seen success like Caserio did with the Patriots, but also has seen failure and has been knocked down, has gotten back up, and knows what it takes to succeed every single year. That's when your franchise in your organization starts to build a culture and they start to have that accountability. And D'Amico Ryans talked about that today. He said he was asked, like, kind of how have you grown? You're now delegating a little bit more. When did you have that realization that you wanted to do that? Like, what's different with you? He said, the way to sum it up, what he said is that you have to change every single year. You can't come in and say, hey, the defense was really good last year. Let's keep it that way. No, you can't do that. You've got to grow. You've got to adapt. You've got to keep changing. Every single year, you've got to do something new because everybody watches your tape. Mm-hmm. It's a copycat league. Everybody knows what you're going to try to do again this year. And D'Amico knows that. D'Amico knows that he's got to keep evolving. Nick Caley. D'Amico talked about Nick Caley saying, this isn't a copycat offense. He's not copy and pasting his offense. Shots at Bobby Slowick.
For sure.
And for sure, directly at him.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think was obvious. Like, that's what it was. And that's why they couldn't pivot. Everything, like what you just said about what D'Amico talked about, is changing every year. Bobby couldn't change because it's not his offense.
He couldn't change week to week.
Yes, it's why they always struggled in the first quarter. It's why they always had poor possessions the first drive of the game, because everyone had figured out their offense. They had figured out CJ. They had figured out how they were using it. And then the injuries piled on top of it, for sure. But that's why he got fired, because it's why he also didn't get a good job. Like, you could have said it was a personality thing, and maybe Bobby Slowick would have gone somewhere else and got an OC job. He's the wide receivers coach and an offensive assistant for Mike McDaniels in Miami. Like, he didn't get a good job coming out of this. So, and that was a direct shot at Bobby, that it was copy and paste. And that's why I'm glad that the person that they hired in Nick Caley, while I'm not going to get overhyped about him because he's yet to call plays in the NFL, but he's bringing in something that's Patriots, Rams, McVay, McDaniels. Like, it's a little bit of everything. So, like, it should be his offense. And he talked about this when he first got hired, is that you have to build an offense around the players you have. Bobby Slowick last year, I felt like he had an offense and the Texans had to fit into it. And it didn't work. And so hopefully D'Amico is they're telling, they are like it looks different from like what we're seeing on the whiteboard. And now we can see it at some point here start to translate. I know we still got a month and a half.
You have 18 practices left before we get to the preseason, let alone the preseason into the regular season. You need scars in this league to have success. You don't just come into the NFL, have success, never have issues, and just cruise. Like, it doesn't work that way. It's the same thing we were talking about with Bryce Matthews. Yeah, the dude's on fire right now. He ain't going to cruise, man. He's going to have scars, mental scars, physical scars, all of that. Bobby Slowick reminds me of Joe Brady. I covered Joe Brady when Joe Brady was named the offensive coordinator under Matt Rule with the Panthers, coming out of LSU as the passing game coordinator. He had never done it before. He had never been in the NFL. So for him to come in and just be like, nah, I got this. And Bobby had more experience than him. But Bobby never got punched in the face and then reacted to it. That was the issue. He couldn't adapt. He couldn't grow. He couldn't change. So Joe Brady, he gets fired as the offensive coordinator mid-season on the bye week. I remember it vividly. He then goes to Buffalo, becomes the quarterback's coach, and then the interim offensive coordinator, and now the offensive coordinator 4 years later. But he's got all those scars. But what those scars are experience and learning. And how did Dable handle it when he then left, when he made Josh Allen the dog that he is? He went over to the Giants. He then learned from other guys. Like, he learned and figured it out. That's what those scars are. So I'm hoping that if Bobby Slowick is able to check his pride and check his ego and say, I got to learn more. I've got a great foundation with what I learned from Kyle Shanahan. But I got to be me, too. I got to be me when I get punched in the face, and how do I react? And now we're about to find out the same exact thing with Nick Caley. We don't know. Nick Caley could be Joe Brady, Bobby Slowick, whoever 2.0. Who knows? But we're about to learn, because everyone's trying to find the next Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, whoever it is. But so far, so good. But this is when everything is so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, the best situation for the Texans this year would be that Nick Caley's so awesome that he's not your offensive coordinator next year, because he's the head coach somewhere.
Yeah. I wish that's the case.
Because that would mean the offense would be awesome this year. So, but yeah,
remember, Bobby got looks.
I know,
like mini looks as a head coach after his first year as the offensive coordinator.
So if what happens week one when you play the Rams and you're playing a coaching staff that they lose guys all the time, and obviously they're familiar with Nick Caley. But
I'm about to say, and knows what he knows.
Yeah. So it's like, what does it look like in week 1? And then what does it look like in week 2? What does it look like in week 3 versus week 10? That is going to be ultimately, I think, what sets this team apart, because it felt like that's why the team couldn't evaluate or couldn't elevate themselves, was I think they just had a lot more problems than we really realized last year. And I think a lot of fans put sunshine and rainbows on everything, and it's going to all be okay. Look what they did last year. And then, but it was just, the reality is that it was stagnant. It didn't improve. They got hit in the mouth and they didn't punch back. And that's, again, like, that's what Nick Caley is. What does it look like from week 1 to week 2? And when teams start to figure out your offense, whatever this is how do you adjust? That's why when he, that football is football quote that we mentioned earlier from Bobby Slowick, that was talking about adjustments from the first half to the second half when he said it. He's like, well, football is football. And it's like, no.
There are rarely adjustments in the second half. Well, like, bro, you haven't scored a touchdown in like 9 weeks in the second half.
Yeah.
You better adjust. Call the touchdown play.
Yeah, and he didn't have any touchdown plays.
Crazy.
He had nothing. So that's what the question is for Nick Caley. That's the one thing I think from training camp you can't really get. You can't really see.
No, you can't. But what I do think we can see is at least try to compare the offense and how they look compared to last year, just in regards to having any success.
Yeah.
Because I remember last year, the offense was bad, and we were like, huh. And no one really thought too much of it early on because the defense was that good. We kind of knew that. And we were just like, all right, they're just kind of figuring things. But, like, at no point did any of us think that Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, Dalton Schultz, and Joe Mixon weren't going to be good. Like, we knew they were going to be good. And then we found out they weren't any good. Yeah. But it takes you a long time to get off of that page in the book of this will work. Like, these names will work, and it just never did.
Yeah, Paul has this little notebook that he would take to camp every day, and he would come in and we would start our show every day after camp, and he would just kind of go through his notes. And it was only when I think ESPN or the NFL Network came in and they had like one good practice. It was like every day he would come into the show and like, it didn't look good again.
Yeah, it looked good one time when they were on the road in Ohio. The offense looked great, and it stood out. And that's when we were like, maybe that's what it's supposed to look like. Yeah. And it never really did. And then we got in the regular season, and we were like, man, there were signs everywhere, but you're so hesitant because there's so many excuses. The playbook is, when I was at, for instance, again, to just draw back on another experience, when I was in Carolina, it was Bryce Young's first season. It was Frank Reich's first season. And Frank Reich had such great success calling plays, whether he was with the Eagles or whether he was with the Colts. And we thought we knew it was going to work because it was after Matt Rule, like, finally. And then the offense just looked so bad, but the excuses were it's preseason. The playbook is small. It's a rookie quarterback. And it was so bad Frank's season. Frank didn't even live a year with the Panthers. It was so bad. Sometimes you just got to trust what's in front of you.
Yeah, and so if we see success at training camp this year, that will – you can't learn everything, but it will teach you something because – and look, it's a challenge. And I think that's also why a lot of times people gave the offense a pass last year and why they could get a pass this training camp. It's because of how good the defense is going to be. It's a Super Bowl caliber defense.
It's the best deodorant there is right there is that defense.
But the offense has to win some matchups. Yes. You have to have some success. That's probably the what we're looking for as the pads start to come on more and they really start to go ones versus ones and things like that. How much better does the offense look this year versus last year? Because if it's the same, where last year it was all bad and everyone kind of gave it a pass, that's not going to happen. And there will be a different tone heading into the Texans season this year. Because if it's just every day the Texans offense struggles, I think people will be mightily concerned.
Well, they're not going to have the honeymoon phase.
It's over.
To like, oh, yeah, we got all the dudes. I mean, week one, drive one, I promise you, X, for whatever it's worth. If it's 3 and out again, here we go again with this crap. Here we go again with this.
The expectations are raised in the city. It's different. The Texans have won 2 playoff games and lost 2 playoff games in the last 2 years. You've got the best team in baseball every single year, basically, rolling out there. And then you got this guy named Ime Udoka taking the Rockets to the number 2 team in the Western Conference, and you've added Kevin Durant. The bar has been raised for Houston sports in an awesome way. And you're right. If it's 3 and out the first drive, people are like,
It's that PTSD that comes back.
My advice to Nick Caley would be to throw it on the first play of the game. don't
you know what? Don't throw a wide receiver screen.
Yeah.
Nick, if you're listening, do not throw a wide receiver screen. I swear to God.
Don't hand it off. Don't throw a screen. I don't care if it's a pick. Just like throw it 80 yards down the field to Nico Collins. Just like Bobby Slowick's gone. It's not going to be a run play every first down. Like just
whatever you do,
breathe.
Call the successful play.
Yes.
Just put it that way. Run it, but run it for 8 yards. Like whatever you're going to do, call the play that works.
Yeah, I think that's another one too, where with Nick Caley is really interesting to me is the early game stuff that you can't really replicate right now. You can a little bit, but you're like, what is your 10, 20 play sequence to start a game look like? Because that's also where Bobby Slowick came up really short. Was he had a plan. It was a poor plan. So what does that look like, and how do you adjust immediately in games? I don't know. I hope the best for them this year, because last year was definitely they won their games. I won my money on my over ticket with the Texans, but they still fell short. Like, in a big way.
Because there's so much left on the table. That's the front. Like there is nothing worse in sports. The P word in sports is the worst word. Potential. This team last year had the potential. Potential is synonymous with getting your ass kicked every single night. This means you're not living up to what you're supposed to be, what the fans think you're supposed to be, or what you think you're supposed to be. They know that they were better from a roster standpoint than what they put on paper last year and what they put on film. This year, the potential is there. So as much as we talk about it and Nick Caserio wants to say like it's all fodder, nah, man, like he said it too. He said, I know we have a good team. It's a matter of executing. It's a matter of what we do on Sundays, and that's the key, is actually putting it all together and not just having potential, but having success.
Is the roster better, you think, this year? Like on just looking at a piece of paper?
I think it's a better puzzle. Like it's a more completed puzzle.
Yeah.
I think so. I talk about this all the time that in basketball, you want to have, of course, you want to have the 5 best pieces, but if those 5 pieces don't fit together, all you got are 5 pieces that don't belong to that puzzle, and you therefore don't have a puzzle. I think they obviously lost Stephon Diggs. They don't have Tank Dell, and they don't have Laramie Tunsil. Those are all 3 really good pieces. I don't think that those pieces are what you want in this puzzle. They might belong in another puzzle somewhere else at the store, but not in this one. So I think their puzzle is more complete now than last year, albeit different, less exciting pieces, if you will.
Yeah, Christian Kirk does not have the excitement that Diggs had, but like we've seen in Jacksonville and in the past, like he can be an exciting player. You know, you have 2 rookies in Higgins and Noel that you can feel excited about on this offense. You have Cade Stover, and then you have a huge question mark at offensive line. But you have a ton of options to figure out like who goes together the best. So I think on paper, like the offense is worse.
It is. There's so much more unknown. So
Yeah.
you have 2 rookies that you're expecting or hoping are going to contribute. That's not like you knew Stephon Diggs was going to be a pretty good wide receiver. You kind of knew that Tank Dell was going to be a good receiver. You don't know what Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins are going to be. Like you don't know. You hope.
Yeah, you hope. I mean, and you invested in them. You gave one of them a fully guaranteed contract that basically shut down the NFL. It felt like until the day before training camp started. Yeah, so I think there's more questions, but it's what you said earlier and what you just said now again is there's the potential is higher. The ceiling feels higher because even like Diggs, we all kind of knew he was slowing down a little bit, and you can make the same argument about Christian Kirk, but I don't know. It's just
and he has trouble staying healthy.
Trevor Lawrence, yeah. Like,
God.
I kind of want to give. I'm kind of giving Christian Kirk a little bit of the benefit of the doubt of like what it was, maybe more like his first year in Jacksonville. But yeah, he struggles to stay healthy. Then you have these young guys like they could, by the end of the season, really piece it together. And and Nick Caserio, I think to his credit, like while some of the injuries have hurt the draft players, the players drafted themselves, he's done a really good job evaluating wide receivers in the draft. Tank Dell is a home run pick. It's just unfortunate what's happened with his career. Nico Collins is maybe the best value draft pick Nick Caserio has ever made, and maybe will ever make, honestly. He's top 5 receiver in the NFL, basically, and they got him in, the 3rd round? Nick Caserio's done a good job. You can't blame him for Mechie. He's got contributions from Hutchinson. So you got Higgins and Noel. If he can evaluate them like he did the previous guys, it's exciting. I can't wait to see the 2 Iowa State kids on the field this year.
It's going to be exciting. It's going to be ups and downs. It's going to be one of those, a little bit of a roller coaster. They're rookies. That's just the way it works. But that is why it is so important for the offense, Nick Caley and the offensive line, to buy into the personality, because the personality isn't to let those guys really shine. The personality is to have that run game, and then they can feed and eat off of the run game. That's what's going to give C.J. Stroud more time, and he's going to allow him to perform, and those receivers to have time and to perform as well, as if the running game gets going. This is not a run or a pass first, then run offense. Like we can't rely on the Iowa State kids to be studs. What we can do is set them up for success because of the run game. And that's the situation we're in now.
Yeah, and what's the vibe you've gotten around camp about Mixon?
He's not out there.
Yeah.
Like, he's nowhere out there. I haven't heard anything that says he's not going to be ready for the season. I think he'll be ready, but I will say Nick Chubb looks pretty good. I put a video out on my YouTube channel, Kicking It with Kunkel, and like, he looks good. Like, he looks ready to roll, and everyone can look good in this situation, right?
Sure.
But he does for real look like he's gotten over the I got to get back year, which he had last year.
Mm-hmm.
Now I think it's the year removed from the rehab year. Now he's ready.
Yeah, and it's like you had a guy like a name like Nick Chubb. It definitely sent some red flags up about the health of Joe Mixon. But look, if you're going to run the ball the way that they're talking about, you need two running backs. Joe Mixon had no help last year,
and he was never on the field on third down.
Yeah,
this will allow one of them, hopefully Joe, to be on the field on third down as well.
And you also have the Woody Marks too.
Yeah, Woody. So
I'm very curious about.
I'll tell you what, man. Two players that we mentioned here, Jaden Higgins and Woody Marks. Cecil Shorts on Kicking It with Kunkel last night was obsessed with Ariante Ursary, Jaden Higgins, and Woody Marks. Obsessed with. Loved the way Jaden ran routes. He thinks he's going to be an absolute star. He thinks that Ariante Ursary, the way he plays, is going to fit perfectly into the system. And he is beyond excited to see what Woody can do as well, the way he plays. Those are the three names that Cecil, and I mean, Cecil was gushing. I mean, not like typically guys are like, yeah, but like it's different once we play games, bro. No, Cecil was excited about those dudes.
Yeah, it just adds another potential weapon for Nick Caley. Like, that's what they've brought in they've given him a bunch of chess pieces. And it's just about figuring out which ones work the best together, how you want to use them creatively, and if CJ can stay upright to get him the ball. I mean, again, like I'm with you. I'm taking the over this year, 9.5. I think their schedule is pretty favorable. Like, there's obviously some tough teams on it, but like they're going to win their division. I don't think there's even a question about it. And that's why, like, still, like, even like after 1 year, the expectation for it, to me, is still to go. You got to go farther than you went last year. You might not get there, but like the expectation should be that at least for me.
Let's take a break now here on ESPN Houston 97.5, 92.5. After the break, I talked to Titus in press conference fashion. I asked him like 4 or 5 questions about this offensive line. I asked him, does this group have the desire to actually be physical? And right now, schematically under Nick Caley and being coached by Cole Popovich, what's the biggest difference from this year to last year that will allow you to have success? He answered these questions, to his credit, very specifically. If we don't have the sound, I'll tell you exactly what he said on the other side of the break. Will Kunkel and Joe George filling in for Paul Gallant here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We're at the Cadillac Bar. Come on down and say hi to us in the Heights.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
No Paul Gallant today. Will Kunkel and Joe George coming your way. We've got some Titus Howard sound we're going to get to in just a little bit, but we are live at R. Chime in, call, text. I don't care how you do it. Whatever you want. HRMP hotline 713-780-3776. Let's get right into this because I don't want to say I grilled Titus Howard, but I did ask him a whole bunch of questions about this offensive line, and Titus Howard is the elder statesman. I believe outside of Kaimi Fairbairn, he is the longest tenured Texan now on this team. He's certainly the elder statesman in that offensive line room. Here's him talking about the older guys and how they've got to set the example for this team.
It's up to us older guys to establish that for the younger guys. And I think that's one of the things I'm trying to do is just being a positive example every day of, how we got to go about our business every day. So when the younger guys see that, they're like, oh, man, that's how I got to be. And then that just rubs off on the whole offensive line.
And now that's Titus Howard's job. I don't know if he's going to be the leader in that room or not. It's certainly his de facto to start the season. I don't know if he's going to stay there or not. I'm not saying he won't. But with Laramie Tunsil gone, now you have guys that can show you the way this needs to get done if Titus Howard so chooses to be that guy. And they have to have that. Like Laramie Tunsil again. He wouldn't be practicing right now in training camp.
He's not right now.
Yeah, he's not.
I'm sure he's not. I'm sure he's not.
I wonder. I got to ask somebody down there with the Commanders. I do have some people that I know. That's not the example you want to set when you're putting in a new system and you're trying to revamp that offensive line room. You can't have that in there. And now it falls to Titus Howard. And now he doesn't have to be too cool for school. What he needs to be is too physical to be put on the bench. That's his job now. So I also asked him, what's the difference, though? Because we hear all this, and you could say all the great things and say all the right things at the podium, but if you don't go out there and do it, who gives a damn? It's completely useless. It's lip service. So what's the difference this year in the O-line's mentality in camp versus last year? Because last year you said all the right things, too, and you're doing it again. So what's different?
The scheme is a lot more simple. I was in this scheme a little bit when I first came into the league, but it's really just I think the biggest thing with Nick and Cole is the mindset. Like, our mindset last year wasn't like it is this year. Like, our mindset now is we got to get downhill. We got to get on guys early and move them. And that's something that we struggle with on the offensive line of the pass is getting the run game going. Because you get the run game going, the pass game going to get going. So we got to be able to establish that run early. And they just been attacking the details of the run game and getting double teams a lot. We're going to be doing a lot of double teams. So we're just working on those fundamentals every day and trying to get better.
Bro, I cannot tell you how bad that is to hear they struggled with the mindset last year. That is ingrained as a human being of a successful lineman, that your mindset is de facto set to default to move bodies and be physical. That I'll never forget. In a couple locker rooms, they had after the game on the road. I can't remember the one in particular that I'm thinking of, but they had success running the ball. And I asked Juice Scruggs what kind of pride this room takes in being able to move bodies. And I didn't get and this isn't a Juice knock, it's just more of a knock on the culture of that room. I didn't get the answer of, oh, hell yeah, we love that. It was more like, yeah, it was good to see success there. It was like, oh, damn. So, to have that and struggle with that mindset's crazy.
Yeah, I think talking about the attitude change and everything, honestly, one of the things that I think we'll tangibly see if it's different with Titus and his leadership as the veteran statesman of the offensive line group is where is he? Where is he after the game?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's something that Laramie would do. He would hide. He would hide and he would not be there and he would be in the shower or he'd dip out and he wouldn't answer questions. And Titus kind of followed that last year. I mean, I know that's one of Paul's biggest complaints is that there would be media members that would want to speak to offensive linemen, and they would not be anywhere to be found last year. So, like, that's another one, too, where it's like, I think there's a lack of account. Not that we hold them accountable, but I think by speaking to the media, you're holding yourself accountable in games that you struggle. So, I mean, they're saying the right things. It sounds good. Now we just got to wait and see if it plays out that way. But they're saying the right things for sure.
This was my biggest gripe with Laramie Tunsil. And it has nothing to do with us as media, like, oh, I didn't need to talk to him. No, dude, it has nothing to do with us. It has to do with Laramie protecting his teammates. If he answers our questions, then all of a sudden Jarrett Patterson and Drew Scruggs and those guys aren't left out to dry to answer our questions of, so 52 sacks, that sucks. Couldn't get the running game. So, like, what's going on? What's wrong? If Laramie was the leader, a true leader, wearing that C, not just stapled onto his chest, but truly acting like one, then he would be up there taking extreme ownership, taking the bullets, and taking the shrapnel to protect his teammates. That's a great point, Joe, is Titus Howard going to be there doing that if things go awry? Will he be that one, or will he have learned from Laramie, like, nah, I'm all good on this? Now, they did talk to us, but they never did it on camera.
Yes.
They would speak. They would kind of do it on background. They would do it to, like, some reporters. They wouldn't go on camera. But listen, bro, you got to go on camera. You got to do it all. It's part of it.
Yeah.
It's part of protecting your teammates. It's not about the marketing. It's not about us wanting to make drama out of it. It is about them protecting their teammates. And I brought this up because I felt so strongly about this, as you could probably tell. And I brought this up with Cecil Shorts on Kicking It with Kunkel, and he said, man, I can't tell you how much that would piss me off if I was in that locker room. If my quarterback dips, although they're mandated by the league to go to the podium after every game, the quarterback has to be there. But if a guy like that dips and doesn't take responsibility and is, one, a captain, two, the proverbial leader in that room, like, that is trying to piss me off, because now we got to answer it. Like, who the hell am I?
Yeah.
Why do I have to answer this? This isn't my job. That's his. You're getting the millions for it.
The
dude.
other thing for, like, this offensive line to prove to me from a visual thing of, even if there's not success always running the ball or protecting CJ, is protecting CJ in the other way. When he's on the ground, where is your offensive line? Because I know Titus has gotten a little chippy with Jeremy Branham on Twitter, as did Laramie Tunsil, because Jeremy would go at them pretty hard for CJ to be on the ground, and there wouldn't be an offensive lineman within 10 feet of him helping him off the ground. Think back to the Broncos game 2 years ago when CJ's face-to-face with the Broncos player. Where are his teammates? That's the other thing with the offensive lineman I want to see be different, to where, like, even if there's not tangible success and CJ's still getting hit a lot because of skill, there are things that they can just do differently that, like, I think we'll all be able to see a tangible difference in the offensive line with this new group. If there really is a new culture, if there is a new accountability, there are things they just didn't do last year that, like, they can just change from a mindset. So they're saying the right mindset stuff. Now we just got to see, like I want to see what happened to the Lions today happened to the Texans. Dan Campbell had to cancel practice today, ended early. Too many fights. Too many fights.
Hell yeah.
If Will Anderson or Daniil Hunter, they squeak through and they might hit CJ a little too hard on accident, I want to see some video from the fans of a little scrap going on.
Don't punch him in the face. Just hit him with your palm in their face mask.
That's the dumbest thing athletes do in all professional sports is throw punches when there's helmets on.
But you know what?
I don't understand it.
I'd rather that than nothing.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
but it's got to hurt, Will.
I'm not gonna cherry pick, like, throughout the season of where an offensive lineman should have been at CJ's back or not.
Sure.
But I will say this: dude gets sacked 52 times. He didn't take one dirty punch, one dirty hit, one dirty nothing. Like, none. Come on, man. Of course it happened.
Yeah.
And to your point, that is ingrained. That is culture. That is personality. So if they're truly changing the personality and the culture in that room with the offensive lineman, that will spill out. That's why I've called. I did a long piece of it. I think 21 minutes of me going nuts on CJ Stroud on Kicking It with Kunkel. Find me on YouTube. Another shameless plug. He's got to be that leader too. He's got to get in his offensive lineman's face and say, guys, like, where are y'all? Why 52 sacks? I'm not saying every 52 times, but one time he's got to air them out. Like you think that frustration would spill over just one time. So that culturally has got to change as well. So here's Titus now. I asked him, what's the difference with Cole Popovich? Because D'Amico has talked about he loves what Cole is doing. Okay, you can say that, and you can say that's great because you want to back up the dude that you hired after you fired Chris Strausser. So here's what Titus said on them having to take the coaching and what the coaching is from Cole.
Just taking the coaching, taking what we're doing, being coached on, and just applying it to the field. I mean, I know it sounds simple, but a lot of times when guys mess up, it's just like we just go do our own thing versus not doing the thing that we was coached to do. So everybody just been putting their head down, working every day individual on the things we need to work on, and then just going out of the team each day, setting a goal for the day, and just attacking that goal.
Bro, that is, if any coach is listening to what he just said, the quote, if we didn't do what we were coached, we would, quote, go off and do our own thing. That screams horrible leadership. No accountability. The standards, if they were even set, who gives a damn what the standards were if you're not holding people to the standards? For a guy to say last year that we would just go off and do our own thing, like part of you has to be embarrassed. That's embarrassing to say.
Remember what it reminds me of is remember when we found out that Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant would hold their own practices with the Brooklyn Nets after Steve Nash was done with them because they didn't get anything out of it. And it's Steve Nash out there, but they would go do their own thing after practice. Like that's what it reminds me of hearing that. So again, I said this earlier. I think it was a bold move to keep Cole Popovich when your offensive line has struggled in the way that it did. And they must have some general faith that he can get it. And I think part of that has to be the guys who were there. What they were talking about in that quote there from Titus is like they must believe still from last year that Cole was still providing them something that Strausser was not. Like if the players didn't buy into Cole, you have to make the change.
And I think Cole probably's personality matches.
Yeah.
And D'Amico trusts that he's going to fall in line. Not fall in line, but get on the same page. As D'Amico has noted several times, we all got to be on the same page.
Yeah, and that definitely feels like that was missing because this is where it's just going to be, and it's going to be. Again, the offensive line is the most interesting group because there's so many combinations, so many guys who can step up, who can fill that role, who can be day one starters as rookies or second-year guys. I mean, this might be one of the younger offensive lines in the league, or it could be one of the oldest. I mean, you could have Cam Robinson and Laken Tomlinson, all these guys who have been in the NFL for quite a handful of years, or you could have a first-year left tackle and a second-year right tackle, going from the get-go. Like, you can really swing this thing in one or two directions depending on how camp plays out. So, I mean, look, they got to take the coaching that comes in front of them and cross our fingers if you're a Texans fan that it's good coaching.
And I asked him schematically what's different. Is this easier?
Yeah.
And he said it is an easier scheme, but something that you just said that it permeates. Not only is the offensive line, defensive line the most important position group in all of football because you win and lose games in the trenches, but again, I know we're hammering this, that personality and that culture in those rooms permeates through the rest of the team. So if you have a nitty-gritty offensive line, that spills over to the rest of the offense. Defensively is more of a full unit. Like they work so much together that if you have a tough-ass defense, like that kind of spills over to the team as well. So, but that offensive line, if they're able to set that tone with that culture, the other guys will fall in line. Because if they're a soft pass blocking, like first, no run, then they talk more like this.
Well, we saw it last year. I mean, last year, everything we're saying about what you want this offensive line to be is exactly what the defensive line was. And it set the tone.
100%.
It set the tone. And the offensive line was soft. There's no other way to put it. They were soft and not good at their jobs. And the defense was incredible at their jobs and tough sons of guns. And it just took two. It was really it's fascinating. Like it was two different football teams. Like there was
that's such a good way of paying 100%.
Two different teams.
Because if something went wrong defensively, you knew that Will Anderson, D'Amico Ryans, Jalen Petrie, Azeez Al-Shaair was going to go up to whoever screwed up and was like, "Hey, bud, that's not the way we do things on this side of the building." If someone on the offense did like a field trip to the defensive side of the room, they'd go back and look like a ghost. They'd be like, "Oh my God, those dudes are nuts.
Yeah.
They're insane over there. They get on you about everything. Their attention to detail is so exhausting and so intense Yes, but then when it comes to game time, you don't think anymore.
I don't want to be too negative towards D'Amico here.
No, let's do it.
But is there anything that, as we're talking through this, about that, like that cultural difference that I think D'Amico needs to be better at that then. Like, it's his team.
Well, I think that's when the hiring of Nick Haley and Cole
Yeah.
Popovich coming, because as a head coach, the way I see it is you're either offensive or defensive, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not both. You don't have your handprints on both. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
He's obviously a defensive guy. Where his handprints come into your point is the CEO role.
Mm-hmm.
So he's now got to hire guys that are a mirror image of him and his personality that will emulate that culture.
Yeah.
And he's got to be the CEO to hire Nick Haley and Cole Popovich to do that.
Yeah, even though they're very Caserio hires, it feels on paper.
Maybe. I
Because
mean, I don't.
Patriots,
Right.
tutelage
Either
and
way,
things
they
like
have
that.
to. They
Yeah,
have to
for
mirror
sure.
D'Amico.
Well, you got to figure. Yeah,
no
exactly.
matter what. They have
100%. And that's why it's the defense. There's almost no questions. It's just a question of health and like just figuring it out. Even last year when they weren't healthy, at times like they still figured it out. It didn't matter who was out there. They still played the same tone, the same level all the time. It's just can the offense, can they catch up? Like can they be what the defense is? Can they run the ball the way they say they're going to run it? Can they block it the way they say they're going to block it? Like, and can CJ just really get command of this offense in the way that he needs to? Like, I always thought the S2 stuff was stupid and overblown.
Same.
But like, if it's not, him having more command is where we would see it. But I think it's overblown. But it's like, it's just they have to have a totally different team, and that's where, like, again, like Dan Orlovsky said yesterday on McAfee that they're going to be, said the Texans are going to be awesome this year. I think they
I
can.
think so.
I think they can.
They have the
Yeah.
potential
On
to
defense,
be
for
awesome.
sure.
Defense, we know that. The question with the defense is, what are they forced to do by the offense? Are they forced to defend short fields all the time? Are they forced to be, if your pie chart of a football team is 3 parts, your special teams, offense, defense, is the defense forced to be 75%, 80% of that pie chart?
Mm-hmm.
That's just too much. You want them maybe 60%, fine. And if the offense can be 40% or 30% and then 10% special teams, then you're starting to cook. And if the less you can take off the plate of the defense, the better team you're going to be, because the defense will be good. It's a matter of what are you requiring of them.
I also want to I want to see those games where the Texans get big leads, because the idea that you could have Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter like facing Matt Stafford and the Rams are down 14 points and they have to throw the ball on every play, like what they can do to quarterbacks. I mean, you're like I the other wager I have on the Texans this year, I have a Will Anderson defensive player of the year ticket already for this year.
I like that.
I was like, I feel
I
like
think who else there would be.
I mean, TJ Watt, of course, is
right.
going to be up there.
Right.
Miles
I just mean
Garrett.
on the Texans.
Oh, the Texans, yeah.
Because I don't think Derek Stingley can be in that category, because I just don't think he's going to get targeted enough to get the interceptions.
I agree.
I think Kalen Bullock, I think would be my sneaky one, only if he ends up with like 7-8 picks and he's able to play ball hawk. And just Kamari Lassiter, Derek Stingley lock their guy down, and Kalen sneaks in and grabs like 7 or 8 of those suckers.
Yeah, but I think we're going to see I think we already saw it this last year, but
I think it's a great
big
pick.
breakout. But I think like the superstar, I mean, look, I've seen some of these top 100 lists that have been coming out, and they're crazy with where they've got Will Anderson at. I think he's going to like in like the mid 40s. And I'm like, I feel like that's low, but
it's early in his career, I suppose.
Yeah.
But obviously he is awesome.
He is the Terminator is a fantastic nickname.
Go back to the offensive side of the ball and their culture and how I want to see it emulate on the field. Do you remember the clip last year? Justin Herbert kind of took a cheap shot by somebody. I can't remember who it was. And Bradley Bozeman, their center, who I know from again when he was with the Panthers, awesome dude. He grabbed that defender, threw him off of Justin Herbert, and threw him into the ground. And I mean, got a penalty, but like defended his dude's honor. Like that's what I need to see at least once, sometime. Like it's football. That stuff happens.
And I hope it comes from Titus.
Hell
I hope we see like that meanness come. I mean, look, Titus is in an interesting spot where, I mean, he's got some pretty hefty dead cap stuff. But if I was Titus Howard, I would be looking at what just happened with Laramie Tunsil and being like, the Texans they're going to make culture moves. So it's like if he doesn't buy in, like he's the guy where his Texans career it could be on the line this year. Where it's like if they're like, well, you know what, we got to get guys that fit our personality, our scheme, our culture, and you've already got rid of Laramie. If Titus doesn't change his traits, now it sounds like he's speaking as if it has about setting the example and the tone and everything like that. But he's the one where it wouldn't like he's got to play well this year. If not, it's going to be very logical that you look at the draft and they're picking in the mid-20s this year, where guards typically go off the board, and you're talking about are they drafting Titus Howard's replacement in next year's draft? I mean, he is one of the starters on this team that I would say is in the most jeopardy of not being a Texan. So, yeah, I'd love to see Titus be the guy that, like, week one, Jared Verse hits CJ a little hard, and it's Titus that is in the face of Verse already week one of the season.
And what's interesting with Titus is that he's actually good enough that he'll have value on the market.
Yeah.
So if Laramie can be traded, then what Titus can certainly be traded, and there might be enough value there where it could be worth it if he doesn't want to fit in and play the culture change game with the Texans. So if the Texans are willing to get rid of Laramie Tunsil, everybody's on the chopping block.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's available to be gone. And Titus will like you can't just turn around and trade, not to pick on anybody like a Drew Scruggs or Jared Patterson or Blake Fisher. They don't have much value as much as Titus Howard. Like he's probably a better lineman than they are. So he's got some value. So like he can be traded if he doesn't fit in personality wise.
For sure. I mean, he's got a big year in front of him. I mean, this is a big change. He's going to be a full-time guard, which I'm still a little surprised at. Like I thought there would be a chance he'd play tackle, but it seems like he's a guard for this team. So clearly their evaluation says that what he is. But I mean, he's really it feels like a make or break player for this team, where if, your right side of your line is Titus and Fisher or Titus and your rookie, Titus is a big part of it. Like he is going to be, I think, a huge piece of why this team either succeeds beyond expectations or what they've done in the past, or kind of stays stagnant in a way.
I love what they're doing with the offensive line, and we can get into that, what they're doing with the offensive line on the other side of the break here. We're live here at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Come out, say hello. Happy hour, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. And this deal I just found, this is for tomorrow. So come on out today and come on out tomorrow as well. This deal is absurd. Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Tequila and fajitas Friday. Margarita pitcher and half-pound chicken and beef fajitas for $39.99. That is what's up. Find me on X, Instagram, TikTok, my show, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. I'm Will Kunkel, Joe George with me. Come let us know your thoughts on HRNP hotline 713-780-3776, or you can watch us on YouTube. We got any other streams? We got Twitch.
Yeah, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Our app, as always, you can get there as well.
And to answer your question on YouTube, what is that room that everyone keeps taking pictures of? It's, food influencers taking pictures back there here at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Come on out, hang out. Will Kunkel, Joe George here at Cadillac Bar. We'll be right back, and we'll talk about Titus Howard and this offensive line a little bit more.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Do you want an e-bike and a margarita separately and not in that order? Come on down and register to win an e-bike here on ESPN Houston 97.5, 92.5. We're live at Cadillac Bar in the Heights. 2 bikes with a value over $4,000 that you can win, and you can get margaritas happy hour 11 a.m. 7 p.m. while you're here. This is a blast down here. I love the music, the great atmosphere.
Yeah, it's great
got
vibe.
TVs up, keeping an eye on the Orioles-Guardians game. Crucial game.
Oh, yeah. Hey, future Astro on the mound,
Bro,
potentially.
you know what? Sidebar here. If I was president, which God rest this country if I was, I would make it a law. You got during baseball season, every day there's got to be at least one day game.
Yes.
It's awesome.
They should always have day games on.
Just one.
Yes, because it'd be such better for the branding of the sport. If just no offense, I love Robert Flores. Great guy. Love when he's a guest on the station. But I would much rather just starting at 11 o'clock in the morning, have a game on MLB Network all day long, different games in the market. It'd be so much better. Just always have some level of exposure. But that's someone that Jeremy Bram and I will drop our Inside the Icebox Astros podcast tomorrow on YouTube. Charlie Morton is someone we had pretty lengthy conversations with about the Astros trading for here at the deadline. The Orioles are going to sell.
Yeah,
I think he's owed $15 million this year, so maybe you need the Orioles to eat a little bit of money. But if you're not going to go for the big fish, at the deadline, like a Mitch Keller, maybe, or Sandy Alcantara or something like that. Maybe Uncle Charlie comes home.
Man,
Houston Astros.
How about them apples? Go check out that podcast. Come on down to the Cadillac Bar. Get yourself something to eat, something to drink. Register to win an e-bike up to $4,000. Those things are worth, by the way. And I have one. Not the ones we're giving away. I have a lesser one, but I love mine. It's a great way to fly around the Heights on the weekend. Have a good time. Text, call, HRNP hotline, 713-780-3776. This is something we talked about right before the break. Shockingly, the offensive line. And I love what they're doing in camp. They're shuffling the offensive line. And I called for this after the season last year on my show on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel. Go subscribe. Hit me with the sub, as the kids say. So, by the way, I've been you got to promote yourself when you're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, go on, give me a subscribe. And people have been awesome about it, going over to YouTube and hit subscribe, Kicking It with Kunkel. But they all be like, I hit you with the sub. I'm like, it took me a week to be like, wait, what? what is that?
Dude, it's such a different animal.
The hell is a sub? They sub. Are they talking about they subbed something out?
Yeah.
I was like, yo, what? So I'm like, all right, hit me with the sub on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel. But I love what they're doing, and I called for this, is I wanted competition. And this, again, feeds into the culture that we've talked about all day, Joe. Is that they've got to change the culture. D'Amico Ryan saying it. Is that the personalities coming from D'Amico into that offensive line room. So yesterday, the offensive line left to right was this: Cam Robinson, Lakin Thompson, Jarrett Patterson, Titus Howard, and Ariante Ursary. Today, it was Ariante Ursary from right tackle to left tackle. Lakin Tomlinson stayed at left tackle. Jake Andrews in for Jarrett Patterson at center. Titus Howard remained at right guard. And then at right tackle, and for Ursary, was Blake Fisher. I love the jockeying of positions and people in different spots. It's going to have to stop eventually, obviously. Sure. But this is competition. This is going to breed success and anger and that personality and the culture. This is going to breed success, hopefully, for this team. And having this competition is so good versus, I remember last year, one of the things I said when I was with Fox was, I came from Carolina, and we never knew who the quarterback was. We never knew who the running backs really were, who the wide receivers were. We didn't know anything. So training camp was really the best time to cover the Panthers, because once the season started, they were going to get beaten down every single week, so it was really boring. Training camp was the most competition they ever had. Coming into Texans camp, there was such little competition all over the field. We knew CJ. We knew Joe. We knew Stephon. We knew Nico Collins. we knew exactly who was who. We knew who was on the offensive line. We don't know a lot on the offensive line this year. We don't know where these guys are going to play. We don't know who's wide receiver 2 or 3. We don't know who tight end 1 is. We got the most important spots tied down at quarterback, and we
running back for the most part.
right. And we think, I don't know where we're going to have it left tackle. But the point is, we don't know, but we do know that there are some good options, or at least some good iterations of that offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 5 starting spots, you have 1 starter right now. Titus Howard.
Yeah.
That's
yes.
it. He's the only one that is.
Arietta Ursary is the one that we don't know his position.
Yeah.
But he stayed in the offense. He's gone both tackles each day.
That kind of that probably is a tell a little bit. I mean, think back to last year at training camp. No one really knew much about Kamari Lassiter. But from day one at camp,
he was in there.
Lassiter
100%.
was in there. So same thing probably here with Ursary, that like at some combination, he will be a starting tackle. That's just a guess through 2 days of training camp. And you have Titus Howard at right guard. So maybe 2 of your 5 spots are taken.
And again, it's going to come down to not who's the best pass blocker or not like who's the best lineman. It's who buys into that system and who do the other 4 guys play best with and who's willing to move a damn body vigorously.
And like what Titus was saying in that clip we played earlier about, more double teams and things like that, more communication. They're doing a little bit more advanced run blocking. And it's really like, it might not even be about who can protect CJ the best this year. It's more about who can block for Joe Mixon and, Nick Chubb the best this year, honestly, the way they're talking so far. But do you have a guess? Do you have a take?
On who's going to be the offensive line?
Your 5?
I think Cam Robinson will be at left tackle.
Okay.
I think Laken Tomlinson, he's one of the other guys that's been at left guard.
Yeah.
Center, we haven't seen Juice Scruggs in there yet. It's obviously early. I think Jake Andrews is my guess.
Okay.
At center, right guard Titus Howard, and I think on the right tackle we're going to see Arietta Ursary.
Interesting.
Which means, and this is not an educated guess by all means because it's so early, which means Blake Fisher out, Juice Scruggs out.
Yep. And Jared Patterson out.
Which leaves you 3 respectable or like 3 options, whatever you want, whatever adjective you want to give them.
Sure.
It gives you 3 options.
Yeah, you feel like, okay, if someone gets dinged up. I mean, I'm very biased as a Notre Dame fan. I'm a believer in Blake Fisher. I think he is going to be a good right tackle at some point for the Houston Texans. So maybe that's not from day one. But there also was it was very clear he needed some development time. I mean, so did Patterson out of Notre Dame or Juice Scruggs out of Penn State. It wouldn't shock me if we do end up just seeing the veterans, because that's kind of what you laid out there was 3 new offensive linemen veterans on the left side, or from left to center. Your right tackle is your right guard is Titus, and your right tackle is Ursary, your early draft pick. So it wouldn't shock me if that is just like the group, because I do feel like veterans are going to succeed more in training camp. And then it's how does it happen throughout the season? How healthy do they stay? Because if you do look at some of like the PFF numbers and things like that, Laken Tomlinson was not good for the most part last year. He's bounced around quite a bit since coming to he got drafted by the Lions, I think it was, or I can't remember if it was the Lions or 49ers, but it bounced around quite a bit. But it also, I think, would be very positive if the young guys all kind of took those jobs from the vets. Now, it might lead to more growing pains, but if they can, you see Fisher and Ursary and these guys go out there and win the job immediately coming out of camp, that would also be, I think, a very good thing for the Texans.
What you don't want, what you want is that you want someone to go out and take the job, which means they're having success doing whatever it is that they're doing. I want to play this sound from D'Amico Ryans yesterday. I asked him about the offensive line. Here's what your head coach had to say.
For the O-line, Will, it's always tough it's hard for me to, you continue to evaluate O-line. It's hard when you don't have pads on, because that's how the game is played up front, O-line, D-line. You got to put the pads on to have a true evaluation of how that'll look. But the small things that stuck out to me and what Cole has done a really good job of, just those small, intricate details that they'll translate, pads or not, and that's hand placement, your feet being right, like where are your shoulders, where are your eyes, the communication, all of those little things that really allow those guys to bind together as one, allowing those guys to be the best version of themselves and do a great job of run blocking first and foremost as a unit, and then also protecting CJ.
So that's where we are right now in this process.
Yep.
Day 2, and we are talking about the hand placement of the offensive line. But that stuff is obviously so important because it's your foundation as the offensive line. And this right now, it's all about Nick Caley and Cole Popovich. Next week, or when they get the pads on and start moving bodies, then it's going to come down to the individuals. Then it's going to come down to the offensive linemen. They are going to decide who their 5 starters are going to be. The coaches aren't going to really decide it. Like, it's good. The players will let the coaches know. It's like when you say to your teacher in high school or whatever, like, why'd you give me a D or a C? Like, I didn't give you anything. Like, you earned what you got. Like, why aren't I getting more playing time? You're earning the playing time you're getting. The players are going to make this decision for the coaches.
And hopefully very easily. Well, you either want it to be very easy or very hard because you have, multiple guys performing well in camp at the same level. The only thing you hope for is it's not a hard decision because no one's playing well.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only thing you don't want. You either want it to be someone wins the job and they crush it, but you have a solid backup and it's clear you have a good backup, or you have 2 guys playing very well at one spot and it's a hard decision. The only thing you don't want this training camp is to see every left tackle getting dominated on every single play. That's the only thing you don't want to see.
Yeah, what you don't have here, with all due respect to all these guys, the 8 or 9 guys that are competing for the offensive line spot, you don't have any studs. Like, you don't have any studs right now. You don't have a situation. So, for instance, when you go into the season with the Astros, you need Yordan Alvarez to be your best hitter. You don't want Jake Myers to be your best hitter, not because you don't want Jake Myers to be better than Yordan, because you know that if Yordan's your best hitter, he is one of the best for 162 games out of the entire league. If Jake Myers is your best hitter, that means that Yordan isn't your best hitter and that you're not getting that quality of production. What you're not getting here is that type of stud production. So anybody can really be your best lineman. It's all about the 5 guys that play the best together, and any one of them can be that guy. It doesn't have to be Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher doesn't have to be your best lineman. Laremy Tunsil had to be your best lineman last year, because if he wasn't your best lineman, then you're in really big trouble because he's not producing, and the other guys don't even have that ability to be a Laremy Tunsil. None of these guys have the ability to be an A-plus lineman. They just don't. But what you do want to find are the guys that are willing to buy in to create a great unit.
Yeah, it'll be the biggest question, I think, for me for the offensive line too is more from a curiosity standpoint is how quickly do the Texans want to make this decision? Like, do you want to have it in place by the time you have some of these joint practices coming up in training camp? Like, how quickly do you want to move through this process to really get them to gel? Or are you going to let it really go through preseason to figure out, okay, how do they handle preseason action? Because you would think all of them, like even like Laken Tomlinson, who's a veteran, and Cam Robinson, they're all probably preseason worthy guys where they could be out there for at least one possession in every single preseason game. Probably only Titus Howard is the only guy who's not out there. Guaranteed.
I think it's a great question of when it will be finalized and when they would like it to be finalized. Yeah. It will be finalized, I think. I think it will be finalized. Well, let me say this. I don't know when they put the pads. I don't know when the first full day of contact is, but I think they would like it to be finalized probably 4 days after that. Whatever that is, that's when they would like it to be, because then they can start rolling. I think when the starters play their first preseason, true snaps, whatever that is, whether it's 1 or 2, that's when it'll certainly be final. Whatever they roll out there, they're not making changes off of that unless that's when it's bad. Yeah. Because they still haven't figured out a good enough combination of the 5 guys that they want.
Yeah, I would say by preseason week 2, you probably want at least 4 of the 5 locked in. Like, if you look at
you want
left
it
guard
ASAP.
Yeah.
I think if they're making changes in the preseason, it's not good.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, and there is the optimist side would be if 2 guys playing very, very well, and you have, let's say
I think these
Patterson
guys are
and Scruggs have both earned a spot.
I think it's going to become clear really quickly.
I think so,
and I don't know who. I really don't, because it's all about what opportunities are presented with them, and the coaches have thoughts on this already, well more than we do.
Sure.
Because they put Jake Andrews at center in minicamp. They put Ariante Ursary out there in minicamp and OTAs and on day one, and he's a rookie.
Yeah.
So they obviously have an idea of who these guys are as human beings, mentally, of what they want.
Yeah, they got a rough draft for
Yes.
sure. It's just like the Astros would have. They had a plan,
Mhm.
and then Cam Smith changed all of it in spring training.
Yeah.
The Rockets probably had a bigger plan for Reed Shepherd this year, and obviously didn't live up that way.
Just want minutes for him.
Yeah, which hopefully we'll get next year. But they have a plan, but it's just, do the players hold up their end of it? Do they perform to the level that they need to? I think it opens to fans on Saturday, so we should get pads here pretty quickly. Because I don't know. I also couldn't imagine as a fan going to training camp where there's no pads on. I think I'd be really bored.
I'd be bored going with pads.
I've actually never gone to a training camp before.
You got to lock in to get something out of it.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like it's purposeful. You just got to be there and really dial in, know what you're watching, because there's no game. Like you're not rooting for really anything. And it's interesting because do you want big plays? Because it's your defense getting torched.
Yeah, I think you want that combo. You want to see
Right.
you want to see what Petrie
You
got
want
a pick
exactly
six today.
50-50. Yeah.
You want to see the pick six happen from Petrie, but you want it to be like a great play, and then you want to see Nico burn the
you want it to
backups.
be a great throw that was a great play and a great drop or something.
Yeah.
You just want it to all be great.
You don't want to see one defense or one side just getting like worked for 2
No,
hours.
like we did last year. What you do want to go to is if they're open, I don't know if they are or not, are the joint practices.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
where you see you want. So I was with the Panthers. They went to the Patriots and we did a joint practice there. That's where you see what each side wants to work on, because you can control everything. It's not a game. You do specific drills and you see real competition. You see real movement in the depth chart in those situations, but you also see exactly what the coaches think of certain players because they put them in situations they want to see if they can handle. They want to put guys with other guys. Like who's ever out there with CJ, obviously those are your ones. And when you do these competitions and these joint practices, like you're not putting your second string lineman out there with CJ. Like hell no.
Yeah.
You're not putting CJ out there. You're putting their best of your best whenever CJ is out there, whether it's the preseason or the joint practices.
Joint practice, the one here in Houston, is against your old friends.
Panthers?
On August 14th. Yes. They have
That's
two
gonna be
this year.
fun.
They have the 14th here in Houston versus the Panthers, and they have one in Detroit against the Lions on the 21st.
That's going to be the most beneficial one just because the way Dan Campbell runs his team. That is same mentalities clashing. D'Amico Ryans, Dan Campbell, moving bodies, physicality. You said that the Lions had to cancel practice because too many fights.
Yeah.
And I love that. Now, there is a fine line of you're wasting time.
Well, it
you're
is
not
day,
getting any better.
It's day 2.
I know,
so
just
it's a little early.
It's
It's probably a
crazy
little
for that.
early for that to be happening.
Tells me those dudes are amped.
Yeah.
Now, it tells me there will be no fights tomorrow. I guarantee
Oh, yeah.
that.
I think the Lions are one of the more interesting teams in the league this year. Like, we know they were awesome last year, but you lose your offensive coordinator, you lose your defensive coordinator, your wide receiver 2 is spouting off a little bit, talking about being allowed to run more routes in this new system without Ben Johnson.
Frank Ragnow, their all-pro or Pro
Yeah.
Bowl center retires. Like,
Yeah,
they've lost a lot of key
I'm
pieces.
very curious about what the Lions are going to be like this year without Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn.
You want to take a break now, and then on
Yeah.
the other side, hear from CJ Stroud.
Let's do it.
Because I got some sound from CJ Stroud talking yesterday about the ownership that he's going to have over this offense. And I'm going to tell you why that is so critical. Not just because he now can change a play at the line if he doesn't like it. It was ridiculous he couldn't do it last year. But why that's so important to see him become a better leader and why this will allow that to happen. We are here live at Cadillac Bar. You can call and text in on the HRMP hotline, 713-780-3776. Will Kunkel filling in for Paul Gallant with Joe George. Come on out, say hello at the Cadillac Bar. We'll be right back. You're going to hear from CJ on the other side of the break.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
No Paul Gallant, Will Kunkel, and Joe George coming to you live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Come on down and register for an e-bike. These things are absolute beasts. Come on down and get yourself a margarita at the Cadillac Bar in the Heights. $6 margs on Monday, $18 pitchers all day, albeit today is Thursday. I've been talking about this Friday deal, though. I mean, y'all, if you're driving, pull over real quick before I tell you this deal. Margarita pitcher and a half-pound chicken and beef fajitas are $39.99 on Fridays. This is Will Kunkel. You can find me on all of the socials, X, TikTok, my show on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel. But right now, I want to get into C.J. Stroud because this man has got to have a better year this year than he did last year. He regressed. I understand it was because of Bobby Slowick and the offensive line. He got happy feet. He got jitters. He just did not play as well as we saw him play in his rookie year. I know there's tape out on him, all of that. I get it. But with Nick Caley coming in, and him having more ownership over this offense at the line of scrimmage, I think is going to go just give him leaps and bounds growth this season. Here's CJ and D'Amico talking about the ownership and leadership that this could give CJ going forward.
More of a, quarterback's offense where, you're IDing, you're calling the shots, you're switching protections if you need, and it's really like just me in the center.
For sure. From that quarterback perspective, you want that ownership. You want it to be on your plate, so to speak. And CJ, he's looking forward to it. He's open to it. He wanted it, and we're here.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity to grow there. I think every year, as a leadership role, I can learn a little more. I think that gives me another edge where change a player or do something good, guys are okay, we can trust this guy. So that definitely helps leadership.
Listen, I've said this, and I called him out on Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. I said he's got to be a better leader. That's not saying he's not a good leader. That doesn't mean he's not respected. I'm just saying he needs to be a better leader. He needs to be more vocal, more hands-on, take more ownership over this offense. And now he's actually being given that opportunity twofold. One, no more Laramie Tunsil. Make no mistake about it. When CJ got in the NFL, this was Laramie's team. This was Laramie's building. He was the best player de facto for years. Now it is up to CJ, and now he's being given the chance at the line of scrimmage to either get it right or get it wrong. And with those comes leadership opportunities to either take ownership or hold others accountable if they don't do what they're supposed to do. So, Joe, I love that he gets this opportunity now because he's no longer a rookie.
Yeah.
Like that's out the window. Now it's rubber meets the road for this team because this is not a we're going to grow and become a good team. No, this team is ready to win right now.
Yeah, I mean, the changes that they're making with CJ having more control at the line of scrimmage and things like that, it has to work right away. I mean, it wasn't – I don't know what you knew last year. I always thought like it was a little unclear about who had control at the line of scrimmage. It wasn't until towards like the end of the season when it was really clear that it was the center's responsibility, which was a second-year – center in either Patterson or Scruggs, whoever's out there. Flawed system, wasn't working. It always made more sense to have CJ in control of that, and now he does. Like, it's going to be his responsibility to get things right at the line of scrimmage. How many times last year did we see CJ get the ball out of shotgun, and within seconds, there's a guy on him, and he has no idea he's coming because CJ, it was so clear last year. He's seen something from the defense that Scruggs or Patterson were not seeing. And there was something going wrong with the offensive line about who's going to be the free blocker or who's going to be the free runner, what's going to happen with the protection. And all that has to be better this year. Like, that's the one thing fundamentally that the Texans have to just be better at. And now with CJ in this role, you would think it's going to be. And if it's not, it's on CJ.
Yeah.
But it has to be better this year.
I can't tell you how many times last year I know some guys that still are offensive linemen around the league, and I would send them clips, particularly from the Packers game, of like, bro, I don't know all the schemes. I don't know. Tell me what you see. He goes, it should be pretty. I don't know what they're teaching, but picking this up is very simple. This should be very easy. Now, what we do know is that CJ did not have full autonomy at the line.
Yeah.
He did not have the autonomy to make a play call and a play change. This year, he's going to have that. What we did find out, or what I found out, I talked to a source in the building last year that said it was much the Bobby Slowick situation and the disconnect in the offense was much more than D'Amico Ryans even knew, because I was told that Gerard Johnson eventually went to D'Amico afterwards and was like, yeah, man, like this was going on, that was going on. And D'Amico got pissed, said, well, like, why the hell or why am I just hearing about this now? Why don't I know about this? And Gerard, from what I was told, was like, man, I'm the quarterback's coach. The offensive coordinator is above me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just worried about coaching CJ. I'm worried about CJ and my job. And is it snitching? Is it going above his head? Like, it's a tough dichotomy. And you don't necessarily even know that it's really wrong until it's a little bit too late anyway. And there's a lot of moving parts there, but D'Amico didn't know. And D'Amico got really, really upset about how bad it was, which is another reason we saw the change. But now we're starting to see a lot more transparency. A lot more people are not in charge, but involved with getting the right play called each time. It's now not just Bobby Slowick, and the buck stops with Bobby Slowick, and the decision-making stops with Bobby. That was the problem, is that Bobby would make the call, the rest of the play clock would wind down, you get to the line, the defense changes or makes a call, makes an audible defensively, and CJ can't change it. Well, now, like in today's NFL, man.
That's crazy.
You've got to be able to change all the time. I'm not telling you got to be Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
But, like, you've got to have at least a hot route or a hot change or something that if you're going to call a dive in the A-gap and the defense is, all right, it's a dive in the A-gap and they stack 4 guys and just bail out on it and you can't change, that's insane. And you have to call a timeout? Come on.
And that's where, like, Gerard Johnson, it's like the Cole Popovich we were talking about earlier. He's also still here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's another one where when it first happens, you're like, that's interesting. Like, your offensive line coach and your offensive coordinator have been fired, but your quarterback coach is still here. Your assistant offensive line coach is now is the main offensive line coach. And so that's where I think it shows, like, some level of not major dysfunction, I would say, but, like, they clearly knew who was at fault.
It shows like
they knew who the blame
growing pains, I think, with D'Amico and getting his right guys, what to look for, how to hire, just natural growing pains. Now, if this is happening in year 10, you don't want it happening this often with like that many pieces at a time.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have to replace, and you're not always going to you're not going to nail every hire.
No, I mean, and also like we mentioned earlier, I mean, if Nick Haley leaves after this year, I mean, Gerard Johnson needs to be in position to be the offensive coordinator after the season.
And
like he needs to be.
So that like this sucks for Gerard, but if Gerard is learning from Bobby and Bobby didn't work out, like what says that Gerard, I don't know why he did or why he did not get the job, but that's a tough situation for him to be like, well, I learned from Bobby. That's kind of the most experience I've gotten as a QB's coach. So now with Nick, these are the scars that we were talking about earlier here on the Paul Gallant Show, is that you learn by failure. And I could go a whole rant. We don't let our kids fail here in the country anymore. Like, when you fail, you learn. That's when you get better. And these scars, like Gerard not getting the job, is good for him ultimately. Joe Brady failing in Carolina, going on. Bobby Slowick, ideally, this helps him grow and get better down the road as well.
Yeah, and now it's just, all these things they're trying to put into place is just executing them. And that's what, again, with all training camp stuff, is just these changes at the offensive line, being able to execute them, making sure CJ knows what his options are. I mean, it's baffling that you wouldn't let a quarterback make changes at the line of scrimmage.
Crazy.
Like, I get it. I kind of get it for like a rookie, their first couple starts. Like if it would have been like that for CJ, let's say, do like week 6 his rookie year, and then you slowly start to let him do more and more. Like that makes sense. That's a slow learning progression where every week it gets a little bit better. You learn a little bit more of the playbook. You have more authority. But for 2 years to just not be able to do anything, and then now to have all the responsibility, it's a huge pressure on CJ. But it should be there. I mean, we are a year and a half away from CJ Stroud making $65 million.
As much as he humanly can
Like
make. he'll
$70
make.
million. Like, who knows what it's going to be by the time he can actually sign his contract.
Yep.
Like, I mean, like, it's not far from where this team that's been able to make all these moves with your cap and bring in big names and do these splashy signings last year, where it's going to be the opposite. Players are going to start getting cut because C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and Will Anderson and Derek Stingley Jr. are going to be
Kamari Lassiter,
like,
Kalen Bullock.
I mean, they have so much talent on this roster. I mean, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley Jr., and Nico Collins are going to be top 5 players in their position. And C.J. probably is still a top 10 quarterback. I know last year it was a big step back. I still probably put him up in that category just because I think when you really start to go through the exercise of going through the list of, like, where does C.J. Stroud belong, it's, like, hard to find.
I don't have him
guys.
top 10. I don't have him top 10.
Really?
Because I thought last year, and no, it's not his fault. So I'm not doing
Yeah,
this
yeah.
on. So if I don't make excuses for other guys and we just go off of their production,
Yeah.
Production wise, like CJ, we know just how he regressed. And I rather last year have had Justin Herbert's a stud, and he's been doing it for 7 years.
That's totally fair.
CJ has had one good. You can say he's had 2 good years, but like one very good year
Yeah.
and then like a lesser year. It's only been 2 years. If you're going to roll the dice, like I'm going with Justin Herbert only because 7 years of success.
No, that's totally fair.
You know?
Yeah.
But I also think that CJ can be better. Like after this year, I think there's a lot of mobility with CJ in that list. I think he can go up to like 6.
Yeah. No, I absolutely.
Like Jane Daniels, I think was 4 on the list. He could drop down on damn near to 15.
Yeah, I mean,
like
he
it
could-
was 1 year,
Yeah.
but that 1 year was really good. He's got a lot of volatility.
Yeah, he could do the same thing. They're another team I'm very curious about this year because
Mm-hmm.
does Jaden go through what CJ went through last year with the regression and Cliff Kingsbury's offenses? Like typically don't work all the time, like usually. So, but yeah, I mean, but now that CJ has authority to do things his way, again, it points the blame if it doesn't go well at CJ. Like
Yes.
he's gotten a lot of,
And
he's
that's
gotten a
good.
pass. Yes, it's your quarterback's responsibility. Like your quarterback has to be able to do these things. You cannot be a top 5, top 8 quarterback in the NFL if you're not allowed to audible plays at the line of scrimmage because there are going to be things that the offensive coordinator can't see. At one point, that gets turned off in your headset with like 15 seconds left or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Jared Goff, Sean McVay stuff that kind of proved for a while that Goff was kind of when that would happen. It was rebounded well nicely, but you have to, like, CJ has to be able to take control of this team, and it's just going to help the offensive line. It's going to help this team just be better. In theory, again, they have to execute it, but I don't know, the Texans they're checking the training camp boxes of saying the right things, of doing things the right way in the offseason. Like, it is a bold move to fire Bobby Slowick after year 2, to have that success in year 1, to still win a playoff game in year 2, and then to fire your offensive coordinator after you win a playoff game in his second year. Like it is a bold move, the right move for sure. But I don't know. I don't want to put the expectations we put on the Texans last year, but like they're saying the right things to make you believe that they're heading in the right direction again.
The way the totem pole works with success is you want it to come down to the players on the field.
Yep.
You want, if you are having success, it's because the coaches are putting the players in position. They've done their job, check, and then the players are good enough to win their one-on-one battles. And if you're not what you don't want is that the players aren't even in position to have success.
Mm-hmm.
So for CJ Stroud to not even really be put in position to have success consistently with confidence, you're already failing them before the Jimmies and Joes before it comes down to the Jimmies and Joes.
Yeah. You're not setting. I mean, that's
Like everyone's
what,
the owners got to do their job.
Yep.
Then the general managers got to do their job. Then the coaches got to do their job. And then it comes down to the Jimmies and the Joes to win their battles week in and week out. And we didn't even get to that point last year on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, no, and then plus with the injuries that happened, it's just it was impossible for the Texans, like now looking back at it, to everything that they were going through and failed to do as a offense to really exceed in the way they did. It should be different this year. Like it should be much improved.
It should
Not a
be
guarantee.
obvious. We learned over time why they failed last year.
Yeah.
This year, if Nick Caley's doing his job, it should be obvious that if CJ Stroud throws an interception, bad throw, or maybe some we don't know wrong route, like the Jimmys and the Joes mess up. Ideally, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But we hopefully have gotten to the point where the coaches check. Now it's time for the Jimmys and the Joes.
Yeah, the other thing with CJ that I think from a big picture perspective, something you mentioned earlier that I'm looking for this year is how are the happy feet? Does that get cured in an off season? Because not for every quarterback it doesn't. We see some quarterbacks, they go through a bad year and it doesn't really ever get fixed. They're just kind of always a little more nervous. We saw some interceptions last year that were ugly from CJ Stroud. And it's because it felt like he was seeing ghosts, or there was pressure that was too much of it, or pressure that he didn't realize was coming. Everything was kind of going wrong. So what does it look like this year from that perspective? Like, how does he handle, that first time he gets hit because he made a mistake calling the line of scrimmage? How does he handle it like that the rest of that game? That, to me, I'm very curious about, because we see quarterbacks fail at that all the time.
To answer your question, I don't think you can cure the happy feet in the offseason. I think you can kind of, for lack of a better term, kind of put them to sleep and then hopefully don't wake them up, come training camp, come preseason, because then I think you can really cure them throughout this process now, because they don't evolve because CJ's rushing himself for no reason. They come because someone else isn't doing their job, and he's forced to. He was forced to hurry up, especially as a second-year quarterback. So it's up to the offensive line and Nick Caley to help just don't wake him, let him sleep. Like when you have a baby, just let it sleep. Just let him go. Just don't wake him up. Let those feet stay asleep in the pocket.
You ready for 3-hour nights?
Man, I'm excited. Newborn coming on the way. We got our firstborn coming in September 9th. I can't wait. I'm excited. You want to take a break?
Yeah,
Good
we
time
can do that for
before we
sure.
put everyone to sleep talking about my personal life. All right, we are live here on the Paul Gallant Show. Joe George and Will Kunkel here live at Cadillac Bar. Come out, say hello. We got more radio coming your way here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. And chime in, text in, call in, whatever you want. 713-780-3776 on the HRNP hotline. We'll be back in just a couple minutes here live at the Cadillac Bar.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
No Paul Gallant, Will Kunkel, Joe George coming to you live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Best fajitas in the Houston area. Just had a couple of these puppies. Premium Black Angus beef. They're delicious. You got margs all day, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Happy hour. Great time to be around. Great time to be alive here at Cadillac Bar. Chime in. HRMP hotline 713-780-3776. Astros back home tonight for the first time in what seems like
forever.
A long time. Jason Alexander, Costanza on the mound tonight against the Athletics, and they're going to be going for a 5-game winning streak for the third time, at least a 5-game winning streak for the third time this season. The fact they're on a 4-game heater right now after those first two coming out of the break against Seattle that they got punched in the face on is crazy. So I ask you, Joe George, who's the hero tonight?
Oh.
It's someone, like, good luck, man.
So call my shot. Who's the hero tonight? Let's go with a little Chazzy Fizz.
Man.
Well, Chaz McCormick. He's been struggling.
If he can get back, boy, would that be a good addition for this team, huh?
Yeah, especially with Jake Myers out. Because like of all like the injuries that are happening to this team, the one where it should be the easiest to replace, in theory, should be Jake Myers. With Chaz McCormick, if he could be good at all, and he hasn't been. So maybe tonight against the Athletics, a team he knows pretty well. He's obviously, I'm sure he's seen Severino a bunch from his time with the Yankees and things like that. So
why not Chaz?
Yeah, why not Chaz?
He's going to get his ops, and that's
the Chaz tonight if he's in the lineup.
That's the biggest thing with Chaz.
He probably won't be in the lineup. He probably won't be in the lineup now. So
it's tough to call your shot when the guy might not even be in
the lineup will be out in like 20 minutes. So
it's tough for Chaz to kind of have that sustained success when he's not getting reps all the time. And you see him press. You see the base running mistakes that he made when they were out in Sacramento or whatever. Actually, last time they were playing the Athletics, and some of those mistakes because he's trying to really force the issue and really trying to make an impact. And I feel for him in those situations. He was 0 for 4 last night, 0 for 3 the night before, but game 1 against Arizona, he was 2 for 4 with a run scored and 1 for 2 against Seattle, and that finale with the run scored as well. So hopefully he can get things going, because if he can get things going, my gosh, do they need his bat. He's only 2 years removed from 22 pops and 70 ribs.
The fall of Chaz has been, I guess the league just caught up to him, and he just never was able to rebound and really answer back to the book on him. But, I mean, he's such an interesting one because it feels like he could be a deadline move where, like, you could add a bullpen arm and trade Chaz away, kind of like what you did with Miles Straw a handful of years ago when you got Maton and Yiner. But, like, if you kind of need him right now. Now, Taylor,
you definitely need him.
I mean, Trammell and some of these guys have had some nice moments. I know we had a little bunt off yesterday, back-to-back bunts in the Astros game.
Love it.
But, yeah, I mean, if Chaz can just get it going just a little bit while you wait for Jake to come back. And Jake Myers might not be back this year. I mean, that injury was strange. To have the calf injury, to then be in the lineup, to then not make the start of the game.
I hated his
so
answer.
Strange.
When he was asked, is this worse than before? And he was like, do I have to answer that?
Oh,
that I hate. And a calf is just so finicky.
Because you know the answer to the question then.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
If he's saying, do I have to answer that, then you know the answer is it's worse.
Yeah, it's a wild. And I hope we're not in a situation going into tonight's game against the Athletics, who a team you're clearly better than what happened at the back half of the break is that you go out and you beat the daylights out of the Dodgers, and then you get swept by the Guardians at home, right?
Yeah.
But that's kind of what's going to happen with the Texans, man. The Astros the rest of the way. It's just going to be an up and down.
Yes.
Who performs? Do they have enough guys performing at once on a given night to have a win?
Yeah, I mean, the range in which this Astros season can go feels pretty high to me and pretty low. It's all these injuries.
They could fall out of the playoff picture or get healthy and go to the World Series.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's wild to think.
No, all these injuries, it is hard to be like, this is sustainable baseball without the injuries, like without some of these guys coming back because they're missing. They have 17 guys on the injured list. Like it's freaky what they're able to accomplish right now. It's so impressive. But if they wake up one day and they fall off a cliff, like it wouldn't shock me either. You're relying on 2 rookies in your starting lineup to be good on a daily basis. You got guys like Taylor Trammell, who's a bust for the Mariners, on your roster. Chas McCormick, who's struggling. You got all these guys who are just finding a way you're relying on to get wins. That if they fell out of the playoffs, like I don't think it should be shocking, and it wouldn't be disappointing because of all the injuries. At the same time, they got the best record in the American League. Like they just kind of keep finding a way to win games, and that wouldn't shock me either. It's what we said earlier in the show. Like the excitement level, it's just because you just don't know what you're going to get on a nightly basis. It's all over the place. But the thing that benefits them is that they have Hunter Brown, they have Framber Valdez, they have Josh Hader, they have Brian Abreu. They have guys in their pitching staff that can just carry them, and they just got to keep it going.
And they also have the easiest schedule in all of Major League Baseball the rest of the way.
That helps a little bit.
The combination of the teams that they'll play in their final 60 games, their win percentage is .477. So they play the Rockies 3 times, the Nationals 3 times, the A's 7 times, Braves 3 times, Orioles 7 times, and the Marlins 3 times.
And some of those teams are going to get so much worse by
Yeah,
next
because they're
week.
going to sell.
They're going to sell, and they're going to be running out their AAA teams.
So everything is built for the Astros to have success the rest of the way. Just as you guys give me success every time I get to fill in here on the Paul Gallant Show. It's been absolutely a blast. Is he on vacation again?
Yeah, he's on vacation. He'll
What
be
a
back
guy.
on Monday.
By
the way, before we go,
yes,
we'll just announce it here. Starting the first week of August, we'll be adding a Texans podcast to the YouTube channel. I think the name's Swarmcast. I might let you change it if you don't like it.
Swarmcast. I don't hate it.
But Will and I will be doing a Texans podcast coming up on the ESPN Houston YouTube
Hell
channel.
yeah.
Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. So that'll start up in about 2 weeks here.
I'm excited to do that. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Of course.
I'll be around all summer. I'll be at training camp as often as possible. If anybody out there has questions, you can find me on all the socials, whether it be X or TikTok, Instagram, my show, Kicking It with Kunkel, rolls on YouTube as well. Swarmcast. I got to let that soak over me. I kind of like it.
We can change it.
What's the logo going to be? That's the question.
Sam, we need a logo still.
They're over there enjoying margaritas.
Yeah.
Great deal. We've been here at Cadillac Bar all day. The shows will roll on here on ESPN Houston 97.5, 92.5. If you want to come on out here, happy hour every day, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. They also have a great deal coming up tomorrow, Tequila and Fajita Friday. Margarita pitcher and a half-pound chicken and beef fajitas for $39.99. And then they also do a Sunday brunch buffet over the weekend. You can get stations of omelets, tacos, waffles, pancakes, enchiladas, classic breakfast, lunch, and desserts. For adults, it costs $26.99 and children $14.99. That's from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sunday. So let's see what the Astros do again tonight. Jason Alexander on the mound against Luis Severino. First pitch is set for 7:10 tonight. It'll be interesting. 4 games against the Athletics. Just got to win 2 of those. Keep your head above water. That's going to do it. I'm Will Kunkel for Joe George and everybody back in studio. Appreciate y'all. We'll still be back with some more sports talk right after this.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank on Branham. Ryan behind the glass. Brian on site, engineering. That's going to be tough to say all day. Ryan and Brian. But the Killer Bees live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights. Hope you go out, see the boys. Set the scene for us, Blankers. How's it look out there?
It looks great. They had a happy hour starts at like 11 a.m. here. It's absolutely fantastic. Sunny day. So fantastic environment. The lunch crowd has been filtering in and out. But right here off of Shepherd and I-10, convenient. And the food is just outstanding. It's out of this world. So a great environment. We're going to be here till 6. So they'll have the happy hour going on. You need to step on by.
Cadillac Bar. Get on out there. Right there on Shepherd. Yeah, the happy hour caught my eye. I was just looking at some of the notes here. A little inside baseball. It's an 8-hour happy hour.
Yeah.
Like that's like Branham math there. You get 8 hours in 1 hour, but that sounds like my kind of party. Best fajitas in the Houston area too. I can hear it bleeding through your microphone. But that's my kind of music too.
Yeah, they got your jams playing. Daddy just was rifling through the speakers, and I immediately thought this was something that you'd really like.
Yeah, man, that music, it puts me in my happy place. There's very few things I like in life more than that type of music, and margaritas and some tacos if I'm hungry. Tequila and fajitas Friday too. So if you can't make it out today, you should. But if you can't, make sure you get out there tomorrow. A margarita pitcher and a half pound of chicken or chicken and beef fajitas for $39.99. Great value for a little tequila. Great value for some fajitas too, which we all know the price of meat. It's becoming more and more expensive, but not at Cadillac Bar right there on Shepherd. We got a lot to get to today. Texans, day 2 of Texans training camp. What has piqued your interest? We'll get to that a little bit later. We'll talk some NFL. Look, we're going to talk NFL, I think, from today throughout the rest of the year all the way until the Super Bowl is done. So buckle up. The NFL season is here, and I love it. And then, of course, it is Bad Take Boulevard Day because today is a Thursday after all. But did you know, Blankers, we're a week away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. And as we know, the Houston Astros, one of the best teams in the American League, fighting for playoff positioning. Of course, a lot of the fans want them to add, but a week away. So it should be a hot and heavy over the next 7 days or so.
Yeah, I think it's gradually starting to heat up. And now, as we talked about, we're seeing teams kind of a little bit more with a clear, crystallized picture of what they're going to do. Are they going to sell? Are they going to buy? We talked about Arizona yesterday after getting swept by the Astros. What are they going to do? They have, I think, 5 or 6 guys whose contracts are coming up at the end of the year. They're not going to end up keeping all those guys. So how many of those guys are they going to get rid of to try and get something for? And how many teams are going to be in the running for them? Because there's some guys that, a lot of teams might have some interest in. There's a lot of teams kind of sitting on the fence. So it's going to be interesting because you see some of the results recently of some of the teams that are supposed to be contending, and you know that they have holes, they have weaknesses, they'd like to fill them, and it's going to be really kind of intriguing to see how that competition plays out for certain players.
If you got one, what would it be?
Get one player?
Yeah, not the player specifically, because that's way too specific. I would say Shohei Ohtani, but what the Astros are rumored to be in on the player, like the makeup or whatever, the profile of the player. What would it be for you?
2 things make sense to me, and the first would be a bat. I just feel like I see enough to have hope that there's pitchers coming to kind of get back on the roster and help this team, starters, and then how that influences the bullpen. I don't feel like they need an arm. The only way I do is if they feel like they're just not going to re-sign Fromber. They know he's going to be gone next year, and if they want to try and find some kind of way to get a deal to get a guy that kind of replaces him, good for this year, and then for next year he steps in when Fromber leaves. But my number one priority is a bat. I think that because we don't know what we don't know about Yordan yet again, and even though he's where he is now, how long is it going to take for him to have another setback? You've got too many guys that you're waiting to see when they're going to be available. I think they need a bat.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one as well. I would prefer a left-handed bat if I can get a little bit picky. I do have a pet peeve when everybody's like left-handed bat. It's like any left-handed bat. No, I want a lefty-handed bat that actually can hit right-handed pitching. I don't want a guy that can just go stand in the left-handed batter's box and watch 3 pitches down the plate. And maybe that's me being too nitpicky and specific. But you saw with Singleton. Oh, well, Singleton left-handed. Yeah, Singleton's never going to play. Right. I want a guy who can actually bat left-handed and hit right-handed pitching. I don't want a lefty for the sake of having a lefty. We have enough Cooper Hummels on this Houston Astro team. So I want a lefty that can legitimately put terror in the mind of a right-handed pitcher. So But at the same time, like if you can't find a lefty, and it's like, okay, well, let's just go with a right-handed bat, fill in at third. If Isak comes back, okay, maybe we can move him across the diamond. Like I'm not going to be picky. It's just a pet peeve of mine. Whenever, left-handed bat. How about a left-handed bat that's good? Like, give me that.
Yeah, look, I think they get, in today's baseball, look at the splits. Make sure it's an everyday type player. Make sure it's a guy that like you said, he could play corner infield, or get an outfielder that's just a really good player, or a better than what you have, that can help you, fortifies your bench no matter what. But in the short term, when we're putting out there Taylor Trammell and Cooper Hummel and all these young guys, find a guy that has veteran experience that can really kind of help absorb some of the games until you potentially get guys back in the corner outfield spot.
Yeah, they got Ken Rosenthal, Ken Rosenthal is good at what he does, even though he asked Joe Espada some terrible, terrible questions. The three things he lists for the Houston Astros, and like, it's funny whenever like we see these things, because like we talked about yesterday, first and foremost, is Jim Crane going to go over the luxury tax? A question that we don't know. That would be very helpful for this type of conversation. And then secondly, the minor league system is not one. It produces the Astros minor league system. There's no doubt about that, because they're winning games right now with a bunch of AAA players. So it produces big league talent, but it's not a minor league system that teams around baseball are going to look at and be like, yeah, I need that player. I need this player. So the Astros aren't going to win any like wild west shootouts for some of the top players on the market. So that's why all these like wish lists are hilarious to me. Like Ken Rosenthal's first thing that he has for the Astros that they're like targeting or on their wish list, top of the rotation starter. Good luck. Like that would be awesome, but good luck getting that. What does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing to me. It's like it's easy to write these columns and go out there on social media and make these predictions or these expert analysis comments. But like, where's the money coming from? Is ownership going to sign off on it with what we've been talking about with the tax? And for a team that's getting rid of a player, in more times than not, they're trying to restock their team. They're trying to reset the entire future of the team. The Astros don't have those kind of game-changing players. Now, with what we've seen of Bryce Matthews, that's an interesting question, because they might have a guy that now is more on the radar of some teams. But overall, these teams that are out there really kind of hunting the top of the market players, and as it relates to starters and bats, they're going to give you multiple players. They're going to give you, 3-4 guys to try and get what they need to make this push. And certain teams like Toronto, they're desperate. They've spent a ton of money. They're looking to try and solidify their spot. You got a guy like Click running that franchise. They're going to probably be able to trump whatever package you put together, should you be interested in that kind of player.
Permission to nitpick a little bit?
Sure.
Is Click running that franchise?
I think he's got his say so. I think he can put his mark on it. He's not necessarily the GM in command, but I think, and I think it's also from the standpoint of, I mean, they're savvy. They know what they're going to do, but they know that they have a farm system that isn't depleted. They've got players that they know that they can put on the market and on the table. San Diego's another one. San Diego, they should be full blown, go for it. But, their GM's a guy that's going to look to kind of maybe find a better player than what they have, maybe look to move some pieces around. But either way, I think that their farm systems are more capable of pulling off a deal than Houston.
Yeah, I do too. San Diego's always kind of interesting, because they're always like they sell players that are approaching free agency, but then they also like go after players, big league players who have years of club control, kind of how they did with like, okay, let's go get Soto. And then when Soto's in his final year, right before, let's trade him. And then like the Luis Arraez, like we really like Luis Arraez. He has years of club control. Let's go get him. It's an interesting way that they handle business there in San Diego. Rosenthal reports that if the Astros can't land a top of the rotation starter, that they could settle for a high leverage reliever. I think high leverage is a bit, I would say that's kind of an egregious usage of the word high leverage. I could see them go after a right-handed reliever to kind of complement all the lefties that they have, that can kind of be the 6th, 7th inning guy, share that spot with Brian King. I would like that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it, because obviously you just pulled Hector Neris off the scrap heap to give him one more look, and he's expendable. You can get whatever you need to try and upgrade. I just think that their bullpen, because your highest leverage guys are already solidified in the 8th and the 9th, and Brian King has been better than I expected. I wouldn't focus on that being my top priority. I would really focus on how do I enhance this offense until I hopefully get some of these guys back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like the priority thing. Like, I mean, Rosenthal mentioned that if they don't get a starting pitcher, they could settle for this. Like you're having a bunch of different conversations at the same time.
Uh-huh.
So like, I don't know if I don't know how the priority pecking order comes into play for this sort of thing. But the way that I envision like a right-handed reliever, and look, I don't think that they could trade at the top of the market. Like they're not trading for Emmanuel Clase or anything like that. But can they find the equivalent of a Brian King that throws from the other side of the rubber, that throws with the other arm, potentially? And I think that could also be kind of affordable. It wouldn't cost you an arm and a leg. And the way that I envision that right-handed reliever helping you, like let's just say he's the same caliber of pitcher of Brian King.
Okay.
These playoff games, you know that you have quicker hooks on starting pitchers. They don't go as deep into games. You might get 5 innings at Hunter Brown, and now you have to eat 12 outs over the next 4 innings. And the Astros have Hader and Abreu, and maybe you can even get 9 of those 12 outs with those 2 guys. But I want a Spotted to have options in the 5th, 6th, 7th inning with lefties and righties in the most critical games of the year. That's why I'm pretty big in favor of a right-handed reliever because I don't really have trust in Caleb Ward. I don't really have trust in Hector Neris.
Okay, and I hear you. And I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I would just counter that by saying if they're not able to do that or they don't do that, I would hope that whether it be Gusto and or Colt Gordon or depending on what they do with their rotation, that as you get some of these starters back, maybe you can fortify the pen a little bit more that way. I'm just throwing that out there because what we talked about even yesterday when we were talking about Walter is something that, to your point, we might not know the name as a household name the Astros go and get, but one thing Dana has done really well so far is just find pitchers from just about everywhere that have come in and been able to contribute when they are brought back onto this team or added to this team. So I have confidence in his ability to find an arm that can do what you're looking for. I'm just wondering, depending on how many of these pitchers you get back, how that might be able to positively affect the bullpen.
I mean, I think a right-handed equivalent of King is very helpful.
Yeah, and do you think that if Gusto is that guy, is that enough?
No, I don't think he's that guy. I think Gusto's a mop-up reliever, like very low leverage. Caleb Ort, to me, is not a high-leverage reliever. Hector Neris, at this stage of his career, not a high-leverage reliever. Like what I'm envisioning with a right-handed reliever is you give Joe Espada options in a playoff game in the 5th, 6th, 7th inning to balance out with the lefties that you have. Because, I mean, right now you have King, you have Souza, you have Okert. They're all very, very good. But, like, do you want to run out 3 straight lefties?
Right.
Like, what if you have a right-handed pocket of hitters, 3, 4, 5 for the Tigers? I don't know their lineup. But just, like, this team that you're playing that just destroys left-handed pitching, I want a righty to be able to throw a wild card.
Sure. But I'm just curious, because we've said that we think Gusto has major league stuff. If, again, he transitions for the 15th time this year from starter back to the bullpen, and he just empties the tank, he knows he's only going to be out there to get 3 outs. And he's got a plus fastball. Does he have enough stuff and control of it to be kind of that guy, even if you don't think he can be that guy completely?
I think he has the potential to do it, but I would hate to put the trust all in him without knowing for sure.
Sure.
Like, I mean, I think the Astros can win a World Series. Maybe that's foolish of me.
No, I
so
do
I don't want Ryan Gusto to be my second highest leverage right-handed reliever in the bullpen. Not to say that he's not capable of doing it. It's just I don't know. Like, you don't know what you don't know whenever it comes to Gusto in that front. So, like, if you can find a proven righty who's still pitching well, not Hector Neris, that would make me more comfortable with giving Espada options. And then the last thing Rosenthal mentioned was a bat, which, of course, I mean, look at the Astros lineup these days. A bat would be very nice.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it on a game-by-game basis, and I marvel every day that they're able to get victories when the lineup that they put out there looks like a glorified Space Cowboy lineup. And it would be so nice to be able to have some experienced major league talent to fall back on, because we're waiting, on Chaz to kind of show us exactly who he's going to be. But it would be nice to solidify a little bit more, because like you said, we don't know what we don't know about Pena and Jake and Jordan and all these guys and every Paredes. It's just the laundry list is so long that offensively, I'm in amazement every day that they win another ball game with the lineup they put out there. But I just keep scratching my temple going, how long are they going to be able to continue to do this and maintain their position?
Busy show at Cadillac Bar. Get out there for some sizzling fajitas and some tasty margaritas. Lots to get to. What piqued your interest on the second day of Texans camp? Who's under the most pressure in the NFL this season? Bad Take Boulevard. But we come back. What are names that you want? And we'll kick it around, too. Some names that are out there that are being reported in the player pool at the trade deadline. What makes sense for the Astros? 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me there at Jeremy J. Branham. Twitter as well, ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. Ryan hasn't worked here long enough for me to say his Twitter handle. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cadillac Bar, the place to be right there on Shepherd. Summer Circuit continuing. Find the entire Summer Circuit schedule, ESPN975.com. If you're heading out there today, why wouldn't you be? Stop by the promo table, register to win a grand prize of the summer. A pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. So stop by the promo table. I'll be here until 6 o'clock. Enjoy the happy hour. 11 a to 7 p happy hour. They have a Sunday brunch buffet with all the fixins, all the good stuff. Also, if you're in the market for a holiday party or a birthday party, just go online. Check them out there. CadillacBar.com. That's CadillacBar.com. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texter says someone has to stop Joe George. The Texans podcast being called Swarmcast? ? Terrible! ! I did catch the last. I caught the announcement of that because I turned on the unit here and heard Joe talking about that. And Joe was not too confident in the name. He was like, "Yeah, we're Swarmcast, but we can change it if you want, Will." And Will's like, "I need to think about it. I need to soak on that." What do you think of the name Swarmcast?
It's okay. I didn't know Joe was quarterbacking another podcast, but I mean, I think it ties into the D'Amico mentality. I don't mind it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst in the world. I don't think it's that bad, Texter. I think it's fine. I think it's doable. Plus, it's not the name of the show that really matters. It's the context that matters. It's the content that, I mean, we're the Killer Bees, for goodness sakes. Yes, it's a play on Houston, though, so it makes sense. Ocho, a very, very, very small part of me wants the Astros to roll with the youngsters and unsungs and see if one or two of them gets hot in October like Pena did in 22. Like, who are you comparing Pena to, though? Because, like, Pena was, like, a legitimate player. Like, he was a legitimate rookie. Like, he wasn't Cooper Hummel. He wasn't Taylor Trammell. He wasn't John Singleton. He wasn't Zach Shore. Like, the closest to Jeremy Pena on this current version of the Houston Astros would be Cam Smith.
Yeah, and then right behind him would be Bryce Matthews, right? Because he was a first-round pick.
Would Pena be closer to Cam or Bryce?
Well, I mean, you could go either way. To me, it's Cam was a top 14 pick, and then Bryce Matthews was 21st, 22nd.
I think 28th.
28th.
I don't think Jeremy Pena was ever a top 100 prospect. So, like, you can make the case that he's closer to Bryce than he is Cam.
Yeah.
I don't think he was ever top 100. He was ranked 72nd in 2022 by Baseball America. But 72nd was closer to Bryce Matthews, who just barely got in recently, whereas Cam Smith was probably, like top 50?
I think he was, because he was a top 14 pick and he was the number one prospect in the Cubs organization. So you would think he's within the top 50, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean,
if you're the Cubs' number one prospect,
every prospect, not just one. Because I didn't think he was their number one prospect, though.
I thought that he was I thought he was one and maybe a pitcher, or maybe he was 1-2. But I thought he was right there as the number one prospect in the Cubs organization.
I thought even that third baseman that they had to start the year this season, and then they sent him down. I think he's back up now. It was Matt Shaw, maybe. I thought he was
Shaw's right
at the start of the year. I don't know. I don't keep up.
Shaw's on their team. I don't know where they got him.
Right, but he was in their system. They drafted him, I believe.
BMAC is going to the expert on Cubs, Cubs baseball.
Joe's still here. He says Owen Casey was their number one prospect.
Yeah, Casey's the guy like everybody wants now. But I believe
what was Cam Smith before they traded him?
I want to say like 5th.
Yeah, Joe said 4 or 5.
Yeah, he
got that right from the icebox.
Yeah. Anyways, that's beside the point. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What do you think of that, though? That take by Ocho, where like kind of really stand pat and go with what you have, and then returning bodies that return to health.
Look, I used to have the notion that was a good possibility, like because you're getting back the equivalent of several big moves on the open market at the deadline. If you get Yordan back full blown 100% healthy or close to it. Now I just don't have the confidence he will be. Paredes, because of the fact that the way it looked, no matter what they tell us, it's an if, not a when. And if it's an if, it's probably going to be late September. And is he going to be, again, fully healthy? There's just so many question marks now where your margin for error is getting to be razor thin that I just don't think that I can see it now where they should stand pat 100% because they have so many like that players that lay in limbo where you're going, if one of these or two fall short and you pass the deadline, then what are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't need a splash per se. Like, and I also understand like the money aspect of it, the prospects aspect of it. Like, I really don't need a splash. But if Dana does literally nothing, which I don't think he will, but if he does do that, I would be disappointed. Like, I think this team has a chance to win the World Series. So if they don't like make a move, I would be disappointed.
Yeah, I would too. And I don't think, like you said, I don't think it's the Daryl Morey got to be hyper aggressive, got to make, the Jim Crane loving big splash like he does it with free agency. I think this is find your biggest need or two. And again, trust the fact that from a talent evaluation standpoint to what you know about said players, that they can be the kind of player that, again, I think focus should be first and foremost on I have to help this team right now from this point through the end of the season. And that has to be the utmost number one, biggest factor that you put on your list. How do I do something, and at least one thing that makes it a little less worrisome that one of these guys is not going to make it back or has a setback?
Let's take a look at some of the names that are being connected to the Astros, predicted to the Astros. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Texture, if we don't get Alvarez back this season, I hope we trade him in the offseason. I've seen a lot of those takes. It's just like, what are you getting for Yordan Alvarez? You just,
how many times do we have to say this over and over again? And it's really not just about limited to baseball. It's all about the fact that across sports, the last thing you want to do is dump out at the lowest possible value for the player you're getting rid of. And then because inevitably you're going to hear people we should be able to get a big haul for him. Well, if he's not performing for you, teams aren't going to be sitting there just opening up the floodgates of prospects and other things to give back to you. It just, and again, it's not a team constricting contract per se to where I'm not trying to trade Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, it's just like if you're unhappy with Yordan, these other teams are going to trade significant capital for Yordan.
Yeah.
It's not realistic. Please help me understand why Espada took Walter out while he was dealing after 7 innings and only 82 pitches. And he's probably wants to turn over to the bullpen there, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that he's had trust all year, and for the most part, they haven't let him down. And Walter did his job, man. He pitched his tail off. He did exactly what you needed him to do and more, and the bullpen had been somewhat taxed. I was fine with taking him out when they did.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Tyga in the Hive. What's up, Tyga?
Hey, what's good, guys? First off, I just heard what you said about Yordan, and anybody talking about trading them, that just sounds like a Houston fan that is like too nice with success. Right? They're tripping for that. That's crazy. We keep them, see how things playing out. But honestly, if we're looking for a name to pick up, maybe whoever Hulk Hogan gets reincarnated as, you know what I'm saying? That maybe we can pick him up because he was a big guy. Thank you.
It's too soon, Tyga. It's too soon. Hulkamania. Raccoon Pete actually had a Hulk Hogan text. Where did it go here? Yeah, Pete, in memory of Hollywood Hogan, what you going to do when the AAA Astros run wild on you? Rest in peace, Hulkster. We were efforting for Booker T, but he doesn't like me, so he gave us. I think he's big leaguing us. Texter.
Wonder why?
Yeah, why?
Yeah,
why
in the world would he
can't
not like
imagine
you?
why.
I mean, I figured he would like good business. You know. I didn't think he'd say no to business, but apparently he said no to business.
Think you thought wrong, brother.
Texter, so someone who doesn't get enough credit is the Space Cowboys manager coaching staff. These guys always have these fill-ins and call-up guys ready to go and compete. Hats off to that guy. Well done, sir. It's funny to me that he's giving them praise and love and he doesn't know his name. Mickey Story.
Mickey Story,
You're
yeah.
looking for. That's just funny to me. Texter
I think systematically, though, as much as maybe the talent has been a little bit depleted, and we do credit Dana for his eye, I think there's something to be said about the fact that once they get into the system, that the coaches do a good job.
Yeah, I think the Astros player development machine is really, really good, especially the pitching machine. I think that's the best in baseball. Texter, has the current Astros regime made any significant financial commitments from outside the organization that have worked out other than Hader? I mean, you could still actually debate Hader a little bit. Current regime hasn't really spent a whole lot of money. The biggest contract was obviously Christian Walker. And Walker, up until his recent tear, his Hot Boy Summer, had been disappointing. But if you get Christian Walker in his Hot Boy Summer for the rest of the contract, sign me up, baby.
Yeah. No, look, I think there's still plenty of hope, unlike when we saw Abreu at first base and thought, oh, God, this is going to end horribly and probably way too soon. I believe in Christian Walker. I think unfairly for Dana that he gets kind of tied into the 3 Crane, Bagwell, Reggie signings that did not look good.
How are your hips doing?
They're fine. Yeah, but
The,
they don't lie. I just they're honest.
The only really free agents that the Astros have signed that are worth mentioning is significant money. Hader, obviously the biggest. Christian Walker, who he just brought up, and then the one that goes under the radar a bit. It wasn't much money, but the Astros and Dana Brown did sign Victor Caratini. And $12 million 2 years isn't this massive contract. But the Astros under Dana Brown have not spent much money, really, because he's been getting the Astros back after Bagwell and company signed Abreu, Montero, and Brantley.
Yes.
The Montero one and the Abreu one you're still paying for. So Dana Brown hasn't really had a lot of financial freedom to spend much money. That will change going forward, it seems. But I thought the Caratini one should be
That's a great
feather in
pull.
his cap.
Think about that. I mean, even with the money spent, you didn't anticipate that this was going to be one of your key cogs that has the versatility to DH, play first base and catcher, and as a switch hitter, be used as frequently as he's being used. I think the thought was Yiner's going to continue to explode onto the scene. He's going to be your starting catcher. Caratini's going to pick up, a couple days a week behind him, and then maybe, be a bat off the bench. Instead, here's a guy hitting in the top 5 in your lineup, 5-6 in your lineup, and doing things to save your bacon on a nightly basis.
Pat 409, he's healthy and we trade. Heck no. He's hurt, so we trade. Heck no. Y'all make no sense. Let's keep paying him to be broke all the time. I think he's talking about Jordan. You're not
I think he's
getting
just
anything
mad
for
we didn't
Jordan.
agree with him.
Like, you're not getting anything for him. Like, what do you expect to get for Jordan Alvarez, who's been out the entire season, that played in, 20 games and hit 209 or whatever it was? Like, what are you expecting to get for him? Like, you're playing Madden if you think you're getting anything of significance with Jordan Alvarez missing the last 140 games of the year. Like, let's be realistic here. Like,
Yeah, I think some teams would do the medicals, and they might be able to part with a fraction of what he would bring on the open market if healthy. But there's just no. It's actually a stupid idea to try and trade a guy at arguably, and I don't think there's any argument actually at probably his lowest point value wise.
Yeah. How good would the Astros be if the medical staff was as good as the pitching staff? Fantastic. It would be awesome. They would win the World Series every year.
Well, okay. I just think that we'd have guys back already and playing, but yeah, they'd be better.
Alvarez not going anywhere. They'll sign him. They already signed him. Like, that's the other aspect of it. Like, he's due some pretty significant money. Now, a team-friendly contract, but Lance McCullers, when he signed his contract, was team-friendly. Like, no one's trading. Like, you're right. Somebody would trade for Jordan, but they would not pay full cost on Jordan.
Right.
So if you're comfortable trading Jordan for 50% of his value, that by all means do it. But I'm glad you're not the general manager of the Astros. That ticks me off. Texture at this stage, we need to accept the likelihood that Jordan may not come back this year. More likely to see him on a hospital billboard than a baseball field. Did Sousa's performance last night change Blanker's view on him at all?
No, long term, no. Look, I mean, I've talked about it all year. Guys are going to have hiccups. That was a hiccup. That was one where I ate crow immediately, and Jeremy and I discussed it, and I said, yeah, maybe it was the right move to go to King and not him. But I'm not going to sit there and sour on a guy that's been nails for you all year when you've called his number. Those things happen, and we've seen it. We've seen Hader do it. We've seen, just about every relief pitcher do it at least once, if not more. No, it doesn't sour me on him.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll echo that as well. So the Athletic had their top 50 players who could be on the move this Major League Baseball trade deadline, and then they had a fit for like half of them. They had a fit. Oh, they had a fit for all 50 of them. Every time the Astros were mentioned, they were only mentioned on pitchers, which kind of annoys me because like they're going to be active on some of these hitters as well. The Athletic, you don't know ball, the Athletic, but the guys that were mentioned as fits for the Astros, all pitchers. All starting pitchers, and just a yay or nay as I rattle these off to you, Blinkers.
Okay.
Zach Gallant.
No.
Yeah, I'm
nay.
on that one. Nick Martinez.
Nay.
I'm a yay on Martinez. Not like a crazy yay, but like Martinez helped you. And I don't think he'd be super expensive either because he's not a top of the rotation guy.
Price matters on all these guys, and that's what really concerns me because I do think
Martinez
that
would be the cheapest.
Well, and you know it too, but there's a guy that I think might be cheaper, but we'll see.
Charlie Morton, yay or nay?
Yay.
I'm yay on Morton too, but again, it comes down to the finances because he's making like $15, $18 million this year. I don't think you would have to pay a premium prospect capital on him, but Baltimore would want you to eat like the remainder of his salary. So that's one of those things like, does Crane sign off on it?
That's where I would hope that in exchange to get something for him, that Baltimore would be willing to eat some of that contract. I just think that for the short term, like we were talking about a couple segments ago, I think there's a guy that has settled into being the old Charlie Morton for the most part that could help you.
Yeah, I would be okay with Morton. Trevor Rogers, yay or nay?
Nay.
He's been really good this year, but has been like incredibly mediocre for his entire career. And he's coming off some sort of injury too because he only has 7 starts. I'm on the fence on that one. If the Astros are like, yeah, we want him, okay, well, the Astros have earned my trust.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm kind of on the fence on that one. Jeffrey Springs, yay or nay?
If Brian was in the studio, I'd have him play the drop for who is that guy because I don't know him. But again, I'm out on when I was looking at the list, I'm out on all the starting pitchers.
Springs?
Nay.
Okay, I'm probably nay on him too. The last one, Chris Paddock, yay or nay?
Nay.
See, I'm actually in on Paddock. Paddock was like a former top prospect that like has the stuff that like I could see the Astros really liking, and then being able to harness him to being like super effective. So I'd actually be in on Paddock, even though his numbers aren't great. All right, what were you saying, Blankers?
I was just going to say that from my standpoint, looking at that list, when I was picking guys that I would want, they're all bats with the exception of Morton, simply because I don't think Morton's going to cost you very much, and competition could actually change that. But overall, in looking for all the starting pitchers, unless I think they're going to be the replacement for Fromber down the line, I just don't think they're dominant enough or entice me enough to where I'd go, yeah, that's a guy that I want them to spend some capital on.
So Paston had his top 50 deadline candidates, he and Kylie McDaniel. Did anything jump out to you from that list?
Not from a starting pitcher perspective,
Hey,
really,
which
no.
hitters then?
I mean, the guys that I like, and I don't think it would cost – well, one I think would probably – maybe two would cost you a little bit more, but I'm intrigued by both. I like Stephen Kwan. I think Stephen Kwan is a phenomenal outfielder. I think he's a really good stick. I think that he would be a guy that any team in baseball would love to have. He's a good defensive outfielder. And I think Duran with the Red Sox, with all the young talent that they have, if they're willing to part with that guy, there's another guy that I would be intrigued by that I think could be a fit for this outfield short and long term.
Who's the last one? My bad.
I said Kwan and Duran.
Oh, Duran. Yeah, they're going to be super pricey.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Those are top of the market. And then as you go down the list a little bit, guys that I would be interested in are both from Baltimore, but I would be interested in Mullins and O'Hearn just simply because I don't think the price would be super high, but I believe that those guys could help you for the rest of this year.
I don't love any of these bats. I wonder what like a Luis Robert would cost. Just like
go a lot.
I don't know, man. Like his potential's far greater than his production.
But I just think the competition with the Dodgers wanting him and some of the teams that want him are going to push that thing up through the roof.
I mean, why hasn't he been traded yet then? Like, he's been on the block for like the last 3 years. This is my theory on Luis Robert, and like cash or trash this. My theory on Luis Robert is teams want to trade for Luis Robert for his production, and the White Sox would only trade him for his potential, and that's why he's still a White Sox.
Quite possibly. I think that they're probably trying to hope that the competition for him heats up even more and they can try and get more for him. I mean, I question sometimes with his lackadaisical effort how much he really loves playing the game sometimes, but I just know that there are teams that love, all the tools he brings to the table and they'd love to have him. And I think that the White Sox are going to get a pretty good package for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think if they would have been blown away, they would have traded him by now, like in each of the last 2 seasons. I'm with you. Like, I don't know if it's boredom, but I think he hates playing for a bad baseball team.
For sure.
I feel like him playing on a good baseball team would unlock him.
Maybe so. I think they're all, but that's what I think they're hoping for. They're hoping for, a Dodgers and another kind of a big-time team or two that has some prospects to get into a bidding war.
I don't really love the bats. Like, I like your two, like Kwan and Duran and like Suarez, like they're really, really good. I just don't think the Astros are realistically in that conversation with those guys. But other than like that, like the bats are just kind of mid. Like,
and even Suarez free at the end of the year, I believe.
Yeah,
but that's not going to change things because if the Yankees are in on that and the Mariners are all seemingly more desperate than ever to try and get a guy they let go come back, that you get those two and maybe another team involved. And suddenly they're going to get a really good return that I don't think the Astros can compete with. I think, and even with Kwan and Duran, I think Duran's under team control for like 3 or 4 more years. It'd be ideal, but because of that, the Red Sox aren't just going to give him away.
Bingo. I'm really liking the small ball strategy with this current team. It's one reason we're winning. It helps whenever you have bad hitters to go all in with the small ball strategy. Texture just wanted to say I love the show because you guys rarely miss a text. I think the interaction is really cool. I mean, we only read about 10% of the text.
Second most interactive talk show in Houston.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Texans training camp, day 2. What has piqued your interest? Killer Bees live from Cadillac Bar on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Gotta get out to Cadillac Bar. Bees there today. Margarita Monday, $6 margaritas, $18 pitchers all day. All day. Taco Tuesday. I'll let them use it, even though I invented it. $5 tacos on Taco Tuesday, and the tequila and fajitas Friday. Margarita pitcher, half pound of chicken and beef fajitas for $39.99. Where else are you getting a margarita pitcher and a half pound of fajita for less than $40?
Seriously. And I was telling Brian during the break, it's all the great specials and the happy hours. And then, you know me, I'm a red salsa connoisseur. Their red salsa and their fresh hot chips are fantastic. Even that stuff's great here. It's a good spot.
It is a good spot. Been there multiple times. Really enjoy it there. Texter, I'll second the text about y'all's interactive engagement. Love it. Okay, that's a little bit. That's too many niceties are going on here. Okay, all right. You guys have to reel it back a little bit. Let's send the mean stuff. 713-780-ESPN. So day 2, Texans training camp. What has piqued your interest on day 2, Blankers?
Well, let's start with the Christian Harris watch. The fact that he didn't practice again today, the fact that it's been way too long already is going to be something that's going to continue to stick in my crosshairs because I just keep asking what the hell is going on.
But I did find it interesting, this from our friend Landry Locker, that apparently Christian Harris is you're right, he didn't practice, but he was on the sideline holding a football watching practice.
And they made sure that he was in practice gear.
It almost kind of feels, are we getting close to Lance McCullers working out on his Instagram in his uniform?
I just kept thinking Kyle Tucker-esque, where this thing is just going to keep going and be the gift that keeps on giving that no one really wants to have happen. Because I just got this sick feeling that it's going to be like, I don't know if we're ever going to see him back on the field, and I don't think we're ever going to see him close to where he was. It's just, why the hell is it taking this long?
Why would he not be on the pup then?
Jeremy, I don't know. I don't think they're the Astros, but I don't have that answer, but there's nothing that leads me to believe that this is going to end happily.
Yeah, it's mysterious, and I had it on my list too. But I don't think I think he's actually close to coming back. Like, if that's my read on the situation, is that Christian Harris is going to be practicing very, very soon. Like, it really is. Like, I know that he didn't play at all last year, and he had the mystery of, like, walking, and he, like, tore his calf, I guess. Like, I understand all the mystery surrounding Christian Harris. But if he was legitimately hurt for an extended period of time, he'd be on the pup.
You would think.
So, like,
it's just so frustrating because, and probably also because we have PTSD from everything that we've experienced in Houston with injuries and, mainly all the Astros, but even as we talked about Yao and some of the Rockets injuries as well. But this one, it just seems like it's another one that's not going to end well.
I guess. I'm frustrated by it as well. But, it's day 2 of training camp. It's July 24th. You're a long way from playing an NFL game. And even if he was healthy, is he one of your starting linebackers?
See, I was high on him when they got him. I thought that he could be. I thought that what we saw in the playoffs meant that he would be. And so I still believe that there's a possibility that he could have been in the mix for it. But with speed and alongside El Shair, probably not. But the depth and the athleticism to be able to make plays, I think, is better than Henry To'oTo'o if he was like he was in the playoffs.
Like, I'm intrigued by this story, but call me crazy. I'm not that worried about it. I'm not that worried about it. Like, the Texans defense was fine last year without Christian Harris. They elevated that position with the signing of EJ Speed, and him not being on the pup makes me think that he's close to his return. So, like, I'm not that worried about it, but time will tell. Like, we thought that he was going to play last year significant snaps, and he got back, but never really played a ton of significant snaps. Like, he played special teams in the playoffs. I think played one snap in their final game, something like that. What else piqued your interest?
The fact that, kind of similar to telling the media anything about CJ Stroud or anything else, I think they're holding true to the fact that they don't care what you want to report on and what you want to see, that they are truly going to try and figure out what is the best 5 offensive linemen they have and where they are going to play best for them. And that from day to day, it's going to change. It may change drastically. and they are going to do it exactly how they want to do it. Take their time, do it right, give every guy's chances, and then evaluate and figure it out. And I have no problem with that.
Same. Like, I don't think we should I think here's my stance on this. I think it is prudent. I think it's pertinent rather. I think it's pertinent to have that information. Like who's running out with the first team O-line that day? Who's running out with the first team O-line in the second offensive period? Like I like to read that information. I like to know that information because I do think it is a bit of a tell. I do think also, though, that we are a long, long away from the Texans deciding who their best five are. And I think, like you said, they're going to be rotating tons of pieces around, not only to see who looks better at one specific position, but also to see who fits in the best. Because we talk about it all the time, cohesion, offensive line, yada, yada, yada. They want to get a good look of who works well together. John Harris, who does work for Houston Texans, HoustonTexans.com, was in radio forever. Love his football mind. He has a write-up each day about what his observations are, whatever. And he talked about this on the offensive line. He says, I'll say this. It was tweeted, posted, stated what the Texans' first O-line lined up as, but there were 4 different periods of teamwork, and the Texans lined up with a different group as the first line in each of those situations. So what you read is great, awesome, but just know that nothing is set in stone at all. Just backs up what we just said.
And I think the other thing, Jeremy, is they want versatility. And so the fact that we've seen it with Patterson and Scruggs, but we've seen it with Howard, and they're looking at even their 2 young tackles and trying to figure out, can they play both? Can they play right and left tackle? How many guys can play multiple positions so that they know that even if you're not starting, if you're a guy that has the versatility to play multiple positions, it seems like that means something to them too. And there's a little extra value with that. But we're just so far away from them trying to solidify it. I know it is everybody's number one concern, but we're not going to see I don't think we're going to see any kind of solidifying of that line for a while.
I was reading the tweets before I went back and listened to D'Amico, just the way that my morning worked out. And I was reading the tweets. D'Amico was praising Solomon Boyd and how good he's looked, and he's going into his second year and all that. And I think that is real. I don't think it's fake. But I was wondering if D'Amico brought that up on his own, or if he was asked about Solomon Boyd, because I think there's a difference there. Because if D'Amico goes out of his way to bring up a player without being asked about a player, okay, that's much different than, hey, what do you think about player X? And then D'Amico answers the question about player X. D'Amico did praise Solomon Boyd, but he was asked specifically about Solomon Boyd. So I think it's worth noting, but also, what's he going to do? I think he's a bum. He's not going to make our team. Of course, he's working hard. He's one of us. So I noted it, but after hearing D'Amico actually talk about it in context and knowing that he was asked about Boyd directly, it did diminish it a little bit for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just think that that someone's writing a story, or someone from either his hometown or his college or something like that. Someone's trying to focus on a different name and throwing it at D'Amico, and D'Amico's the kind of guy that's gonna show love to his players. But we went through this. What's the offensive lineman from Michigan that everybody was mentioning for a week leading in and around OTAs with his work ethic and how he could possibly factor in, and Nick and D'Amico were mentioning him, and now we don't hear about him at all. So I'm trying to think of his name now. It's not Ladarian.
You can let us know later.
I'll look it up.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texture, I missed the blitz. So do we. Blitz was awesome. Missed the blitz as well. Texture, you guys read my text too much. Chill out. There we go. This is stuff I like. Now you're talking my love language, guys. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What has piqued your interest in Day 2 Texans training camp? I have a couple as well. And here's a question I'll throw out for you. Did you like the Bill O'Brien offense? Because we might be seeing more of the Bill O'Brien offense in Houston. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Get out, see the boys, Cadillac Bar, happy hour every day, 11 to 7. Sunday brunch buffet, stations of omelets, tacos, waffles, pancakes, enchiladas, classic breakfast, lunch, and desserts. And as you can hear, fantastic music there at Cadillac Bar. So what has piqued your interest? Day 2 Texans training camp. Titus Howard talked today, your right guard, it looks like. And he's talking about, which I was reading that the defense kind of had the edge on the offense today, for whatever that's worth. I think the defense is better than the offense just in general anyways. But Titus Howard was talking about, like, the mentality. He thinks that this mentality of this offensive line is better. The mindset's in a better place, which, I mean, great. But talk is cheap, as we all know. The thing that jumped out to me, though, was like, hey, what does this offense look like? And this is the second time a Houston Texan player has said it. I forget who it was on Texans radio that said it in the past. But they alluded how it's very similar to an offense that they played in early in their Texans tenure, which you can put 2 and 2 together, and it's the Bill O'Brien offense. O'Brien, of course, New England. Kaylee spent time in New England. So I think that we're going to see a lot of elements that were similar to the Bill O'Brien offensive days back when Bill O'Brien was here. And the question that I have, is that good or bad?
Yeah, I'm with you. When I heard it, I want to say I thought Nico had said something like that, but I'm not sure. Nico didn't play under Bill O'Brien, did he?
No, I don't think it was Nico. I think it was one of the I can't remember who
Other
it was.
linemen?
No, I can't remember who it was. I know it wasn't Nico, though.
Yeah, I heard it, and I was like, I cringed a little bit going, is that what you really want? Do you want to go back to O'Brien? Do you want to go back to vanilla? You want to go back to – I get it that, from at least from an offensive mind that had experience and was in New England, and so he brought that to him as opposed to Slowick doing whatever he did and trying to create it for the first time as an OC. I heard that, and I wasn't too pleased about that. I'm like, from what we've heard prior to that and everything on Kaylee has been, look, I think this guy, he's going to give you balance, but I think that he's got different ways he's going to attack, and he's going to capitalize on his personnel. And then I heard that today. I was like, I don't think I'm too jazzed about that.
I don't hate it. I think Bill O'Brien, like, as an offensive play caller, is pretty good. And look, there's going to be differences between O'Brien and Kaylee and their personality, and then maybe even their, like, genius, like, their smarts, when to call things, their feel of when to call things. So I don't think it's the worst case in the world. And I think strictly as an offensive mind, Bill O'Brien's all right. Like, I don't think he's wonderful. I don't think he's McVay or Andy Reid. But I also don't think that he's bad. I think there's a lot of other things that Bill O'Brien I didn't like. Like, I didn't think he was great with, like, the culture stuff. I don't really care what he does publicly and how he talks to the media. That's beside the point. But if you go back and look at some of the offenses with Bill O'Brien, his first year, he was 14th in the NFL in total yards, and he did it with Ryan Fitzpatrick for 12 games, Case Keenum for 2, and Ryan Mallett for 2. Like, that's a successful season. The next season, they did drop off to 21st in the NFL. That's the year that Hoyer started most of the games, but even Mallett started 4. TJ Yates started 2. Brandon Whedon started a game.
That's right.
So, the offense wouldn't be very good. The next year in 2016, it was one of the worst offenses in the NFL. It was 28th out of 32. That was the Brock Osweiler year. Started 14 games. It's amazing they won as many games as they did, despite the offense being as horrible as it was. The following year in 2017, they went 4-12. They had the 17th best offense in the NFL. That was Deshaun Watson's rookie year. Remember, that rookie year was cut short, and he actually looked pretty good in his 6 starts. 2018, the Houston Texans went all the way up to number 11 in total offense with Deshaun Watson starting 16 games. Looked spectacular. Deshaun Watson did. They were 2019, 14th best offense in the NFL. Deshaun Watson again, a pretty good year. And then O'Brien's final year only lasted 4 games, so that year you can kind of throw out with the bathwater. I don't think it's the worst resume in the world. I think that he had some decent offenses with some really bad quarterbacks. And Deshaun Watson looked like a really, really good quarterback under the tutelage. I hesitate using that word. Under the tutelage of Bill O'Brien.
Maybe so. I just, when I think about, even before you started rattling all that stuff off, I just wonder if he's one of those guys that his offense has gotten, I don't want to say archaic, but it's gotten it hasn't aged as well as some of like today's NFL when we're talking about kind of the up tempo and all the different things that you see. Some of the better offensive minds, the McVays and the O'Connells and guys like that. I maybe it's also because I'm a little tainted by the fact that I was never a Bill O'Brien fan, period. But I just feel like it was more kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It wasn't generic, but it was maybe conservative. But I didn't like hearing that.
I felt like it was pretty wide open with Deshaun. Like, you go watch some of these Deshaun games, and like they're going like 4 wide, shotgun, throwing 50 times a game. Like, I think there was a lot of vanilla and conservative before Deshaun, but I think he opened it up once he got Deshaun. And plus, there's always going to be the involvement in the development. Like, you're never going to be doing something you did 7 years ago unless you're Bobby Slowick. So like, I also think that element comes into play too. I don't think it's the worst case in the world.
No, but I also think, like we saw with Deshaun, he was constantly in search of the big play. I mean, his biggest faults were that he was trying to make those big plays all the time, as opposed to just kind of getting down or taking what the defense gives you for a couple yards to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he did.
Something to note is that when Deshaun went for over 5,000 yards, they still didn't crack the top 10 offense.
Trying to figure out like why that's correlated. The running game must have been awful. What year was that, Ryan?
Well, wasn't that when they were always playing from behind too?
13.
He was throwing it all over the field because they were playing from behind in every game.
You said they didn't crack the top 15 in offense?
At least not the top 10.
Moving the goalpost there, Ryan. See, 2019, Deshaun Watson ran for 413 yards. He threw for 3850. So he didn't crack 5,000 in 19.
Then it must have been 18.
2018, he threw for just under 4,200 yards, and he ran for 550. So that's still under 5,000, but it's close. They were 11th that year, Ryan.
Don't go away now, Ryan.
I'm wrong. He never did. He got to 48-23 in 2020.
Close enough. So 2020, where were the Texans' offense in 2020? That was as close as to getting to 5. They were 18th that year, so that would back up your point. But that was also the year O'Brien was fired after 4 games. So, like, are we counting that for O'Brien or are we not? Like, I don't know. But I thought Deshaun Watson was pretty good under Bill O'Brien. And look, this again, like, personality's different. Their feel for when to call certain plays would be very different. It's more the foundation, really. Of what the Texans are implementing. And like Josh McDaniel's been a pretty good OC, I think that's similar stuff that we're going to see as well. 713-780 ESPN. Go ahead.
No, and I was going to say the one thing that you do want, though, in a Bill O'Brien style offense is a quarterback that gets a very quarterback-friendly coach, and with O'Brien, with Brady and being the quarterback's coach before he started calling plays, too. That's helpful to any quarterback. That's probably helpful to Deshaun. It would be helpful in this scenario if you get Kaylee to be similar in terms of, and again, it goes to what D'Amico said, too, about catering to the talents and the skill position players that you have. But it didn't excite me a whole lot.
Yeah. But second guy that's mentioned it. So I think we're going to see a lot of the same principles. So heads up, prepare yourself. Texter, how do you think CJ is going to handle having to make decisions rather than specific throws? It sounds like Kaylee wants to have multiple options for receivers coming off the line.
I actually think he's going to be fine. I think that this is something that he has wanted. I think that he's an intelligent football mind, and he understands how to run an offense. I'm not, he might go through some lumps early, but I'm not overly concerned.
Yeah, I think he'll excel. Like, look, there's still a segment of the football world that wonders if, CJ Stroud has a high level of IQ. I think he does. I think he has football smarts. So I think that this is going to be a type of offense that he was going to excel in because I think he has feel. I think he has football common sense. So I like the idea of it. Now, if he sinks in this, because I do think it's a sink or swim season for Stroud. Like, if he sinks in this, then all of those conversations or narrative are going to be, they're going to be firing off like alarms about CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of what you said yesterday. We got to wait to see it. I just believe that he is an intelligent football mind. I believe that, he studies the game, he studies the quarterbacks, and he knows that this is something that the best quarterbacks in the NFL did sooner rather than later, and then basically never didn't do it for the most part. And I think he wants to be that guy. I think he's fully capable. Yeah, from the people that are going to take the swipes and say they don't know if he's intelligent enough to do all that, I don't feel that way. I feel like he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I do too. A texture seems like Stover and Stroud are hanging out a lot this year. Any shots Stover could steal Schultz's job, or is Dalton's contract too much of an albatross to bench? I think they would bench him if Stover was better. I think both are going to play. I think Kaylee's going to want to play some two tight end stuff.
Yeah, and I think he likes the physicality of Stover, and I think the fact that he likes that big body tight end that can block, that can be physical, that can be even lined up in the backfield in the past. I think that's something that entices him. I don't know if Stover's going to be much of a pass catcher, and you've got two guys that can be, but I think he's going to utilize all three tight ends.
Yeah, I do too. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I have a question for you guys because this kind of piqued my interest day two. Because D'Amico Ryans was talking a lot about this today. He's talking about we want to get to the quarterback, but we want to land on the ball. We want to turn them over, which all defensive coaches want turnovers, right? But I want to throw this this hypothetical by you guys. Would you rather have the number one defense in the NFL, 10th in takeaways, or would you rather be number one in the NFL in takeaways and number 10 in defense? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Do you prefer this version of it, Blankers? Alien Ant Farm? Smooth Criminal? Or do you prefer the Michael Jackson?
I do not. I'll do the Michael Jackson. I'll do the original. Don't mess with it. It's fine.
There's some hot takes that are out there that people like the Alien Ant Farm version more than the Michael Jackson version.
Well, to each his own.
Ryan, which version do you like?
Michael Jackson.
You said Ryan or Brian? I didn't.
Brian, eager Brian. What do you like, Brian?
I don't really like either version, to be honest with you.
Whoa, you're done. You're muted for the rest of the show.
That's fine.
You're out.
He was pretty much muted to this point.
Which one did you want to talk to again?
Great. Both are very, very good, I think. I like both of them myself.
Yeah, I think it's just a different kind of genre.
I'll go Michael Jackson, though. How can you go against Michael Jackson? Killer Bees at Cadillac Bar on Shepherd. Margarita Monday, $6 margaritas, $8 pitchers all day, $5 tacos on Taco Tuesday, of course. And then tomorrow, tequila and fajitas Friday, margarita pitcher, half pound of chicken and beef fajitas for just $39.99. Cannot beat it. Get out to Cadillac Bar. So I teased it going to the break there. If you could pick one scenario, you have because D'Amico Ryans was talking about this a lot today. I've heard a bunch of defensive players talk about it a lot too. If you could pick a defense that's the number one defense in total yards, but number 10 in takeaways, or you can pick the number one defense in takeaways, but the number 10 in total defense. Which of the two would you take?
It's a great question. I actually would lean towards the number one defense. I just feel like if you're the number one defense and still are in the top 10 in takeaways, that any team you're playing trying to move the football is going to be limited. And whether you get a turnover or not, you're going to win the field position battle, and you're going to be in a good position to win. I'll lean that way, but I understand people on the other side of it. But I just if you got the number one defense in the entire league, you are suffocating, you are swarming, and you are dominating.
See, I'm going to disagree with you there, Joel, because I mean the drop off on where you rank in yards is still not bad. I mean you're still 10th in the league, so you're not a defense that's giving up a lot of long drives and really impacting the game overall. The reason I would choose number one in turnovers is I think of the two options, that has the better chance to turn into points. Like you lead the league in turnovers. Not only could some of those be returned for a touchdown, but you're also more regularly compared to, I think,
I thought about where the turnover happens matters, right?
Well,
it could
sure,
be
there's unknown in that, but more often, like a team that's leading the league in yards allowed and forcing a punt is going to be the offense going to be starting with worse field position than a team that's forcing the turnover on average. I know it could change depending on where the turnover happens, but I think the turnovers turn into more points than the yards allowed.
Jeremy, where are you at?
So I think that the turnover team's a little bit more volatile because you're a little bit more dependent on the turnover. So I think that your highs are higher, but I think your lows are lower. Whereas I think if you're number one in defense, 10 in takeaways, you're usually a little bit more consistent. But I think I like to ride the extremes a little bit more because if you hit that extreme, right, you hit the volatility on the high end, you can beat anybody in the league. I mean, you can beat anybody in the league if you have the number one defense too, though. I would see it. To me, it's tough because if I'm number 10 in defense, what if I just run into a playoff game in the AFC conference title game where I don't get the takeaways that day, and the other team's off, like say it's Kansas City at Arrowhead. I'm not getting the turnovers that day. And, my defense is solid, but not solid enough. Whereas if I have the number one defense, it's almost like it's not impossible to move the ball on any defense in the NFL. But I have that top defense, and I feel like my defense can win any single game. That's pretty nice as well. I think I lean number one defense and number 10 takeaways, but it is very razor thin.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at too, in the fact that if you have the number one defense in the entire league, that means that whether you're getting turnovers or not, you're pinning them back, you're keeping them in their own area, on their own area of the field, and you're probably winning the position battle, the field battle. So I would feel really good about that.
I feel like it's just more volatile to have the number 10 defense and number one turnover. I don't want to be dependent on turnovers for my defense to have a good day. Number 10 defense, you're still not bad, right? You're still
is that really that volatile if you're the number 10 defense in the league?
It's a lot different than number one.
Okay. Well, what's the I'd be curious to know what the difference this year like points allowed per game from the number 1 defense to the number 10? How much are we talking about? Is it a field goal? Is it 2 points? Like I just don't see as that being dropping all the way to 10, quote unquote, as being something that makes your defense so much more volatile to where 1 week you're getting worked and the next week you're elite.
But the gap between the number 1 turnover team and the number 10 turnover team also is not going to be great. Like, you
Fair.
know what I mean? Like, it's
Sure.
Let me pull it up here. Takeaways,
It was about
number
5
1
points.
Number 1 team last year in takeaways was Minnesota. They had 33. Number 10 was Detroit. They had 24. So that's like a half a turnover a game. Like, that's not, I mean, that's drastic, sure. That's substantial, but it's not this crazy amount. Ryan, you said it was a 5-point difference between the number 1 total defense
the number
and
one,
number 10?
The number 1 total points scored defense had was the Chargers at 17.7, and the number 10 was the Green Bay Packers at 22.
Okay, that is a pretty small thing. That's a pretty small number. I think the math on this made me reverse my decision. Because 5 points is less than it's less than a touchdown. I mean,
Right.
I don't know. That's still pretty significant. 5 points is a lot.
I understand and look, and I love the enticing thing about turnovers. I just feel like if you're the number 1 defense in the entire league, that's true dominance. That's shutting down run, that's shutting down pass, that's pressuring the quarterback, and that's putting you in a position seemingly with a shorter field more times than not, as opposed to when you get the pick, but do you get the pick down on as they're going as a team is going in to score, and you still got to go the length of the field? I don't know.
Yeah,
it is close.
It is close. The texter saying that number 1 defense isn't yards, it's points. There's different schools of thought on that, but usually the default total defense is yards, not points given up.
Think about it like this. How good is your offense in that situation?
It depends on where you're getting the ball. Like, I mean, if you get the ball closer to the goal line, you have a better chance to score points.
But
like, that was Brian's point, is that if you create turnovers, you're going to have a better field position on average.
If your offense is constantly scoring, though, wouldn't you feel better having the ball more often than if it wasn't?
I mean, I wouldn't say that you're going to have the ball more often. Like, a turnover is an end of possession. Like, your defense is eventually going to have an end of possession as well, whether you're forcing a punt or you're giving up a point. Like, I don't think it leads to more possessions per se.
And I think that if you have the number 1 defense in all of the league, I think that's exactly what we talked about as a potential scenario for the Texans, where your defense is so dominant that it can win you football games because of the fact that the other team, no matter who they have on the other side, can't do anything with it. And you have a capable enough offense to score points.
But kind of like last year's Texans, where we were getting the ball in plus field possession a lot, but we were just turning it into field goals instead of just getting more and more touchdowns, right? Where if you had an offense who was scoring a lot, just naturally, you'd want the more possessions, give them the ball more instead of having a defense that is just absolute stout.
Yeah, I mean, look, and again, I think it's to each his own. I think you can look at it from either perspective, and you can make a really good argument. I just look at it and say, and I think about those defenses when you think about when even the 85 Bears going way back, but their defense was so dominant, the number 1 defense in the league, that their offense had a less than type quarterback and offensive setup, and they dominated the league. I think with Baltimore, the same thing. Their offense was nothing to write home about, but because they had the number 1 defense in the entire league, and I don't know if they also led the league in turnovers, but I'm just saying when you're number 1, that to me means that you are like stifling, and that wins you football games. And it seems like that's what the Texans would love to do with DeMeco.
So last year, Minnesota and Pittsburgh last year they led the NFL in takeaways. Like, they're both playoff teams, right? Like, very, very good.
Yep.
The top defensive team last year in terms of yards given up, not takeaways, Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, see, I'll take the Eagles defense. Yeah.
Now, number 2 and 3 were the Titans and the Jets, though. Number 4 was the Dolphins. So, like,
what, 2 and 3 were what? Titans and who?
The Jets.
Titans and Jets.
Oh,
so didn't really get you anywhere.
Yeah, like if you just go top 5 takeaways last year, you got Pittsburgh playoff team, Minnesota playoff team, Buffalo playoff team, Green Bay. They made the playoffs last year? I forget.
Yeah, they did.
And then Houston, number 5 playoff team. If you go total yards, Philadelphia won the Super Bowl. But then you go Titans, had the number 1 pick of the draft. Jets fired their coach. The Dolphins missed the playoffs. And then Green Bay was actually number 5 as well. And they made the playoffs. Houston was 6 for what it's worth. So
number 1 won the playoffs. Number 1 won it all, Brian. That's the answer.
You're forgetting that 3 of the 5 didn't make the playoffs?
It doesn't matter what the other teams are, Brian.
Right.
I'm only talking about number 1.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
That's right, Brian.
AFC South champs 2 years
right,
in a row,
Brian.
Brian.
Super Bowl champs, Brian. Number 1.
Keep from LA. If you have the number one defense, there's turnovers coming with that also, so you're going to get the ball. I would be happy with either one of them. That's probably the truest statement there.
Yeah.
Ryan's right, says a texture with a thumb emoji. Tampa did too. And then Texture says, I know it's not the original question, but I'll take the number one offense and number 10 in giveaways over the number one defense and number 10 in takeaways. Yeah, I would too. I would prefer my offense to be better than my defense in the NFL. I think it matters more these days.
Yeah. I mean, then you don't have to rely on them, but they complement each other, and you believe in either side of the football as opposed to needing your defense to win you games.
Would you rather have the number one scoring offense or the number one scoring defense?
Scoring offense for sure.
It was blankers. I was directed towards blankers, Ryan.
Ryan is really feeling good today. I would say scoring, because I think that if you have the number one scoring offense, you're going to put up a boatload of points, and I think most teams are going to be playing catch up.
Yeah, I'm going to go offense too, just because of the modern NFL. I think it's more suited to offense than it is defense. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Who are the teams under the most pressure in the NFL this year? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up, or it could be pre-owned too. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. Transparent, no-hassle pricing. They are the best. They've been serving the Houston area for 50 years, so they got a bit of a resume behind that best title as well. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, so they have a fantastic culture. And look, hey, school's going to be here before you know it. Little kids, big kids alike. School is just around the corner, which may mean your teenager needs that first car, a life-changing experience, as we all know, and the new possibilities like driving to school, driving to work, maybe. Freedom and open road. Parents, Monument Chevrolet wants that experience to be first class and to help you get your driver on the road in a quality, safe vehicle with a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. And guess what? A 6-month, 6,000-mile limited warranty to prove they back up what they say. No limits at Monument Chevrolet, and that's backed up with a guarantee. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time and aggravating stressful negotiations. This week's car of the week, by the way, how about the EV Blazer, the 25 EV Blazer, 0% APR for 36 months right now at Monument Chevrolet. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cadillac Bar, best fajitas in the Houston area. They're premium black Angus beef. It is delicious. And if you're a frugal guy, you're a frugal lady, you like some savings with your fajitas, I get it. Tequila and fajitas Friday. Take advantage of that tomorrow night. Margarita pitcher plus a half pound of chicken and beef fajitas for less than $40, $39.99. A great offer at Cadillac Bar. So get on out there. Boys will be there until 6. Get on out there any day of the week. Always something going on. Got a great happy hour too. 11A to 7P. A little Tex-Mex happy hour. Nothing beats that. Why? Margaritas are the best happy hour. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. Texture says that the Titans the Titans were so good defensively because opposing teams only had to go 30 yards to score on the Titans. Fair.
That's probably true.
It's fair. Starting field position matters. I actually think the Titans are going to be better than people think this year, though. I'm a bit bullish on Cam Ward, which, hey, last time I was bullish on a Titan quarterback, it didn't work out. So maybe you shouldn't trust me. But I really like Cam Ward. Like him a lot. And you can compare him with the Callahan, who's an offensive-minded coach. I don't hate their pieces. I kind of like Pollard. I kind of like Spears. Calvin Ridley had a big year last year with bums at quarterback. I think they're going to be a tough team to beat. Not a playoff team, but a tough team to beat week in, week out.
I don't believe year one they're going to be a tough team to beat. I think their defense is pretty good. I think it's interesting, too. Did you see Cam's response when they asked him about Levis being out for the year?
I did.
Yeah, he got kind of chippy and went, I don't have something to the effect of I don't need to worry about anything but Cam.
Yeah,
like, okay.
That's kind of who he is, though. That's like who he is. Because I remember whenever he was doing the stuff with Shador, and like he's like, "Why are you on your phone, man? Why do you have all that jewelry, man?" And like he's about it. Like he's the first one in the building, last one to leave. Like everything that I like read on Cam, obviously watched Cam in college. I'm a fan of the guy. I don't love that he's in the division. I'll be honest.
Really? Okay. It'll be interesting to see.
Like, I don't think the Titans are going to be a juggernaut, but I think Cam has a chance to be really good. I think Cam Ward, not that it's like this massive bar, but I think Cam Ward could be the second best quarterback in the AFC South next year.
Ooh.
I mean, it's not a high bar.
Okay.
He has to clear the Colts,
Trevor
and
Lawrence.
he has to clear Lawrence. Like, it's not a high bar.
Yeah.
Like, he might clear Stroud. Well, who's to say he's not to clear Stroud?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch it play out. I think that he could develop into a really good quarterback in this league. I'm just curious to see how quickly he grasps everything and how, you say the work that he's putting in and how that actually translates to him on the field in year one. I think that he'll struggle in year one, but I do think that in the big picture scenario, I think he can be really good.
I think there's a chance he has a Stroud Daniels rookie year.
Ooh.
Not I don't like, I'll say individual success, because I don't think that the pieces around the Titans are as good as, look, I didn't think the pieces around Stroud in year one were very good, and they fooled me. Like, they proved me wrong. I thought the same thing last year with the Commanders. I was like, yeah, that's not a great roster. They proved me wrong. But I could see I could see Cam Ward having the individual success of those two guys. I have a hard time seeing the Titans having the team success that the Texans had 2 years ago and the Commanders had last year. NFL top 100, they leaked out two more players. Number 64, Bo Nix. This kind of just continues to back up my point that they are overrating quarterbacks, which I understand. Quarterbacks are very good, but I just wouldn't call Bo Nix the 64th best player in the NFL. And then, speaking of the division, Josh Hines-Allen. He threw the Hines in, so he'd not be confused with that guy who's never going to win a Super Bowl in Buffalo. But Josh Hines-Allen, the 63rd best player in the NFL, according to players around the league that were polled for this.
I mean, the Bo Nix where he is interests me because I'm just curious where CJ falls on this list. Because if Bo Nix is there, I still believe CJ's got to be a heck of a lot higher on the list, and I'm intrigued by that. But yeah, I mean, you're right. It's obviously a quarterback-driven league, and everybody's going to be driving the quarterbacks up. Where's Baker going to be on this list? Baker's going to be really high because he had a great year last year.
I mean, top 50? Like, I mean, I feel like top 50 feels low, though. Like, if Nix is 64, I think Baker would be like top 30.
I think Baker's inside the top 30. I was thinking more like around 25 to maybe even flirting with low 20s.
Yeah. It's tough for me though, because like, again, like all these quarterbacks that I've seen, I feel like are overrated. So I have a tough time like predicting where these quarterbacks are going to land, because every single time I see a quarterback pop up, I'm like, okay, that's too high. Okay, that's too high. Tua's in the top 100. That's too high. So it's tough for me to predict where the quarterbacks are going to land on this list. I think top 30 is probably going to be accurate. All right,
I wonder how many total quarterbacks are going to be on that list.
How many have there been already? Like 5?
Yeah.
I think like Tua was the first quarterback, right? Tua was the first quarterback in the top 100 that was leaked out.
Okay.
So if Tua, like, where do you have Tua ranked in your quarterback pedestal? I guess
probably like 16.
Tua was 91. So Tua is the first quarterback listed, like as they do the backwards reveal 100 to 1. He's 91.
If I go as high as I can go with Tua, it's 15, 16-ish, but I don't really feel strongly that that's where he belongs.
Same.
That's why I think there's going to be a boatload of quarterbacks on this list.
No, I think you're right. I think it's going to be in the high teens.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be 16 or 17.
Probably right.
That's a lot. Like, Tua's not a top 100 player. I'm sorry. Sam Darnold's
He's
not
not
a top 100 player. I'm sorry.
And when we talk about like how, and you can look at it from a salary perspective too, but you look at the importance, and salary sometimes plays into that. But how many great receivers are in this league? How many great defensive backs now are in this league? Like, next to quarterback, I think that those guys deserve to be on. There's a lot of talent there, but I think that we're always going to overvalue quarterbacks, and that's why there's going to be probably too many on this list.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, which teams in the NFL are facing the most pressure this season?
Are you asking me now?
Yeah, what do you think?
I think first and foremost, see, I'm going to say one and Brian, before Brian can say it to me, but I won't say them right off the top. I think Dallas, simply because of the fact that you've got a coach that's never done it before, and Jerry Jones's expectations are always way too high. The Parsons situation's interesting too, but they did go out and finally add another piece that plays into the puzzle. But I don't see Dallas being what a lot of people think they're going to be, even in the division. But I definitely don't think them as a Super Bowl contender. Yeah. And I think that because the spotlight is always so bright on the Cowboys, I think there's a lot of pressure there.
Can I push back on why I don't think there's much pressure for them, though?
Yep.
What's going to happen if they stink? Jerry Jones is going to keep doing the same old stuff.
Fire the coach, and
after a year.
Yeah, I still think there's a whole lot of pressure in Dallas because, like, they weren't great last year. Jerry Jones isn't going to fire himself. He's not going to fire Stephen Jones. He likes to hire coaches that he can control out of nowhere. So, like, even if they fire him after a year, he's just going to go find somebody like him. Like,
again, as quickly as Brian said that, the rebuttal to that is, do you think he really worries about money when he could sign these guys early and save himself tens of millions of dollars? Instead, he just lets it go way too long and ends up paying 10 or 20 million more.
I didn't say the 1 year remark because of Jerry Jones worrying about money. Certainly he's not, as he's proven. I just say that because of how long of a leash he gave guys. Like his last two coaches before this, I think the public had moved on from them before Jerry, like 2 years before Jerry was willing to. Like, but
McCarthy was a name. And the fact that when you're looking at a guy like this that's never done it before, I don't think he's going to have any remorse or any unwillingness to pull the trigger after a year and go, yeah, he was the wrong guy for the job. We're going to get somebody else.
Look, I don't think Jerry.
And I don't think
he's
paying him a lot either.
But it's not about money. Like
it's not about money. Yeah,
it's a salary cap league.
Right. What I'm saying is, from a coaching perspective, he's not going to have any scruples moving on after 1 year of Brian Schottenheimer.
No, I was talking about the signing players to extensions. Like, waiting on Parsons and waiting on other players doesn't cost him more money. It costs him a bigger percentage of the cap. Like, it's foolish from a roster construction point of view. The money he spends on the rosters is equal regardless.
Well, but my point being, if the number one paid defensive pass rushing player at the time when he could start talking to Parsons is at whatever level, and by the time he drags his feet and keeps pushing the can down the road, by the time he actually gets to it, that number one player salary has changed, and it's probably a lot higher dollar figure.
Sure, but
for the totality of the.
But that impacts the quality of the roster. That doesn't impact the money he's going to spend. Like the salary cap in the NFL this year is $279 million. The Cowboys are going to spend roughly $279 million. So waiting on
Right.
Parsons doesn't mean that Jerry Jones is going to spend more money
No, it's
down
not
the
that
road. It means that he's going to have a lesser team because the player is taking a bigger chunk, a bigger percentage of the salary cap.
My point was, I just don't think because he doesn't care about how much he's spending. So if however many years Schottenheimer signed for, if he cuts him after year one, he's not going to be worried about if he's still paying him. It's just like you said, it's the principle of getting a guy that he believes is better suited to carry this team, no matter what the price tag is.
I don't even know if it's that. I don't think he hires coaches with the idea that this guy gives me the best chance to carry the team.
Okay, I just think the same way that he's carelessly stupid, I think in the way that he waits to sign his players, I think that he's also going to be very, very disconcerted with the fact that if Brian Schottenheimer doesn't work out in a year's time, that he would move on from him.
You
no
think
matter
he
what
would
he still have
if
to
he
pay him.
stinks?
Yes.
So he wouldn't be pot committed to it? So
No, I think if
willing to stand
Schottenheimer
on the coach.
Yeah, again, that's kind of where I'm coming from is the fact that if they suck this year and everybody was, I think, way off their rocker thinking that there's a chance they go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But if they really are awful, I think he has no problem at all getting rid of them after 1 year.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't think that he has issues spending money at all. Like, I mean, I think he's willing to throw money into the Dallas Cowboys. You just can't do that in a salary cap league, which, like, the foolishness of the Micah Parsons stuff for players in the past is now you're paying them more money, which is taking up a bigger percentage of the cap, which does what to the rest of the team? You can spend less money on the rest of the team, hence less quality players. All right, which NFL teams are under the most pressure in 2025? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Best fajitas in the Houston area. Premium Black Angus beef. Sizzling best fajitas in the Houston area. 713-780-ESPN. Which team's under the most pressure this season, 2025? I'm going to go with Miami. I think Miami's under a ton of pressure. It's kind of a make or break year because if it goes bad for Miami, I think that Mike McDaniel gets fired. Yep. I think there's a chance that Tua could be out of a starting quarterback job in Miami. It could be the last time we see Tyreek Hill in Miami as well. If they're bad, I could see Miami totally blowing it up down in South Beach.
Totally agree with you. And again, you got, and it's even starting out with like juicy soap opera like stuff. Like Tua and Tyreek Hill are working on their relationship. I mean, you look at that. You look at the fact that McDaniel has been less than. His own players were critical of him even last year. This little mad scientist offensive mastermind, and it just hasn't been able to do enough. That I think a lot of eyes are watching on that because it could implode in a hurry.
Yeah, it could. Brian, who's at your forefront of your mind whenever you look at those teams with pressure in the NFL?
Dolphins were definitely on my list. I eventually came up with 4, but the other team that was at the very top, and it's kind of funny because the Mike McDaniel came from the tree of this coach of this team, but it's the 49ers. Like the 49ers have, for how long, been kind of thought of as that most talented roster in the NFL. Kyle Shanahan's been the genius forever, even though he's been in the position to win a Super Bowl, 3 times? Yeah. Or once as a coordinator, twice as a head coach. And they've had leads in the fourth quarter. Each of those times they've blown it. So I think the 49ers with a roster that's getting a little bit older, they lost Debo, Kittle's getting up there. Ayuk, we don't know where he's coming back from injury. Like CMC, he could be one play away from his career ending. I think there's a lot of pressure to finally break through for the 49ers, or this could blow up.
I could easily see it. Yeah, I definitely think this is the big turning point year for Kyle Shanahan and for the Niners. Hufanga is gone on the defensive side.
Yeah, so is the linebacker. I forget his name.
Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, Dre Greenlaw.
They're looking for Saleh to kind of rejuvenate the defense yet again, but he doesn't have the pieces he once had. You're curious about Bosa and the defensive line. I definitely think that's a call. They were a little lower on my top 10 list of that, but they're definitely on my list. I think the one that we're missing right off the top is the one that comes with all the drama in the world. I think Pittsburgh is going to be everybody's going to be watching the Steelers all year, and NFL's going to jam them down your throat because of Rodgers. And you just signed Watt to all that. To the big contract. You do have a lot of weapons on defense. They're trying to give him more weapons. Jonnu Smith getting some guys to kind of even fortify more the offensive side of the football. I think the Steelers could be in for a really hard, quick fall, but I think that everybody's going to be watching the drama.
I just don't think the pressure is that high for them. Like, I kind of disagree with that. Like, I would go Cincinnati with the most pressure in that division. Like, you have Burrow in his prime, Chase in his prime. Like, you should be making deep playoff runs. Like, do we really expect the Steelers to be making a deep playoff run? Like,
I think the expectations
for them would be playoffs, right?
Not for Tomlin.
I don't think so.
I mean, you're looking at Baltimore, Kansas City. You're looking at Buffalo, and Pittsburgh's going to have a deep playoff run.
But Jeremy, you're thinking who is making that? Who is doing the projecting here? Because I think the general public thinks with Rodgers on that football team, their offense is better than it's been in the last couple of years. And because of the fact that they've tried to add some pieces, that their defense is super good. And that's been their calling card. You give them a better quarterback with a better chance to be better offensively. I think that it's not just making the playoffs. I think that's at least a one playoff win. If not, some people may think more grandiose. I look at it, and I don't believe in Rodgers anymore, as you guys know. And I don't think that it's going to end well. But I totally understand because he's better than what they've had.
He's better than what they had. I don't know how anybody looks at that team and is thinking deep playoff run. Like, I do not see it. Like,
I would classify the pressure, though, as
the last 2
different.
years in New York.
But I'm not saying deep. I'm just saying when we talk about who's under the most pressure, I think, look, because I think Tomlin is under pressure because just making it and just staying away from a losing record, I think that ship has sailed. Everybody's like, yay, but we need to do more.
Tomlin
and now,
gets fired? If they go 10-7 and lose in the wild card round, Tomlin's getting fired.
I think there's a chance. Yeah.
I disagree.
Okay.
Agree to disagree on that one. What other teams did you have, Brian?
No, you guys mentioned the other two. Yeah,
All right,
the Steelers and the Bengals.
A few from the text line. Did Bengals improve their defense? They drafted a guy in the first round, but he doesn't want to go there. And their best defensive player is holding out. So, no. The Bengals did not improve their defense.
Did they improve it? Yeah, no.
Texture says Buffalo. I think Buffalo's a great call. Like, Josh Allen has done everything in his life except get to a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl, and then the same thing for McDermott. Like, if McDermott has a dud of a season, he's gone. Like, he's fired. I would have Buffalo way higher.
Isn't Lamar and the Ravens on that list too? Because he's done everything he could do regular season. They got an extra corner for him now. They keep trying to get him receiver help. Derrick Henry had a hell of a year. That they got to get over the hump too.
But the reason that I would have Buffalo ahead of Baltimore, both in that category, sure. Like, I'm not really, banging on the table here. But the reason that I would have Buffalo with more pressure than Baltimore is because I think Harbaugh is completely safe. Like, I don't think Harbaugh's seat is on at all. Whereas I think McDermott's seat is quite a bit warmer
for sure
than Harbaugh's. So that's why Baltimore for me would be higher than Buffalo.
And you guys know me. I got to throw Green Bay on that list because I think that this is where the truth really starts to be told about Jordan Love. I think there's a chance Green Bay doesn't make the playoffs.
LaFleur's not hot at all,
LaFleur is not. It doesn't matter. I don't think the coach is in trouble per se, but I think that you look at even Brian Gutekunst as the general manager, who was saying we're looking to elevate our roster to try and win it. And now already when camp starts, what I meant by that was I'm trying to make us a deeper team so that we can make at least a deeper run in the playoffs. He's already back walking it back, and I think that the real Jordan Love, when he stands up, ain't going to be great. I think there's a chance Green Bay doesn't make the playoffs.
How much of the injury with Jordan Love last year do you think impacted his season?
I think maybe for the first couple of weeks, I think maybe he came back too soon. But I think by the end of the season, it had nothing to do with the injury. It had everything to do with the fact that he was making bad decisions and that he was throwing balls up for grabs.
Fair enough. You pick Miami. No one expects them to have a deep playoff run. No one expects Miami to have a deep playoff run. But if they don't make the playoffs, everyone's gone. Like, they're all gone.
Is it Greer, the GM? Yeah, because the GM and coach will be gone there.
Yeah, I think so. Cincinnati says another texture. Atlanta, if Kirk starts. No one thinks Kirk's going to start, do we?
No.
Like, that's Penix's team. Is Kirk Cousins on the Falcons week 1 of the NFL season?
I mean, if they can't find a home for him, they got to pay him. He ain't going to. I mean, I don't think they'd cut him.
No, I don't think they'll cut him either. Like, the only thing would be a camp injury. We almost had one today.
We
Kirk
did.
Cousins was almost
the toe heard around the world.
One that hasn't been talked about, Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, we talked about it. 49ers are under pressure to perform, says Mimi. Yep. Yeah, I think we covered up the other one. There's a lot of good ones.
Is Detroit on that list simply because they lost both coordinators and there's a lot of pressure to be able to kind of have guys that pick up where Ben Johnson and Glenn left off?
I think it's a good call. Like, I think their pressure's a little bit like, I mean, obviously less. But if they go like 11-6, are people mad? Like, if they go 11-6 and like losing the conference championship game.
See, that's the thing. Their players are already setting a tone that we've got to break through. We can't just be happy with having a great regular season and then looking like a good team in the playoffs that doesn't completely get there. Their players are starting to talk about it, and that coupled with the fact that you got 2 new coordinators, that could be false expectations.
Like, I think if they miss the playoffs, then it like certainly heightens that for sure. Giants, what do you think about them with the pressure? They're more like job security pressure to me because I mean they could clean house if they have another 3-14 season. They're firing Dable and Shane.
Yeah, I think you're right. As it relates to guys losing their job, coach and GM are gone. But as it relates to, does anybody believe the Giants are a playoff team? Because I certainly don't. I don't think they're close.
No, it's more about like job preservation there. Like different pressures for different teams. Like Buffalo, Baltimore have pressure of like going deep. Cincinnati pressure going deep. Miami, New York, they have pressure of like keeping guys' jobs. Chicago, I don't think Chicago's under much pressure. I think they have a little bit of a runway.
Maybe Caleb.
I was going to say,
Caleb's
I don't think
pressure,
the team does, and
the
I
team,
think
no.
You got Ben Johnson for locked up for years. I think Caleb is going to feel a ton of pressure if it's not going well because he put everything on the old coaching staff, the old regime, what he didn't get out of them, and had excuses. And I don't think he'll have any excuses this year.
Minnesota, how about them? Pressure watch.
I thought about it. That again, I don't think O'Connell's going anywhere or his staff or anything like that. I just think it all rests on McCarthy's shoulders.
I think that's why they don't have pressure, though, because they're starting a guy playing for the first time in the pros.
Exactly. Like I think he gets a runway. I think JJ McCarthy gets a runway.
Probably
like
so.
Last year they went 14-3 last year. If they go 10-7 and McCarthy's like trending up, like let's say McCarthy has an average year. He has an average year, but he finishes strong, right? Like he starts off below average, he finishes above average. Even if they lose four games more than they did a year ago, I think Minnesota's feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, I think they know that it's not only that they have hope again, but they have hope long term. Because now instead of doing the Darnold experiment and then knowing it was just a rental, now you've got a guy for the foreseeable future that's going to lead your team, and you still have Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. All right, 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. Bad Take Boulevard coming up next. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. The worst take of the week is buying a basketball goal from a big box store. If you truly want a great goal for your driveway, for your house, wherever, your backyard, it needs to be from Pro Dunk. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. You're not going to get it at the big box store. The rim's going to stay intact, unlike the other ones. The backboard is solid. You're not going to have to worry about it breaking down like all the other goals you see around. Tempered glass backboard with the goals there at Pro Dunk gives you that true, authentic feel that you see at the pro gyms, the college gyms. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston. They have a breakaway rim, which is critical because it's height adjustable. You can raise it all the way up to 10 feet. You can lower it all the way down to 5. You can relive your glory days, and that goal can adjust from anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. Thor, one of their goals, you can raise and lower it with a drill. It's their lightning adjust feature. Mentioned the range, 5 to 10 feet. They can get there with that lightning adjust feature in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. Their accessories, top notch. LED light kits for night play. Look, it's really hot in Houston. You might want to wait to play until the sun goes down. I understand. You're at work all day. You can only play when the sun goes down. Well, if you get some LED light kits, you can play throughout the day, throughout the night. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order all of this online at produnk.com, including professional installation. That's right. The pros from ProDunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You're not going to mess it up because the pros at ProDunk will do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822. 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. No, I don't think you're an idiot. Bad Take Boulevard, what are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What belongs on the take, on the Bad Take Boulevard this week? How about ESPN? They're doing like all these training camp previews and like projecting starting lineups and all of these things. The Texans starting lineup that they projected is quite frankly comedy, and specifically because they have Jimmy Ward as a starting safety. Jimmy Ward's not going to be they neglect Kalen Bullock here. They had C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Jimmy Ward. That ain't happening. Jimmy Ward, 1, hurt. 2, he's caught up in some criminal activity. Allegedly. We'll see how it plays out in court. And then, how do you omit Bullock, who was really, really good last year? And then also, they list 3 edges, which is kind of weird, but maybe they're just throwing that in there as like, hey, this is like a rotational guy. But their second linebacker, they have Henry To'o. No Christian Harris, which is fine, but then no E.J. Speed. They have To'o and Jimmy Ward on the projected starters for the Texans. ESPN's full of casuals.
Yeah, that's bad.
I didn't even get to the offense, Blankers. Starting right tackle, Titus Howard. Starting right guard, Juice Scruggs.
What?
It's comedy. It's pure
Who wrote
comedy. I don't know.
Yeah, you better not put your name on that one. That's a casual and a half.
It just says multiple contributors. So, like, I think it was, like, kind of pieced together. Hopefully, I mean, it couldn't have been DJ. There's no way. There's no way that DJ Bieniemy's projecting Titus Howard to be the right tackle and Jimmy Ward to be the starting safety.
I agree.
So it's somebody who's never really paid attention to the Texans. They probably went to like games played or like snaps. I don't even know what they did. Like, how do you come to that conclusion of Ward's a starting safety, Titus Howard a right tackle? Toa kind of makes a little sense because he started a ton of games last year, but it's having no understanding of Christian Harris and EJ Speed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, that's the casual. That's not keeping up with this team, not even on a daily basis, but just watching from transactions and otherwise to realizing that that's just a bad take overall on both sides of the football.
Yeah, bad ESPN. You made the list this week.
You just made the list.
Little Trevino 24 on Twitter, and this was picked up by FanDuel, which is interesting. But he put out the tweet. James Harden is the greatest player in Houston Rockets history, period. And then FanDuel did the true or false. James Harden is the Rockets franchise GOAT. Little Trevino, do you not remember the name of Akeem Olajuwon, who brought this city 2 championships? How are you putting James Harden ahead of Akeem Olajuwon as the greatest player in Houston Rockets history, Little Trevino?
This annoys me, and it's not the first time I've heard of it. And I heard a lot of people rumbling this way. By the time James Harden is done, well, okay, he still had to finish his career, which is not going to be with the Rockets. But overall, James Harden in the playoffs is the complete and opposite of what Hakeem Olajuwon has been his entire career. Hakeem Olajuwon, 2-time Finals MVP. Hakeem Olajuwon, not only the regular season MVP, but the defensive player of the year, all defense. I mean, carried his team, every single year that he was on this roster for the most part. But it's not even close, and it shouldn't be. But, yeah, you want to say Harden's number 2? Okay, we'll have that conversation, and there's probably a pretty good chance. Is Harden better than Hakeem Olajuwon? Not even close.
Yeah, bad take. You made the Little Trevino. You made the list.
You just made the list.
Whoever you are, they got picked up by FanDuel. I can't believe FanDuel had the audacity to tweet that. The Houston Cougars have reportedly offered Hakeem Olajuwon's son a scholarship. Ron picked up on this, and they were writing about Hakeem and Hakeem being awesome. In the story, it says the Houston Cougars recently sent an offer to not only the son of a former NBA star, but also the son of the greatest hooper in Cougs history. Do you not know who Elvin Hayes is, Eddie? Elvin Hayes is the greatest Houston Cougar basketball player of all time. Did Hakeem have a better professional career than Elvin? Yeah, probably. But Elvin Hayes in college at the University of Houston was twice as good as Hakeem Olajuwon was at the University of Houston. So, Eddie of the Cron, you make the list for not knowing your history.
You just made the list.
Any commentary you want to add?
Yeah, I don't think that's as big of a stretch as the last one.
I think Joel and I both wanted to lay out because Elvin's your boy, but
yeah, I mean,
all right.
I think look, and I understand, and you're on top of it, and I think that Eddie or whoever it was probably didn't look at the stats and may not even know who Elvin Hayes is based on how old he is. But I think that
Let's
most
throw some
people
numbers here. Let's
No,
throw some numbers
I
here.
know
Let me-
from a
let me
numbers
educate
perspective, I
some.
know how dominant he was.
But you said it wasn't that bad. Elvin Hayes in 3
I
years.
didn't say it wasn't that bad like that. I just think it wasn't that bad of a make the list take.
Oh, I completely disagree. Elvin Hayes in 3 years scored 2,800. Akeem in 3 years scored 1,300 points. Elvin Hayes had more than twice as many points as Akeem in the same amount of years. Elvin Hayes, total rebounds in 3 years, over 1,600. Akeem had 1,067. Elvin was nearly 600 more rebounds. So he had 1,500 more points. He had 600 more rebounds, and y'all think it's close?
I think it's from the perspective of people and how far back they can go and familiarity with Elvin Hayes. I also think Elvin Hayes was going up against guys that were trying to get their degree in electrical, in electricians and plumbers.
Now you're just trying to trigger
Yes,
Jeremy.
I am.
Yeah, you're
Yes,
trying to
I am.
trigger.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was an engineer. He was a plumber.
It's one
Kareem
game
was?
a year. I mean, Elijah Wan's dragging up
Son of a plumber.
Ewing and everybody up and down the court every
One
night.
game a year. Ewing was one game a year. Same
know,
argument.
Yeah.
Same argument.
Okay, we're
31 points a game for Elvin Hayes in college. Akeem, you want to guess Akeem's points per game? 13.3. You're putting 13.3 in the same conversation as 31? Elvin
No,
Hayes,
I
17
said-
rebounds a game.
I just
Akeem,
gave you why.
10.7. Elvin Hayes is by far the greatest Houston Cougar basketball player of all time, and it ain't close.
Hakeem 3 Final Fours, Elvin 1.
Okay. Akeem had Clyde Drexler, Michael Young, Larry Michel. Like, we go on team success. Like, Robert Ory's the greatest player of all time then.
I'm trying to trigger you.
Elvin,
that's all.
2-time All-American. Akeem, 1-time All-American. It's not close.
Wouldn't Bill Russell be the greatest player of all time?
At U of H?
No. Well, you said Robert Ory. Robert Ory didn't go to U of H.
I was just throwing that out there because, that was in counter to the Final Four conversation.
Yeah, I know.
I wasn't clear what you were countering because that was a long time ago.
Okay.
Multiple seconds ago, Blankers. I can't believe I'm
Mhm.
having to
Multiple
argue
seconds.
this. I can't believe that this is up.
I gave you the reasons why this person may have seen it the way he did.
Well, it's ignorant.
Okay.
It
It's
is.
ignorant.
I just don't blame people for not knowing, I guess, things from the 60s.
You
is
guys
where
are
I am at.
soft. Oh, well, he's 30 years ago, so it shouldn't matter. Like, my goodness. You guys are letting people off the hook
60
here.
years ago.
We knew who they were. We're letting them off the hook. That's what you guys are doing right now. It makes me sick. Know your Houston history. Man, I'm surprised I didn't have support.
Made
there.
him sick, Brian. Way to go. Good job.
Can't believe that. Like Akeem in the 3 years at U of H
Shows
were
the
close
success
to the
today.
Bears and Elvin. That's ignorant, quite frankly. And I hate to use that word, but it is. I move on. No one else cares as much as I do about this. All right, Lance had a question about the Astros never having a Latin American pitcher as the face of a rotation.
When's the last time a Latin American pitcher was the face of the Astros pitching staff?
Ezekiel Estacio.
Nope.
He did that because of the face thing, didn't he?
Yeah, he did the face.
He's a terrible person.
Never. The answer is never.
What a
Latin
bad
American
person
pitchers
you
can't-
are.
Latin
What-
American
why?
pitchers
You're the
cannot
one
be
that
the
came
number
up with
one.
the face
Because
thing,
I
not
know,
me.
I know you. That's
You
why.
knew-
No.
you knew
I
what you
know
were
who
saying.
you are.
Why
That's
would
why.
you bring up him out of all people?
Of all the
I was
pitchers.
I'm thinking of Latin American pitcher. That's all.
Wandy is, I guess, as close as you can get, but Roy was there with one.
Juan Augusto.
No, not Juan Augusto with his hat
Yep.
18 inches high on his head.
That's him. That's it. All right.
Does Lance not consider Framber Valdez
I was just,
Latin?
I'm like, am I missing something here? Or is Fromber and has Fromber not been that guy very recently?
I think Framber has been the face of a rotation. Like Lance might be saying, like, well, Verlander all those years, but Verlander was gone for a couple, and Framber was better than
Fromber was the guy, and then they went and traded to bring Verlander back because Fromber was making sure everybody knew he was still the ace or the number one. But that was the year. It was just a couple years ago.
No, I would consider Framber the face of this rotation at least once in Framber's tenure in Houston. I would also go with Jose Lima that year that he went nuts before
that's
they
right.
moved to Enrod.
That was last
he
year's
doing
at Dome,
The Casa
yeah.
LA commercials.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't even the best pitcher in that rotation. Like Mike Hampton was better than Lima that year, but Lima was far more popular. Lima was
He was their
definitely
boy,
the face.
too. He was on their show all the time.
Yeah, I would go.
Yeah, he
I
was on
would
the show
say
all
How do you
the time.
forget that guy?
I don't know.
What's funny about what makes it even funnier is the conversation. And, well, like forgetting Fromber, that is like what makes that funnier is the whole conversation was about not keeping Fromber and resigning him to a deal in the offseason. So Fromber was top of mind, and I guess it just never came to the thought of, well, he was or is the face of the rotation.
Even at the start of this year, going into this year, Fromber was
the face of the rotation.
The written in number one.
Yeah, that was a weird one. That was a weird one for me. They forgot about Fromber. Phil Mickelson had a bad Scotty Scheffler take earlier this year. He said that Scotty Scheffler wasn't going to win until like the Ryder Cup or whatever, and then he like went off and won all of these majors and stuff like that. So Phil Mickelson, lefty, you make the list. Stay relevant. I helped you there.
You just made the list.
Mike Francesa on Scotty Scheffler's chances in the Open Championship.
Scotty Scheffler, of course, is favorite. I do not think he is going to dominate yet on a links course. He has not been on a links course that many times in his life. He is his best finish has been 8th, but I just don't think he's going to win this major here. I just don't think he is.
Yeah, that didn't go so well for Francesa.
No, it sure didn't.
Francesa makes the list.
Even on that
You
course.
just made the list.
Jerry Jones bashing Micah Parsons for saying he never plays. Jerry Jones can get it. Jerry Jones makes the list.
You just made the list.
And then CBS had their top 30 players, 30 or older, and they listed Danielle Hunter 11, which probably too low, but whatever. The logo next to Danielle Hunter's name was a Minnesota Viking logo.
So poorly played.
It's weird though, because like the write-up actually talks about like playing for D'Amico and had a first huge year in Houston, but then it has a Viking logo next to Danielle Hunter. Like what happened here, man? You made the list, CBS.
Yeah,
you just made the list.
Solidified on the list.
I feel bad for the writer because the writer's not putting that logo in. He's submitting his story and walking away, and
Maybe so.
somebody came from behind to put up the story and put the wrong logo.
It's ridiculous, bad. Brian, you made the list too for St. Elvin.
Oh, I did?
One Final Four.
You just made the list.
How many did he go to?
2.
Oh, my bad.
Went to back-to-back Final Fours. Branham, this was your time for revenge. You're supposed to call Lance's take dumb, dumb, dumb. That's my bad. Lance's take saying the Astros have never had a Latin American face of the rotation is dumb, dumb, dumb.
Jeremy,
Lance
you
doesn't know ball.
You didn't
Baseball.
play it right. You can still do that. Just wait till we go to break.
Valdez will sign and be the all-time paid pitcher in Astros history. I'll trash that. I don't think the Astros.
Yeah, I'll trash it as well.
Trash.
Fromber, but kept saying Wandy. Man, how could you confuse Fromber and Wandy? It's insulting to
Casual.
Fromber. Texter says that Elvin has never been better than Akeem. Start a poll. Akeem clears. People don't know Elvin Hayes' great career at U of H. And again, this isn't all-time basketball career. This is specifically their 3 years at Houston, which Elvin Hayes was unbelievably better than Akeem.
Don't you think if you did one of your polls
I think
on
Akeem
Twitter,
would probably win.
Yeah, I think Akeem would win.
I think Akeem would win because people are ignorant to Elvin's way.
Right,
more
that was my
stellar
only
career.
point.
But it
I
wasn't
knew you-
Brian's point. You thought I was coming at you, but I wasn't. I was coming
Oh.
at y'all. Yeah.
I thought we had the same point.
No, yours was that Akeem was better.
No, it wasn't. I mean, I guess you misheard me. My point was
You're
that
sitting there arguing their accomplishments.
I never argued his accomplishment. I made a
Absolutely
joke.
You did.
I
You said
made.
Akeem went to 3 and Elvin went to 2. What do you mean you didn't argue accomplishment?
Well, we're triggering again, but that was I even said it after the comments.
You're
I told
gaslighting me. You said you
No,
didn't.
I'm not.
You said you didn't bring up accomplishment, and I just
Oh
told
my
you the
God.
accomplishment you
I
brought
know,
up.
and I immediately said after that, I'm just trying to trigger you. That's
Oh,
what you're missing in this.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well played. I didn't hear that part. So salute to the elder Elvin Hayes.
I trigger
Number one.
twice on the same thing.
Can I read this text, Brian?
I
Salute to the elder Elvin Hayes, number 1, Cougar hands down. See, there you go. There's somebody who knows ball. Carl Lewis was the greatest U of H athlete. I wouldn't argue that, but we're talking strictly basketball. Carl Lewis is awesome. Drexler was a better college career.
Especially singing the anthem.
Yep, that's not athletic.
Uh-oh.
Drexler was a better college career than Akeem, says pessimistic Chad. I don't disagree with that. That's accurate. Somebody
Because
said
he averaged
Emma
more points on the same team.
Probably did.
Drexler was the leading scorer on that team, was he not?
Well, they didn't overlap all 3 years. Drexler went a year early.
Oh, that's right. He left early. Yep.
Yeah, so they overlapped for, I guess, what was it, 2 years?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they didn't play all 3 years together. Drexler wasn't on that Final Four team. Texter got to put Joel on Bad Take Boulevard for his take about the Mariners this past Friday. He pulled a real Dodgers move by calling games 4, 5, and 6 of a 13-season series. The Mariners World Series in July. The Mariners were already up 2-1 on the season series. Of course, won the series over the weekend as well. That's wordy.
They're 6 out. They're 6 out. It's every year their World Series before they absolutely roll over, play dead, and crap the bed. And so the fact that they treat it every year like the most important thing on the planet is a World Series-esque type way to look at it.
I'm confused. Brian, I'm allergic to math. 30 years, try 60. LOL St. Patrick. I went to Akeem's. Like, even that would be 40. Texter, geez, move on. You move on, Texter. You move on. ESPN makes the list as a texter. Article for top 25 teams, hardest games, and it calls Iowa State the Hawkeyes. Ooh, that stinks.
You just made the list.
I don't feel great about that. I think the context of face of franchise meaning the guy signed to the big money or long-term deal extension comparable to the rest of Major League Baseball starting pitchers. I mean, the Astros have never really paid people, though.
It's not their thing.
Yeah. I think we found what triggers Branham the quickest. Yeah, lay off my boy, the Big E. The Big E is easily the greatest Houston Cougar basketball player of all time, and if you do not think so, you're ignorant. It's simple as that. A texture, I know about Elvin's greatness. I don't know if it's blatant ignorance since games back then weren't regular televised. It's more uniform versus ignorance. How many of you have seen Akeem Olajuwon play college basketball? Like a lot of you have not, you know?
Yeah.
Saw it on YouTube.
Elvin Hayes didn't
You
have
could
all
look
the
it up.
stories around him.
A lot
He
easier.
just get a score. He was going to be the one scoring. I don't know what that means. Pete, Jerry should always make the list, calling out Micah's reliability, his skills as GM, about as reliable as a 74 Pinto. He made the list. He did.
Yes, he did.
All right, that does it for Bad Take Boulevard. Both of you landed on the list. Yeah. All right, what's the one team that even if you were given a jersey, you would never support? What is that team for you? 713-780-3776. You're given a jersey. You're given a hat. You're given a T-shirt. What's the team that if you were given any of that merch, you would never support? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cadillac Bar, get out here tomorrow for the Tequila and Fajitas Friday. Margarita pitcher, half pound of chicken and beef for just $39.99. Can't beat that. How about this weekend? Sunday brunch buffet. Stations of omelets, tacos, waffles, pancakes, enchiladas, classic breakfast, lunch, and desserts. Sounds like a good time. Maybe just a drinker. That's cool, too. Happy hour every day from 11 a to 7 p. So take advantage of that. What's the one team that even if you were given a jersey, hat, shirt, merch, whatever, you would never support? 713-780-3776. We'll get to ours in a moment. But first, let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Joe, you're in the Hive. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Great.
What's up, Joe?
Hey, short and sweet. Utah Jazz, Karl Malone era. Some people are winners. Some people aren't. Now, with the Akeem Olajuwon deal on U of H, how many basketball games did Akeem Olajuwon play before he showed up at the Cougars' place versus Moses? You got to put that in consideration.
I don't know why you would put that
I'll
in
listen.
consideration. We're talking about a strictly 3-year window where he played there. Like, it doesn't matter that he didn't have a basketball background prior to that, and he actually did. Like, go read that book from what is her name, Mirren Feeder or whatever.
Mirren Fader. Yeah.
He played a lot of basketball in Nigeria. He played for their national team. Like, he did play. Now, he got a late start, but he did play. You also don't know Elvin Hayes' background at all either. He also got a late start. He never played until high school. So, like, they probably started around the same time. So,
I played 2 rounds of golf with Elvin Hayes.
Okay.
But anyway, guys, I appreciate the
okay,
program.
you played 10 rounds of golf with Elvin Hayes. When did he stop? When did he start playing basketball?
I don't know how that's relevant.
Like, I know when he started playing high school as well.
I know that the experience that Elvin Hayes gained growing up to make a show at U of H was by far superior than Akeem Olajuwon just showing up, playing a different sport, and the guy made it work.
Joe, you're wrong.
He's always been a winner.
Like, Akeem played basketball before he arrived at U of H. Thinking he did not is incorrect.
He did play basketball, but it's not like starting quarterback at high school in Texas football. He did it as a secondary type deal. Elvin Hayes grew up.
No. He didn't do it as a secondary thing. He stopped playing handball to focus on basketball because it gave him a better chance of coming to America.
That was a great movie, by the way.
Opinion, I love you. I love y'all's show. Great. Thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate it, Joe. Looking like, yeah, I mean, Akeem got a late start on basketball. There's no doubt about that. Soccer was his first love. His best sport was actually handball. Learned that in the Mirren Fader book. But obviously, he's not going far with that. And there was a lot of, I don't know what you would call them, handlers maybe, that were working with a lot of players.
Advisors, yeah.
That they were bringing them overseas to play Division I basketball. There's actually 2 of them from Nigeria that played at Houston Baptist before Akeem did.
I know exactly who, one of them for sure, but you're right. Yep.
Yeah, and like I don't remember the age it was that Akeem started playing basketball, but it was like somewhere between 14 and 16. Like, does that sound accurate? Like,
it does.
Somewhere around there. And like,
I thought it hurt 16. Yeah.
He was almost forced to do it because they like looked at him. He's like, oh wow, this guy's an athlete. He's really big. He could help us. And then they brought him over and they started to develop him, and he was playing with their country's national team. Like, I don't think it was their like men's team, but I think it was like their under 18 team or whatever.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jeremy. You can't. At the end of the day, and as much as you first let me off the hook and then wrote me in with Brian when you said you're both, but I said right from the jump, like statistically, and to Joe's point, he's got to realize it has nothing to do with anything until you walk onto the campus, put on a uniform, and play a game for U of H. What did you do while you were there? It has zero to do with he got a scholarship. He got a scholarship, which meant he had to be doing something right. But it's at one. Put the jersey on until you took it off for the last time. Who had the best numbers and the best performances?
Yes. The 3 years Elvin was there was better than the 3 years Akeem was there. And
there you go.
And Elvin as well didn't start playing basketball that young. Like, he was also like, hey, we need you to come play from little itty-bitty Rayville, Louisiana. He didn't start playing, I believe, until freshman year of high school. Like, he was not, like, playing tons of basketball growing up. And he was not heavily recruited either, by the way. It was also a different time back then in segregation. So, like, some teams couldn't recruit him, which is, another story,
Facts.
another conversation. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Sorry to hijack there, but I had to argue with Joe. Love you, Joe. All right, what's the one team that even if you were given a jersey, hat, merch, whatever, you could never support? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Cadillac Bar in the Heights as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cadillac Bar, best fajitas in the Houston area. Premium black Angus beef, fantastic margaritas. You can get both of them tomorrow. Tequilas and fajitas Friday. Margarita pitcher, half pound of chicken and beef for just $39.99. It's some good stuff. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HR&P listener line. Astros news real quick before we get this. Astros have transferred the rehab assignment of Christian Javier to AAA Sugarland, where he will start tonight for the Spacers. Additionally, Jacob Melton has been placed in a rehab assignment with Sugarland as well. So some of the pieces getting closer.
Okay. Getting a few back, getting some more positive signs. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah. So
I actually would have. If I'd have known that earlier, I might have headed over there and watched that tonight.
What are the
You still got
chances,
time.
Bakers? It means that 713-780 ESPN.
I got it. I totally mean that.
Yeah, you got the house empty. You got to do anything you want.
The kids are out of town. I'm good.
I didn't know that. I didn't know
Yeah.
that part of it. Yeah, it's good news there. So good. I mean, Melton could help. Maybe they're showcasing Melton so they could trade Melton. I don't
Could
really
be.
believe that. It could be, but I don't really believe it. But that's good. That's good news. So we'll see how that start goes. But a step closer for both of those guys. It's interesting. Melton went straight from like FCL to AAA. Kind of like Eric Getty went straight to. That's a good sign though. Like they could use Melton.
That's
Melton
crazy when we were talking about the
helps.
other day, too, about the fact that you could put together a pretty good lineup. And I totally forgot to put Melton and DeCenzo, in that lineup. Melton was a guy I forgot about. I had DeCenzo in there. But, yeah, I mean, from the fact that he showed promise, too, when he first got up there, too, and he's got speed, I totally forgot that he was a guy that could come back.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he would help you. He's one of the 26 best guys in this organization. So we'll see how that goes. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. What's the one team that even if you were given jersey, merch, hat, shirt, whatever, you would never support?
I'll tell you what, this is a two-team race, and I hate them equally. And it's crazy because I hate one even more for my whole upbringing in my entire life, that being the Dallas Cowboys. I've just always had, from their fans and every
It's not
experience.
who I thought you were going to say.
I understand. But I've always hated the Cowboys, and I've always hated the Yankees. And now being down here as long as I've been here, and the X-ray, I hated the Yankees growing up anyway because the Yankees and the Brewers were in the same division. But then I hate the Yankees even more because now in the American League, with everything the Astros have been through, and now the Astros have kind of become my team, I just that to me, I would never wear either one of them. And I know the people that go to New York and then they wear a Yankee hat even if they don't like baseball. Never, ever, ever. The star and the Yankee logo, never going to be on anything that I wear.
What was the what did you think he was going to say, B-Mac?
The Bears.
Yeah, I thought you were
same.
going to say that.
I thought he would say the Bears. So you would wear the Ditka sweater and do the mustache and stuff?
No, but the reason why I didn't say the Bears was growing up, the Packers were so bad for so long. I had a Walter Payton poster on my wall.
Ooh.
And I was a Packer fan no matter what, but individually I was a Walter Payton fan, and I had a Walter Payton jersey.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Well, I mean, Walter Payton was so popular, though.
He's so good.
Walter Payton still has people naming their kids after him. And that's pretty hard to do through generations,
Yeah.
It's a tough thing to do. I would probably go anything in Arlington. I don't know. There's so many for me. I don't hate the Rangers. I don't like Arlington or Dallas or whatever, but I don't hate the Rangers as much as the Dodgers or Yankees. So, Dodgers would be up there, Yankees would be up there. I don't like the Dallas Mavericks, and I also hate their color scheme, and I don't like their logo. I think their logo is kind of soft. And then Dallas, like the Cowboys. So,
I like the old
I
one.
mentioned a lot of them, but I wouldn't wear any of those. I wouldn't wear any Dallas. I wouldn't wear any Dodgers. I wouldn't wear any Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers thing to me, until this whole thing with the Astros happened, and with Lisa's whole family being Dodger fans, I was kind of indifferent to the Dodgers, and now I would never wear anything LA either.
Somebody texted in, said that I would never wear that Dodger hat with the stupid white button. Agreed. It's so out of place. It's a clown hat is what that thing is. Brian, what about you?
Yeah, I could probably give you 12, but if we're trying to limit ourselves to just one, it would come down to either the Cowboys or the Sooners. Those are the two you could never get me to put it on.
I married someone from Norman, so I could do it. I have Sooners clothes in my house, but none of it belongs to me. Texter says Texas Tech. Similarly, I hate the Mavs, but grew up a big Dirk fan. See, I actually respected Dirk. I actually liked Dirk. I actually liked Steve Nash, but I hate the Mavs. Texter Warriors, Tottenham Hotspur, English Premier League. See, Tottenham's the Premier League team I actually pull for. I just never pay attention to it. Titans or Cowboys, says Peter K. More on the Green Bay gross face emoji. So there you go. A little Packer hate.
There you go.
Don't like the Packers. Dallas Cowboys, no question. Cowboys, 100%. Bleep the Aggies and their one-eyed dog. I wouldn't wear maroon for
too
$3
soon.
and tacos for a year. Hook 'em. As a Sooner grad, you couldn't pay me $10,000 to wear anything Longhorn related. Yankees, love seeing that fan base suffer and whine. Huey and Spring says Yankees. Yankees because them crybabies. Cowboys, anything Dallas. Cowboys, hands down. The Texans, says a texter.
Wow.
Arlington Cowgirls, we're not going to read that because it's sensitive to women, I think. That's about wraps it. A lot of Cowboys, a lot of America, Mexican soccer, says a text.
Oh,
it was weird.
Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I didn't see that one coming.
Well, I mean, he must be a Mexican.
I get it. But
It is weird to me because the U.S. and Mexico in soccer are bitter rivals. It was so weird to me to see them at NRG have like so many fans with like the dual flag. Did you see a lot of those?
I
Kinda
did.
Like Paul's
Yep.
like dual Mariner Astro jersey. Like they had the dual flags. It was
saw that.
bizarre to me. I couldn't believe it.
yeah, that was, and then to hear that in Houston, Texas, that the number, the skewed number was that it was so heavily weighted towards Mexico fans. I thought it would be a little bit closer to 50-50. I could understand, but a lot of people are saying 80-90%.
It shows you the passion for the game, the difference of it. Like Mexicans have much more passion for soccer than Americans do, quite frankly.
You're not
Unless my
wrong.
kid were to end up going there, it's A&M, says Oso. Hated the Cowboys, but my favorite player was Tony Dorsett. Lakers, so somebody. Lakers would be pretty close for me, too. I can't stand
Yeah, I think the Lakers are up there.
And I don't like the color scheme, like on top of that. St. Louis Cardinals, can't stand them. My hate for St. Louis is kind of faded. I used to hate them, obviously. But
When they were in the
nowadays-
division, yeah.
Yeah. And they've kind of like, they're not relevant to us anymore, like in Houston.
Right.
So they're not, yeah. I think the shocker is someone graduated from Oklahoma, says Peter K. Ouch. America and Chivas are Mexico's big rivalry. I guess in the Mexican Soccer League. All right. People are sending random Elvin Hakeem arguments. 713-780-ESPN.
Trigger Jeremy,
I can't even believe
713.
it's an argument. I can't believe it. It's crazy to me it's an argument. Anyway, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, love the show. As a Houston grad, I would never put on the Rice Owls blue and white. And I want to add on to this Hakeem Elvin conversation. When Jeremy and I were in school, Aubrey Coleman had a 2-year run at Houston, which was unbelievable. 1,500 points, probably 22, 23 a night before Kelvin got there. Where do you rank Aubrey Coleman in Houston basketball and Houston sports history?
Sheesh. Not a question I expected to ever answer.
Yeah.
Where does Aubrey
I
Coleman
mean,
rank in
he's
Houston
definitely
Cougar
not in the
basketball
top
lore?
5. He's not. I mean, how low does he go, Jeremy? Because you got Birdsong and you got Elvin and Hakeem and Clyde and.
I've never met Aubrey. I mean, he was a massive scorer during the Penders days. I mean, he would have. I think you have to go pretty far down the list. I think it'd be hard
Rob
for him
Gray
in the
had
top
big
25.
numbers when he was there, right?
Probably not to Aubrey's point per game level. I mean, Aubrey scored 1,500 points in 2 years. Like, he was an unbelievable scorer. He really was. In fact, Aubrey
In 2
Coleman has
years,
more
wow.
career points in Houston than Hakeem Olajuwon has career points in Houston.
Wow.
Yeah. So how could you have a guy that did score more points than Aubrey Coleman? ahead
G.
of the
Gervin
greatest
didn't
Houston
have
Cougar
big
basketball player
numbers,
of all
did he?
time? I don't think G. Gervin played at Houston.
Yeah, he did. G. Gervin
Are
played
you
for
talking
the
about the
Cougs.
son?
Yes. George Gervin's son, G.
Oh, G. Gervin.
Played-
Yeah. For some reason, I was
played for the
resonating
Cougs.
George Gervin. No, he wasn't.
Yeah,
I don't
no.
think he was that good, G. Gervin.
I remember him being decent at U of H.
Let me see how decent G. Gervin was. I remember going and watching some games back in the G. Gervin days. I was a kid. Conference USA days, Hofheinz Pavilion, which had like 200 people. Oh, he
I'm
was a
trying to
better
think
scorer
of
than I
the team.
remembered. Yeah, you were
Yeah.
right. I mean, he averaged 20 and a half 1 year in Houston. He started at
Uh-huh.
Arizona State. Did you realize that?
I did
Transferred
not.
in. Were these the Clyde years? I think they were the Clyde years.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I think they were the Clyde years. Maybe Alton Ford was on that team. I think Alton Ford was on that
That's
team. One and done.
yeah, that sounds right. Yep.
I didn't realize G was that good of a scorer, admittedly.
Yep, I did. Alton Ford came out early, didn't he?
He was one and done.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
I thought. He should have stayed.
Yeah, probably. What, he was like a second-round draft pick?
Yep, he was. Wisconsin had a guy like that too. I think it was Rashard Griffiths. And Rashard Griffiths was the same thing. He got bad advice. He was a pretty good college player. Could have been better. Went pro, second round, didn't hardly make it, and that was it.
Texas Tech. I'll never forget when Crabtree caught that pass in the final minutes. We had a good team that year. I think he's talking about Texas. Utah Jazz, Mehmet Okur specifically. There's a lot of hateful Utah Jazzers. Okur's up
I
there.
don't think Matt Harpering would be high on that
Harpering's
list of
up
hate.
there. Stockton, Malone. I hated Hornacek.
Yeah.
Ostertag.
Karolinko. Ostertag. Who was the I hated Byron Russell. I did not like Byron Russell. Who was
their
the
announcer called him Flying Brian Russell.
who was their power forward after Malone?
Well, they had the guy
Years
that ended
removed
up,
it was Boozer, but
Oh, that's what.
Yeah,
that's what I was
Boozer
thinking
and
of. I
Darren
hated
Williams
Boozer.
played together.
I
And they
hated
beat us in
Boozer.
Game 7 at Toyota Center.
Beat you twice in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Back-to-back years.
Texter says Chicken Knowles is the best Cougar ever. He has as good a chance as Akeem Olajuwon. I'm kidding. No, I don't mean that. Chicken's probably closer to Akeem than Akeem is to Elvin, though, statistically.
Huh.
Probably. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Alan, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Alan?
Hey, not much. Y'all remember Bill Hensley?
I don't remember.
He was all well. He was, Yeah, he's before. But anyway, so the Astros. Yeah, the Astros. It seems like there's been some hate on their farm club, but man, all these guys they've been bringing up lately just seem like they're doing excellent. What's y'all's opinion on that?
I mean, we talked about it a little earlier. The fact is that everybody should get some kudos. The guys they brought up have overachieved. Let's just be honest. I don't think anybody expected a whole hell of a lot of the majority of the guys they brought up, and they've done really, really well. That means, someone earlier wanted to credit the manager. Someone, we talked about the developmental staff specifically on pitchers as well. But everybody gets a little bit of credit, starting with the general manager as well, to identify talent, put them in the right positions, like all the way going back to like Blanco and Arrighetti when he identified these guys could be starters. I think that everybody deserves some credit for the way these guys have stepped up.
Yeah, I think that's it. Like,
Any future for them?
For who?
I mean, maybe for the people they brought up that probably ain't going to make the team.
I think Jeremy was the one that started the train on Walter. I think Walter is a very, very good pitcher that can be your fifth starter. Maybe it depends on what the rest of your rotation looks like. I think there's a future for him. There's potential future with a guy like Gusto. Some of the guys on the fielding side of things in the lineup, maybe it depends on who you're talking about. Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith for certain. But then when you look at some of the other guys, Taylor Trammell, probably not. Jacob Melton, maybe, as we see him again. DeCenzo, maybe.
I didn't
What about
catch
trade bait?
Trade bait, Jeremy.
Appreciate the
Go
call,
ahead.
Alan. Thank you for the call. I think that the reason, like to Alan's point, why the Astros bring up these players in the minor leagues that produce, but they don't really they're not coveted by other major league teams because their talent level isn't at a 10. They're not like these prospects that ooze talent. Is because of the Astros player development. The Astros player development squeezes the most out of a player and then gets production out of guys who are seen and deemed by the rest of Major League Baseball to kind of be average. Like Ryan Gusto around Major League Baseball is he's an average prospect. He's producing at the big league level for one of the best teams in the American League. Colton Gordon, same thing. Brandon Walter's been in multiple organizations. Why does it work with the Astros? Player development and their pitching machine that gets the most out of players. So that's why we see production from these young players that aren't coveted by other teams, is because the Astros player development is so good. As far as trade value, any player that you currently have seen with the Astros, it depends on if you think they're trading Bryce Matthews or not, but Bryce Matthews would be the most coveted around Major League Baseball. Gusto, Gordon, probably just pieces in a package.
Yeah.
There are some lower level guys like a Kevin Alvarez is somebody who's starting to catch a little bit of heat and stuff like that. Walker Yannick, who was the draft pick last year, perhaps would have a little bit of value. Ulola would definitely have value. Good call there. But no, the Astros get more production for what is ranked as a poor minor league system because it's not super talented. They just get so much juice out of the squeeze.
Yep.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Car wrecks of the day. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Want to tell you real quick before we get to the car wreck of the day about the greatest weekend escape one could have, or even a little PTO escape. Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Escape the rat race for the weekend, the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. It's just 90 minutes from Houston, so you can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks. With the open green spaces, the wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. Can't beat it, whether it's the Two Creeks. They got a catch and release pond right in the middle of the property as well. Hike on their 92-acre property, kayak, play some pickleball, hang out by the pool. That's fun, too. We went out there about a month and a half ago, had a fantastic time. Food truck out there Friday and Saturday, some live music on a Saturday as well. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Still a week to take advantage of the incredible savings right now at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Book 5 nights. Save 35%. So book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What are you nominating? First, want to thank Cadillac Bar for having us out today. Best fajitas in the Houston area, the premium Black Angus beef. Happy hour every day from 11 a to 7 p. Sunday brunch buffet from 10 to 2. $27 for adults, just $15 for the kids. If you have a holiday party, birthday party you want to book, CadillacBar.com. A margarita Monday, a taco Tuesday, and a tequila and fajitas Friday. Cadillac Bar, make it part of your plans coming up really, really soon. Texter, I would trade the Killer G's. I think he's talking about Gordon and Gusto. Killer G's, Gordon Gusto, Chaz, Leon, and Cooper Hummel for Eugenio Suarez yesterday. You would, but the Diamondbacks wouldn't.
No, they sure wouldn't.
Like you're just collecting a bunch of mediocre players.
Yeah, give you the first offer that the Diamondbacks reject for 100, Alex, right there.
Like, why would they want a 4, maybe a 4, maybe 2 number 5 starters, an outfielder who's might be in his 30s. Is Chaz in his 30s yet? Who's a bench guy. Leon, who's a bust. Cooper Hummel, who's a career journeyman. Like, they're going to be looking for at least one really good prospect for Suarez.
No question. Yeah,
I don't think the Astros have a prospect good enough.
That's not – well, they do, but they're not giving it up.
You talking about Cam?
Bryce Matthews.
I'm not sure Bryce Matthews would get it done for Suarez.
I think if Bryce Matthews is the centerpiece, I think the fact that they only signed him to a 1-year deal and he's free at the end of the year, I think it would. Especially because he just did it to them. What he just did to them that they saw firsthand, I think they'd be very intrigued by that.
The package aspect of it would be interesting, but I think they can get a higher prospect for Suarez than Bryce. Like, if you just go like MLB top 100, like their top 100 pipeline thing, I think that the Arizona will get a better prospect rank than Suarez.
Okay.
I think. Well, I mean, we'll see. Time will tell.
Yep.
I think that's all I had for car wrecks of the day. All right, car wrecks of the day. What do you have, Blinkers?
First one, I got a couple, but the first one, I was informed and notified by our marketing team of a Trisha Crave. She's Skylar was big on this. Evidently, she's a big internet influencer. She just had her 3rd baby, Jeremy. She named him Aquaman. Aquaman joins Malibu Barbie girl Elvis, her other 2 kids. What are we doing?
I mean, it's their kids.
You're punishing the kids for life. What are you going to call them, Ak? Hey, Ak, go clean your room.
Especially of all the superheroes you could choose, Aquaman.
I don't think Aqua's terrible. I don't think Aqua's terrible. Is it a boy or a girl?
Aquaman is a boy.
Oh. Yeah, Aqua. It should be Aqua.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
This is where this is going.
Yeah, those are bad names. Those are really bad names.
Really bad. And then, and I don't know if you've seen this on the internet. I doubt that you were watching CNN today. CNN.
What is that supposed to mean?
Because you're on vacation.
That's some stereotyping.
No, I figured if you're on vacation, you don't need to be watching CNN.
You don't think I'm like a raging Democrat?
I don't care what you are. I don't think on vacation, if you are on your vacation and you're subjecting your family to sitting inside watching CNN, you got problems.
How about if I was subjecting them to Fox News? Would that be better or worse, Blankers?
Still got problems. Anyway, they had one of the Savannah Banana players on and so they
CNN?
went to on CNN, and the male and female host threw to the preview that he would be coming on the air, and he decided to get cute and do a backflip on the air. Didn't stick the landing, face planted, and needed stitches.
That's rough.
Oh, it was bad.
I'll leave it to the Savannah Bananas to do that. I nominate Justin Fields for getting carted off for a toe. It's not so much that he got carted off for a toe, because it was probably a long walk to the locker room. It was more the reporting of it. Like, did the medical card come to him and pick him up and then drive him? Like, was he laying down flat in the back, or did he limp to the cart, sit in the front seat, and then take the ride over to a long way? The reporting of this whole deal was, and this happens for every injury, is so over the top. It's always egregious.
Well, guess who it was most over the top with? One Mike Greenberg, and the fact that he was losing his mind, and he made them detail the fact that he first heard it, he got up, then they got him to the tent, then they picked him up in the golf cart, but then he walked from the golf cart to the locker room. Every single step was highlighted.
Who's a bigger Jets fan, Greenberg or Asman?
I think Greenberg.
Baby. Brian, what you got?
Been there longer.
I'll name two quickly. One, Will Conkle earlier here while eating the great fajitas, the Cadillac bar, didn't use a single tortilla while eating the fajitas. I thought that was a little soft.
He didn't use what?
He didn't eat a single tortilla while having fajitas. And the other one quickly, Sam was trying to get a waiter to pose earlier, and the said waiter ate it while posing and dropped glasses and
shattered
broke them
2
on the
glasses.
floor.
Yeah. That works.
I'm going
It's
to
an
nominate
internet
Brian
challenge.
for saying quickly when he's trying to get something in quickly and adding an extra word that's unnecessary. What's winning?
Like the extra words you just threw in at the end.
Trisha Crave's kids' names.
Yeah, that's good. Trisha Craves, you win. Your kids' names are terrible. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for on-site engineering, Ryan producing. He's Blank on Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Athletically Declined coming up at 7. Good night, everybody.